At Xiantian's sect's inner sanctum, primal energy surged along the ley lines of heaven and earth. Mists swirled before the great hall, the air thick with spiritual aura, resembling a realm of immortals. Yet, before the solemn and sacred Xiantian hall, a lone youth knelt motionless, isolated and broken. Despite the steady flow of disciples passing by, no one dared glance his way. His name was Lin Chen. Lin Chen had knelt here for 7 days and nights. A week ago, he was still a direct disciple of Xiantian's sect, famed as a prodigy blessed with a rare Dao soul talent. For 6 years, had fought demons and monsters in the sect's name, earning countless meritorious deeds and respect. But 7 days later, he was reduced to a crippled shell, his martial veins shattered, his Dao soul stolen, a pitiful outcast forever severed from the path of immortality. The once brilliant youth was now a mere shadow of himself, reduced to skin and bones. Mocking whispers brushed past his ears, leaving only bitter cold and sorrow inside. The glory of the past days felt like fleeting smoke, all vanished within a week. 7 days ago, during a training mission, Lin Chen awakened his Dao soul, hopeful for a limitless future. But unexpectedly, he was ambushed by a mysterious assailant radiating murderous spiritual energy. Lin Chen fought desperately, but in an instant, his Dao soul was stolen, the battle's balance completely shattered. Yet, the true cause of his broken martial veins wasn't the attacker's strike height, was the sudden appearance of peerless sword intent from the heavens above. Lin Chen still remembered how overwhelming and surreal that moment was. A sword light pierced the sky and earth, reaching through the clouds with radiance like a blazing sun. The sword light descended like an immortal's arrival, pouring down like the Milky Way itself, sending chills through the heart. Lin Chen, stunned, barely reacted as a faint murmuring seemed to whisper from the dome above, like a secret hidden within fate. Then the sword intent surged violently downward like a ruptured celestial river, forcibly flooding into Lin Chen's body. Agonizing pain tore through his heart and soul as that fierce sword energy overwhelmed him, destroying his martial veins more brutally than flames ever could. From that moment, he became a broken man. After awakening from agonizing unconsciousness, Lin Chen returned to the sect seeking clues about that sword energy. No matter if through investigation, meditation, or calling out to the strange voice once heard in the skies, all attempts ended in vain. The facts were indisputable. His Dao soul was gone, his martial veins destroyed, and the rest felt like an unsolvable dream of the heavens, no trace of truth left to follow. The door of Xiantian Hall had been firmly closed for days, with endless murmurs among the inner disciples centered entirely on Lin Chen's fallen fate. Then suddenly, the door swung open. A middle-aged elder dressed in robes stepped out with a grave expression, exuding an unyielding aura that silenced the crowd instantly. His gaze fell on Lin Chen's gaunt, pitiful figure before calmly announcing the sect's final verdict. Lin Chen, your Dao soul has been stolen, your martial veins obliterated, your cultivation lost. From today, you are expelled from the inner sect, demoted to an outer sect servant disciple, never to set foot inside the inner sect again, never to return to the immortal path, nor reside in the sacred land again. Those few cold words rang like a blade, severing all of Lin Chen's last hopes in an instant. The atmosphere before the hall grew heavy with whispers tinged as much with pity as with scorn. After 7 nights of kneeling, this was the fate he was left with. All lingering hope for the sect was utterly shattered. 7 days ago, Lin Chen had fought desperately to protect the sect's disciples during that training mission. Yet, 8 inner disciples who fled perished beside him, and his Dao soul was stolen. Every sacrifice now seemed to mark him as guilty for his fall. The sect's icy indifference and this harsh decree completely crushed the once proud youth. Unwilling was the single thought flooding Lin Chen's heart, yet everything was settled. His life would now be forcibly squeezed into the outer sect. Though part of Xiantian's sect, the outer sect fell a world apart while the inner sect thrived with abundant primal energy and blessed realms. The outer sect drifted in mundane lands shrouded by foul spiritual mist. One word difference, yet a chasm as wide as heaven and earth. Dragging his weary body, Lin Chen stepped out of Xiantian Hall. The sunlight resting on his shoulders felt cold as frost. A crowd of disciples surrounded him, their eyes mocking, some openly gleeful at his downfall. With each step Lin Chen took, a jeering voice rose sharply, revealing the cruelty of human nature. Lin Chen, I remember I lent you 200 yuan worth of spirit stone. Shouldn't you repay that for your training supplies? Stepped forward a disciple named Lu Shui. Once timid and weak, a beggar circling Lin Chen. Now with Lin Chen disgraced, he was the first to leap onto the stage. Lin Chen gave no response, his expression as cold and hard as stone. More disciples swarmed forward, demanding repayment of borrowed training resources, even trying to seize what was never lent to them. Lin Chen listened to the jeers like rocks being thrown into an open grave, then let out a cold, biting laugh like an autumn wind. Before his fall, they worshipped him like a god. Now that he was down, they were worse than dogs. Such is the fickle nature of the world. Lin Chen thought of his mother, far away in the secular North, sit a frail, lonely woman who once placed high hopes on him. No matter how bitter his unwillingness, he had no choice but to swallow his fate. No roar, no rage would change his path forward. How hateful! Like a tiger brought down to the plains, mocked by dogs. Anger and despair screamed within him. But such emotions no longer held meaning. He growled for the crowd to get lost, only provoking more malice. Lu Shui and others spat insults, even preparing to lay hands on him. Just as fists were about to fall, a clear, agreeable voice cut through the noise. Stop it. Picking on a cripple like this isn't making you feel accomplished, is it? Before the words faded, a graceful figure appeared amid the crowd. She was beautiful, standing there like an elegant flower in full bloom. It was Lin Chen, the sect's deputy master's daughter. But her appearance chilled Lin Chen to his core. He fixed her with a cold gaze, questioning her silently. Lin Chen responded with a gentle smile, tinged with cold calculation. Their exchange from the start was sharp as needles. Lin Chen's biting remarks met Lin Chen's relentless pressing like an invisible storm sweeping through everyone present. Finally, Lin Chen's cutting whisper made Lin Chen feel as if thrown into an icy abyss. He realized then that the ambush during the training mission was no coincidence. The sect's slow aid, the death of 8 inner disciples, his ruined life all linked to Lin Chen. Like a serpent, she had approached to utterly destroy him, driven by a concealed, irrepressible hatred. Hate. Lin Chen, fallen to the lowest depths, but you must know this is only the beginning. When I return, I will have my revenge. Clenching his fists tightly, burning with inner fury, he turned away and left. Until his figure vanished completely, Lin Chen's smile suddenly twisted into a lethal glare. Several hours later, outside the outer sect on Mount Shantian. Once you cross this forest, you'll be in the outer sect. Take care of yourself. The guide tossed Lin Chen onto the barren mountain without a second glance, mounting his immortal crane and flying away without even looking back. The air in the forest was thick and stagnant. Lin Chen's chi, already nearly depleted, became even more chaotic. Every step he took on the rugged mountain path felt unbearably heavy, as if carrying 1,000 pounds. The sky suddenly darkened, black clouds pressed down, and a torrential rain poured. The ice-cold droplets slammed onto his gaunt shoulders, as if trying to drain away his last bit of warmth. The guide had deliberately abandoned him hundreds of miles from the outer sect. Lin Chen understood this clearly, but lacked the strength to protest. When he finally dragged his soaking body to the outer sect's gate, his gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade. A young disciple stood guard in front of the servant hall. Furious at Lin Chen's slow arrival, he snapped, "You useless piece of trash, strutting around like you own the place. Showing up this late? Because of you, I missed going down the mountain with the senior apprentices." Lin Chen said nothing. On the way here, his mortal realm cultivation had completely collapsed. Now, only his breath remained. The young disciple slammed his hand on the table and barked, "Listen carefully, Lin Chen. You're no longer some genius of the inner sect. As an outer sect servant, you better accept your role. You'll cut 500 gene of bamboo every day on the back mountain, deliver it to the alchemy hall before noon, wash the outer sect disciples' clothes by nightfall. If you're assigned any other duties, no slacking. Here is your identity jade token and living quarters. Find your own way. Now get lost. Don't bother me unless it's urgent." He threw a jade token out the door. It fell into the rainwater, but Lin Chen showed no joy or anger. He bent down, picked it up, and the 4 large characters Lin Chen's servant disciple stood out clearly. His quarters, Hut 1000 in the Western Garden. The Western Garden was desolate and remote. Many wooden huts were dilapidated, some completely abandoned. Lin Chen staggered to Hut 1000. The eaves were broken, and rainwater dripped through the cracks. He collapsed onto the soaked wooden floor, letting the raindrops beat against his face. But he was unwilling to give in. Raising his eyes to the ruined roof, he roared in rage, "Damn heaven! Why do you treat me so unfairly? Why this injustice?" Boom! The sky seemed to answer his roar. A purple-black thunderbolt ripped across the sky and struck the hut. The lightning exploded, tearing open Lin Chen's skin and flesh, blood instantly soaking his clothes. "Ha ha ha, come and strike me dead if you dare." He laughed wildly toward the sky. The thunder did not come again, but his blood churned inside, stirred by some invisible force. His vital energy surged through his meridians, coursing to every limb and bone. Even stranger, deep within the shattered ruins of his dantian and martial veins, a fiery, sword energy suddenly blazed. That sword. Lin Chen's heart leapt. His mind focused, finally revealing the strange phenomenon within his martial Vainsa silver-white longsword. Its lower half deeply stuck in a pitch-black stone tablet. The stone tablet stood 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide. Its pitch-black surface shimmered with golden runes, exuding an eerie and mysterious aura. "You have lost your soul, your martial veins shattered, and fallen into a mortal state unable to cultivate. Now, with the power of the soul tablet, I can restore your martial veins. Will you accept?" A mysterious voice echoed within Lin Chen's mind. I accept absolutely. In this desperate moment, clinging to a thread of hope, Lin Chen did not hesitate for even a second. In the next instant, a wild surge of power erupted into his body, and his consciousness was thrown back 7 days. That scene replayed faintly. One sword splits the heavens. The radiant sword intent, blazing like thunder crashing down, branded deeply into his bones once again. No sooner had the words fallen than the sword etched upon the tablet shot forth from the black stone, piercing directly into Lin Chen's body. The tablet stopped at his dantian. His primordial energy churned violently as his shattered martial veins began to miraculously regenerate. Yellow, red, blue, gold, purple. Nourished by the power of the soul tablet, the colors of his martial veins continuously shifted and transformed. Martial veins were ranked as heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each level subdivided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. The strongest were heaven level, with the potential to become a heavenly lord. Lin Chen's veins were once upper grade heaven level, but purple more brilliant than gold signified purple as the extreme, a so-called immortal level surpassing heaven rank. Immortal veins, only spoken of in legends. Lin Chen, you possess the aura of an immortal. I have reforged your immortal veins. The sword within the tablet now recognizes you as its master. You can awaken the soul of the sword path. Do you accept? Of course I do. Before Lin Chen finished speaking, the long sword on the black tablet trembled slightly, its cry sliced through the air. A pure and refined energy, like a falling meteor, surged wildly through his meridians. Each time it reached a meridian gate, the pain stabbed like thousands of swords piercing his heart and bones, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Endure it. I have reforged your martial veins. If you cannot awaken the soul of the sword path, how will you contend with heaven and earth? The tablet's voice resonated again. Clenching his teeth, Lin Chen endured the torrent of energy. After a moment, the pain began to subside as his body gradually adapted. His damaged meridians rapidly repaired themselves. His regressed cultivation grew like fresh dew, continuously nourishing the tiny sword at his dantian. My mission is complete. The spirit energy of heaven and earth is insufficient for now. I will sleep for a time. Before the infinite calamity descends, you must gather all 9 soul tablets. Remember this, remember well. The voice faded, and silence returned. Sitting cross-legged where he was, Lin Chen's eyes snapped open suddenly. In that instant, countless streams of sword energy burst forth from within him. The overwhelming shock made his chest heave. His once ruined body now surged with overwhelming power. Refining body stage, 9th level. Lin Chen was stunned as a surge of power flooded through his entire body, his fingertips trembling slightly, as if grasping a force capable of shaking mountains and splitting seas. Even more incredible, a familiar yet strange energy began to rise within him. A new Dao soul was slowly taking shape. His sect had long held a firm rule about Dao souls. A person could only possess one in their lifetime. But Lin Chen had not only lost his original Dao soul, now, against all belief, he had awakened another. This shattered all his prior understanding. The Dao soul carries the power of heaven and earth. Some are born awakened, others never manage to awaken in their lifetime. But once awakened, they are honored as heaven's favored, and barring death, destined to become a dominant force in the world. Dao souls come in many types: thunder, flame, beast, artifact, and more. 7 days ago, Lin Chen broke into the martial realm and triggered the might of heaven and earth, awakening a 5th-grade dragon elephant Dao soul and gaining its power. For a time, he was highly recommended by the sect leader to become a disciple under the Supreme Elder's guidance. Yet, before he could fully wield that power, it was forcibly taken from him. Dao souls are ranked from 1st to 10th grade, 10th being the strongest. At this moment, Lin Chen had not only awakened a 10th grade Dao soul, but an extraordinarily rare sword Dao soul, 1 in a million. This meant he bore the very destiny to become a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators hadn't appeared in the entire northern province for a full millennium. Could it be because of the heaven-slaying sword? Lin Chen's thoughts churned. Once, the sword's intent had shattered his martial veins. Now, the heaven-slaying sword was reforging his immortal veins and granting him a sword Dao soul. Fate had turned utterly upside down, like being swept into a raging tide. Suppressing his emotions, he quickly assessed his situation. Though his cultivation had returned, it was only at the refining body stage. If he left the sect, the puppeteer lurking behind the scenes could kill him at any moment, and even Lin Chen might seize the chance to end him. To uncover the truth, he would need status equal to theirs. Staying hidden within the outer sect and growing stronger in secret remained his safest option for now. Lin Chen took a deep breath, straightening his spine as all traces of despair vanished. Morning light filtered through the wooden cabin's cracks, fully dispelling the chill of the night. Just as he opened the door, he realized an entire night had passed. Lin Chen, you've got some nerve. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll make you regret it. A rough voice shouted, then bang. The wooden door shattered as a gust of wind blew inside. The young disciple stepping in was none other than Zhong Tianxing, the same one who had attended to him in the service hall before. What's the matter? Lin Chen frowned, clearly displeased as Zhong Tianxing burst through the door. The broken wooden door still wobbled, dust and splinters falling. Zhong Tianxing wore the gray robe of a menial attendant, stained with grease at the cuffs, but his expression was arrogant, as if cloaked in fine brocade. Striding forward, he jabbed a finger into Lin Chen's chest and barked, "Didn't I assign you menial duties last night? Why didn't you show up?" Lin Chen looked up calmly, his tone measured. "Why should I go? Why should you go?" Zhong Tianxing sneered, spitting in contempt. "Do you think you're on vacation? Lin Chen, you think you're still the inner sect's direct disciple? Your martial veins are destroyed or nothing but a menial now. You get that? I got scolded badly by the Dan Hall seniors for you, and paid 50 yuan stones. Today you'll double your workload, and also pay me 100 yuan stones, or this won't end." Doubling the workload and 100 yuan stones? Isn't that a bit much? Lin Chen's expression remained as calm as ever. When he left the inner sect, even his residence was ransacked. Now he had nothing left. Besides, his cultivation had quietly begun to recover. There was no way he would bow his head to such menial tasks. Too much? Zhong Tianxing looked around as he raised his voice. "Hey, do you think I'm too harsh?" In the rundown courtyard of the Western Garden, the menial disciples stopped their work, attracted by the shouting. Their rough cloth robes soaked with sweat, hemp ropes tied around their waists holding wooden buckets. Many glanced secretly. Some recognized the name Lin Chen and sighed inwardly against the inner sect's prodigy with awakened Tao soul, now fallen into ruin. Given his achievements, even being sent to the outer sect would still earn him a position, or at least a job like Zhong Tianxing's. Everyone understood Lin Chen was being targeted. There was pity, but no one dared to speak. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said simply, "No yuan stones. I don't do menial work. No yuan stones, no work?" Zhong Tianxing laughed bitterly from rage. "Lin Chen, you're just trash now, so why still act so arrogant? Since this is your first offense, kneel and apologize, and I'll let it go this time no hard feelings. He'll deduct the yuan stones slowly from your monthly pay." He wanted to turn up the heat slowly after all. Lin Chen used to be an inner sect disciple, and pushing him too hard might cause trouble. More importantly, he aimed to extort some extra profit. But Lin Chen smirked mockingly. You think you can make me kneel and apologize? I'll give you a chance, kneel and apologize, then slap yourself 50 times, and he'll let you off." "Let me off?" Zhong Tianxing snarled like a cornered wolf. "You're just trash now, but still talk about throwing punches? If I don't discipline you today, what face do I have as a menial attendant?" Before he finished, his aura exploded, his energy roaring like a furnace in a body cultivation realm of the 9th level, kicking up dust and sand. Veins bulged on his wrist as he slammed the green brick floor, leaving a deep footprint, the opening move of the Phantom Fist. "It's the Phantom Fist," someone whispered. The Western Garden fell deadly silent. If that punch hit Lin Chen, it could easily take half his life. The other menial disciples couldn't help but envy. It was a technique only outer sect disciples were supposed to learn. Zhong Tianxing had used his connections with the top 10 disciples at Tianwu Peak and his official position, and bribed heavily to learn it early. Now, striking a pose, he was clearly showing off. Zhong Tianxing was deliberately flaunting his skill. In his mind, defeating the powerless Lin Chen was just a matter of a single punch. To assert his dominance in front of the mundane disciples, Zhong Tianxing deliberately displayed the elusive footwork technique reserved only for outer sect disciples. In a flash, his figure multiplied into countless afterimages before Lin Chen, weaving into an illusory web. Lin Chen's gaze grew steely as he thought, "Since I've come this far, a mundane disciple is just a mundane disciple. What I say goes no exceptions. Consider this your warning. If you cross the line again, it will be your death." Before he finished speaking, a powerful surge of true energy rippled through the air as Zhong Tianxing lunged fiercely at him. Watching Zhong Tianxing's clumsy, awkward moves and crude martial skills, combined with his overconfident expression, Lin Chen couldn't help but suppress a smile rising in his chest. "Did you think I wouldn't throw a punch?" Lin Chen said calmly, slowly raising his fist. The moment Zhong Tianxing's fist flew forward, Lin Chen met it with his own. A deafening explosion shattered the stillness of the mundane peak, plunging everything into silence. Wiping the blood off his knuckles, Lin Chen said coldly, "Now, that's more like it." Ugh, the mundane disciples from the Western Court snapped back to reality, unable to hold their breath as the scene before them shocked them all. Beneath Lin Chen's feet, Zhong Tianxing was slammed hard to the ground. A deep crater the size of a head cracked open in the earth. Half of Zhong Tianxing's face was mangled and bleeding, his life hanging in the balance as he collapsed heavily into the pit. Zhong Tianxing was a powerful warrior at the 9th level of the mortal realm, and Lin Chen, rumored to have suffered the destruction of his martial lineage and suffered a regression in cultivation, was considered a cripple. Yet that very so-called cripple had just shattered a mortal realm mundane steward with a single punch. Everyone stared at Lin Chen in astonishment, their eyes stripped of any trace of contempt, some even breaking into cold sweat. Only now did they realize that before Lin Chen was crippled, he had been one of those untouchable inner sect disciples. While the crowd reeled in shock, Lin Chen expertly opened Zhong Tianxing's storage pouch, clearly a skill he had mastered long ago. A mundane steward, huh? Quite a fat one, he said with a slight smirk, pulling out more than 300 spirit stones. An ordinary inner sect disciple earned only about 50 spirit stones per month, so this amount was incredibly substantial. It seemed this steward had done plenty of dirty work. Lin Chen then cast a cold glance around and said, Lin, senior brother Lin, do any of you have business with me? Hearing his voice, the mundane disciples cautiously inquired, still shaken by his sudden display of strength, stunned by this cripple. I want to become an outer sect disciple. Where do I sign up? Lin Chen asked lightly. The surrounding mundane disciples exchanged surprised glances. They knew Lin Chen's martial lineage was destroyed. How could he become an outer sect disciple now? Yet glancing at the fallen Zhong Tianxing, they dared not say a word. To become an outer sect disciple, a usual mundane disciple has to pass the sect's assessment, a timid voice replied softly. The outer sect assessment? When is it held, and how do you join? Lin Chen pressed. It won't start for another 3 months, the disciple explained cautiously. 3 months is a long wait. Lin Chen frowned, clearly displeased. There's another way, the disciple added. If your cultivation reaches the 5th level of the body refining realm or above, you can claim your outer sect disciple status at the Outer Gate Soul Calling Hall. Lin Chen's eyes immediately flashed with light body refining realm. He was currently at the 9th level. His voice calm but firm, he asked, what's your name? I am Lu Qingji, the young disciple answered nervously. Lu, senior brother Lu, take me to the Outer Gate Soul Calling Hall, Lin Chen ordered with quiet authority. Lu Qingji nodded nervously. You're too kind, senior brother, but I still have mundane duties this afternoon, and the disciple on duty at the Soul Calling Hall usually comes only in the morning. How about tomorrow morning? He didn't dare refuse Lin Chen's powerful aura, but still had to consider his responsibilities. Lin Chen nodded. Being new here, he wasn't familiar with the surroundings yet. Now that his cultivation had recovered, he might as well take the evening to study the spirit of his swordsmanship more deeply. Night had fallen. In a secluded spot on Zai Peak, a cold mountain breeze rustled through the withered branches, stirring up fine dust. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, his brow deeply furrowed. Compared to the inner sect, the outer sect's spiritual energy was like heaven and earth apart, murky, sluggish, and tinged with impurities. Even after recently reforging his immortal vein and trying to surge forward to break into the soul refining realm in one go, he still couldn't succeed. The cultivation system on the immortal martial continent was clear and well-defined. The mortal body realm, body refining realm, soul refining realm, martial refining realm, martial entry realm, mysterious martial realm, earth martial realm, heaven martial realm, and the heaven venerable realm, each consisting of 9 levels. Thanks to his reforged immortal vein, Lin Chen had surged all the way to the 9th level of the body refining realm, just 1 step short of entering the soul refining realm. Yet tonight, no matter how hard he tried, he kept hitting a bottleneck. Seeing that breakthrough was out of reach for now, he turned his attention to the newly awakened Sword Dao Soul. Unlike the previous Dragon Elephant Dao Soul, which purely increased strength this time, what appeared in his mind was a strange vision of a half-embedded sword blade, half buried deep inside a black stone monument. The sword and the stone merged into one, neither fully sword nor stone, an odd hybrid classified as a Dao instrument, ranked 10th grade among Dao souls. The moment the Dao soul activated, a silver radiance poured down like a waterfall. Lin Chen felt waves of raw power rush through his bones and tendons, boosting his strength several times over. However, the stronger the Dao soul, the more terrifying the drain on stamina and spiritual energy. He estimated that with his current foundation, he could maintain this state for at most half an hour. But in that brief half hour, his combat prowess would be enough to clash head-on with the peak soul refining realm. Without question, this was his sharpest trump card and greatly bolstered his confidence about returning to the inner sect. Thinking of this, Lin Chen closed his cultivation and rose, heading back to his wooden hut. Tomorrow, he planned to register officially at the Outer Sect Steward Hall. Soon, the real journey of cultivation would begin. The night grew deep and still. He leaned against his bed and soon drifted into a dreamless sleep. Meanwhile, at the Outer Sect's Tianwu Peak, lanterns lined the mountain gate like a fiery dragon winding through the dark. Their glow flickered against the golden stone pillars inside the hall, casting shifting shadows. Interesting. A burly young man stood with his hands behind his back by the window. His voice was low and calm. Never thought I'd see the day when inner sect disciples come begging me for favors. Yet I have no grievance with Lin Chen. Why should I intervene on their behalf? This man was Zhao Wuji, ranked 10th among the geniuses of the Outer Sect's Tianwu Peak. Facing the inner sect disciple who had come to deliver a message, he showed nothing but indifference. The inner sect disciple paused in surprise, not expecting such a blunt refusal. He glanced around the vast, empty hall, then leaned in to whisper, Senior brother Zhao, what if this is the wish of that certain person? A name slipped out quietly. Zhao Wuji's expression instantly hardened, a flicker of shock passing through his dark eyes, but he still hesitated. Seeing this, the disciple smiled faintly. Senior brother Zhao, since you come from the Zhao family and are a genius of the outer sect, dealing with a ruined man would be nothing for you. If this succeeds, that certain person will be awaiting your honored presence in the inner sect. After a brief silence, Zhao Wuji lifted a corner of his mouth in a calculating smile. Fine. Tell that person I, Zhao Wuji, will not disappoint. Then we shall await your good news, brother Wuji. The inner sect disciple bowed respectfully and withdrew. The hall fell silent once more. Zhao Wuji paced slowly, hands behind his back, lips curling in a scheming smile. Killing one Lin Chen to earn that person's backing? Not a bad deal. He called out, send for Zhong Tianqing. A moment later, a guard returned in haste. Senior brother Zhao, Zhong Tianqing waits outside, requesting an audience. Oh, seems like he's exactly where we need him. Bring him in. Before he finished speaking, a young man wrapped in white bandages staggered into the hall. His bloodshot eyes brimmed with hatred and agony. Zhong Tianqing? Zhao Wuji raised an eyebrow, his smile ambiguous. The young man collapsed to his knees with a thud, his voice hoarse but fiercely determined. Senior brother Zhao, you must take my case. Ah. Zhong Tianqing knelt immediately upon seeing Zhao Wuji, his face half battered and swollen so badly that he was barely able to speak clearly. Who did this? Even beating up a dog requires knowing its owner, Zhao Wuji said, lifting his teacup and narrowing his eyes at Zhong Tianqing. Tell me, was it a disciple from Wufeng or the main peak? Zhao Wuji had recently made connections with some big shots in the inner sect and was riding high on his good fortune. As Zhong Tianqing had always been hardworking, today he decided to stand up for his subordinates. Senior brother Zhao, it was Lin Chen. Zhong Tianxing's tears flowed freely. Finally feeling he had someone powerful backing him, he broke down, crying uncontrollably. Lin Chen. Zhao Wuji snapped to his feet, raising his voice. The Lin Chen who was demoted to menial duties in the inner sect? Yes, him. Zhong Tianqing nodded, blowing his nose at the same time. Zhao Wuji slammed his fist on the table. What audacity! You're at the 9th level of the mortal realm, and I risked letting you learn the outer sect's mysterious steps fist. Isn't Lin Chen worthless now? You can't even handle a mere cripple? But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly burst out laughing. Well done indeed. Zhong Tianqing felt frustrated and confused, wanting to explain, but his swollen cheek slurred his words. Zhao Wuji waved him off. Stop bawling like a child and embarrassing yourself. He'll take care of this for you. Where's Lin Chen now? He's going to the Life Soul Hall to register tomorrow morning. The Life Soul Hall. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up as he looked up and laughed loudly. Excellent. Tomorrow we'll pay a visit to this inner sect direct disciple. Since an inner sect elder had ordered Lin Chen dealt with, Zhao Wuji was struggling on how to act. Now someone dared to assault his men and still planned to go to the Life Soul Hall under the Tianwu Peak's authority. This was just throwing himself into the trap. At dawn the next day, the first rays of light filtered into Lin Chen's wooden hut. Senior brother Lin, I've made you breakfast, Lu Qingji said respectfully, carrying a steaming bowl of rice porridge. Your clothes are ruined. Please bear with it and change into this menial disciple uniform. Lin Chen took the wooden bowl and shook out the coarse cloth gown to put on. Thank you for your consideration. Let's go in the way. Tell me about the outer sect situation. Below the mortal realm were mere mortals who couldn't fast for cultivation. After being demoted to the outer sect and tossed about for several days, Lin Chen's stomach growled fiercely. The warm porridge soothed his insides at the first taste. He knew very little about the outer sect. Lin Chen had never known his father. 20 years ago, his mother had returned to her family in Beijing with him as a baby, suffering shame and cold stares for having a child out of wedlock. When he became aware, he silently vowed to rise above and protect his mother. That was why, even as a menial disciple, he had not left Xiantian sect. He didn't want to disappoint her. Only by becoming strong could they hold their heads high. He had been admitted to Xiantian sect out of a chance act of kindness. At 15, he rescued a starving old man in Beijing. When the old man awoke, he marveled at Lin Chen's talent and immediately wrote a recommendation. Days later, inner sect disciples personally escorted him to the mountain. On his first day in the sect, tests revealed he had a heavenly grade martial vein. From that moment, he was a prodigy of Xiantian sect. 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. He had planned to descend after completing his inner disciple apprenticeship to visit home, but was robbed of his soul path and damaged his martial vein, missing that chance. Thinking of his mother's gentle face, Lin Chen's heart ached. Now that his cultivation had recovered and all worries were gone, in a few months he would turn 20 years old. No matter what, he must return to Beijing and see his mother again. By the way, senior brother Lin, I'm not sure if I should bring this up or not. Lu Qingzi's voice interrupted Lin Chen's thoughts, pulling him back from his daze. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, if it's not appropriate, then don't say it. He never liked beating around the bush, and he especially disliked Lu Qingzi's hesitant nature. Lu Qingzi froze on the spot. All the carefully prepared words blocked back down, his face full of awkwardness. Seeing this, Lin Chen sighed. Just say what you need to say straight out. Don't be so wishy-washy. And by the way, I'm very poor. Senior brother, you misunderstand. Lu Qingzi quickly waved his hand. I just wanted to warn you, although Zhong Tianxing is also a miscellaneous disciple like us, he holds the title miscellaneous steward. Everyone in the outer sect knows he's the right-hand man of Zhao Wuji, the top disciple of Tianwu Peak. You fought him yesterday as narrow-minded and definitely won't let it go. He spoke rapidly, clearly worried, and after waking up last night, he rushed straight to Tianwu Peak. Lin Chen glanced at Lu Qingji. You're afraid that guiding me today might get you into trouble, aren't you? Lu Qingji did have that worry, but shook his head with a bitter smile. It's an honor to lead you, senior brother Lin. As for trouble, we're all just miscellaneous disciples, so it can't get much worse. Interesting, Lin Chen smirked. Don't worry, Lu Qingji, is it? From now on, I've got your back. Among the miscellaneous disciples in the outer sect, Lin Chen didn't mind having an extra sidekick, but Lu Qingzi's words reminded him that right now his daily affairs had no one to manage, so it wouldn't hurt to have a few people around to help out. In Shantian's sect, powerful disciples could recruit miscellaneous disciples as attendants. Back when he was a direct disciple, not only miscellaneous disciples, even the ordinary intersect disciples were willing to guard his residence. Lin Chen's future had once been limitless. Seeing Lin Chen remain indifferent, Lu Qingji emphasized again, Senior brother, Zhao Wuji is not only the top disciple of Tianwu Peak, but also possesses a supreme grade, Xian-level martial vein, and has reached the third tier of the soul refining realm. To him, Lin Chen's fall from strength was a public fact, so his warning was particularly earnest. But Lin Chen grew curious instead. Third-tier soul refining realm, supreme grade, Xian-level martial vein be writes. He should qualify to enter the inner sect. Why does he remain in the outer sect? 4 outer sect disciples trying to get into the inner sect, in addition to assessments, martial vein grade was a crucial factor. Supreme grade Xian level was the minimum threshold for inner sect disciples. Lu Qingji lowered his voice to explain, Senior brother Lin, you used to be an inner sect disciple, so you know the resources inside are abundant, but it is packed with talented individuals and tangled factions. The outer sect is different. Resources are limited, and Tianwu Peak is where the Fate Soul Hall is located. As the top disciple, Zhao Wuji is the favored son of heaven here. Lin Chen nodded, understanding now. In the outer sect, he was the center of attention, but if he went to the inner sect, where supreme grade, Xian-level martial veins and soul refining disciples are common, unless he became a core or direct disciple, his status and resources there would be far worse than in the outer sect. The path of cultivation has always been a struggle against others, against the heavens. Someone without the courage to fight, who only settles for the status quo, is hardly worth fearing. Lin Chen's eyes flashed like lightning, his voice low and resolute. If he doesn't provoke me, fine. But if he dares show up, kill him. The moment he spoke, a murderous aura surged violently around him, tightening the grip on Lu Qingzi's chest. 5 years ago, within the inner sect, Lin Chen had fought his way through blood and death, carving out his own path to survival. Now, with his immortal vein reforged and his soul reforged, and his cultivation back on track, he was certain that given enough resources, returning to the martial entry realm in a short time was no mere dream. A mere Zhao Wuji was far too insignificant to shake his resolve. Lu Qingji, who had intended to persuade Lin Chen to back down and admit fault, was silenced by the overwhelming killing intent, his throat tightening as he gave up. The two walked side by side, Lu Qingji explaining the structure of the outer sect, while Lin Chen listened silently. The outer sect's power was divided into the 3 halls, 4 pavilions, and 5 peaks. The 3 halls, the Law Enforcement Hall, Punishment Hall, and Life Soul Hall, responsible respectively for sect rules, punishments, and all disciple identity life tokens. The 4 pavilions, Library Pavilion, Elixir Pavilion, Weapon Pavilion, and Mission Pavilion, managing cultivation techniques and pills, weapons distribution, and task postings. The 5 peaks, Tianwu Peak, Tianzhan Peak, Tianyang Peak, Tianjin Peak, and Tianlong Peak, overlooking the sect grounds much like the inner sect's layout, except the inner sect also had Intelligence Pavilion and Treasure Tower besides these. The Servant Peak sat at the mountain's foot, rarely visited. As a former inner sect disciple, Lin Chen knew the word servant was essentially a euphemism for caged slaves. Lu Qingji admitted openly that outer sect resources were scarce, and disciples had to rely largely on completing missions to earn cultivation materials. In contrast, inner sect disciples received several times higher monthly stipends and more generous mission rewards. After a short walk, they arrived at the outer sect Life Soul Hall. Beneath glazed tile eaves, a 3-foot stone stele bore the name Life Soul Hall etched sharply. Crowds flowed constantly at the hall's entrance. This was where disciples registered, went on external trials, managed life tokens, monthly stipends, and resource distribution, the sect's crucial hub. Senior brother, we're here, Lu Qingji whispered. Lin Chen looked up and strode inside, Lu Qingji close behind, his expression a mix of respect and nervousness as he glanced around. Disciples inside frowned at their gray servant robes. Servants dare enter the Life Soul Hall? What business do you have here? Registering as outer sect disciples, Lin Chen replied calmly. Servants registering? Can you even reach the 5th tier of body refinement? The disciple's tone was cold, but he no longer tried to drive them off. Lin Chen's true energy surged, blood roaring like a rainbow. His 9th tier body refinement level revealed in an instant. 9th tier body refinement. The disciple's face turned pale, then brightened with a bit of enthusiasm. Why come so late? 5th tier is barely passing. 9th means real talent and perseverance. You've earned some respect. Lin Chen smiled without speaking, offering his identity token. Just as the disciple reached to take it, a sharp voice thundered outside. Wait. All eyes turned toward the doorway, where a crowd of Tianwu Peak disciples pushed in, led conspicuously by Zhao Wuji. Lu Qingji paled, trembling. Senior brother Lin Zhao Wuji is here, and Zhong Tianxing even brought senior brother Zhao along. It's over. Zhao Wuji's footsteps thundered as he barged directly into Life Soul Hall. Zhong Tianxing pointed at Lin Chen, raging. Senior brother, it's him. I beg you, bring me justice. Zhao Wuji's sharp gaze fixed on Lin Chen. So you're Lin Chen? Looking for me? Lin Chen's face showed no fear, killing intent flaring. Their auras instantly clashed like steel meeting steel. The Life Soul disciples shuddered at the name Lin Chen. Senior brother Zhao. Isn't he the one disgraced from the inner sect? Zhao Wuji's mouth curled into a sneer. That's right, the so-called direct disciple demoted to an outer sect servant. Now he's nothing but a waste. Yet dares to register before his cultivation even dissipates, trying to scam sect resources. That kind of heart deserves death. With that, he snatched the identity token from the disciple's hand, disdain burning in his eyes. Lin Chen, you're not worthy to register. At Zhao Wuji's words, Lin Chen's identity token shattered on the floor. Lin Chen, you don't deserve to be registered. As Zhao Wuji's words fell, the entire Soul Hall fell into silence. You say I don't deserve it? Zhao Wuji's finger twitched slightly, and the identity token in Lin Chen's hand instantly shattered into dust, crumbs scattering across the stone floor. In that moment, Lin Chen's gaze turned so cold it could freeze. You caused the deaths of 8 inner sect disciples and were demoted to a menial servant. And yet you still dare to aspire to become an outer sect disciple? Zhao Wuji sneered, his voice echoing through the vast hall. Lin Chen lifted his head, eyes icy and sharp. The outer sect rules are written plainly. Anyone at the 5th layer of body refining realm or above, even if a servant, may apply for registration. I am at the 9th layer. Why am I not allowed? Huh. You are just clinging to the last of your fading power. In a few days, you'll lose your cultivation entirely and become worthless. What right do you have to challenge me now? To him, the once favored disciple reduced to dirt was no better than an ant. Lin Chen's voice was low and steady. Whether I have the right isn't for you, Zhao Wuji, to decide. Zhao Wuji snorted coldly and stepped forward, radiating the imposing aura of a 3rd layer soul refining realm cultivator. I say you don't deserve it, then you don't. If you join the outer sect, you'll learn to keep your tail between your legs. Yet you had the nerve to hurt Zhong Tianxing Ho. Does everyone know is my loyal dog? Even when hitting a dog, you must look at the owner. Lin Chen, kneel here and apologize, and he'll let this go. A cold smile twisted Lin Chen's lips. Oh, what if I don't kneel? Then you'll die? Zhao Wuji suddenly turned his head. Xiangqing, cripple him. Right away, senior brother. Xiangqing responded with a thunderous step. The true chi of a 9th layer body refining cultivator surged through his strike, was on the verge of breaking into the soul refining realm, and saw the disgraced Lin Chen as nothing. Boy, prepare to die. In a flash, Xiangqing's fist whipped forward. But before anyone could react, a sharp crack split the air. Xiangqing's knuckles shattered. Lin Chen caught his opponent's throat with one hand, knuckles pressing sharply into flesh. You broke my legs? Want me to kneel? Boom. Lin Chen swept his leg in a powerful arc. Xiangqing's legs snapped like dead branches, blood soaking the ground instantly. Lu Qingji stood nearby, scalp tingling with dread. Once Lin Chen acted, this would never end peacefully, and he would be implicated. But the surrounding disciples gasped. Xiangqing, a 9th layer body refiner, was crippled by a single blow. Brother Zhao, save me! Xiangqing howled in agony as his broken legs screamed in pain. Had Lin Chen been 1 second slower, death by strangulation was certain. Stop! Zhao Wuji suddenly snapped awake, his roar shaking the hall. Lin Chen lifted his eyes and cast an icy glare at Zhao Wujithi's man had already been marked for death by him. The sect's decree forbids disciples from killing each other inside the sect. Zhao Wuji forced down his rage, voice dark and ominous. Let Xiangqing go this instant, or you'll bear the consequences. He's a disciple of Tianwu Peak. If he dies at the hands of a lowly servant like you, how can I, Zhao Wuji, face anyone? Lin Chen sneered. No fighting allowed among sect mates? Why didn't you stop him when he tried to kill me just now? Zhao Wuji's final words were chilling. You're a despised servant. What does it matter if you die? Release senior brother Xiang immediately, or you will surely die today. After speaking, several figures closed in to surround Lin Chen. Does relying on sheer numbers really work? Lin Chen's gaze swept over the crowd before settling on Zhao Wuji, weighing whether to take this guy out at the same time. Since being demoted to a menial post, Lin Chen had completely lost faith in people's hearts. Now that his cultivation was fully restored, there was no way he would swallow his pride any longer. They'll say this one last time, let go of Xiang Qing. There's still room to settle this, Zhao Wuji said darkly, trying to give Lin Chen a final warning. Fine, they'll return him to you right now. Lin Chen sneered, then suddenly placed his other hand on Xiang Qing's martial meridian in the dantian. A massive surge of true energy crashed down crack. The meridian shattered completely. Then Lin Chen grabbed Xiang Qing and tossed him at Zhao Wuji's feet like a worthless rag. You my meridians. You've ruined my meridians. Xiang Qing's face turned pale as he roared wildly. Losing his meridians meant his cultivation path was ruined. The onlookers gasped sharply. Lin Chen hadn't just hurt someone. He had publicly crippled a disciple of Tianwu Peak. How dare you? Zhao Wuji shouted furiously, his sleeves swirling. On Tianwu Peak, you cripple one of our disciples today, no one can save you. This is my word, Zhao Wuji's. His voice barely faded before he strode out of the Soul Hall first. Senior brother Lin Lu Qingzi's face drained of color. Zhao Wuji had clearly decided to kill him, and he felt he couldn't escape the fallout. It's fine, just one Zhao Wuji, no threat to me, Lin Chen said calmly as he stepped out of the Soul Hall. As long as he defeated Zhao Wuji, no one could stop him from reinstating his membership. His mind was razor sharp. Lu Qingzi felt like crying, but had no tears. He wasn't worried about Lin Chen, but feared he would have to bear all the consequences. Inner sect disciples often acted recklessly, but Lin Chen was now an outer sect servant. After hesitating, he gritted his teeth and followed out. Outside the Soul Hall, Zhao Wuji stood under the eaves, face dark and fierce. Lin Chen dared to make a move on Tianwu Peak, which worked perfectly in Zhao's favor, could now justifiably kill Lin Chen and fulfill the orders of a powerful inner sect figure, killing two birds with one stone. Seeing Lin Chen appear brought him an unexpected joy, an enormous merit practically handed to him. Any last words? Speak now, because soon you won't get another chance, Zhao Wuji said gleefully. You showing up here isn't a coincidence, right? Lin Chen's sharp eyes met his. A mere servant seems hardly enough reason for one of Tianwu Peak's top 10 disciples to personally make trouble. Not totally clueless, Zhao Wuji said openly. Someone wants you dead. I'm just doing a favor. Zhao Wuji, aren't you afraid you'll lose your own life too? Lin Chen laughed lightly all of a sudden. Haha, afraid? What's a meridian shattered cripple like you got to make me scared? If that's your last word, I'll send you off right now. Zhao Wuji's voice rose sharply as he shouted. Lin Chen, you killed 8 inner sect senior brothers already and now rely on residual cultivation to act violently among our outer sect. Today, Zhao Wuji executes justice on behalf of heaven. I swear to bring you down. Haha, if you want to kill me, why bother making up those lofty reasons? Lin Chen's eyes gleamed like blades. Lin Chen, what's there to fear in battle? Outer sect, Life Soul Hall. With a deafening roar, the entire Tianwu Peak trembled, and the passing disciples stopped and turned their heads. There seemed to be a fierce battle breaking out near the Life Soul Hall. What's going on? That's the Life Soul Hall, right? I heard Zhao Wuji is fighting some low-ranking disciple. Zhao Wuji, the top 50 in the outer sect, top 10 on Tianwu Peak, and the senior disciple, actually going up against a lowly servant disciple? Amid the murmurs, a crowd quickly gathered in front of the Life Soul Hall. Outside the hall, 2 figures faced each other across the air. One broad-shouldered and fierce-looking was Zhao Wuji. The other, wearing a gray servant's robe fluttering in the wind but radiating a sharp coldness, was Lin Chen. Lin Chen lightly brushed dust off his sleeve. Just moments ago inside the hall, Zhao Wuji had suddenly thrown a punch, his true energy surging wildly, the fist wind like a hammer blow aimed to kill him. His strength, at the 3rd level of soul refinement, wielded thunderous force that knocked Lin Chen backward out of the hall for hundreds of meters. Yet the strike left no wound. Lin Chen, now at the 9th level of body refinement, had awakened the soul of the sword path. His body had been reforged by sword energy, making his physical strength on par with those at the soul refinement stage. Seeing Lin Chen completely unharmed, surprise flickered in Zhao Wuji's eyes, but he held his ground. He knew Lin Chen's background, once a gifted inner sect disciple personally taught by the sect, now demoted to a servant. Though sect intelligence claimed Lin Chen's martial pulse was ruined and his cultivation reduced to the mortal realm, Zhao Wuji recalled his former brilliance. Even if Lin Chen was now only at the body refinement stage, he wasn't an ordinary disciple. The previous punch had been a test, and it revealed Lin Chen's true level at most body refinement, not enough to fear. The watching disciples grew more numerous. Some whispered in amazement. A servant disciple? To provoke Zhao Wuji? That guy must be looking for trouble. In their eyes, Zhao Wuji was notorious, and even outer sect disciples gave him respect. A servant disciple daring to stand against him was surely courting death. Zhao Wuji raised his voice, shouting, Lin Chen, you are steeped in guilt. You killed 8 inner sect disciples and crippled our Tianwu Peak disciples. If you refuse to repent, don't blame me for showing no mercy. He needed a righteous reason to kill Lin Chen, to stand on the moral high ground. Lin Chen. That name sounds familiar. Nonsense. He was once an inner sect disciple personally taught by the sect. Who hasn't heard of him? Killing 8 seniors wasn't enough. Now he dares cripple our Tianwu Peak disciples? Brother Zhao, you have to teach him a lesson. Don't think just because he used to be inner sect, he can act tough in the outer sect. That's right. When have inner sect disciples ever treated us outer sect disciples as equals? Zhao brother, take him down. In an instant, countless voices of gossip and condemnation echoed throughout the mountain gate. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji grinned widely. Though he looked burly, he was no reckless brute. His threatening test had already forced Lin Chen into an apparently hopeless situation. Zhao tilted his head, searching Lin Chen's expression for fear or panic, but the young man's face remained calm and unshaken, which left him somewhat disappointed. Inside, Lin Chen was weighing his options. Should he kill Zhao Wuji on the spot? The opponent did hold some status in the outer sect, but now that he intended to kill, there was no chance of sparing him. One word, kill. Lin Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Come with me to the enforcement hall, maybe you'll live. Zhao Wuji sneered as he closed the distance. Whatever Lin Chen chose, death was the only outcome. Refuse and Zhao would strike immediately. Comply, and the enforcement hall would execute him anyway, on charges of destroying a Tianwu Peak disciple's martial vein. Screw your chance to live. Lin Chen growled, suddenly gathering explosive force under his feet. Like a thunderbolt crashing down, he was suddenly upon Zhao Wuji. His iron fists, the size of sandbags, rained down like a storm, dozens of strikes in seconds, shadows overlapping. With deafening thuds, Zhao Wuji's bulky form was blasted like an arrow from a bow, flying over 10 yards before crashing through the stone lion statues guarding the spirit hall's gate, and finally hitting the ground. Lin Chen that fierce, but his martial vein was destroyed. And that's Zhao Wuji, a third-level soul refinement expert. Shocked cries erupted from all sides. The crowd's eyes widened, watching Zhao Wuji roll on the ground, then shifting to Lin Chen with awe and fear. Lin Chen. Zhao Wuji pushed himself up, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Bones broken or not, one thought consumed him: kill. Instantly, his third-level soul refinement true energy burst forth, swirling fiercely, his murderous intent thick enough to take on form. Shadow step. Zhao Wuji's toes barely touched the ground as his figure multiplied into countless afterimages. Tiger roar of the mountain forest. A deep, rumbling roar shook the very air. Combining movement and technique, he charged at Lin Chen like a caged beast unleashed, a howling gale. The watching disciples shuddered. Both were top-tier outer sect, Shin-level techniques. Zhao Wuji was truly deadly now, and they all believed Lin Chen's fate was sealed. His martial vein destroyed, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't last long. Zhao Wuji roared, Lin Chen, you dare flaunt your remaining strength in the outer sect. Even if you have grievances, you have no right to destroy a Tianwu Peak disciple's martial vein. You're a cripple now. You should learn to crawl with your tail between your legs. The crowd nodded in agreement. Lin Chen had once been a martial prodigy, but now his status as a waste was undeniable. You came to the outer sect. If you had just worked honestly as a minor disciple, that would be one thing, but no, you need to flaunt yourself. Zhao's eyes were bloodshot. Since you're crippled, you should kneel and obey. Lin Chen die? Tiger Mountain Breaker. A waste? Lin Chen's expression darkened at the word, his fists clenched tightly. The roaring tiger sound surged as Zhao Wuji flashed before him. Just when everyone thought it was over. Boom. A shadow arrived, a fist landed. The tiger roar shattered instantly, replaced by a heavy blast that cracked the ground like a spider's web. Zhao Wuji was slammed into the center of the fissure, half his face torn bloody and mangled. Fate unknown. Silence fell like a grave outside Tianwu Peak Spirit Hall. Everyone stared, stunned, at Zhao Wuji's fallen bulky form in the dust. Then they looked up to see Lin Chen still standing with his hands behind his back, an icy calm on his face. If I'm a waste, then what does it make you defeated by a waste? Lin Chen spoke slowly, each word weighted. His fist dripped with fresh blood. With a single punch, Zhao Wuji, the 10th disciple of the outer sect's Tianwu Peak, was defeated. What shattered was not only the eyes watching, but also the last shred of confidence deep in his heart. On Tianwu Peak, the air seemed frozen in place. Lin Chen stepped forward slowly. His footsteps were light, yet they landed heavily on everyone's hearts. The hundreds of outer sect disciples around him staggered, their expressions dazed before instinctively retreating by a full 3 meters. The sound of their breathing caught tightly in their throats. Their earlier disdain and contempt for Lin Chen instantly twisted into a fear with nowhere to go. So this was the power of an inner sect direct disciple? Even with his martial veins destroyed, he remains so formidable? Whispers of awe spread through the crowd. This is senior brother Lin's true strength. Has his cultivation not really faltered? Zhao Wuji, at the third level of soul refinement, was crushed with one punch. Conversations rippled endlessly, yet Lu Qingzi's eyes never left the arena. From start to finish, Lin Chen threw only one punch, but it sent Zhao Wuji reeling to the ground, spitting blood. Everyone assumed Lin Chen's cultivation had not been completely lost, but Lu Qingzi remained certain Lin Chen's true power had never diminished an inch. A nearly fanatical light ignited in his eyes. He seemed to have found a cause worthy of devotion and yearned to follow without hesitation. Lin Chen, what are you trying to do? Suddenly, a shout broke out from the crowd. Lin Chen did not stop. Killing intent rose in his gaze as he advanced step by step toward Zhao Wuji. The latter's face was still streaked with blood as he struggled backward, but was trapped relentlessly by an invisible pressure. Zhao Wuji's comrades tried to intervene, but were rooted to the spot, only able to shout questions from afar. Lin Chen said nothing. He reached Zhao Wuji, lifted his foot, and stomped hard his boot, crushing the spot near Zhao Wuji's dantian. A cracking sound, as if bones broke. Zhao Wuji's scream ripped through the air, veins bulging on his neck as his hands clawed the ground. Lin Chen gazed down at the mangled face with a chill so cold it could cut. Lin Chen, you want to kill me? Zhao Wuji's swollen, distorted face mumbled hoarsely but shouted fiercely. You dare. I am an official disciple of Tianwu's sect. I was once a direct disciple too. Lin Chen's voice was low and chilling like a blade slicing wind. So what? Zhao Wuji trembled with pain but forced out. What do you want? Lin Chen pressed down again, driving his foot deeper. At the words, Zhao Wuji's pupils snapped shut. Lin Chen knew the truth. As thoughts of Zhong Tianxing's death flooded his mind, despair twisted into madness, and he laughed bitterly, tilting his head back. Lin Chen, you've angered too many. Both inner sect and outer sect want you dead. If you don't wake up, call this off today. Let me go let everything be as if it never happened. As if it never happened? Lin Chen's voice turned colder. Do you think I'm easy to reason with? Before finishing, he pressed his foot down with 3 times the force. No. Don't. Agonizing pain eroded his will. Zhao Wuji screamed in desperation, realizing Lin Chen meant to cripple his martial veins. Terror flooded him like a rising tide. Now can you talk? Trembling, Zhao Wuji lifted his head and bet his last card. The 7th elder of Tianwu Peak is my senior. Zhao Zai is my brother. If you touch a single hair on me, I swear you'll never be buried. Lin Chen's eyes were frost, his voice cold and quiet to the point of terror. It seems you won't weep until you see the coffin. Those 2 people you mentioned? Sorry, I don't know them. Since you wouldn't speak, they'll make you feel what it's like to become a useless wreck. Lin Chen lifted his foot, and the air was filled only with Zhao Wuji's hysterical scream. Stop. A fierce shout rang out from afar, but Lin Chen didn't stop. His heavy kick landed with full force, and the crowd could only hear Zhao Wuji's anguished wail. Lin Chen, you disgrace. A furious roar followed. You thought you were a genius of the inner sect? Now you're nothing but trash. How dare you act so arrogantly on Tianwu Peak? Boom! Before the words finished, a steel fist slammed into Lin Chen's chest. There was a muffled thud as Lin Chen was thrown back dozens of yards. When he hit the ground, blood sprayed wildly. The brutal impact nearly knocked him out. Straining his will, he steadied himself, shocking everyone hadn't died. 7th elder's brow twitched. Though the punch wasn't full strength, it was lethal enough, yet Lin Chen was only heavily wounded. The result was completely unexpected. On the ground, Zhao Wuji collapsed into a heap, voice filled with despair. Elder, my martial vein. Lin Chen destroyed my martial vein. His onlookers gasped in unison. Lin Chen had really crippled Zhao Wuji's martial vein. 7th elder leaned in to examine, his expression instantly darkening. Zhao Wuji was a genius carefully nurtured by the Zhao family, now utterly ruined. A storm of rage surged around the elder, the killing intent almost tangible. Good job, Lin Chen. 7th elder approached deliberately, each step sending a chill through the crowd. You, a mere servant disciple, insolent and ignorant. Today this elder will open the killing decree in the sect. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. The 7th elder of Tianwu Peak had reached the 4th level of the martial realm, several tiers above Lin Chen's prime. If he hadn't dodged in time, that punch would have ended his life. While soul-refining cultivators might fight beyond their level, the martial realm was an impenetrable chasm. He said in a low voice, 7th elder, the sect's rules say disciple conflicts should be resolved among themselves. If you attack me, aren't you breaking sect regulations? 7th elder, Lin Chen destroyed senior brother Xiangqing and senior brother Zhao's martial veins first. He broke the rules first. Someone in the crowd chimed in. 7th elder's eyes lit up and his pace quickened. He intended to kill Lin Chen quickly, allowing no chance of interference. Lin Chen sneered. Xiangqing and Zhao Wuji tried to kill me first. Should I have just waited to die? Boy, your excuses are worthless. 7th elder's voice thundered. Don't forget, you're just a servant disciple. Your entitlement to insist on rules depends on being a formal disciple. Today, no one can save you. He tore apart the sect's rule that protected servant disciples. By simply calling him a servant disciple, Lin Chen was sentenced to death. Lin Chen met his gaze coldly. You want to kill me just because I'm a servant disciple? What use are sect rules then? Are you so powerful that even the outer sect master and all the elders can be ignored? You're talking nonsense. When have I ever said that? Seventh elder flew into a rage. I came to the Soul office to handle the outer sect disciple registration. Xiangqing and Zhao Wuji provoked me first. I only acted in self-defense. Of course, if Elder 7 harbors a grudge against me Lin Chen for injuring your relative and wants to kill me, then I have nothing to say. Elder 7, go ahead and make your move. With that, Lin Chen lowered his arms, stopping the flow of his spiritual power altogether, completely surrendering. The surrounding disciples gasped quietly, their expressions shifting swiftly from shock to something more complicated. Zhao Wuji had always acted arrogantly, relying on his status as a Tianwu Peak elder. Many had long resented him. Now, seeing Lin Chen calmly accept death, their eyes revealed a mix of astonishment and subtle sympathy. Elder 7 never expected Lin Chen to take a step back as a form of advance. Spiritual power surged in his palm, but he hesitated to strike. Killing Lin Chen publicly now would instantly destroy his carefully cultivated reputation and label him a corrupt official abusing his power. His jaw clenched tighter, but deep down he knew Lin Chen could die, but not in front of everyone's eyes. Remembering the punch he had held back earlier, he cursed silently. If only he had finished him off then, he wouldn't be in this awkward position now. It is well known inside and outside the Xiantian sect that your martial veins have been destroyed, Lin Chen, and all your cultivation is gone, Elder 7 declared coldly, his voice echoing across the plaza. You are merely relying on residual strength, utterly unqualified to remain an outer sect disciple. Lin Chen looked up, his gaze calm like still water. Oh, so if I can prove my cultivation and martial veins are intact, this matter becomes a personal grievance between disciples, not your concern, Elder 7? Exactly. Elder 7 crossed his arms, voice firm and unwavering. Even though Zhao Wuji is one of our own, as an outer sect elder, I will not show favoritism to either side. Hearing this, he felt humiliated. As if Lin Chen was leading him by the nose, there was no way the information from the inner sect was false. If Lin Chen was truly a genius, how could he have been expelled from the inner sect and demoted to menial work? Elder 7, your sense of justice is admirable, Lin Chen said with a slight smile, but a sharp edge gleamed in his eyes. These polite words only inflamed Elder 7's anger further. He wished he could tear the boy apart on the spot. But with so many disciples watching, he took a deep breath and suppressed his murderous intent, then barked. Lin Chen, come with me to the Xiantian main peak for a test. If you lie, I will make sure justice is served for the 2 disciples whose martial veins you destroyed. Xiantian Outer Sect, Xiantian Mountain. This is the main peak beyond the 5 peaks. On ordinary days, only a few hundred disciples dwell here, all of whom are the outer sect's most gifted true heirs. They are obsessed with cultivation and rarely socialize, making the entire main peak feel as deserted as a silent mountain. Yet today, unexpectedly, the main peak buzzed with noise and excitement. The once quiet mountain path was now packed with disciples from all peaks, especially many from Tianwu Peak. Someone had spread a rumor from an unknown source that Lin Chen had demolished the martial veins of Zhao Wuji and another fellow disciple in the Soul Destiny Hall, and publicly confronted the 7th elder, causing a stir throughout the outer sect. Within just 3 days, this recently promoted apprentice directly under the inner sect had crippled 2 promising Tianwu Peak disciples and challenged the 7th elder. Such explosive news quickly became the hot topic of gossip among the outer sect disciples and drew crowds to the main peak just to witness the drama. Moreover, Lin Chen was already a figure of intense interest. Inside Xiantian Hall, Wen Jie, the outer sect's leader, sat calmly on the main seat. He wore a simple white robe, with a scholarly and refined appearance, yet an undisplayed authority lingered between his brows. More like a learned scholar than a cultivation master. His gaze swept across the gathering elders as he asked gently, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" The Grand Elder, always kind-faced, smiled warmly with a round face. "What to think? Just watch with our eyes. If Xiao Xiaoqi wants to cause trouble, let him." Clearly, he did not consider the issue troublesome. Wen Jie gave no immediate reply, instead turning his eyes toward the other elders. The 3rd elder, known for his fierce hatred of wrongdoing, abruptly stood and said sternly, "Sect leader, Lin Chen just arrived at the outer sect and has already harmed his fellow disciples, breaking 2 martial veins out of obvious resentment from being expelled from the inner sect. This is outright treachery. I say no more tests are needed, nor intervention by the enforcement hall. Send him directly to the punishment hall for execution. If we allow this to continue, how can our sect maintain its authority?" His voice echoed through the hall, but the elder from the enforcement hall remained unmoved and replied gravely, "Though that may be so, Lin Chen's actions in the Soul Destiny Hall are still within sect rules, and our disciples have reported according to protocol. With thousands of outer sect disciples, many apprentices among them, we must follow procedures to ensure fairness. Furthermore, Elder Zhao himself has approved this. Please, sect leader, handle it according to the rules. The third elder snorted coldly and stepped forward. Second elder, Lin Chen, was demoted to apprentice and his martial veins destroyed, effectively a waste now. He should quietly accept his fate and serve as a lowly apprentice. Today he recklessly endangers fellow disciples just to vent grudges. What use is there to give such a man another chance? That's not so simple, the second elder quickly opposed. Even as an apprentice, he is still a disciple of Xiantian's sect. The punishment hall and enforcement hall already had long-standing animosity. The two elders publicly clashed with rising and falling voices weaving through the hall. The other elders and the sect leader had long grown used to such conflicts, quietly observing. The third elder persisted, emphasizing again, sect leader, Lin Chen is but a worthless wretch causing the outer sect a commotion. Should this spread, wouldn't it become a laughingstock? Wen Jie nodded slightly, his gaze deep as he scanned the room before finally resting on the third elder and speaking calmly. Third elder, your words are reasonable. Inside the hall, many voices rose in support. Have you ever considered the possibility that the kid might not be useless? The elder chief's light challenge instantly silenced the once noisy Xiantian hall. The third elder immediately retorted, impossible. The intelligence from the inner sect can never be wrong. A genius who broke into the martial realm at 20, even if his Tao soul is damaged, as long as his martial vein remains, the inner sect would treasure him. How could he have sunk to a mere menial? His tone was firm, but he could not fully conceal his doubt. The elder chief shook his head with a smile. I'm merely playing the what-if. Wenjie, you are sect leader, all this is just hypothetical. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on Wenjie, leader of the outer sect. The final decision rested with him. Wenjie frowned slightly. The elder chiefs would have stirred unease within him. Esteemed elders, instead of endless debate, let us see the results. After a moment of contemplation, Wenjie made his ruling. Order given. Outer sect menial disciple Lin Chen, proceed immediately to the Tian Su platform, no mistakes. Outside the hall, Elders Seven and Lin Chen, who had been waiting, received the same order simultaneously. They followed the lead disciples onto the teleportation stairs, ascending directly to the main peak. Along the way, Elder Seven coldly whispered, consider yourself lucky. But if you truly are useless, today will be your death day. No one can save you. His hatred toward Zhao Wuji, the Zhao family prodigy ruined by Lin Chen, was clear. Lin Chen responded calmly, perhaps, the outcome will disappoint Elder Zhao. The Tiansu platform, located midway up the main peak, was where the sect tested martial veins and held the annual discipleship ceremony. When Elder Seven and Lin Chen arrived, the platform was already overcrowded, with countless disciples gathering in response to the news. That must be Lin Chen, a disciple dressed like a menial, but still no different from us. I heard he once reached martial realm, but now wears menial clothes, definitely useless. What's the point of testing if he's lost his martial vein? Is this a joke? The noisy chatter brimmed with scorn and disdain. Most believed Lin Chen's decline was inevitable. Silence. A commanding voice thundered through the crowd. Heads turned upward to see several figures alight on the platform, not truly flying, but using true energy to leap. Only heavenly martial realm experts could actually fly. Earth realm practitioners could at best glide briefly. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, elders. The disciples saluted in unison, their voices shaking the mountain gate. Elder Seven stepped forward half a pace, grief and fury evident as he cupped his hands. Sect leader, Lin Chen destroyed the martial veins of 2 of our heavenly martial peak disciples. We ask for your justice. Wenjie raised his hand for silence. We understand the situation. Lin Chen, are you indeed him? Lin Chen stepped forward calmly and nodded. After a moment's observation, Wenjie said calmly, your true energy has not dispersed, confirming you are indeed in conditioning realm. But if no martial vein can be detected, your actions on heavenly martial peak amount to blatant violation of sect rules. You were once an inner sect disciple, but destroyed 2 official disciples' martial veins. I must give an explanation to all outer sect disciples. As his words fell, Wenjie radiated a majestic pressure, like a mountain pressing down on the audience, making the air hum. Lin Chen's shoulders slightly drooped, but he met the sect leader's gaze and took another step forward. Disciple understands. A flicker of approval passed Wenjie's eyes before he spoke loudly. Since you understand, ascend the stage, test your martial vein. In that instant, atop the main peak, all eyes converged solely on Lin Chen. At this moment, the entire Xiantian main peak was unusually silent. A cold mountain wind swept over the cliff's edge, and the sound of the disciples' breathing was crisp and clear. Even the faint rustling of their robes seemed amplified by the profound quiet. In a single instant, every gaze fixed on Lin Chen as he stepped toward the Tian's platform, as if a weight of thousands of pounds pressed down on his back. He couldn't help but recall his first day 5 years ago when he entered the inner sect. Back then, his so-called cultivation talent was just an old beggar's casual remark, didn't even understand what a heaven-grade martial vein meant. It wasn't until he stood before the inner sect's Tian's pillar, bathed in golden light shooting skyward, that he realized he could truly shine. That day, he became Xiantian sect's brightest prodigy, with countless elders vying to take him as their true disciple. 5 years later, Lin Chen never imagined he would stand on the Tian's platform again. The Tian's pillar before him was nearly identical to the one back then, towering into the clouds, 1,000 zhang tall, its surface covered in obscure ancient runes that seemed ready to ignite with spiritual light at any moment. Lin Chen's expression was calm as he stepped onto the platform and placed both hands on the cold, rough pillar. The procedure was so familiar that he hesitated not at all. The onlookers held their breath. Elder Chi's eyes were like nails driven into wood, his face tightening into a wrinkled grimace. Believed the inner sect could never err, and that Lin Chen must be a lost cause by now. If the Tian's pillar showed no reaction, he intended to declare his resolve on the spot, end Lin Chen's life, and vent years of hatred and anger. Wen Jie and the other ruling elders watched coldly, their expressions unreadable. They were certain Lin Chen's martial vein was destroyed and were more curious why, knowing this, he still dared to step forward. No matter what happened, they only cared about the final outcome. 1 second, 5 seconds, time struck like a cold iron hammer, slowly hammering on everyone's hearts. Lin Chen's palms pressed to the pillar, muscles taut. Yet no earth-shattering reversal came. A dead silence from the Tian's pillar, no golden light, no ripples. A flock of migrating spirit birds passed overhead, their wings beating with a sound that seemed to mock him. The air thickened, nearly suffocating. Even Lin Chen, who had cultivated his mind for years, furrowed his brows tightly at this moment. This shouldn't be. According to the script, he should now reveal his immortal vein, causing uproar in the heavens and earth, drawing the top ranks of the sect to compete over him, showering him with resources as he triumphantly returned to the inner sect to avenge past grievances. But the Tian's pillar before him lay dormant, not even giving a glimmer of spiritual light. Could it be my immortal vein is fake? A ridiculous thought flashed in Lin Chen's mind. But the purple light that entered his body and reforged his immortal vein back then was no illusion. Cold sweat trickled down his palms, and he wished he could bore a hole in the ground to crawl into out of sheer embarrassment. Ha ha ha, the inner sect's true disciple? That's all. The disciples on the main peak, usually reserved and self-assured as immortals, could no longer contain themselves. Scattered laughter like stones rolling down the mountain suddenly erupted into uproarious mockery across the main peak. Countless eyes refocused on Lin Chen as though watching a farce. Impudent Lin Chen, deceiving the sect, harming fellow disciples, attempting to cover it all up. This act not only panders to the crowd, but also disgraces the sect's honor. Sectmaster, I propose we send him to the punishment hall for the ultimate penalty. Elder Third suddenly rose, his sleeves whipping up a fierce wind as his voice thundered through the hall. Pointing at Lin Chen near the stone pillar, he bellowed, Lin Chen's actions have utterly tarnished the sect's reputation. Elder Seventh immediately stepped forward, his face flushed with satisfaction and pride. Sectmaster, fellow elders, this youth committed violence on our Tianwu Peak. I ask you to show some leniency, but justice on Tianwu Peak must be served by my own hand. Had it not been for his respect for his fellow elders, he might have already burst out laughing aloud. Wen Jie, master of the outer sect, sighed softly, raising his hand to quiet the voices. He turned slightly to Elder Chief and said, let's go. Stroking his long white beard, the Elder Chief's gaze lingered briefly on Lin Chen. Disappointment flickered in his eyes but vanished just as fast. As he turned to leave, a sudden chill ran through his heart, and he stopped himself. Wait. At this moment, the entire peak resounded with jeers and curses, even some elders joining the condemnation. But Lin Chen's face remained calm, as if deaf to everything. The Tian's pillar emitted no halo or glow. He did not force eat as long as his cultivation held. If he could muster a bit more strength, there was room to maneuver. In desperation, he could even resort to invoking his Tao Soul, though that trump card was one he would never reveal lightly. What troubled him most was that no matter how hard he tried, his palm seemed glued to the pillar. It wasn't the pillar restraining him, but the black stone tablet embedded in his Dantian meridian, greedily absorbing some energy from within the Tian's pillar. Only Lin Chen could see the milky white energy flowing from his palms into his meridians, fully channeling into the black stone tablet, whose runes began to flicker with light. In just a few seconds, crack. The Tian's pillar, starting from Lin Chen's palms as the source, developed cracks that spread like a breaking dam. Blinding white light exploded, reverberating through the valley. The century-old Tian's pillar of Xiantian sect shattered into a shower of stone fragments before everyone's eyes. What on earth just happened? The Tian's pillar, it broke? That white light, that's the energy of the martial meridian? But this pillar's hardness rivals a royal-grade artifact. The disciples exchanged bewildered looks. When Jie and the elder chief's eyes widened in shock. Other elders showed stunned expressions as far as they knew. No one had ever heard of the Tian's pillar being shattered by a meridian test. Lin Chen's embarrassment was obvious. How much was that pillar worth in yuan stones? If they charged the loss to him, not even selling him could cover the cost. Even when Jie's face showed deep pain, his was a treasure built with pure yuan stone. What the hell did you do? The recovered elder third shouted furiously. Lin Chen grimaced, raising his hands helplessly. Well, sect master, elders, do you really believe this has nothing to do with me? Elders third and seventh shouted in unison. Lin Chen, you truly bear a grudge against the sect, destroying the Tian's pillar as revenge. Shantian sect cannot tolerate you. Their murderous intent was clear. The elder chief raised a hand, sternly silencing the anger. Enough. He's just a disciple at the body refinement stage. How could he possibly destroy the Tian's pillar? The pillar is broken, so be it. Our priority must be to handle the current crisis. His rare sternness sent chills through the other elders, who reluctantly stepped back. Elder seventh remained dissatisfied. But with the Tian's pillar gone, do we now have to go to the inner sect for him to test again? Suddenly, Elder second remembered, before the pillar cracked, there was a flash of white light. All eyes shifted with a ripple of realization. Martial meridians correspond to the colors yellow, red, blue, and gold, earth, heaven, profound, and yellow respectively. Yet, the light from the Tian's pillar just now was silver-white. Such an anomaly was unprecedented. So, all gazes turned sharply to Wen Jie, outer sect master. In that moment, seemingly everyone present, including Lin Chen himself, awaited the master's decision. Master Wen Jie of the outer sect also felt countless eyes fixated on him at this moment. Before the Tiansu platform, the rosy light had faded, leaving only a single pillar of white glow descending from the top of the measurement pillar like a cold, sharp sword cleaving through the silence of the entire gathering. The colors indicating one's martial vein talent were common knowledge: heaven level gold, earth level blue, profound level red, yellow level yellow, one unchanging standard known and recited by every disciple. Yet now, this unprecedented white light pinned everyone in place, seemingly shattering all conventional understanding in one stroke. What is going on? Whispered murmurs spread among the disciples, swelling into an uncontrollable uproar. Wen Jie spoke in a deep voice, trying to quell the unrest, but laced with his own doubt. Elder, you are wise and experienced. What could this white color mean? As he spoke, he turned his head to the nearby elder, an ancient figure with a white beard down to his waist, and eyes deep with insight. The sect's sole living relic, hundreds of years old. The elder stared long at the white glow atop the Tiansu pillar before withdrawing his gaze slowly and saying in a low voice, I have studied the old sect records. Above the golden glow lies the supreme purple, called the immortal vein 1 in 10,000, now legend. Occasionally, a bloodline mutation can change the martial vein's hue. As for this white, his voice dropped so low it rolled through the crowd like distant thunder. If I am not mistaken, this is the mortal vein. Mortal vein. At hearing the words, the disciples paused, then erupted into shouts of disbelief, their wide eyes full of incredulity. Mortal vein? Isn't that the utterly useless kind? Someone blurted out, full of scorn. That's not entirely right. Another sneered sarcastically. Didn't the elders say that immortal and mortal veins are equally rare? Lin Chen is just barely close to legend. Huh? On the main peak's high platform, mocking laughter rose again and again, almost drowning out the Tiansu platform. Everyone had heard of the mortal vein's dreadfulness, but had never seen one firsthand. Even the lowest talent in this immortal martial continent usually had at least a yellow-level vein. Mortal veins, however, were the extreme anomaly, just as rare as immortal veins, but while one was revered as godlike, the other was treated like worthless trash. Yellow-level veins could still fight for a sliver of life through long lifespans and resources, while mortal vein holders struggled their whole lives to glimpse the gate to martial realms, many never even reaching soul-refining stage. Just a mortal vein? Lin Chen falling from the inner sect's heir to outer sect drudge, that's truly humiliating. Cynical voices kept rising. Our sect's trash collectors at least have yellow-level low ranks. Lin Chen can still fall further? Huh. Seventh elder's expression brightened with glee. He always viewed Lin Chen like a thorn in his side, and now he was barely able to contain his triumph. If not for the sect leader nearby, he would have clapped and cheered aloud. Booming his voice, he warned, Sect leader, elders, this Lin Chen is a mortal vein waste. Even to waste a drudge position on him is a misallocation of resources. Such trash is unworthy to be listed among our outer sect disciples. Just as the laughter peaked, Lin Chen looked up, his gaze sharp as a blade. Seventh elder, so what if it's a mortal vein? We agreed before, if I can prove I still possess a martial vein and my cultivation is intact, I have the right to remain in the outer sect. When did sect rules say mortal vein holders aren't allowed to join? His voice was not loud, but carried the confident force of someone at the 9th level of body refinement. A silence fell over the crowd, but deep inside, Lin Chen felt an even greater confusion. That purple immortal vein clearly rested quietly in his dantian. So why did the pillar show nothing but this humiliating white? Though he argued with reason, the mystery gnawed at him. The purple immortal vein lay calmly in his dantian, yet the test revealed only white light. Lin Chen's curiosity grew. Don't overthink it, your immortal vein is no ordinary one. It was reforged with the spirit of my soul monument. If this pillar of heavenly test could easily detect it, wouldn't that make me seem too cheap? Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, that familiar voice suddenly echoed inside him, identical to the one he heard when he was dying and reforging his immortal vein, when his Tao soul awakened carrying that long-lost authority and indifference. Senior, you're still there? He quickly responded in his mind, while casting a glance around. Sect leader Wen Jie, the Grand Elder, and many elders were present. He had to be sure no one noticed the abnormality inside him. Fortunately, their calm or indifferent expressions betrayed no hint. Lucky, the voice chuckled lowly within. A trace of spiritual energy remains on the heavenly test pillar. It's by borrowing that I barely regained a sliver of divine consciousness. This conversation with you is the limit of my strength. The heavenly test pillar actually contains spiritual energy? That silver aura I saw on the pillar just now, that's spiritual energy? Lin Chen asked. Yes, I see. Lin Chen's heart lifted. At least he now knew what spiritual energy looked like and where it was. After returning to the inner sect, he would have to find a way to seize the spiritual energy from the sect's heavenly test pillar. But the atmosphere below immediately froze. Seventh Elder's eyes darkened with hostility as he roared, Lin Chen, don't try to talk your way out. You are just a mortal vein cripple, and reaching soul refinement realm is already your limit. Your path to immortality is impossible. You can't even reach the martial realm, let alone the 3 great stages. What right do you have to be a disciple of Xinyuan's sect? Sect leader, I propose expelling this worthless brat from the outer sect. He's not even fit for menial tasks. With that, Seventh Elder's voice rang like falling stones striking water, sending chilling ripples through the crowd. He knew well that once Lin Chen lost his status as a Xinyuan disciple, 100 silent ways existed to end him. Third Elder seconds that. On the other side, the Third Elder spoke coldly. To let a mortal vain person hold the name of Xinyuan sect invites ridicule from all northern wild sections. Sect leader, I formally request this wretch be cast out. The murmurs quieted until an eerie silence hung over the hall. The disciples whispered among themselves, but dared not speak in his defense. Mortal-level martial veins were unwelcome in any sect. It was an unspoken rule all factions followed. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, then looked up at Wen Jie. You are sect leader. The decision is yours. Although sect rules do not explicitly forbid admitting mortal veins. He paused and added, Lin Chen was selected into the inner sect before and has contributed to some extent. If we cast him out just because he's a cripple now, it might discourage those disciples striving to make achievements. Everyone fell silent. Lin Chen's cultivation was still at the 9th level of body refinement realm, clearly unfit for menial tasks. But to keep him in the outer sect felt like a burden. Wen Jie swept his gaze across the elders of the 5 peaks and said aloud, then, among the 5 peaks elders, who was willing to accept Lin Chen as an outer sect disciple? No sound came from the main peak of Xinyuan sect. Mortal vein cripple? Who would want to take that trouble on themselves? Wen Jie's brow twitched awkwardly. Clearing his throat, he fixed his eyes on the second elder, who wore a complicated expression, and asked, Second Elder, how about you go first? Seeing no one else speak, Wen Jie found himself in an awkward position having to ask proactively. Sect leader, our Tianlong Peak has limited resources and cannot support a so-called mortal lineage. My wife is pregnant, I need to go home and see her. In the main hall, the second elder cupped his fists in salute, his tone urgent and helpless. It was less that he disliked Lin Chen personally, and more that he had a deep-seated aversion to the words mortal lineage. Such a talent was hardly inspiring. After speaking, he briskly brushed his sleeve, refusing to argue with the third elder or stay a moment longer, then turned to leave. The atmosphere briefly fell silent before the usually taciturn fourth elder looked up, his voice low but clear. Sect leader, you know our Tianjin Peak does not harbor weaklings. He had only come to watch the drama unfold. After saying this, he gave Lin Chen a cold glance and shut his eyes again. The third elder sneered, waving his sleeve like a blade. Ha! I am a disciple of the punishment hall, every one of us a profound level martial lineage. A mere mortal lineage dares to ask me to be their master? I spit on that. His attitude was colder than any sword, cutting off the idea decisively. Tianwu Peak could have been a fallback, but the fifth elder was in retreat, leaving influence in the hall to the seventh elder. The seventh elder's eyes were dark and fierce, as if he wished to tear Lin Chen apart limb by limb. There was no chance he would accept him as a disciple. That hope was completely extinguished. As for the main peak, it gathered all the sect's gifted talents. Even if sect leader Wenjie softened and nodded, the entire sect would never agree once a mortal lineage steps onto the main peak. What face is left for the outer sect? So all eyes turned to the last hope, the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's Tianjin Peak was the most unique of the 5 peaks. It seldom had more than 10 disciples at a time, but each was an elite personally trained by him. More importantly, these disciples were expected to become sword cultivators. Though none had yet truly reached that realm, Tianjin Peak disciples were known for their formidable strength, rumored to surpass most inner sect disciples. Very few could even cross its threshold. Everyone present knew the truth. No one would accept the mortal lineage Lin Chen as a disciple. The 7th elder was certain that without intervention, Lin Chen would die here today. Yet the Grand Elder stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze lingering briefly on Lin Chen before letting out a sudden soft sigh. Very well. My Tianjin Peak disciples are all cultivation fanatics, but we currently lack someone to guard the sect gates. Lin Chen, if you're willing, come join my Tianjin Peak. The 7th elder was still scheming how to trap Lin Chen with no chance of escape or death, but these words from the Grand Elder struck like thunder, instantly causing an uproar. The Grand Elder was actually willing to accept Lin Chen as a disciple. Elder Great, this won't do. It simply won't do. Before he could finish, 3rd Elder stepped forward on the stone steps, positioning himself firmly in front of Elder Great. That's right, Elder Great. Accepting this boy as your disciple would be a disgrace to you. Tianjin Peak is where the sect's elite disciples gather. 7th Elder stomped anxiously. He knew better than anyone that if Lin Chen became a Tianjin Peak disciple, the grudges against him would be impossible to settle. Elder Great stood with his hands behind his back, eyes sweeping the crowd, emitting a cold snort. Humph. Every year, at the Grand Disciple Recruitment Ceremony, I choose only one. If I now wish to take a disciple, do you really think you can stop me? His old but commanding voice echoed from the stone steps, the authority he wielded for years causing 3rd and 7th elders to tremble inwardly and instinctively step back. Sectmaster, please persuade Elder Great. This action is absolutely unacceptable. 7th elder hurriedly looked towards Sectmaster Wenji, standing atop the main platform, speaking rapidly. If Lin Chen officially joins Tianjin Peak, he will no longer be an ordinary outer sect disciple, but a true heir of the outer sect. Nonsense. Wenji's robe fluttered as his voice, infused with genuine energy, reverberated through the main peak plaza. The decision of Elder Grade is not something we can simply overturn. 3rd elder clenched his teeth and stepped forward. Sectmaster, honorable elders, we cannot accept this. Lin Chen's martial veins are utterly useless. If he remains a lowly errand disciple, no one would object. But if he jumps straight to becoming a Tianjin Peak disciple, the disciples will feel extremely dissatisfied. As soon as he finished, thousands of outer sect disciples roared in agreement, their dark figures advancing together with fierce momentum. We do not accept this. The sudden uproar surged like a tidal wave, shaking even the main peak's protective formation. 3rd elder wanted to speak more, but was silenced by the overwhelming atmosphere of unified anger, his expression growing complicated. Utter nonsense. Wenjie swished his sleeve, unleashing an invisible pressure like a mountain crushing down. The noise abruptly ceased, and the disciples bowed their heads, though a few still stood stubbornly. A slim but striking young man stepped out from the crowd, clasped his fists, and spoke clearly, Sect Master. Wenjie's gaze flickered but made no move to stop him. 3rd elder noticed and asked sharply, state your reasoning. The young man's voice rang out loud and clear. Disciple Wan Qingping, 3 years in the sect. Disciple understands the sect rules. Tianjin Peak only accepts the most outstanding outer sect disciples as true heirs. I have never skipped an assessment in these 3 years. Also, I might one day join Elder Great's lineage. If Lin Chen still had a profound martial vein, I would say nothing. But now that his martial vein is utterly useless, and yet he's easily becoming a true heir of Tianjin Peak, then what has my 3 years of effort been for? What about the senior brothers and sisters who have trained for 5, 7, or even longer? Each word struck like a hammer, causing many disciples' eyes to redden. Voices rose from all sides. Senior brother Luan speaks well. Sectmaster, I am Song Shanha. I object. I object too. I object. The rising clamor grew again, swelling like a roaring thunderstorm. The sect master frowned deeply and could only turn to Elder Great. Elder Great, it seems Lin Chen joining Tianjin Peak is truly problematic. The crowd is already furious. What are your thoughts? Elder Great was silent for a long moment. His white eyebrows twitched before he slowly lifted his gaze to sweep the disciples. What do you all want to do? Sectmaster, Elder Great. Luan Xingping clasped his fists once more, voice passionate. The Grand Sect competition is in 6 months. If Lin Chen can defeat us in the competition or show strength that convinces everyone, then we will have no complaints. Please grant him this chance. Please allow it, Sectmaster. A chorus of disciples voiced their collective appeal, their voices merging into a roaring flood. Elder Great furrowed his brows deeply, finally fixing his gaze on Lin Chen. His tone was cold but clear. What say you? Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, then stepped forward to face the disciples and asked, none of you accept this? Yes. You. Lin Chen, have no right to be a disciple of Tianjin Peak. With your ordinary mortal veins, you don't even deserve to be a disciple of Shantian's sect. Furious voices erupted from the crowd. Lin Chen sneered and looked around steadily, his voice low but resolute. I don't deserve it? 5 years ago, I won 80 mu of spirit fields for the sect in battle, nearly dying in the process. 4 years ago, when inner sect disciples were trapped by an enemy sect at Tianya Mountain, I ventured in and out 7 times, rescuing 80 people. 3 years ago, I won first place in the Northern Wasteland tournament, then survived 7 days and nights being hunted by 9 gates and 7 sects. 2 years ago, each year he mentioned carved a vivid picture of blood and fire in their minds. Every achievement he claimed was for the sect's glory, yet all he sought was recognition as an outer sect disciple. Gradually, the crowd quieted. Even the third elder, who had been targeting him before, fell silent. I'm not here to ask for sympathy. Lin Chen stood tall. If none of you accept this, then fight me. 6 months is too long to live in the moment. Right now, if you disagree, come and prove it. He turned and stepped onto the platform, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. From the crowd, outer sect official 1GS stepped forward, cupping his hands. Lin Chen, your contributions are undeniable, but you are no longer an inner sect disciple. As part of the outer sect, you must follow outer sect rules. To enter Tianjin Peak, you must be at least at the 5th level of soul refining realm. At your current cultivation, you could outmatch others in the same realm, but it wouldn't be fair to have soul refining realm disciples compete with you. The sect's grand tournament is in 6 months. We will give you that long to break through. If you reach the top 10 of the outer sect by then, we will respect you as a brother and call you senior brother Lin. Turning toward the elder leader, he asked, does this handling seem appropriate? The elder leader nodded slightly. If after 6 months you really place in the top 10 of the outer sect, you may join Tianjin Peak. In Lin Chen's eyes, the elder leader saw an unshakable resolve. Talent is important, but perseverance is even rarer. I am honored by the elder leader's faith, Lin Chen said firmly, cupping his fists. But I have always sought the ultimate. If after 6 months I cannot be number 1 of the outer sect, I will willingly quit Shantian's sect and have no ties with anyone here. A stir rippled through the sect. The elder leader laughed loudly. Such courage is worthy of a heavenly prodigy. When Jia then announced, everyone heard this. The matter is settled. The elder leader continued. Lin Chen may not yet be a peak disciple. He can temporarily live below Tianjin Peak to train. Any objections? 7th elder's face darkened like water as he stepped forward coldly. Sect leader, elder leader, this boy has ordinary veins, yet gravely injured 2 disciples of Tianwu Peak. Should we just let this go? The sect leader waved his sleeve indifferently. 7th elder's words have reason. Lin Chen, from now on, you will meditate in solitude facing the wall at Tianjin Peak for 6 months. Any objections? I accept the penalty, Lin Chen answered calmly. The 7th elder tried to speak again, but was cut off by the sect leader. 7th elder knows well the origins of the Zhao Wuji incident. The decision stands. Are you satisfied? The 7th elder could only suppress his fury and bowed his head. Sect leader is wise. I have nothing further to say. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Chen left with his attendant. As his figure receded into the distance, the 7th elder's hatred for Lin Chen reached its peak, his eyes filled with murderous intent and boundless resentment. Outer sect, Skysword Peak. The mountain peak rose like a colossal sword fallen from the heavens, its slopes nearly vertical from mid-mountain to summit. The blade-like ridge plunged straight into the clouds, exuding an overwhelming aura. As Lin Chen followed the Grand Elder onto the mid-slope, he immediately sensed that the spiritual energy here was as thick and rich as within the inner sect's main peak. If anything, it was faintly even more potent. The outer sect's energy should never surpass the inner sect's, yet Skysword Peak is clearly different. What's the reason? Lin Chen wondered. The Grand Elder, hands clasped behind his back, seemed to read his thoughts. Do you know the origins of Shantian's sect? Recalling ancient texts, Lin Chen answered promptly. Shantian's sect began as just one branch of the One family lineage. Later, by chance and providence, the One family's ancestor founded the sect. The Grand Elder nodded, then continued. That is only the surface truth. Our Shantian sect once ranked as a first-rate super sect in northern continent, shaking all 9 provinces with its fame. After 1,000 years of rise and fall, it has now retreated to the remote northern wilderness. His gaze fixed sharply on Lin Chen as his tone grew serious. You were assigned to the outer sect, but have not given up. I admire that. However, mortal path cultivators have limits. Do you understand? Lin Chen fell silent, only nodding slightly. Don't lose heart. The Grand Elder then smiled softly. The Wen family ancestor was mortal path too. Ancestor Wen was mortal path? Lin Chen was surprised. The books never mentioned this. That's right, the elder said slowly. Though mortal path, he never gave up cultivating. At his peak, all 9 provinces revered him as the Shantian Sword Immortal. Ancestor was both a sword cultivator and called a sword immortal? Lin Chen was even more puzzled. Yes and no, the elder paused thoughtfully. Do you know the three levels of martial cultivation? Martial realm, celestial realm, and immortal realm. Lin Chen nodded. Below martial realm are all mortals. Martial realm begins with refining martial skills. Celestial realm starts at the heavenly venerable stage. As for the immortal realm, the elder sighed deeply. That's almost legend now. Ancestor was only one step away from crossing into immortal realm, but in the end, he failed. Lin Chen asked eagerly, what happened after that? Ancestor disappeared. Xiantian's sect fell from first rate to fifth rate. We were forced to retreat into the northern wilderness, able only to guard our ancestral legacy. The elder's eyes darkened. The continent ranks sects from 1st to 9th grade. 1st is the strongest, 9th the weakest. 5th grade Xiantian sect still rules the north wilderness, but it is worlds away from its former glory. Then, looking meaningfully at Lin Chen, he said, someone once placed great hopes in you. Unfortunately, perhaps this is fate. Lin Chen thought of the expectations the inner sect elders had for him, but did not dwell on it, assuming that was what the elder meant. The grand elder waved his hand dismissively. Enough of the past. For the next 6 months, stay here on this peak to cultivate. There are 8 disciples on Sky Sword Peak. Your senior sister and third senior brother are often away, you likely won't see them. Your second senior brother is naturally Lazia. That guy is hard to sum up in a few words. If you ever meet a slacking teenager under the old locust tree atop Tianjian Peak, that's your second senior brother. Everyone else on the peak keeps busy with their own affairs, and most of the time they're not even at Tianjian Peak. The elder patriarch carefully explained to Lin Chen the identities, cultivation levels, temperaments, and usual whereabouts of the 8 disciples under Tianjian Peak's banner. Lin Chen keenly noticed that, between the lines, the elder patriarch was already treating him as one of the Tianjian Peak disciples. For someone demoted to menial duties and scorned by others, this was the first warmth head felt bubbling up thaw in everyone's eyes, including the elder patriarchs. He was still believed to have a mortal vein. There's a forbidden area behind Tianjian Peak, called the Sword Pool, the elder patriarch said, glancing skyward as if weighing how much to reveal. Once you reach the soul refinement realm, you may go try it. Sword Pool? Lin Chen's heart stirred. Go, definitely go, the soul steel urged impatiently in Lin Chen's mind. It contains the sword cultivator's legacy and lingering spiritual energy. It can help restore me and truly let you step into the ranks of sword cultivators. Lin Chen's face remained calm as he nodded to the elder patriarch. I will give it a try. If you can earn recognition there, you might rewrite your mortal vein fate. But remember, don't force it. Thousands die every year at the sword pool, and no one succeeded in millennia. I only suggest it because I believe in you. I don't dare hope for more. I understand, elder. The elder patriarch continued. At the hour of the pig around 9:11 p.m., your vitality is fullest. You may train on the main peak then. The rest of the time, stay below the mountain. Even though I'm elder patriarch, countless eyes watch over you. I understand, elder. At last, Lin Chen voiced the question that had been weighing on him. Elder patriarch, why are you and the sect master helping me so much? You don't know? The elder patriarch stared at him. Various guesses flashed through Lin Chen's mind, finally resting on that sealed letter. Is it because of that letter? The elder patriarch just smiled without explanation, which was tacit confirmation. So that old man must be from the Wen family, Lin Chen thought. No wonder I was allowed directly into the inner sect. The elder patriarch stood with hands behind his back, his gaze resting on Lin Chen again. You pledged your ambition on the main peak. No matter what, if you make the top 10, I guarantee your safety. Don't disappoint me. Lin Chen bowed respectfully. Without another word, the elder patriarch ascended, his robe slicing the clouds in jagged lines. That old man isn't ordinary, but he won't live long, the soul steel suddenly remarked. Lin Chen's heart tightened. What's wrong? He's severely injured internally, holding on by his cultivation. Once he falls to the earth martial realm, he won't last. Senior, can you save him? Save someone. Depends if there's enough spiritual energy, the steel snorted. If there's still a breath left, and enough chi, I can save anyone. But don't forget the path of cultivation has no eternal trust, not even among kin. The world is harsh. There's no kindness without cause, nor cruelty without reason. Lin Chen was silent for a long time, then murmured, as long as I can face myself without regret, that's enough. The soul steel gave no reply, clearly conserving its scant spiritual energy. Lin Chen steadied himself and continued down the mountain path toward his lodging. The houses at Tianjian Peak's foot were simpler than he'd imagined, a row of wooden cabins forming a large courtyard, with 20 or 30 rooms close together. Flowers and plants grew in the yard, and behind was a patch of spirit fields and an orchard, with faint glowing dots on the spirit plants. Looks like the elder patriarch wasn't lying. Tianjian Peak really needs a guardian disciple. Lin Chen surveyed around, a satisfied expression appearing. Even at the foot of the mountain, he could clearly sense the vitality here was several times stronger than at Tianwu Peak, and the environment far superior to the Servant Peak. He glanced up toward the cloud-wreathed main peak, quietly clenching his fist. No wonder outsiders coveted it. Tianjin Peak was clearly more complicated than he had imagined. Outer sect, Tianwu Peak. The seventh elder's angry roar thundered through the hall. You two incompetents have utterly disgraced Tianwu Peak. Xiangqing took the brunt of the attack, struck down on the spot by the seventh elder's fists and kicks like a relentless rain, leaving bloodstains splattered across the floor. After the savage beating, he was dragged away to the servant peak like a broken rag doll and tossed aside without a second thought about his survival. Zhao Wuji knelt where he was, blood seeping from his forehead. His external wounds had been healed, but his dantian and martial veins were completely destroyed, rendering him a cripple. Although the Zhao family bloodline provided him some hope, his chance at the path of immortality was lost forever. Simply didn't have Lin Chen's fate. Elder, I'm not willing to accept this. Zhao Wuji's face twisted with rage and resentment. He had believed that with the seventh elder's intervention, Lin Chen would be dead for sure. Who would have thought that the worthless servant relegated to the outer sect was actually chosen by the Grand Elder himself and almost accepted into Tianjin Peak, suddenly rising to unprecedented prominence? You're not willing? Do you think I am? The seventh elder's face darkened like iron. As an elder of Tianwu Peak, failing to subdue even a discarded outer sect wastrel was an unbearable humiliation. Seventh elder, can it just end like this? I want him dead now. 6 months? I can't even wait 6 minutes. Zhao Wuji shouted desperately. You're a soul-refining realm martial artist who can't kill him, and you dare to speak arrogantly? The seventh elder rebuked coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind howled through the hall. Look at yourself now more like an impotent, furious wreck. Enough. I have my own plan. You return to South City immediately and handle the Zhao family's business affairs in the secular world. Since you can no longer cultivate, just settle for being a wealthy man. After all, they were family. The seventh elder's harsh words were a rebuke, but not a death sentence. Elder, what do you plan to do? Zhao Wuji persisted. I've already informed Zhao Zai. He just returned from his trial. You dare offend the Zhao family and roam freely in the outer sect? That worthless Lin Chen only dares to dream. Upon hearing the name Zhao Zai, Zhao Wuji's eyes gleamed wildly. Then he'll stay. I want to see him die with my own eyes. That's fine. But don't go anywhere during this time. All your past failures have made me lose face before the Wen family. Besides, now that you've lost your cultivation, if you leave the peak and die, don't blame me for not warning you. The seventh elder cautioned sternly. Don't worry, elder. As soon as Lin Chen dies, he'll return to South City immediately. Suddenly squinting, the seventh elder asked, You said it was him who told you to kill Lin Chen? Are you sure about this? Absolutely. Zhao Wuji declared without hesitation. With his support, why wouldn't the outer sect leader position go to the Zhao family? Useless fool. How dare you speak such nonsense? A sharp slap cracked across his face, and Zhao Wuji muffled a groan, covering his cheek. Wuji, admit your mistake. After a long silence, the seventh elder spoke quietly. I've heard his powers have surged, and many big names in the inner sect are backing him. If he succeeds, this matter could have a chance. But keep this secret deep in your heart, understand? Now leave and stop causing trouble. Understood, elder. Zhao Wuji respectfully withdrew. As he turned, his eyes burned with hatred so intense it seemed almost tangible. Lin Chen, wait for Zhao Zai's return. You will surely die. Shantian Main Peak, Shantian Hall. Third Master, is everything arranged? You are the sect leader after all. In the sect, just call me Grand Elder. The Grand Elder looked at Wen Jie and said, This is a private moment, with no outsiders around. The dim yellow light flickered against the wooden walls, and the room was so quiet that only the soft flicker of the candle flame could be heard. Wen Jie raised his hand to wipe away the mist on his teacup and smiled faintly. Opposite him, the white-haired senior elder sighed heavily. What a shame. I should have been stricter back then and kept that boy at Tianjin Peak. Those bastards in the inner sect actually dared to attack a heavenly-level martial vein, such a promising talent. Utterly ruined, just like that. Third elder, Lin Chen's Dao soul being Taekwondo, you really think it's a coincidence? Wen Jie asked quietly. The senior elder's gaze was steady as he thought for a moment. Then he spoke more slowly. It was all because of Lin Chuan. The rescue that came was Lin Songhai instead, and it just happened after Lin Chen awakened his Dao Pseudo. You really believe it's chance? Wen Jie nodded and continued. That's why fourth uncle sent Lin Chen to the outer sect. If had been released directly from the sect, the others would probably have killed him to silence him. That's only part of it. The senior elder shook his head, a helpless look etched between his brows. The boy doesn't realize that ever since he entered the inner sect, he's been carrying the label Wen family on his back. We failed to protect him. A heavenly-level martial vein, breaking into the martial realm by 20, and awakening his Dao soul, all signs of a dazzling genius. Yet he ultimately became a victim, sacrificed to the selfish desires of a few. Thinking of this, the elder's fingers trembled slightly as he coldly muttered, so hateful. Suddenly, he turned to look out the window. Wen Jie, people's hearts change. If only the old ancestor were still alive, would they dare to harbor such intentions? After the moment's quiet, Wen Jie asked, Third Elder, any recent developments in the intersect? There are two things. The Elder raised a finger. First, a young fellow's cultivation has surged wildly. After 3 years of silence, he's appeared again. Intersect's former top disciple, Li Chen. When Jia raised an eyebrow, his Dao soul was destroyed and his Dao heart shattered. His cultivation should find it hard to advance. Is he really out of the shadows? The Elder chuckled lightly. I doubt it's that simple. When you have time, I need to ask what kind of Dao soul he awakened back then. When Jia was about to ask more, but was stopped by the Elder raising a hand. Just strange, that's all. And the second? Lin Chen and Li Kangyunther are rumors they intend to marry. The Elder's tone was calm. When Jia suddenly sat up straight. So it really was Lin Kanghai's doing. Have you told the boy about this? Not yet. It's still just a rumor. The Elder shook his head. Lin Chuyan's love for Lin Chen isn't a secret in the intersect. I don't want to tell him, yet not to disturb his mind. Wen Jia hesitated, lowering his voice. Third Elder, sending him to Tianjin Peak, it's not because of his mortal vein, is it? That chance is almost zero. The old ancestor was a legend back then. Legends are made by people. The Elder turned around. How do you know the boy can't create a new legend? The Elder laughed, but his words echoed in Wen Jia's Minden new legend. Could he really pull it off? He looked up at the distant towering Tianjin Peak, where the legendary tales of the old ancestor seemed to still ripple at its summit. Tianjin Peak. Night had fallen, the stars sparse. It was the 9th hour of the night. Following the senior elder's instructions, Lin Chen climbed the mountain alone. There was no one but the sound of wind. The energy here is at least several times stronger than outside. He took a deep breath of the cold air, his eyes shining. If I can push through in one burst and step into the soul refining stage. He sat cross-legged, and the spirit veins soul steel within him suddenly ravenous, greedily absorbing the surrounding energy. In just moments, his absorption rate doubled, sending ripples outward from him that pulled energy from the entire Tianjin Peak. At the same time, beneath the old locust tree atop the peak, a youth in a blue robe snapped his eyes open. What's going on? Who's stealing my energy? Raising his hand toward his ring, he barked, Old man, what the hell? A frail voice echoed from the ring. Someone is absorbing at a rate several times faster than you. What the hell? The cultivation world's this cutthroat? Even energy stealing? Bring it back. The youth roared as he wildly activated his techniques, but found his intake far behind the others. Realizing he couldn't win by speed, he stomped heavily and looked toward the other side of the peak, a fierce fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. I want to see who dares to take my energy. He was at Sword Peak, somewhere remote. Lin Chen was unaware that eyes hidden in the shadows were quietly fixed on him. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the surging, turbulent energy within his body. The mighty primal energy roared like a flood rushing through his meridians, and he felt his spirit sea tremble as his cultivation broke through its shackles with a sharp click sound, had just advanced to the first stage of soul refining. Only the first stage of soul refining? Lin Chen looked down at himself, a trace of dissatisfaction knitting his brows. With such a terrifying amount of energy rushing through him, he had barely passed the threshold of soul refining. If any disciples from the outer sect knew he had spent the whole night breaking through but was still stuck here, they might be so ashamed they'd want to end it all on the spot. The primal energy is too muddled, the soul steel explained softly. If you had used the same amount of spiritual energy instead just now, you could have broken through multiple stages all at once. Lin Chen rolled his eyes inwardly, then asked seriously, Senior, now that I'm at the soul refining stage, can I go to the sword pool? No problem. The soul steel's voice rang clear and metallic. But your body might not withstand the sword chi there. Since ancient times, sword cultivation begins with strengthening the body. The power of a sword cultivator lies not only in their sword but in a body as tough as the blade itself. Without the sword, if your body is weak, your strength is greatly reduced. That's why sword cultivators must temper their physical forms to ensure they can still fight when disarmed. The soul steel paused, then teased with a faint smile. Of course, if you can turn every blade of grass and tree branch into a sword, that's a whole other level. But you're at least 10 or 20,000 years away from that. To turn grass and wood into swords, Lin Chen laughed bitterly, knowing how far he was from such a realm. Thinking about his sect, he frowned. The Shantian sect doesn't have body refinement techniques. The sect is well known for orthodox Dao techniques and martial skills, but they've always scorned body tempering methods, calling them the rough way of brutes. Even if they had some, they likely wouldn't be worth anything. Body tempering techniques? I have one. The soul steel suddenly spoke up. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Senior, then what are you waiting for? What? Want to get something for nothing? The soul steel's tone was teasing. You know I'm dirt poor. Lin Chen spread his hands helplessly. When he was crippled before, his place had been looted clean, not a single spirit stone left. Then beg me. Lin Chen dropped to one knee, face earnest. I beg you to teach me, Senior. TSK, you've got no shame. What use is shame if I want to get stronger? Shame can't be a cultivation technique, nor can it fill my stomach. Lin Chen spoke confidently. The soul steel's laughter deepened. If you'd been this shameless earlier, maybe your Dao soul wouldn't have been stolen. Lin Chen's eyes darkened. That grudge will be settled sooner or later. Haha, learning shamelessness now isn't a bad thing in this world. Lin Chen grinned awkwardly. Is that a compliment? Consider it one. For being shameless enough, he'll reluctantly grant you an ancient body tempering technique. Release your divine sense. In the next moment, a vast flood of information poured into his spirit sea, mysterious diagrams and texts seared into his mind. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, heart racing. The technique was called life and death manifestation, without any grade or ranking, which was common for body tempering methods. It was divided into 9 stages. Stage 1. Temper the skin. Stage 2. Temper the bones. Stage 3. Temper the body. Stage 4. Temper the heart. Stage 5. Temper the soul. Stage 6. Temper the spirit. Stage 7. Temper life. Stage 8. Temper death. Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed something odd. It says 9 stages, but only lists 8. The 9th stage doesn't involve tempering. The soul steel answered mysteriously. What is it then? Think for yourself. It left him with only 3 words. Lin Chen pressed on. What happens if you reach the 9th stage? Life and death in a single thought. Life and death in a single thought. His heart pounded wildly, mastering life and death itself. But he quickly steadied himself. Reaching the 9th stage would be no easy feat, especially since the last stage wasn't even about tempering. With that thought, he turned his focus back to the first stage. Life and death manifestation's first level was to temper the skin, consisting of 6 movements. Once mastered, the first stage of skin tempering was complete. Lin Chen followed the instructions and began the cultivation movements. Though the initial posture seemed simple, once Lin Chen started, it twisted and stretched in strange, unnatural ways as if his muscles were being torn apart and then stitched back together. Halfway through the first form, he was already drenched in sweat, his arms and back aching with piercing pain that felt like someone was ripping bone and flesh from him. Within just a few breaths, he could barely support himself, his knees nearly buckling to the ground. How can it hurt this much? Lin Chen gritted his teeth, growling quietly but refusing to give up. He stubbornly repeated the movements. The waves of pain crashed over him one after another, as if his flesh and blood were reaching their limits. After 15 minutes, his consciousness began to blur, and countless times deep inside, he considered quitting. What, already giving up? The soul tablet's cold voice cut through the silence. If you manage to complete all 6 body refining movements, I guarantee you'll never complain again. Lin Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to persevere. Finally, after half an hour, he fully mastered the first movement. The moment he finished the final posture, he felt his entire body suddenly lighten. The pain receded like a tide ebbing away, replaced by a refreshing coolness that surged through him. His once swollen, stiff muscles had been reshaped, now firm and well-defined. The boost in strength invigorated him. He moved on to the second, then the third movement, all the way to the 6th. 3 hours passed, and all 6 moves had become second nature. The indescribable torment faded away, replaced by a calm resolve. Lin Chen had successfully completed the first stage of body refinement. At this moment, he felt no discomfort, only a bursting surge of power within him, and a faint, barely visible glow radiated from beneath his skin. Second level of the soul refining realm. Elation filled him as he sensed his breakthrough. With excitement, Lin Chen slammed his fist into the huge boulder before him. His punch cut through the air, scattering stone fragments as the boulder shattered on impact. That punch carried a force of 1,000 pounds. He murmured in awe. Normally, someone below the 5th stage of the soul refining realm would need to channel true energy to unleash such strength. Yet he had done it using only his physical body. Just then, the soul tablet's voice echoed again. Someone's coming. Their killing intent is heavy. What about their cultivation level? Lin Chen became alert and asked immediately. Can't tell. Seems some kind of power is blocking my sight. It replied. Who in Sword Peak would harbor murderous intent? Even the soul tablet couldn't peer through the concealment? Lin Chen didn't dare linger and swiftly withdrew, vanishing into the mountain forest in an instant. After Lin Chen left, a young figure approached slowly. Gone. They must have sensed your presence. The youth muttered to himself. A lazy voice echoed from a ring. Didn't you say no one could detect my aura? You're bragging again. This is an exception. The ring spirit retorted confidently. The youth rolled his eyes. No thanks, I don't want any exceptions. Exceptions get people killed. He scanned the surroundings, feeling the chill biting through the mountain breeze. Although the distance was great, I saw that person practicing an ancient body refinement technique. The spirit added. Ancient body refinement technique? Didn't you say the world is sealed and ancient arts have become legend? The youth raised an eyebrow. Didn't I say everything has exceptions? The youth sneered. Sounds like you're the exception. I have a bad feeling about this place. Maybe there really is that exception lurking in the shadows, waiting to end me. I'm still young, haven't even married senior sister yet. If I lose my kidneys now, that'd be a huge loss. Thinking of the dangers around, the youth shivered. Anyway, with senior sister and third junior brother, those 2 monsters guarding us, they'll just keep my head down for now. Muttering this, he casually popped a blade of foxtail grass into his mouth and returned to the wooden cabin. A moment later, he lay beneath the old locust tree, closing his eyes to enjoy the evening breeze's comfort. The world's vital energy gradually normalized, warm and gentle power flowing steadily. Though the youth appeared relaxed, he felt the nourishing energy continuously streaming into his martial veins. Around him, the restored energy relentlessly poured deep into his martial channels. Tianjin Peak, deep within the forest. Whoosh boom, the force of fists tore through the air, shaking up clouds of dust in the woods. Lin Chen made his way down the mountain, heart pounding wildly. Every 10 steps or so, he would unleash a powerful punch. Towering trees were uprooted and sent crashing down. Jagged boulders shattered into fragments, raining around him like hail. The power of the life and death technique surged through his limbs and every fiber of his body. This earth-shaking transformation filled him with fiery passion. Just now, he lost his footing and tumbled halfway down the slope. Yet he dusted off his clothes and stood up without a single scratch. First stage of skin refining. Me skin is already like solid bronze walls. Anyone at my level who tries to clash Hedon won't stand a chance, Lin Chen whispered to himself, eyes blazing. Master, when do I start bone refining? I can hardly wait. The soul steel responded with a solemn voice. Do you understand the concept of the ancient era? The ancient era? It must be something incredibly powerful. Lin Chen scratched his head. Of course, anything linked to the word ancient is unmatched in strength. Unfortunately, since the heavenly imprisonment and spiritual energy sealing, the ancient era has become only legend. The soul steel's tone carried a note of sorrow. Heavenly imprisonment? Spiritual energy sealing? What does that mean? Lin Chen asked quickly. He knew well that cultivation aided by spiritual energy was far more efficient, and what he lacked most was time and power. The soul steel said, you don't need to delve too deeply into this for now. Knowing too much won't help. But about spiritual energy, I can tell you some points. Ordinarily, heavenly and earthly spiritual beings generate spiritual energy. But since 10,000 years ago, spiritual energy was sealed, making it difficult for new spiritual creatures to be born. So does that mean there's no spiritual energy at all now? How do people cultivate? Lin Chen felt disappointed. Not entirely. The celestial measuring pillar still retains some spiritual energy. If you can find the spiritual fire of the world from before the 10,000 years, your cultivation would surely leap ahead, the soul steel explained. Spiritual fire of the world? That's just legend, especially from 10,000 years ago. Lin Chen smiled bitterly, still feeling a bit down inside. The soul steel added, besides that, eternal and immortal spirit herbs also contain spiritual energy. As long as the spiritual energy enters my perception range, I can sense it immediately. This gave Lin Chen a renewed hope. Suddenly recalling 2 earlier events, he hurriedly asked, Master, when you first arrived at Tianjin Peak, you sensed something unusual in the sword pool, and just now you detected killing intent hidden in the shadows. What kind of perception technique is this? Without a channel for spiritual energy, if I could master such sensing ability, I could foresee danger before it arises. The soul steel snorted. Kid, you're trying to get something for free from me, but your mind is sharp. This perception method of mine is the strongest cultivation skill across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The strongest? How strong? Lin Chen pressed on. One thought comprehends the world. The soul steel's voice rose proudly. One thought comprehends the world? Master, you're so wise and powerful, the strongest in the 9 heavens. Will you teach me? Lin Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. If I have this perception ability, I won't be caught off guard in dangerous situations. All right, kid, so you've already learned how to shamelessly beg? I'm not against teaching you, but look at you acting like a weakling. Even if I give you my advanced skills, you wouldn't be able to grasp them. The voice from the soul steel was laced with mockery, but underneath it hid an undeniable pride. You only truly qualify to cultivate once you step into the refining martial realm and open your martial mansion. Do you even know what the refining martial realm means? Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his temple and looked up. Of course he knew. He had once opened a martial mansion himself, but ever since his martial vein was destroyed and his cultivation fell backward, his old martial mansion had long since collapsed. Beyond the refining soul realm, the body undergoes a transformation. The martial mansion can expand the martial vein by several to even 10 times, and the circulation of primordial energy becomes purer. Only from that point on can cultivation be considered truly entering the inner circle. But for now, he had only just broken through the refining soul realm, with the refining martial realm still far beyond his reach. No matter how impatient he was, it couldn't be achieved all at once. Oh right, senior, Lin Chen suddenly recalled. Didn't you say the sword pool is rich with spiritual energy? Shall we go try it out? No rush. The tone from the soul steel turned serious. Heavenly Sword Peak is not as simple as you think. I sensed a strange presence there earlier. Strange? In what way? Lin Chen pressed. There appeared to be one person, but with 3 kinds of soul fluctuations. I can't quite explain it. Just remember this place is full of anomalies. My existence must not be revealed, and you must be cautious with your words and actions. 2 or 3 souls. Lin Chen's mind filled with questions, but he nodded firmly. Since the day he entered the peak, he had sensed the mountain's uniqueness. Being careful wouldn't hurt. I understand your impatience, the steel sighed softly. But just as one must eat a meal bite by bite, cultivation must be done step by step. For now, gather enough primordial energy at Heavenly Sword Peak. If you can break into the 3rd level of the refining martial realm, I will teach you the bone refining method. Besides, there's a place here suitable for refining bone, even body. All right. Lin Chen didn't ask further, instead feeling full of hope. Refining the skin had already greatly improved his body. If he could truly refine his bones and body next, his strength would skyrocket. With the concentrated energy at Heavenly Sword Peak, reaching the 3rd level of the refining martial realm within a few days wasn't an insane dream. Late at night, he returned to the small hut at the mountain's foot. Moonlight poured in coldly as he lay down fully clothed and soon drifted into sleep. In his dream, he witnessed once more the grand scene of a sword cleaving the heavens, only this time the one wielding the sword was himself. Meanwhile, inside the soul steel's dark space, Old Steel Dog, the sword spirit burst out with fierce sword clangs, roaring in anger. In the supreme sword spirit, yet you make that kid go to the sword pool for some rusty sword master's inheritance? Who do you think you're fooling? You arrogant spirit, shut your mouth. The soul steel snorted coldly. Or should I pull that kid into the steel and have him receive your sword path inheritance directly? It wouldn't take a breath before your sword intent shreds him to pieces. Stop talking nonsense. The sword spirit retorted coldly. If he was worthy of your attention, he can surely withstand my sword intent. Besides, the spiritual energy is sealed. With enough energy, I can protect him. And what's your rush? In the supreme sword spirit, not some spirit you can just hand over to randomly. It has to be done carefully, got it? Carefully. The soul steel replied sarcastically. Exactly. You're full of yourself, so of course you only show up when he needs you most. Then won't he be overflowing with gratitude? Fair point. The sword spirit puffed up proudly. After a moment, he reminded, the spiritual energy is limited. They'll seal it for a while to avoid burdening the kid. Fine, your call. The steel smile was warm but sly. A streak of sword light shot into the steel's body as the sword spirit returned to slumber. In the darkness remained only the steel's sinister chuckle. Playing tricks with me? Kid, you're still too green. All the sword pool's spiritual energy belongs to me. Suddenly, a barely audible gasp came from inside the steel. The sword spirit sensed something and suddenly understood. What's with this old dog flattering me so much today? Damn it. He wants to hog all the energy for himself. But before his awareness could fully surface, he was sealed again, unable to break free. Gritting his teeth, the sword spirit could only howl in the shadows. Damn you, old steel dog. One day, I swear I'll cut you down. Next time you come out, don't even think about getting any spiritual energy. After moving into Tianjian Peak, Lin Chen's life felt like he had returned to the inner sect. He plunged back into the relentless grind of cultivation, heedless of day or night. During the day, he practiced the life and death technique in the open space at the foot of the mountain. Although he had already entered the first stage of skin refining, he followed the soul steel's guidance meticulously, repeating the 6 movements over and over, raising form, gathering power, shaking veins, rolling skin, locking bones, and merging energy. The soul steel's requirements were clear. Once he could execute the 6 forms at will, his first stage of skin refining would be perfected, rendering ordinary blades and spears unable to pierce his skin. With such a clear goal, Lin Chen naturally doubled his practice. In between, he would retreat to quiet spots to condense his sword soul. The sword soul was his sharpest trump card, with its strength and duration closely tied to his own cultivation level. But he gradually realized that the power of the Tao soul couldn't be raised by hard training alone. It seemed he also needed some special opportunity or fate. When night fell and the hour of high arrived, he would slip deep into the forest to absorb the primal energy of heaven and earth. Drawing it with his sword's heart, the surrounding energy surged like a tide. Having learned from a previous slip-up, he chose more secluded spots now. Just as he was about to finish, the soul steel suddenly warned him that familiar presence was closing in again. Not sure if it meant harm, he immediately stopped and vanished into the shadows. On the other side of the mountain path, a youth struck out once more, cursing at his storage ring in frustration. You claim invincibility under the 9 heavens and 1 pharaoh exchange above them, but can't even track a single person? The ring remained silent, pretending not to hear. It had long been used to such abuse. Days rolled on like this. Lin Chen's routine boiled down to 3 tasks daily: skin refining, soul condensing, and energy absorbing. As the frequency increased, his pursuer appeared faster and faster. Once, he barely started cultivating before the soul steel muttered lowly, "They're here." 7 days later, in the small wooden hut beneath Tianjian Peak, Lin Chen sighed gloomily. This can't go on. The soul steel buzzed back. And you have the nerve to say that? You've sucked all the energy from this 100 square mile area. They'd love to kill you for it. Didn't you tell me to do this? Lin Chen spread his hands in helplessness. Luckily, his hard work was paying off. He stood at the peak of the second stage of soul refining and only needed to absorb energy for 3 more hours to hope for a breakthrough into the third stage. He lowered his voice and asked, Senior, could the one chasing me be a disciple of Tianjin Peak? The likelihood is very high. So why should I run? Lin Chen reasoned. Someone who could come and go freely on Tianjin Peak must be a peak disciple. Although he hadn't formally apprenticed, he was considered part of Tianjin Peak and was only training quietly. He shouldn't have to hide. The soul steel sneered coldly. If you hadn't run on the first day, maybe a negotiation was possible. But for these 7 days, you come, he pursues. You run, he follows. I feel that young man's murderous intent grows stronger by the day. He probably hates you now. Cutting off someone's energy supply is like killing their parents. Sucking his energy, he won't rest until he kills you. Lin Chen nodded. Such things were common in the inner sect. To be safe, he insisted on keeping a low profile for now. Thus began a siege and counterattack battle with the so-called man from the mountain. Tonight, I absorb. You chase. Tomorrow night you search. I vanish. Progress slowed some, but his cultivation steadily climbed. At this moment, Tianjin Peak, on the mountaintop. Under the old locust tree, the once vibrant young man now sported heavy dark circles, as if he hadn't slept for days on end. Second senior brother, time to eat. On the short table in front of the wooden hut, steaming home-cooked dishes were piled absurdly high, an entire feast spread out. Sitting by the table was a hulking, broad-shouldered man nearly 2.5 meters tall, clutching a large wooden bucket and shoveling rice into his mouth. This wasn't a small basin, but a genuine giant bucket, filled with perfectly separated, dazzlingly white grains of rice. The youth slowly sat up, his eyes glazed as he glanced around. Old 8, is it just the two of us today? The burly man's eyes widened at the sight of the dark circles, and he shouted, Oh no. Second senior brother's gone mad. His eyes have turned completely black. You're the one who's gone mad. Your whole family's lost it. The youth snapped back. Scratching his head sheepishly, the big man grinned. Second senior brother, what's going on with you? Eat, eat, eat. You only care about food. The young man jabbed at the full spread before them. Haven't you noticed the mountain's energy has been draining these past few days? Huh, energy draining? I haven't sensed a thing. The youth secretly envied him. Old 8 was blessed with a strange physique. He ate 10 buckets of rice a day and hardly practiced his cultivation, yet kept growing stronger, like a cow with an extra stomach. Thinking of how lately someone had been stealing his energy every night, the youth clenched his teeth and spat, Little thief. If I catch you, you'll find out why flowers are so red. Old 8 was thoroughly baffled. Senior brother, what thief? And why do you want him to know flowers are red? Is he an idiot? I may be thick-head, but I'm not dumb. Flowers aren't just red, you see? Look how green this one is. He tore off a sprig of green flowers and clumsily wove a crown for the youth. So green, really pretty. To get by in life, you gotta wear a little green on your head. The youth rubbed his forehead. I'm exhausted. I'm not eating anymore. Don't go, senior brother. This is my specially made lunch with love. The big man grabbed his arm. The youth felt a warmth in his chest. This simple giant thought about him all the time and was actually quite reliable. But when he looked back, he heard a victorious, haha, smells good, as Old 8 wolfed down the youth's portion in 2 bites. My mistake, I'm too young and careless, the youth said with a pang in his stomach, completely losing his appetite. The panda-eyed youth lay back down under the locust tree and let the wind brush over him, determined to rest as much as possible. I'm sleeping all day today tonight and catching that little thief. Closing his eyes, he drifted into a deep sleep. On the other side, after finishing the meal and tidying up, Old 8 spotted second senior brother lying flat. Used to it by now, he grabbed his farming tools and headed toward the back mountain to work the fields. After a few steps, he suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted, Crap, second senior brother, we're doomed. The youth opened his eyes. Doomed? The sky's falling? He looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. If it falls, big sister and third senior brother will hold it up. You should be eating and drinking, why worry so much? No. The big man panicked, pacing in circles. Master told me a few days ago to deliver something to the little junior disciple down the mountain. I've been so focused on the back mountain fields, I completely forgot. What? A little junior disciple? When did that happen? Why wasn't I told? As second senior brother, don't I have a right to know? You slept too soundly. No matter how much we called, you wouldn't wake up. We even made Master angry. The youth awkwardly cleared his throat. Old 9, where is this little junior disciple? Master said he's not married yet, so he's still living down the mountain. Old 8 grabbed his bundle and rushed off. No time. I have to deliver it. Heard there are wild beasts often down there. Little junior disciple better not get eaten. Don't die on me. Old 8's coming. His huge frame became a gust of wind, cutting through the air with a sonic boom, disappearing in an instant. Not married. Isn't that not yet initiated, you big dummy? The youth smiled faintly as he watched the figure vanish into the distance. He really liked days like this, quiet, comfortable, with a bunch of strange but endearing senior brothers. Suddenly, from the direction of the mountain gate, came Master's lazy voice. Old man, do you think the one stealing your energy every night is our little junior disciple? Well then, congratulations, you've got yourself another weirdo. The old man laughed heartily. The youth's lips twitched with frustration, letting out a long sigh toward the sky. What kind of karma have I brought on myself? A small wooden cabin at the foot of Tianjin Peak. After 6 consecutive rounds of skin refining, Lin Chen's bones rattled with each strike, his flesh and fascia contracting and expanding as if forged in a blazing fire. Only when the last sharp sting finally faded did he exhale a long breath of white mist. Stage 1 of skin refining complete. At this moment, his body truly possessed bronze skin, his muscles as tough as cast iron. As for how much impact he could actually withstand, he wasn't sure unless he found someone to test it with a punch. Senior, can I start refining bones now? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of the power surge bone refining might bring. If all goes well, begin after you break through the third stage of soul refining. The soul steel responded lightly. Lin Chen mulled it over in secret. During the high hour, the vital energy of Tianjin Peak was at its peak. If he advanced at that time, he would inevitably draw all the surrounding spiritual energy within 100 miles. Tonight, he resolved not to hide any longer. If his senior brothers understood, that would be best. If not, then so be it. He was curious to see just how strong the disciples of Tianjin Peak really were, to understand why outsiders sought them so eagerly. With that thought, he felt at ease. The sooner he sparred, the better. Junior brother, you there? Old Ox is bringing you something. Suddenly, a thunderous shout came from outside, shaking the roof tiles. Lin Chen was startled, his whole body twitching. The voice was almost comparable to sound skill cultivation. Senior brother? A Tianjin Peak disciple? Here to pick a fight? His mind raced. But if they were really here to start trouble, why say bringing something? He pushed open the door and was stunned at first sight. Zhao Wuji was already burly, but compared to this newcomer, he looked like a grown man beside a child. Standing a solid 2.5 meters tall, the man's muscles were rope-like and iron-hard. His rough features carried an honest friendliness. What caught the eye most was his clothing meant for inner sect true disciples stretched to the brink of tearing. So he gave up and bared his chest and arms, exuding a wild aura that hit like a gale. Senior, is that the person? Lin Chen asked, the soul steel in his mind. No, but this guy isn't human. The steel rarely lost its composure. Not human. Lin Chen's scalp tingled. He had only thought Tianjin Peak had the elder and the mysterious nightly visitor as enigmas, never imagining there could be such a monster. The steel, an ancient artifact, was astonished, proving this newcomer was no ordinary man. Though Lin Chen couldn't see any supernatural traits with the naked eye, just from those tendons and the invisible pressure, it was clear this senior brother's physical strength was incredible. Had the man not identified himself first, Lin Chen would have drawn his sword immediately. What do you mean not simple? Lin Chen pressed. TCH, an extraordinary constitution, like an ancient overlord body. The steel's voice grew grave. Ancient overlord body. Lin Chen was shaken. Anything linked to ancient was almost always legendary and overwhelmingly powerful. The steel continued. Kid, this is something you can't envy. Some are born to rule. Others are doomed to live ordinary lives. This big guy belongs to the first group. And he's not just any ancient overlord body. It seems it hasn't fully awakened yet, so its full traits aren't showing. Lin Chen was stunned. Still a special type of ancient overlord body. Recalling the elder's words, Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder if all disciples of Tianjin Peak were some kind of monsters. With such overwhelming strength and talent, why would they willingly stay in the outer sect? These questions churned relentlessly in his mind, growing only more perplexing the more he thought about them. Junior brother, I'm so glad you're alive. A huge figure suddenly lunged forward, two broad hands like palm fans gripping Lin Chen's shoulders. The pressure was like iron bands tightening instantly, sending a chill through Lin Chen's heart. If the man had squeezed any harder, he was certain he would have been torn in two. His body, perfected through the life and death sculpture technique, struggled in vain under the grasp. He could clearly feel a surging force within, as mighty and unstoppable as a roaring river. More unsettling was the profound and deep martial aura the man exuded, like an unfathomable abyss, with no way to tell his true level. Don't assume anything. This guy is at least peak refining martial realm. A sudden prompt from the soul tablet appeared unexpectedly. Peak refining martial realm? Lin Chen's heart jolted. Such strength would place someone among the top geniuses even in the inner sect. Yet here he was, hidden away in the outer sect, unknown and obscure. For a moment, Lin Chen even doubted whether he himself was a real disciple of Shantian's sect. Senior brother, could you please let go? Lin Chen discreetly gathered his energy, but felt no movement in his shoulder, forcing out a bitter smile. Where on earth had this freak suddenly come from? Sorry. Senior brother got a bit too excited. The burly man finally loosened his grip and scratched his head awkwardly. I was worried something happened to you. Seeing you safe and sound put me at ease. Imtinu, Your eighth senior brother. The second senior brother usually calls me Old Eight or Beiji. Call me whatever you like. Yu grinned broadly, revealing a neat row of white teeth, his smile honest and simple. Lin Chen greets eighth senior brother. Lin Chen cupped his fist respectfully. Lin Chen, what a nice name. Much easier on the ears than mine. Heh, I finally have a junior brother. Yu was as happy as a kid. Junior brother, say it again. Senior brother? Lin Chen replied cautiously, afraid the good-natured fellow might get carried away and hug him again. Perfect. That's the sound. Yu beamed, then suddenly remembered something important. He bent down and untied a storage pouch from his waist, handing it over. Master asked me to prepare this for you. I was so busy training the past few days, nearly forgot. I hope junior brother won't mind. Though he said this, Lin Chen guessed from the mud spots on Tianius' robe that he had probably been working in the back mountain fields and had forgotten the mission, though Yu would never admit it. Lin Chen took the pouch and scanned it with his divine sense. 3 vitality pills, 500 yuan stones, and several sets of brand new clothes. The clothes were a mix of blue and white, with fine stitching clearly the ceremonial robes of inner sect true disciples. He had noticed earlier how Tianius' attire sharply differed from outer sect robes, and now it confirmed it. Disciples of Tianjian Peak enjoy treatment on par with inner sect true disciples. The mystery of this peak grew even deeper in his mind. The elder's thoughtfulness was meticulous. Every item in the pouch was exactly what Lin Chen needed right now. Silently noting this, Lin Chen cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for coming in person. I am not yet formally accepted and have not been able to go up the mountain to pay respects. I hope you will pass along my greetings that once I am officially enrolled, I will personally offer my thanks to all senior brothers." No worries, you rarely see those senior brothers anyway. Yu waved off the thanks casually. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Chen asked, "Senior brother, could you tell me more about the other senior brothers and sisters?" Having felt so at ease with Yu, his curiosity about the whole Tianjian Peak only grew. Thinking of Tianius Peak refining martial realm cultivation and the faint pressure of ancient tyrant physique within, Lin Chen's interest in the disciples of Tianjian Peak deepened further. Junior brother, is there any food?" Iron Bull smiled sheepishly. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, then nodded and replied, "Yes. Senior brother, just wait a moment." Before finishing, he dashed into the forest. After a while, Lin Chen returned to the courtyard carrying a demon deer weighing several hundred pounds, blood dripping down his shoulder. Then he opened the cellar and brought out 2 jars of well-aged fine wine. "Senior brother, let's eat and talk at the same time." By the flickering firelight, the roasted venison filled the air with a savory aroma. Iron Bull grabbed a roasted leg and bit into it greedily. Juice dripped down his chin onto his clothes. Paired with the strong wine, he squinted and praised, "Delicious, really delicious. Junior brother's cooking skills are good, just a bit worse than second senior brother." Lin Chen was curious. "How good is second senior brother at cooking?" Iron Bull replied vaguely. "Other than being lazy, he has no flaws in cooking. Even Master asks him to cook, but he's so lazy he always makes Master leave in frustration." While eating meat, the two chatted and Lin Chen memorized the details about his senior brothers and sisters. 1. Eldest senior sister Wen Ailing, as beautiful as a fairy, probably from the Wen family. 2. Second senior brother Su Pingon, one word, lazy, but everyone fears him. 3. Third senior brother Chen Qingxian, a fanatic cultivator who trains from dawn to dusk. 4. Fourth senior brother Ling Yun. 5. Fifth senior sister Ling Moshua, Ling Yun's biological sister who joined Zhuangti Ando to repay a life-saving debt. 6. Sixth senior brother Li Changqing, determined to become the world's top sword cultivator and still striving. 7. Seventh senior brother Xiaoyu, quiet. Only 16 years old, the youngest of the 8. Iron Bull scratched his head when talking about himself. "I don't understand cultivation, only know how to eat. But except for third senior brother, no one is stronger than me." Lin Chen was secretly surprised. At the same age, Iron Bull was already at the pinnacle of martial refinement, and he claimed not to know cultivation? Even more astonishing was that third senior brother's physical strength surpassed Iron Bull's. Lin Chen asked, "Is eldest senior sister strong too?" "She's very strong. Even Master can't beat her," Iron Bull said, taking a big bite of venison. "But eldest senior sister can't beat third senior brother, and third senior brother seems afraid of second senior brother." The more Lin Chen heard, the more confused he got. The great elder's realm had slipped back, but was still at the peak of terrestrial martial realm. Eldest senior sister could surpass him, but lost to third senior brother. Yet third senior brother feared a constantly lazy second senior brother? Iron Bull hugged a wine jar and said, "I've never seen second senior brother make a move. He's different from third senior brother. Third senior brother trains every day, second senior brother never trains. Then why is third senior brother afraid of him?" "Because he's second senior brother," Iron Bull said matter-of-factly. Respecting teachers and the hierarchy is just natural, but Lin Chen felt there was more to it than that. Suddenly, Iron Bull sighed. "Lately, second senior brother seems troubled and hasn't cooked for days." I've been stuck eating just plain rice every day. It's driving me crazy. 8th senior brother. Are any of the other senior brothers on the mountain right now? Just me and 2nd senior brother. Iron Ox scratched his head and smiled good-naturedly. Lin Chen's heart sank immediately. So the person had met earlier on the mountain path was 2nd senior brother. Thinking about how he had unintentionally offended him, he smiled bitterly. Hadn't even officially joined Tianjin Peak yet, and already he owed someone a favor. This was definitely not good. What's 2nd senior brother like? He asked cautiously. He's pretty good. Iron Ox nodded without hesitation. Just sometimes not very straightforward, but he's always cared a lot about us. Hearing those reassuring words, Lin Chen felt a bit relieved. It seemed he might be able to be honest about his identity tonight, and that the matter of absorbing spiritual energy probably wouldn't be held against him. Iron Ox looked up at the sky. The sun was setting, casting long shadows on the mountain. Junior brother, I have to go now. Our master's rules can't be broken, so I'll wait for you to come up the mountain. Senior brother, how about a spar? Lin Chen suddenly suggested. He was worried he had no suitable opponent to test his reforged body, and this monster right in front of him was the perfect target as long as the other side agreed to hold back on their cultivation level. He believed he could handle it. What? No, no way. Iron Ox waved his hands frantically. Master and 2nd senior brother told me I can't just attack anyone. Why not? They said I'm too strong and might accidentally kill someone. Senior brother, don't worry. Just keep your strength limited to the soul refining realm and use only pure physical force. If I can't block it, it'll get out of the way. Iron Ox hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. All right then, junior brother, be careful. Here I come. Before he finished speaking, he stepped forward, his huge fist striking out with a thunderous force. There were no fancy techniques, just the raw, most direct punch. Yet this simple blow tore through the air with a low roar, sonic booms exploding as his fist surged forward, as if space itself was being warped and pulled. His aura instantly blasted outward at that moment. The normally simple and honest giant seemed like a completely different person, his eyes gleaming coldly like a primeval beast locking onto its prey. Cold sweat broke out across Lin Chen's back as the soul monument in his mind flared in urgent alarm. Unless you've reached the 4th stage of life and death resolution, it's death or crippled for sure. Without hesitation, he shouted, Senior brother, I've thought it over. Fists have no mercy and might cause bad feelings. How about we don't fight? The fist stopped just an inch from his brow as Iron Ox sheepishly retracted his punch. All right. I was just fired up. If we're not fighting, then we're not fighting. The way the enormous body moved so fluidly was astonishing. Lin Chen silently thanked his lucky stars that had braked in time, otherwise that punch would have knocked him to bits. Clenching his own fists, a long-lost pressure rose in his chest. So even an average senior brother from Tianjin Peak was ridiculously strong. Junior brother, I'm off now. Hurry up and come up the mountain. Then I'll have a little junior brother. Well, technically I already do, Iron Ox babbled as his figure vanished. That big guy moves so fast. Lin Chen marveled. The next moment, a thunderous explosion sounded behind him. Looking back, the rock wall where Head just stood now bore a fist imprint half a person deep, with flying rubble and swirling dust everywhere. So these are the disciples of Tianjin Peak? He gasped. Is everyone this insanely strong? Before his fall, he had once been called a genius. After reforging his immortal meridians and condensing his sword soul, his confidence had only grown. Yet the reality before him made it clear there were always higher skies and stronger people. Inside his mind, the soul monument spoke coldly. Immortal meridians, Tao soul, plus support from your true self. Don't pretend you're ordinary. Lin Chen gave an awkward smile. The monument went on. A sense of crisis is good. Don't underestimate any opponent. I understand, Lin Chen resolved silently. Tonight he must break through the 3rd stage of the soul refining realm, speed up his life and death resolution training, and then enter the sword pool. Work hard, kid. As the inheritor of the soul monument, your destiny has long been set. You bear the heavenly mandate. While Lin Chen continued his training on Tianjin Peak, the outer sect of Xiantian sect quietly stirred with activity. On the highest platform of the outer sect, the reception terrace, disciples from the 5 peaks apart from the main peak along with various stewards and elders, gradually arrived, filling the area with bustling movement. 3 months earlier, a secret realm had opened in the northern wilderness. As the overlord of that region, Xiantian sect dispatched 30 disciples, 10 from the main peak and 20 from the 5 other peaks for a trial. Now that the realm had closed and the outbound disciples had sent word, they were set to return to the sect today. For Xiantian sect, this was almost like a small grand event, since those chosen for the trial ranked among the top young elites of the sect, many standing out as the best on their respective peaks. Yi Lianshan, from the main peak and ranked 3rd in the outer sect, served as deputy captain on this mission. Zhao Zai, from Tianwu Peak and ranked 5th, was also a deputy captain. The overall captain was Ling Moshue from Tianjin Peak. Though unranked in the outer sect, she was entrusted with the team's safety. To welcome them back, sect leader Wen Jie gathered elders from all 6 peaks, among them the 7th elder, who had long been watching Zhao Zai closely. He had been eagerly awaiting this day. Sect leader, the trial disciples have returned. A voice called out from afar. Everyone looked toward the sound just as a flock of a dozen large cloud cranes sliced through the sky. The black dots grew quickly until the birds landed before the reception terrace. The first to descend was a striking figure, Ling Mashua. She wore the tightly tailored uniform of the inner sect's true heirs, which outlined her slender curves. Her long, straight legs caught the sunlight, drawing many eyes. Senior Sister Ling. Her cultivation seems to have advanced again. But more importantly, she's even more beautiful. The disciples whispered among themselves. Ling Mokshu's cold and elegant appearance felt like an unmelting iceberg, commanding wary respect. Sect leader, I must return immediately to Tianjin Peak to report, so I cannot stay long. Please understand, she said calmly but resolutely. All right. Thank you for your efforts, Mashua. Go ahead and pay respects to the Grand Elder first. Wen Jie nodded repeatedly. Amidst all eyes watching, Ling Mashua mounted her cloud crane and flew back to the peak. Sect leader, isn't Ling Mashua a bit arrogant? I waited half a day and she left without even mentioning anything about the trial. Does she still respect you and the elders? Elder 3 frowned. Wen Jie smiled faintly. If you had disciples like hers, you wouldn't say much either. His words silenced everyone. Tianjin Peak was special, and not all in the outer sect felt loyal to it. Wen Jie composed himself and turned to the two remaining young men. Liangchen, Zai, how were the results of your trial? Yi Liangchen and Zhao Zai stood side by side. Ranked 3rd and 5th in the outer sect, both were outstanding talents. Zhao Zai looked handsome and radiant, showing signs of a breakthrough since returning. He slightly cupped his hands and said, Senior brother Yi, please speak. Yi Liangchen smiled in return. Junior brother is too humble. He'll keep it brief. The disciples gained a great deal from this trial. The secret realm was the site where a heavenly venerable had attained transcendence. All 30 disciples returned safely, thanks to their unity and cooperation. Of course, junior brother Zai and senior sister Mashua played a pivotal role. Yi Liangchen's voice rang out loud and clear as he recounted their experiences in the secret realm in full detail, especially junior brother Zai, who received the heavenly venerable's inheritance during this journey. Within the secret realm, disciples from 9 sects and 7 gates launched a relentless siege against us. We were close to death multiple times, but it was he who turned the tide. In the end, he defeated the top disciple of the Tianwu sect and made a name for himself in a single battle. No doubt this news will soon spread throughout the northern wasteland. As his words fell, the great hall of Xiantian sect erupted into chaos. Zhao Zai, heavenly venerable's inheritance, defeated the top disciple of Tianwu sect. The elder's eyes burned with fervor, almost surrounding Zhao Zai on all sides. Excellent. Ha ha ha. The 7th elder of the Zhao family trembled with excitement, whiskers twitching. Truly worthy of our Zhao Zai. He pushed all worries about Lin Chen aside, overwhelmed with joy. Zai has always been a rising star in our sect. Now, having received this inheritance, he will surely secure a place among the inner sect's direct disciples by next year. I've always said this boy has the makings of a heavenly venerable. Though envious, the elders from each peak could only admire him. Such opportunities cannot be envied or forced. Sect leader Wen Jie stepped forward and examined Zhao Zai carefully. He sensed the faint but growing aura of a martial mansion within him and asked gravely, Zai, have you broken through the martial refining realm? Zhao Zai cupped his fists in respect. Disciple has touched the threshold of the martial mansion and plans to enter seclusion to break through. Gasps of surprise filled the hall. Zhao Zai was not yet 20. Once he stepped into the martial realm, Xiantian sect would have one more true prodigy. Wen Jie scanned the room. Thank you all for your efforts. Each of the 5 peaks will receive rewards. Celebrate within your own peaks. With all 30 disciples returning unharmed and their cultivation improved, the outer sect leader was in high spirits. Soon, the crowd dispersed, some joyful, some heavy-hearted. At the main peak of Xiantian sect, the night was deep and solemn. Wen Jie stood by the window with his hands behind his back, his voice calm. Liangchen, tell me the detailed process of this trial. Yi Liangchen recounted every life-threatening moment over the past 3 months, from entering the secret realm, their near-death ambush by multiple enemies, to senior sister Ling Mashue repeatedly risking her life to protect everyone's safety. It was precisely because of her staunch defense that Zhao Zai ultimately obtained the heavenly venerable's inheritance. Luck is also a part of cultivation, Wen Jie sighed. Though his tone revealed a trace of disappointment, the inheritance had not fallen to the main peak, nor to the heavenly sword peak. Yi Liangchen clenched his fist and finally admitted his unwillingness to accept the outcome. Master, if it weren't for Sister Ling and me defending our fellow disciples, Zhao Zai wouldn't have gained that inheritance. I fear I have failed in my trust. My child, you protected your junior brothers and sisters. That is enough. Suddenly his expression changed. However, as far as I know, that inheritance might be more than just the heavenly venerables. Wen Jie's brow twitched sharply. Could there be something else? Senior Sister Ling and I speculate that the Heavenly Venerable may have left behind a fragment of his Dao soul upon transcendence. Dao soul? When Jia was uncharacteristically stunned. If there truly was a Dao soul embedded in the inheritance, even speculation of it would shake the sect's power structure. Let us set this matter aside for now. You should go rest. Yi Liangchen saluted but continued to feel guilty. Master, I apologize. How can you blame yourself? The sect competition is in half a year. Prepare well, and strive to enter the inner sect as soon as possible. Yes, master. Yi Liangchen left. As the door closed, Wen Jie's face darkened instantly. The Zhao family had long coveted the position of outer sect leader. Now, with Zhao Zai possibly possessing a Dao soul, once he matures, it will affect not only the outer sect's power, but shake the inner sect as well. Lin Chen had originally been the one family's greatest hope within the inner sect, but was seriously injured in an accident. Now the outer sect has Zhao Zai emerging out of nowhere. The pressure fell suddenly and heavily on the Wen family. Tianwu Peak. Brother, you must help me get revenge. Lin Chen has gone way too far. In the center of the main hall, Zhao Wuji threw himself at Zhao Zai's legs, weeping uncontrollably. He howled out all of Lin Chen's atrocities, painting himself as a helpless victim being ruthlessly oppressed. His exaggerated sobbing even made the disciples who knew the truth feel sick. Zhao Zai's face remained expressionless. After listening, he only glanced coldly at Zhao Wuji and said, "You can't even handle a worthless draftee at the body refining realm, and yet you claim to be a son of the Zhao family? Brother, I just got careless," Zhao Wuji stammered. He knew very well that Zhao Zai had inherited the heavenly venerable legacy and was on the verge of breaking through to the martial refining realm. His ascension to an inner sect disciple was a foregone conclusion. Standing before Zhao Zai, he felt utterly powerless. Zhao Zai snorted coldly, disdain flashing in his eyes. He had never liked Zhao Wuji's attitude, and now that he had fallen to being a waste, his contempt deepened even more. But Elder Qi, standing nearby, couldn't hold back his anger any longer. Zai, no matter what, Lin Chen crippling Wuji is an insult to the Zhao family and to Tianwu Peak. Do you know how the other peaks are looking at us lately? If not for your heavenly venerable inheritance, the Zhao family would have lost all face in the outer sect by now. Elder Qi was both shocked and excited. He practically saw Zhao Zai leading the Zhao family to control the outer sect's future. Zhao Zai was silent for a moment, then raised his eyes. Elder, what do you want me to do? Lin Chen is backed by the sect master and protected by sect rules, making it impossible for us to act. So we'll fight fire with fire. Elder Qi revealed the plan he had long been conspiring. Zhao Zai had been the fifth talent of the outer sect, and now with the inheritance, might even lead the outer sect competition to the top. But Elder Qi and Zhao Wuji couldn't wait that long. The gossip and insults made them want to tear Lin Chen apart immediately. Hearing the insinuation, Zhao Zai frowned. You want me to challenge a waste who's been banished from the inner sect? Zhao Wuji hurried to interrupt, afraid Zhao Zai would refuse. Brother, Lin Chen's no waste is now a disciple of Tianjin Peak. Tianjin Peak? A waste? How does he deserve to join Tianjin Peak? Zhao Zai sneered. Elder Qi gritted his teeth. Although it's beneath your stature, the Zhao family's honor cannot be lost. In the outer sect, only you can guarantee Lin Chen's death. Zhao Zai pondered for a long time, then finally nodded. He'll agree to this. But give me some time, there are more important matters I must deal with first. Lin Chen, I will handle you myself. Brother Zhao Wuji wanted to say more. Silence. Elder Qi glared at him, then turned back to Zhao Zai with a much more polite tone. Zai, go rest now. This matter is in your hands. Before leaving, Zhao Zai cast a cold glance at Zhao Wuji and shook his head. Only Elder Qi and Zhao Wuji remained in the hall. The elder lowered his head and barked coldly. If you had even half of Zai's talent, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Get out. Seeing you makes me sick. Zhao Wuji retreated from the hall with a mixture of grievance and bitterness. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, he snarled. Lin Chen, it's all because of you. His face twisted in rage as he truly felt for the first time the scorn, betrayal, and pain that come with being a worthless outcast. Just as he stepped outside, a few Zhao family disciples approached him. Senior Zhao, what's wrong? Enough chatter. Grab 2 others. Come with me to the labor peak. Each bring 100 stone coins. Zhao Wuji knew that he was no longer the Zhao senior disciple of Tianwu Peak he used to be. His martial vein had been destroyed, leaving him essentially powerless. Fortunately, he still had his identity as a member of the Zhao family. But to command the disciples of Tianwu Peak as before was impossible. They simply wouldn't willingly follow his orders anymore. All right, senior brother Zhao, just say what you need, said an outer sect disciple respectfully on the surface, but clearly distracted. Zhao Wuji clenched his fist in secret, forcing down his anger for now while he calculated his next move. Meanwhile, at Tianjin Peak, Lin Chen was unaware of the turmoil in the outer sect. As usual, he sat in meditation, guiding his primordial energy. When the hour of high arrived, he headed straight for the mountainside. Tonight, he was resolute. No matter what, he had to break through the 3rd level of the soul refining stage. If he truly couldn't match second senior brother, then at least he'd get a good beating to vent his frustration. With 3 energy pills in hand, he was confident he could break through within half an hour. The night was deep and still. At the stroke of high hour, the entire Tianjian peak surged with energy, as if an invisible giant hand was pushing the flow upward toward the summit. Lin Chen claimed a flat rock, swallowed the 3 energy pills, and sat cross-legged. The pills dissolved inside him into a burning warmth, and the surrounding primordial energy flooded in like a river. He had expected second senior brother to interfere, but surprisingly no one appeared. At that moment, atop Tianjian Peak, the Tao Soul inheritance. Are you sure? The Grand Elder asked, hands behind his back, his brows dark with concern. Master, the situation was urgent. To protect the disciples of Xiantian's sect, I didn't examine it closely, but it was definitely the power of the Tao Soul. I once sensed this same energy coming from third senior brother. It can't be mistaken, said Ling Mashua solemnly. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, but looked even more troubled. As he pondered, a lazy voice came from beneath the old locust tree nearby. Hey, old man, what's so great about the Tianzuan inheritance or the Tao Soul? Our third senior brother isn't without his own. But look at Thisso, speak of the devil, he's back again. Su Pinggan looked up sharply as the energies surged again. That bastard ninth senior brother, is he trying to reach Earth Martial Realm or Tianwu Realm? Is he going to drain all the energy from Tianjian Peak before he's done? Don't talk nonsense, boy. The Grand Elder shot him a glare. Old man, why do you care? You're the one who brought that freakish junior brother from the mountain. Lately, he's been practically hollowing out Tianjian Peak. Su Pinggan shook his head. Master, we have another junior brother now? Ling Mashua asked curiously. Yes, kind of, but he hasn't officially joined yet, the Grand Elder replied, eyes narrowing suddenly. Boy, what did you just say? What else could I mean? The energy flow rate this time is several times faster than before. He's probably not afraid to push it to the limit, Su Pinggan said after feeling once more, clicking his tongue thoughtfully. The Grand Elder and Ling Mashua exchanged looks of shock. Tianjian Peak's energy was being drained like a tide, all flowing toward one direction. Let's go? Without hesitation, the Grand Elder took to the air, heading straight to where the energy converged. Ling Mashua followed closely behind. Tainyo hesitated for a moment, then turned to Su Pinggan. So, second senior brother, aren't you coming? No, no, Su Pinggan waved him off. Tainyo chuckled. That junior brother is pretty decent. I'm going to check it out too. With that, he took off in pursuit. After the others left, Su Pinggan leaned against the old locust tree, talking to himself. That ninth senior brother gives me a worse feeling than the third, but maybe it's not all bad. Closing his eyes, he didn't try to compete with Lin Chen for energy, just quietly enjoyed the evening breeze, thinking that with one more freakish junior brother around, maybe he could continue to hang on for a while longer. Heavenly Sword Peak, somewhere. The night was as dark as ink, and the peak was completely silent. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, surprised at how smoothly he absorbed the spiritual energy tonight. He had expected that as long as no one disturbed him, progress would come naturally. Yet after swallowing the first chi pill, though his inner energy surged rapidly, it stalled just before the breakthrough point. Unable to push past the bottleneck, he grit his teeth and swallowed the remaining 2 chi pills at once. The potency of the pills flooded his meridians like a tidal wave, violent energy raging inside his body. He forced his cultivation technique into motion, guiding this energy to temper his soul sea. Half an hour passed before a brilliant light radiated from around him, shaking the night breeze into a faint hum. Soul Refining Realm, 3rd tier. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His dark pupils shone like stars, emotions swirling. The immortal veins truly made cultivation far more efficient, but he also realized that each breakthrough required multiple times the chi consumption of an ordinary person. Correspondingly, his combat power at the same level far exceeded others. Second senior brother, didn't Kami probably knew I was here all along? He thought to himself with growing respect for Su Pinggan. His fellow disciples were reasonable and hadn't fought over the chi here. Until now, even the Soul Monument hadn't detected Su Pinggan's presence. Suddenly, a detached voice of a weapon spirit echoed within the Soul Monument. Someone is coming. No threat detected. Elder of Heavenly Sword Peak, ancient tyrant body, and a female child just entering martial realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen stood up and withdrew his glowing aura. Under the moonlight, 3 figures soon appeared. The outer sect elder with silver hair yet youthful face. 8th senior brother, Iron Bull, radiating powerful force, and a slender, delicate-faced young woman with long legs, the 5th senior sister, Ling Mashua. The mistress' strength exceeded the elders, likely at Foundation Martial Realm, while this newcomer was only just entering Martial Realm, clearly 5th senior sister. Lin Chen, is that really you? You've broken through? The elder's eyes shone brightly, clearly sensing the immense chi that had swept through moments ago. Disciple Lin Chen greets elder. He cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. Thanks to elder's medicine, I have indeed achieved the breakthrough. He then cupped his fists toward the 2 senior siblings. Greetings, 5th senior sister, 8th senior brother. Junior brother, good to see you again. Iron Bull smiled heartily, his bell-like eyes full of relief. Ling Moshue appraised Lin Chen with some curiosity. Inner sect disciple Lin Chen? You flatter me, senior sister. I'm just an outer sect disciple, maybe not even that. Lin Chen scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Since you call me fifth senior sister, that means you're a disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak. Anyone who talks nonsense, fifth senior sister will teach them a lesson. Ling Moshue smiled warmly, her radiant beauty impossible to hide. Lin Chen hadn't expected such loyalty and quickly thanked her again. At that moment, the elders circled Lin Chen, exclaiming with astonishment, "Third tier of the soul refining realm. I thought it would take you at least a month to reach soul refining. Yet in under 10 days, you've smashed through 4 tiers from the 9th tier of physical refining. Is that possible for a mortal vein? Not even geniuses dare imagine this." After his shock, the elder expressed deep admiration. Cultivating mortal veins is far harder than normal by several times. Yet Lin Chen's indomitable will drove rapid, successive breakthroughs, proving his hard work these days indeed paid off. Thank you, Grand Elder, for allowing me to cultivate at Tianjin Peak. It is because of this that I've finally broken through, Lin Chen said respectfully, bowing toward the Grand Elder with the flowing white beard in front of him. His tone was humble yet steady. That's enough, the Grand Elder replied, standing with his hands behind his back at the edge of the cliff as the morning breeze lifted his gray robe. I must admit, I underestimated you. After all, you were once a prodigy of the inner sect. But cultivation cannot be rushed. Your foundation is what matters most. As he spoke, his spiritual awareness swept over Lin Chen's dantian. Seeing that his true energy was robust, he felt reassured but still took care to warn him. I understand, disciple, Lin Chen nodded. Turning sideways to glance at the stone steps leading down the mountain gate, the Grand Elder continued, if there's nothing urgent in the coming days, stay here at Tianjin Peak. Remembering the old feud between Lin Chen and the Zhao family, his tone carried a hint of caution. At this, Lin Chen's eyes brightened slightly, and he cupped his fists. Grand Elder, I would like to try the sword pool. Before the Grand Elder could respond, Ling Moshue, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject. Junior brother, the sword pool is filled with dangers. Even senior sister and third senior brother withdrew defeated. Although you've entered the soul refining realm, the pressure it exerts on one's mind and body is intense. It's not as terrifying as they say, Tiniu interrupted in his rough voice, veins bulging on his arm. Every time I enter, I actually feel the sword energy tempering my body. That's quite satisfying. Ling Moshue shot him a glare. Your physique is as tough as a stubborn demon oxus. Who else can compare to you? Scratching his head, Tiniu chuckled sheepishly. Anyway, I still think it's not as bad as they say. The Grand Elder waved his hand to stop their bickering. Xiao Wu is not wrong, and Xiaoba has a point too. Tianius' body is unique. We can withstand the sword intent, but he lacks an ounce of aptitude for swordsmanship. Then he looked at Lin Chen with a meaningful gaze. Lin Chen, do you truly want to walk the path of the sword cultivator? I want to try, Lin Chen answered without hesitation. Good, the Grand Elder nodded. Return to rest now and replenish your energy. Tomorrow at dawn, I will personally take you to the sword pool. Thank you, Grand Elder. Lin Chen clasped his fists and then bowed to Ling Moshue and Tiniu. Senior sister, senior brother, will take my leave first. With that, he pushed off lightly on his toes and vanished like a swift wind flying down the peak. After his figure disappeared, only the three remained atop the mountain. Ling Moshue withdrew her gaze, furrowing her brow. Master, you've long wanted to take Lin Chen as your disciple, haven't you? But I sense something's wrong with junior brother. How did he end up like this? She only knew Lin Chen had once been the most outstanding prodigy of this generation in the inner sect. 3 months ago, she descended the mountain for experience and was unaware of the events that followed. The Grand Elder sighed and clasped his hands behind his back. We were careless. More than half a month ago, his Dao soul was stolen, his meridians ruined, and he was banished from the inner sect sent to the outer sect as a menial servant. His Dao soul was stolen. Ling Moshue gasped. Can he still cultivate now? Barely, the Grand Elder nodded. He only has one mundane meridian left. A mundane meridian? Shocked, Ling Moshue listened as the master briefly recounted the duel on the main peak. Lin Chen, with just a mundane meridian, had forcibly crippled Zhao Wuji, the Zhao family's genius. Her expression grew complicated as she whispered, Junior brother's character is not bad. But Zhao Wuji's been crippled, and now Zhao Zai has returned to the sect. Given the Zhao family's ways, I'm afraid they won't let this go easily. As long as that kid stays on Tianjin Peak, the Zhao family can't stir up any trouble, the Grand Elder snorted coldly. What happens next depends on his performance in the outer sect's grand competition. In just a few days, he's already broken through 4 realms. It's amazing how he keeps surprising me. Looking off at the distant sea of clouds, his eyes revealed an unhidden shock. After all, Lin Chen's speed of cultivation had far exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, at the outer sect's miscellaneous duties peak, Zhao Wuji shouted fiercely, I'm not afraid of you. Even if I die, I won't kneel to a useless waste like you. Lu Qingji was covered in blood, his broken bones exposed beneath torn flesh, blood trailing down his shattered leg. With his last ounce of strength, he forced himself upright, his stubborn eyes filled with sheer determination. For 3 years in the outer sect, he had been nothing more than a servant called upon to do menial tasks, branded as a miscellaneous duty steward, seen by others as less than a dog. Today, he had finally realized one thing. He would rather die standing than live kneeling. You, a filthy servant. What right do you have to look down on me? Zhao Wuji attacked like a wild beast, his fists and feet mercilessly pounding Lu Qingji. Although he was now labeled a waste, Lu Qingji was near death, and this brutal beating would surely finish him off. Senior brother Zhao, stop. Seventh elder said you can't cause any more trouble. 3 disciples from Tianwu Peak stepped forward to restrain him. My fall from grace is all thanks to Lin Chen. Your miserable fate is because of him too. Zhao Wuji swung his fists until completely spent, blood at the corner of his mouth, eyes full of hatred and resentment. You think Lin Chen will save you? You're just a lowly servant. I won't kill you today, but I'll make you suffer so much you'll wish you were dead. Don't count on Lin Chen's helpo, and you know that Zhao Zai has returned, right? Soon, he'll show Lin Chen what it means to cross the Zhao family. Ha ha ha. Let's go? His cruel laughter echoed through the mountains as Zhao Wuji stalked away, 3 companions trailing behind. Lu Qingji collapsed into a pool of his own blood, motionless. The vast miscellaneous duties peak was unbearably cold and desolate, with no one even caring if he lived or died. The next day, with the sun just rising, Lin Chen set out for Tianjin Peak under the instructions of the elder. The sword pavilion where disciples of Tianjin Peak lived was modest rather than grand. It resembled an enlarged mountain cabin, but formed a complete, self-contained compound. Inside were practice chambers, secluded rooms for meditation, a training arena, and over 100 quiet rooms for the disciples' daily life. At the center of the courtyard stood a towering ancient locust tree, its gnarled branches twisting like dragons, requiring 100 people to encircle it. Just inside the courtyard, beneath the old locust tree, Lin Chen saw a young man dressed in plain white robes. The young man wasn't wearing the sect's official uniform, but had an ethereal, almost otherworldly demeanor. As if sensing Lin Chen's presence, he slowly opened his eyes and met Lin Chen's gaze. It was him. Almost simultaneously, Lin Chen's soul monument and the young man's ring emitted a quiet vibration. They were silent for a moment before the young man spoke first, his voice clear and cheerful. Old Nine. Greetings, second senior brother. Our master is waiting for you on the back mountain. You should go, and let's eat lunch together. The young man's name was Su Pinggan. He seemed unsurprised by Lin Chen's arrival, as if welcoming an old friend. The two shared an unspoken understanding without mentioning the upcoming battle over vital energy. I've heard second senior brother is an exceptional cook. Looks like the junior brother is in for a treat today. He'll go see master first. All right. Su Pinggan smiled and lay back beneath the tree's shade. Lin Chen turned, watching him go while lightly touching the ring on his finger. Suddenly, the small ring whispered, "This junior brother of yours is not ordinary. Of course, I noticed long ago. His martial veins are extraordinary. Oh, but I heard that our junior brother's martial veins were destroyed and his soul was stolen, which is why he was expelled from the inner sect. It's unlikely, but some other unexpected factor probably occurred. When I just investigated his martial vein, I sensed a purple aura. But as I tried to probe further, a powerful force severed my connection. I didn't dare go deeper for fear of being discovered." A purple aura? The voice inside the ring was low and excited. This kid might very well have an immortal vein. Immortal vein? The legendary immortal vein? How does it compare to mine? Su Pinggan tapped the ring, curiosity evident in his tone. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Oh, that's acceptable. It's 6 taels of gold versus half a caddy of scrap iron. Am I really that bad? Su Pinggan's eyes widened. It's not that you're weak. Imperial veins are just mutated martial veins. An immortal vein? There can never be 2 from the same era, and none have appeared for 10,000 years now. Imagine how terrifying that is. TCH. So this little junior brother of mine has unlimited potential? If he survives, he might lead this era. That impressive? Su Pinggan grinned and joked. Well then, old Nine's leg is thicker than old Three's. Huh. Old 8, go catch a wild boar. Second senior brother's making a roasted whole pig for you all today. All right, second senior brother, got it. Old 8 dropped his hoe and ran off. Even Iron Bull, toiling in the far back hills, heard the news about the roast pig and started drooling, even more excited than Su Pinggan. Compared with the carefree Su Pinggan, the voice in the ring recalled the ancient prophecy from eons ago, murmuring anxiously, "The owner of the immortal vein has appeared. Heaven is about to change." Meanwhile, at the back mountain, Imperial vein? What's that? Lin Chen, who was arriving just then, became even more curious about second senior brother after hearing the soul monument's explanation. Consider it a mutation of the martial vein. In any case, it's very powerful. Stronger than an immortal vein? Come on. There's only one immortal vein per era, and he's not at that level yet. But as long as your second senior brother works hard, he won't be far behind. I always knew second senior brother was no ordinary person. Today's meeting confirmed Lin Chen's impression of Su Pinggan's extraordinary nature and strengthened his resolve to grow stronger. Lin Chen quickened his pace toward the back mountain, while the Soul Monument whispered quietly. Sure enough, with the Soul Monument's arrival, heaven has already begun to change. Back mountain sword pool. The mountain wind whipped fiercely as the Grand Elder slowly opened his eyes. You've come. Disciple greets the Grand Elder. The sword pool is an ancestral inheritance of swordsmanship. Many prodigies from the inner and outer sects have tried to become sword cultivators here, but none have succeeded. I've taken in many talented disciples myself, but all have ultimately failed. So don't put too much pressure on yourself. Lin Chen nodded. To become a sword cultivator, one has to be born with the aptitude for swordsmanship or awaken a sword spirit, like him, both nearly impossible feats. That was why the North Province had not produced a sword cultivator for 1,000 years. The Grand Elder pointed behind him. This is the sword pool. It is filled with dangerous sword chi strong enough to kill. If you can't endure it, you can give up and exit at any time, understand? Disciple understands. Lin Chen gazed toward the peak. The sword pool was located inside the mountain's heart, and from a distance, the whole mountain looked like a sword drawn from its sheath. The sharpness glimpsed from the mountain's foot was from this place. Go. Lin Chen stepped to the entrance and was hit by a cold, oppressive air. Intense sword intent swept across the peak like an invisible storm, tearing at the skin. Senior, you said the place that tests the body is related to the sword pool? Of course. Would I lie to you? If luck favors you, not only can you become a sword cultivator, but you might refine the life and death art to a third layer of body tempering. And if luck doesn't favor me, you might be directly tempered to death inside. That's serious? The life and death art is like walking a tightrope. If you're afraid, it's still not too late to turn back now. Afraid? Even if I'm scared, I, Lin Chen, will never retreat even a single step. With determination burning in his eyes, Lin Chen stepped forward into the entrance. Sword Peak. The sword pool. Lin Chen never expected to be proven so quickly wrong. One moment he was boldly declaring, I won't take a single step back, and less than a minute after stepping into the sword pool, he spun around sharply, almost like he was running for his life. Just like that? What happened to never backing down? The spirit tablet couldn't help but mock. A true warrior doesn't suffer defeat in the moment, Lin Chen told himself grimly. This wasn't sword training, it was a death sentence. He had dreamed of breaking through the second stage of bone refining and the third stage of body refining all in one go inside the pool, and stepping into the ranks of sword practitioners again, reclaiming his status as Xuani sect's top disciple. But the sword energy that hit him the instant he entered was far beyond what he imagined. It formed a vividly lifelike dragon-shaped sword aura, roaring as it surged toward him. If he hadn't made a split-second decision to retreat, he likely would have been consumed completely. So the inheritance trial was this dangerous? It shouldn't be instantly lethal, right? Full of doubt and shame, Lin Chen trudged back to the sword pavilion. Seeing him come out so quickly, the Grand Elder was surprised. Usually, even the worst disciples lasted at least half an hour. Though he hadn't expected much from Lin Chen, this speed was ridiculous. Thinking Lin Chen had utterly failed, he patted Lin Chen's shoulder. It's okay. Failure is normal, no one has ever passed. Old 9. Failure is the mother of success. Don't take it to heart, Su Pinggan said as he brandished a roasting fork. Second senior brother is roasting a whole boar for you today, guaranteed to heal your spirit. In front of them, a huge wild boar was sizzling with oil dripping. Thanks, second senior brother. We're brothers and close friends from the same lineage, no need for thanks. Second senior brother is right. Lin Chen liked Su Pinggan's lively personality. After sitting down, still shaken, he asked, Grand Elder, what's the longest anyone has lasted in the sword pool? About 12 hours. That's your third senior brother's record. What? Third senior brother lasted 12 hours under that dragon sword aura? Lin Chen's jaw dropped. He barely survived a glance. But Chun Qingxian endured half a day. This was no human. Su Pinggan sprinkled seasoning calmly and said, Old 3 uses the sword pool to temper his sword intent every time. He's originally a sword cultivator, so there's nothing impressive about that. Third senior brother is a sword cultivator. Lin Chen was stunned again. Old 9. Calm down, he's just a sword cultivator, Su Pinggan shrugged. The Grand Elder glared at him. What do you mean, just a sword cultivator? Why don't you give sword cultivation a try if you think it's so easy? If anyone else said that, Lin Chen would have rolled his eyes, but second senior brother was naturally from the imperial vein, so a little arrogance was normal. Grand Elder, what exactly was that dragon-shaped sword aura I saw? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Dragon-shaped sword aura? The Grand Elder frowned. You saw that inside. Right inside the sword pool. It was terrifying. That thing inside the sword pool. Su Pinggan paused mid-meat turn, his face full of confusion. He had been there countless times, but never encountered such a dragon sword aura. Even the Grand Elder looked puzzled. He had guarded Tianjian Peak for centuries and had seen countless sword intents at the sword pool, yet he had never encountered the dragon-shaped sword intent that Lin Chen spoke of. Exactly. I had just stepped in when those sword intents instantly transformed into dragons. If I had been any slower, I wouldn't have survived, Lin Chen recalled with lingering fear. The elders exchanged glances, their faces full of shock. It turned out that none of them had ever witnessed this dragon-shaped sword intent before. Only the Grand Elder abruptly leaned forward and urgently asked, Lin Chen, are you sure you really encountered the dragon-shaped sword intent? Lin Chen nodded solemnly. The Grand Elder fell silent for a moment, his gaze strange. This sword intent has never appeared before. Could it be a test from our ancestors? Why don't you try again? Lin Chen thought it made sense. Could his sword pool be different from others? Moreover, since the sword chi in the pool could refine the body, he also wanted to use it to cultivate the life and death art. So he was unwilling to give up. With that thought, he set out once more. Returning to the sword pool, he stood before the stone gate, took a deep breath of the cold air, and strode forward proudly. The cold wind was like blades. The cave mansion, roughly 1,000 square meters, was jagged with shattered stones, and scattered broken swords plunged into the ground. At the center, a huge black sword was bound tightly by many chains. As Lin Chen's footsteps echoed, the surrounding sword intents suddenly surged wildly like a tidal flood, roaring together into a black sword dragon. Even after seeing it once before, he felt his scalp tingle. The great dragon roared fiercely in front of him, shaking dust from the stone walls. Just as he was pondering how to respond, an inscription tablet's shadow suddenly appeared behind him, his sword way soul. The shadow flashed, and the scene of one sword splitting the heavens stretched across the chamber, instantly shattering the black dragon-like sword chi. Then an astonishing sight unfolded. The sword intents all bowed respectfully before the tablet's shadow. Even the huge black sword in the center emitted a deep hum, the chains rattling loudly, echoing throughout Tianjin Peak. As Lin Chen was puzzled, a phantom began to form inside the black sword. So this is truly the swordway soul. A deep, majestic voice echoed. An old man with white hair, yet a youthful face looked up and stepped before Lin Chen. Sword soul? No, a lingering shadow. Lin Chen's mind raced as he cupped his fist in salute. Junior Lin Chen pays respects to the ancestor. The ancestor studied him briefly, a trace of regret in his eyes. You have come here seeking to become a sword cultivator? Exactly. I earnestly request your guidance in sword cultivation, Lin Chen said without hesitation. The ancestor glanced again at the tablet shadow behind Lin Chen and sighed deeply. I cannot teach you. You should leave. Lin Chen was stunned. Ancestor, you once said I possessed the sword way soul, and becoming a sword cultivator wouldn't be difficult. So why? He tried to communicate with the soul tablet, but received no response. At this crucial moment, the shadow seemed to shut down. Lin Chen refused to give up. Ancestor, I truly want to become a sword cultivator. Yet the ancestor's expression grew even more wary, his gaze constantly drifting to the shadow of the tablet, muttering silently in frustration. It's not that I don't want to teach, but I really don't dare. Hadn't he noticed how that sword at this moment was glaring at him like a fierce beast? That was the Sword Emperor's sword spirit. The ancestral master of the Xiantian sect felt a surge of frustration burning inside. Earlier, Chun Qingxian arrived, arrogantly forging his own unique sword path, making it impossible to bind him firmly. Then came Su Ping'an, talented but utterly uninterested in the sect's legacy. Now Lin Chen appeared, and the master thought this time it was a sure thing only for the Sword Emperor's sword spirit to suddenly swoop in and reserve Lin Chen first. Was the venerable Xiantian ancestral master really left with no face at all? Meanwhile, tensions flared sharply inside the Soul Steel world. You shameless spirit. Why do you have to be so terrifying? The Soul Steel shouted in fury. Old dog, want to hog the spiritual energy for yourself? Does that old geezer even dare teach? The sword spirit sneered coldly. You have no shame. The Soul Steel cursed loudly. Haha, you tried to scheme against me. That kid is still weak, so inheriting the sword sovereign legacy suits him perfectly. We can argue all we want, but don't mess with cultivation. The sword spirit's voice dripped with mockery. Humph. This time I'm taking 50% of the spiritual energy. The Soul Steel gritted its teeth. No way. Maximum 30%. The sword spirit stood firm. Fine then, old dog. Teach him yourself. The sword spirit's tone was carefree. Nonsense. ID planned to give the kid 40% and split the rest evenly with you. Do you think that's easy? The Soul Steel's voice was full of grievance and hurt pride. Really? With your intelligence as the mighty Sword Emperor's sword spirit, do you think I could fool you? Fair enough. All right, he'll go notify that old geezer. Inside the sword pool, mist swirled gently, and sword intent floated through the air like delicate threads. Lin Chen's brow was heavy with disappointment. He had been sure the sword legacy would be his without question, only to realize he had taken the wrong path in life. No matter how determined he showed himself, the ancestral master remained disdainful. If fate would not allow it, he would not force the matter. Senior, if that is the case, this junior Lin Chen cupped his fists, preparing to leave. Wait. The ancestral master raised a hand to stop him, his expression solemn, but with joy barely hidden. Seeing your sincere heart, I am not one to cling blindly to tradition. From today onward, I will personally guide you in the way of the sword. We have no formal teacher-disciple bond, so just call me teacher. Thank you, senior. Lin Chen bowed his head deeply, unaware that the ancestral master's face was nearly breaking into a grin. The old ancestor was nearly bursting into laughter. As the patriarch of the Xinyuan sect, he was supposed to be dignified and composed, yet the amusement swelling in his chest threatened to break free from his calm expression. He forced himself to remain stoic while laughing wildly inside. He had thought that recruiting a disciple was a lost cause after all. Who dared compete with a sword emperor for disciples? Yet the sword emperor's sword spirit had readily agreed to pass down the sword cultivation to Lin Chen. Though they lacked a formal master-disciple relationship, as long as Lin Chen inherited his legacy, that made him at least a half-disciple. Of course, this insider secret couldn't be disclosed. The Xinyuan patriarch had his pride. Everything was more than satisfactory. Lin Chen was recognized by the sword emperor, with boundless potential ahead. Perhaps the Xinyuan sword path would flourish even further under him, even making up for the patriarch's own failure to become a sword immortal in his youth. Disciple Lin Chen pays respects. Master, Lin Chen bowed with a clear voice. The patriarch nodded approvingly and spoke in a deep tone. To cultivate the sword, one must first train the body. Since ancient times, sword cultivators' physiques have surpassed ordinary men. Do you have a method for body tempering? I already have a body tempering technique, Lin Chen answered truthfully. The patriarch was quietly impressed. If the sword emperor was backing him, his body training method must be exceptional, so he didn't press further. Raising his hand, he pointed toward the depths of the mountain. 5 layers of sword energy dwell in the sword pool, which can help you temper your body. When you fully adapt to the 5th layer, I will formally pass on the Xinyuan sword path. Understood, master. Lin Chen had long been forewarned by the soul monument. Led by the patriarch, Lin Chen entered the sword pool. The jet-black sword energy surged, no longer transforming into dragons. Previously, the sword energy had turned into dragons in response to the sword spirit's hostility in the monument, as the pool had defensively reacted. Now that threat was gone, the sword energy was much calmer. Taking a first step, the trial of the 1st layer of sword energy instantly activated. The sword formation roared as countless sharp sword intents struck him like black lightning, pain crackling through him like electric currents, but his body barely held. Steadying himself, he advanced deeper into the 2nd layer. Here, the sword energy was twice as dense and unbearably sharp, piercing his skin painfully. Rather than retreat, Lin Chen pressed on, letting the sword energy ravage him while circulating the life and death secretion within. The sword energy pounded his muscles and bones like rain, tearing at his body. But amid the excruciating pain, he adapted rapidly. The hidden patriarch stared in disbelief. This kid's body tempering method is incredibly powerful. He handled the 2nd layer with ease. He narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. The 3rd layer won't be so easy. Confident in his Xinyuan sword formation, he awaited what came next. After suppressing the 2nd layer's sword energy, Lin Chen stepped into the 3rd. Instantly, razor-sharp edges cut his skin, blood seeping out. More terrifyingly, thin as threads, sword energy pierced straight into his marrow. Agonizing pain surged through every limb and bone. His body trembled uncontrollably as the snapping sound of cracking bones echoed in his ears. How can it hurt this much? The 2nd layer was tolerable, but this 3rd layer's sword energy has multiplied several times. He bit his teeth, a thought flashing through his mind. This was no longer mere sword energy. It was sword intent. That old fool was rather devious, but the timing was just right. Lin Chen, don't resist. Let the sword chi flow through every bone and muscle in your body. This will break all my bones. He gasped, sweat pouring down, his voice trembling. Good. The voice of the soul tablet came cold and sharp. That is the essence of the life and death art. Temper your flesh and blood between life and death. Lin Chen knew the soul tablet would never harm him deliberately, so he forced himself to relax. The next moment, sword chi roared like countless blades tearing recklessly through his bones, shredding and crushing. How can it hurt this much? Weren't you looking forward to this? The soul tablet replied indifferently. But you never asked how painful it would be. Hold on. This is only the beginning. The bone refining phase hasn't even started yet. With this little tolerance, do you think you can cultivate the life and death art? The agony shattered his reason. Lin Chen felt as if his body was being smashed into shards of rock again and again. Every bone snapped and crumbled. He tried to move, but couldn't even lift a finger. The elder, watching Lin Chen nearly faint from pain, hesitated and almost withdrew the sword formation. But the sword spirit in the array coldly forbade him from now on. Lin Chen could only rely on himself. The elder reluctantly withdrew his spirit energy, worry etched deeply in his eyes. Fainting and awakening repeated over and over. Each time Lin Chen's consciousness faltered, the soul tablet sent a chill, seizing his soul, to pull him back to this crucible of torment. Enough, start circulating the life and death art. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen activated the cultivation method. Black and white streams of energy wafted rapidly around him. Under this mysterious force, his bones healed at blistering speed only to be shattered completely once more by the sword chi. Heal, shatter endlessly repeating, ceaseless. After countless cycles, his body finally began to show faint signs of adapting to the sword chi. The next time he cultivated the life and death art, the sheen of his newly healed bones changed from dull to a dark, ghostly black, hard as iron. The roaring sword chi could no longer slice through them. The pain lessened, and for the first time, Lin Chen's flushed face revealed a spark of joy. He hurried to accelerate his cultivation, completing patchwork on every fractured bone. When the last fragment was restored, his entire skeletal frame suddenly glowed with an interwoven black and white crystalline brilliance. The second level of the life and death art bone refining was complete. At the same time, his spiritual sea surged wildly, and his martial cultivation soared, breaking through to the fourth rank of the soul refining realm. Huh! Lin Chen flipped upright in one swift move. The sword chi still held around him, but no longer shook him even slightly. He threw a punch, the fist wind slicing through the air, shattering the lingering broken swords inch by inch. The oncoming sword chi was blasted apart by his overwhelming force. So this is bone refining? Feeling the toughness of his bones and his slightly increased height, his heart pounded. Wildlife felt as if his skin had turned to copper and iron, his strength overflowing with nowhere to vent. The elder, watching in stunned silence, muttered, "If only I had this body refining method back, then who knows how quickly I might have broken through that barrier." But before he finished, Lin Chen was already stepping into the fourth trial stage. The fourth layer, sword intent raged like a violent storm and churning sea, cutting his skin like blades. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and endured. At least now, the pain was bearable. The fourth and fifth layers are both sword intent formations, far beyond the sword chi before. The elder's voice echoed in his mind. I left a trace of sword will within. Remember, a sword cultivator needs more than a strong body. You must grasp the heart of the sword. Outside the sword pool, time slipped quietly by. 2 incense sticks. 1 hour. 2 hours have passed. The Grand Elder clenched his fists until the knuckles cracked, gazing toward the sword pool. Kid, hold on. If you can make it through the 5th trial, our Xiantian sect will finally have a true sword cultivator. Before he finished speaking, black clouds roiled above Xiantian sect. Lightning flashed fiercely, and a strange phenomenon appeared in the heavens. From the direction of Tianwu Peak, the Grand Elder abruptly stood, his gaze locking tightly on the horizon. Old man, what's happening? Su Ping whispered nervously. Within the ring, an ancient voice spoke calmly. There's nothing strange about heaven and earth's anomalies. Can a sword inheritance really trigger such a sight? Your junior apprentice brother has always been an anomaly, the voice scoffed. But besides the sword pool, there's another unusual aura. Unusual? Like a Tao soul awakening. Xuantianzong. Black clouds surged in from all directions, pressing down to form a heavy canopy over the sect. Purple lightning crackled as countless eyes fixed on the horizon. At the same time, deep within Tianwu Peak, in a stone chamber sealed by powerful restrictions, Zhao Zai sat cross-legged. His face, normally handsome, was twisted in agony, veins bulging as cold sweat soaked his clothes. Since returning from the secret realm, he had shared no word of the heavenly sovereign inheritance with anyone. In truth, he had obtained a Tao soul legacy coveted by countless cultivators, and had boldly chosen the most dangerous technique from the soul fusion method left by the heavenly sovereign. One wrong step would mean certain death, but he had no choice. The temptation of the Tao soul was too great, and if the secret leaked, he knew his current strength would never protect this chance. So he had wagered everything on this gamble. The pain tore at his spirit like it was being ripped apart. Zhao Zai fainted several times, waking each time almost ready to give up. Yet whenever his consciousness blurred, a voice inside grew clearer and louder. Never give up. I will be the protagonist of this era. I cannot fail. Only by taking this step can I stand at the peak of this continent. His roar echoed in the stone chamber. At that moment, his martial veins suddenly surged, and his martial mansion condensed. The roaring energy of heaven and earth poured violently into his meridians, while the dark clouds above Tianwu Peak were drawn outward and spread across the sky. Thunder answered in response, sharp and brilliant. Boom. With the final lightning strike, the Tao soul within Zhao Zai was completely refined. He snapped his eyes open, and behind him appeared a radiant halo of light. It worked. Is this my Tao soul? Ha ha ha. With the Tao soul awakened, the world responds with signs. I, Zhao Zai, truly am a child favored by heaven. From now on, among the continent's heroes, there will be a place for me, Zhao Zai. His wild laughter mixed with the roaring thunder, reverberating through all of Xuantianzong. Outside Tianwu Peak, the 7th elder was the first to lose his composure, bursting into laughter. A Tao soul, no less. Ha ha. He had only expected his disciple to break through. never imagining the awakening of a Tao soul. With such a favored scion, the Zhao family status would surely rise. Ambition blazed in his eyes. Emperors take turns ruling. Why couldn't Xuantianzong one day bear the name Zhao? Zhao Wujiu, his clansman, felt his heart pound fiercely. When he looked at Zhao Zai, jealousy melted into burning admiration. A Tao soul appeared in only one out of a million. Zhao Zai was now destined to stand far beyond his reach. Congratulations, senior brother Zhao, on breaking through the martial realm. Congratulations, senior brother Zhao, on awakening your Tao soul. Cheers erupted from the crowd, quickly sweeping across Tianwu Peak. Every disciple seemed to foresee that Tianwu Peak's status would soar, perhaps even surpass the main peak. At Tianjin Peak, beneath the old locust tree, Tainyo squatted by the campfire, turning bamboo skewers in his hands. A low rumble of thunder startled him, making him twitch. Second senior brother. The thunder's rolling and rain's coming. Go get the clothes in. Su Pinggan's heart ached. He nearly lost his composure. Keep roasting. None of your business. Oh, Tainyo replied with a look full of grievance. Mount Tianwu? What does that have to do with you? You don't have a single hair on you. A deafening roar rolled over the mountains like distant thunder echoing between peaks, clearly audible even miles away to Su Pinggan. The young man glanced briefly toward Mount Tianwu, a trace of contempt curling at the corner of his mouth, then turned his attention back to the strange sky overhead, black clouds swirling, not rising from anywhere else, but from the heavenly sword peak. A mere sword's sovereign legacy can stir up such a cosmic phenomenon. That's some serious boasting, Su Pinggan muttered softly, though deep down he knew the real powerhouse was his junior apprentice brother, who ranked ninth. As he spoke, he skillfully turned a golden roasted wild boar over the fire and brushed on his secret sauce, the aroma spreading around. Suddenly, a sharp bark of irritation exploded beneath the old locust tree. Damn it, eighth brother. That big pork trotter was for ninth brother. Su Pinggan peeked over, and sure enough, one huge pig's leg had been completely devoured, not a scrap of bone left. Meanwhile, outside the sword pool, Elder Lin Chen just reported that Zhao Zai may have inherited a Tao soul. It was my oversight, Wen Jie admitted as he entered Heavenly Sword Peak, the usual sharpness in his gaze now dulled with uncertainty. The elder stared at him, expression complex. At this point, whether we seize it or not no longer matters. Even if he truly has a Tao soul, the Shantian sect has no grounds to forcibly claim it. But one thing is strange. Zhao Zai's Tao soul is silver white, roughly rank 3. Normally that wouldn't trigger such a cosmic anomaly. Perhaps because that Tao soul comes from the legacy of a celestial venerable, Wen Jie suggested. Tao souls are ranked in 10 grades. Grades 1, 2, and 3 are white. 4, 5, and 6 are blue-green. 7, 8, and 9 are gold. 10th grade is a myth, never seen in the mortal realm. Grade 3 is still a Tao soul. He is one favored by heaven, the elder said gravely. The Zhao family has always been ambitious, meddling repeatedly in outer sect affairs. Now Zhao Zai has awakened his Tao soul. Wen Jie, you must prepare early. Wen Jie gave a bitter smile. If the Zhao family can elevate Shantian sect further, it wouldn't matter to let them have the outer sect chief position. But as long as that figure remains in central state, they won't dare challenge the Wen family. For now, I worry more about what moves the Zhao family will make next. While everyone was stirred by Zhao Zai, they failed to notice that even after his awakening, the sky phenomenon had not dissipated. Instead, the air above Heavenly Sword Peak grew more eerie. The dome that pierced the clouds churned with black clouds, lightning rending the night sky like blades, casting the mountains below in apocalyptic light. Inside the sword pool, Lin Chen, hold on. It's only the sword sovereign's lingering sword intent. If you endure, you'll break into the 4th level of body refinement. Lin Chen lay among jagged stones at the pool's bottom, drenched in blood that stained the water crimson. By rights, his body should be as tough as bronze and iron by now. But suddenly the soul tablet turned traitorous, tempting him to give up resistance and letting the invisible sword intent carve flesh and shatter bones. He was cultivating the 4th stage of the mortal life technique, body refinement. The soul tablet clearly stated that only upon completing this stage could the mortal life technique be considered truly started. Pain blurred Lin Chen's consciousness, but the encouraging words echoed in his ears. Just endure, and you can break through the 4th level of body refinement. Deep within the black clouds, lightning gathered, as if awaiting an even greater storm. According to the soul tablet, only when Lin Chen crosses this threshold will his mortal life technique be considered at the true entry level. Lin Chen endured the trial of the 4th level with his bare body, but he never expected the sword intent of the 5th level to be a culmination of the previous 4. The scorching sword aura sliced from all directions like tens of thousands of sharp blades, tearing his flesh in an instant. Blood steamed into mist under the sword intent, and the agony clung to his bones inch by inch. His breath was strangled by pain, and for the first time, he entertained the thought of giving up. Hold on. A voice thundered deep within his mind. Remember, your mother is still waiting for your return alone in Beijing. Memories surged forth. That day, his Tao soul was stolen. If the sword of heaven hadn't awakened, if the soul monument hadn't recognized him, he would have long since sunk to the lowest servitude in the Xiantian sect, despised by thousands. His mother would have grown old and lonely in Beijing, and he might never see her again in this lifetime. Do you want to be an insignificant ant? Do you want to return to Beijing and endure the jeers of your relatives? You are Lin Chen, the fated one chosen by the soul monument. The voice roared with fury. I am giving you spiritual energy. If you can't break through now, I will despise you. No sooner had the words fallen than the soul monument burst forth with dazzling white light, flooding into Lin Chen's body like a torrent. On the brink of collapse, he suddenly howled toward the sky. His mother was still waiting, his enemies still in the inner sect. He could not die. Summoning all his strength, Lin Chen forced himself to stand, then sat cross-legged and channeled his cultivation method. Vital energy surged into his martial veins. The sword within the monument bloomed with a strange radiance, countless sword intents transforming into beams of light that he absorbed. His torn flesh rapidly healed within the glow as black and white lights burst forth beneath his skin. Life and death technique, 4th level body refining. Boom. His realm surged upward, refining soul realm, 5th level. Boom. 6th level. Boom. 7th level. Bathed in spiritual energy, Lin Chen shattered 3 levels at once. Just the fluctuation of spiritual energy stirred a strange phenomenon clearly. He needed to be more cautious. Deep within the soul steel, a deep, resonant hum like a mighty bell rang out. Instantly, a vast power surged upward, violently tearing apart the dense storm clouds. The dark sea of thunder shattered in an instant, and the sky's crackling bolts vanished as if wiped away by an invisible hand. With the phenomenon fading, Lin Chen, who had been unconscious, suddenly blinked open his eyes. His awareness fully returned. This was the trial of the 4th level of heart refining, as well as the most direct gift from the spiritual energy. The moment the energy entered his body, he clearly sensed the pure power within, far purer than ordinary primal stones by hundreds of times. In just moments, his cultivation broke through its limit, soaring to the 7th level of soul refining. As his realm rose, the profound heavenly sword intent quietly receded like a tide withdrawing, sinking back into the sword pool. Lin Chen stood up, his chest filled with an unprecedented sense of clarity and vigor. Clenching his fists, his bones crackled like muffled thunder. Now, with just his physical body alone, he could unleash a 5th kilogram strike in par with a full-force punch, empowered by the energy refining realm. Not to mention he himself had reached the 7th level of soul refining. If he really faced a practitioner from that realm, he felt confident and fearless. Yet, within the heavenly sword formation, what he learned most was not the body refinement techniques, but sword intent. Ancestor, am I ready now to become a sword cultivator? The void trembled slightly as the figure of the heavenly ancestor appeared. He had always known Lin Chen, chosen by the Sword Emperor, would be extraordinary, but hadn't expected the boy to endure the formation's most severe sword intent. Originally, the 5th level sword intent wasn't this overwhelming, but due to the sword spirit's threat, the ancestor had been forced to push the formation to its limit, multiplying the 5th level power many times over. Anyone else would have turned to ashes long ago. Lin Chen not only survived, but cleared the trial smoothly, shaking the ancestor's heart. Still, the ancestor maintained his composed exterior. Becoming a sword cultivator isn't so simple, the ancestor said, hands behind his back, voice steady. Having the soul of the sword only qualifies you. A true sword cultivator must condense sword chi to be called a sword master. Cultivating sword chi depends not only on talent, but on deep understanding of the sword Tao. If you wish, I can teach you the heavenly sword Tao. But ultimately, the strongest Tao is your own. I suggest you first condense your sword chi, then seek the sword that belongs to you. Sword chi, do you mean this? Lin Chen bent down to pick up a mottled ancient sword on the ground, pouring out his true energy. In an instant, the blade erupted with a milky white sword glow, its sharpness piercing the air with a high-pitched whistling. The next moment, the ancient sword couldn't withstand the sword chi and shattered into powder with a crack. Damn! Even the 1000-year cultivated heavenly ancestor couldn't help cursing, his pupils trembling. Sword chi? How did you do that? I'm not sure, Lin Chen shook his head. While comprehending the sword intent in the formation, I suddenly awakened the path to cultivating sword chi. Although the process of realizing sword chi was painful, he actually didn't expend much effort cultivating it. During the moments Lin Chen fainted repeatedly within the sword formation, vivid images of a single sword cleaving through the sky kept flashing through his mind. That strike tore the heavens apart, sword lights sweeping across all directions. Each replay shook violently the elusive sword spirit residing within him. At the very instant he successfully broke through using the life and death technique, a sharp sword aura suddenly surged forth from his dantian, as if it were innate and effortlessly summoned, like all the laws of heaven and earth condensed in one sword. The ancestor Xiantian listened quietly, nearly dropping his teacup, nearly losing his composure. If cultivating swordsmanship were truly that simple, then wouldn't anyone in the world be able to wield a sword? He was born of an ordinary vein and had paid an unimaginable price in sweat and blood to achieve what he had today. Even with fortunate encounters and having once received an acquired sword body from a sword sovereign, he considered his own talent unmatched, yet it still took a whole year of painstaking striving, often walking on a knife's edge, to condense even the sword aura. But Lin Chen, less than 3 hours. Could this be the legendary peerless genius? Filled with shock and curiosity, Ancestor Xuanxian's gaze settled on Lin Chen. He had assumed anyone accepted into Tianjin Peak must be a prodigy, and so had not investigated closely before. Now when he probed with his divine sense, it suddenly halted. Lin Chen's marrow and bone were extraordinarily vast, more than 10 times that of ordinary men. Yet when he tried deeper observation, it was as if shrouded by mist. In fact, this was the soul monument's secret protection. Outsiders could only see an ordinary martial vein, almost like a mortal vein. Even as a sword sovereign, the ancestor could only detect something uncommon, but could not discern the true immortal vein hidden within. Lin Chen did not mind the less others could see through him, the safer he felt. Ancestor, can I now be considered a sword cultivator? Lin Chen cupped his hands and asked. Ahem, you've stepped onto the threshold, so let's say barely. The ancestor cleared his throat. To reach your age and have already comprehended sword aura, you can indeed be called a swordsman. As he finished speaking, a torrent of information flooded Lin Chen's mind. The Xiantian Sword Manual. This manual embodied the ancestor's lifelong efforts, consisting of 9 sword techniques with no explicit ranking, yet carrying the prestige of the sword immortal. The techniques were divided into 3 tiers. The first 3 swords, peerless, stunning, and graceful, were within Lin Chen's current capabilities. When he became a Sword Dao Grandmaster, he would unlock the middle 3 swords, then upon reaching the Sword King realm, finally unlock the last 3. Before the joy of receiving this inheritance even faded, the ancestor raised his hand and lightly flicked. A streak of black light sliced through the air as a jet-black longsword appeared steadily before Lin Chen. This was the ancestor's personal sword for many years, Mayan, a top-grade, king-level weapon. It was known in the northern province that even the highest spirit instruments barely reached low grade, so a weapon of king level counted as divine grade, priceless beyond measure. This is your initiation gift, the ancestor said calmly. Though I have yet to formally accept you as my disciple, you are a Xiantian sect disciple, so I regard you as half my student. Ancestor. This Lin Chen reached out to receive the sword, but humbly replied, how dare I take something so precious from you? If the young man hadn't received the sword while speaking so modestly, the ancestor might have been moved to tears. Though reluctant, he finally let go. Letting such a treasured sword gather dust would be a pity. Besides, the ancestor had long become one with sword intent, his every movement sharp and precise. More importantly, Lin Chen had already attained the unity of sword and self, so whether or not he held a sword physically mattered little. What he hoped even more was that Mo Yuan could once again radiate the brilliance of a true swordsman in Lin Chen's hands. A sword is originally a tool of slaughter, yet it reigns supreme among all weapons. One who wields a sword must embody the resolve of sword and self as one. Easy matters, difficult matters, even the great affairs of the world all are but a single stroke to a true swordsman. The ancestor gazed at Lin Chen solemnly, his voice filled with expectation. I hope you can hold Mo Yuan tightly and move forward fearlessly. Your potential far surpasses that of a mere sword immortal. You might go even further. If Mo Yuan shines brightly in your hands, it will be as if you have fulfilled the regret I carried all these years. As he spoke, his voice seemed to age by centuries, and his entire figure like a fading flame, a faint shadow slowly dimming. Ancestor, you? Lin Chen's heart tightened. From now on, the sword pool no longer serves a purpose. The ancestor shook his head with a sigh. This remnant soul of mine will disperse along with it. The word desolation pierced Lin Chen's heart through the increasingly blurry figure. Suddenly the ancestor recalled something and smiled faintly. By the way, the Xiantian sect was founded by my own hand. If you ever have the ability in the future, please support the descendants of Xiantian sect. With those words, the remnant soul completely dissolved into a scattering mode of light. In the empty sword pool, only Lin Chen and the soul steel remained. That old geezer is truly devious. The soul steel snorted coldly, breaking the silence. He's just a lingering fragment, yet he feigns pity to win sympathy. Shameless. Lin Chen's emotions, just stirred moments ago, were scattered by this remark, but he still understood that he truly owed the ancestor a favor. He rubbed his nose cautiously and asked, Senior, could you spare me a little spiritual energy? I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through the martial refinement realm. Is spiritual energy like cabbage? The soul steel nearly trembled with anger. I struggled hard to accumulate this little amount. If I didn't think you were about to die just now, I wouldn't have bothered giving any. If you want spiritual energy, go get stronger yourself. Only the strong deserve it. Hidden beneath the stern rebuke was a hint of tough love. Thank you, senior. I will train hard. Lin Chen bowed. Though brief, he had absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, so he did not dare to ask for more. Coming back to himself, he secretly clicked his tongue. Big gain. At the same time, a sly laugh echoed from deep within the soul steel world. Who would have thought the core of the Shantian sword array was an ancient spirit stone? Ha! The surging spiritual energy was split into 3 parts. Lin Chen received 30%, the sword's spirit 30%, and it kept 40% firmly for itself. One word, exhilarating. Shantian sect, intersect. Sect master, there's still one spot left for a direct disciple, so I want Zhao Zai to join my Shenyang peak. Inside the main hall, sandalwood incense curled in the air. On the gilded stone pillars, dragons were carved in relief, their scales catching the firelight with a cold gleam. A middle-aged man stood beneath the alchemy steps, wearing a white jade crown and a well-tailored dark blue brocade robe. Golden threads embroidered a blazing sun emblem on his shoulders, making him look like a hidden sharp sword. This man was Lin Songhai, the deputy sect master of Shintian sect. The Zhao family boy has some connection to ours. So far, Shenyang Peak has only one direct disciple. I, Elder Lin, never interfere with other peaks' discipleships, but this time I hope everyone will allow Zhao Zai to join me. The elder's deep voice echoed off the hall's ceiling. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere thickened instantly. Almost all the elders responded at once, their voices overlapping like crashing waves. Ranks within the Shintian sect were rigidly defined. Common laborers, registered disciples, outer sect, inner sect, true transmission, core disciples, and direct disciples. Merely reaching the inner sect meant being a true transmission disciple. Each elder could have at most 10 core disciples, but only up to 3 direct disciples in an entire lifetime. This limited number symbolized a genuine master-disciple bond of the highest prestige. Thus, competition over these spots was fierce and ruthless. Right now, elders from various peaks were practically shouting over Zhao Zai's enrollment. The last time a Dao Soul genius appeared, they didn't even get a chance. The top elder had taken him directly. That prodigy was Lin Chen, who was later crippled. Now, with another outstanding talent from the outer sect, no one wanted to lose out again. Enough. Which master one joins is the disciple's own choice. The sharp command thundered through the hall, silencing everyone. It came from Wen Yuxiu, the inner sect master, a stocky man with a face like cold iron. In his youth, he was the one family's brightest prodigy and the youngest Tianwu realm powerhouse in the northern provinces. Now overseeing the inner sect, his presence was deeply imposing. Since the sect master has spoken, carry on as you will. Lin Songhai bowed, flicked his robe, and led the way out. The others looked displeased but could only disperse. When the crowd cleared, the hall was nearly empty, leaving only Wen Yuxiu and a white-haired elder. Damn it! Are these people blinded by greed? The elder shouted, his voice shaking the timber beams. If they hadn't schemed behind the scenes, how could Shintian sect have lost a genius like Lin Chen? Let it rest. Wen Yuxiu sighed lightly, his gaze drifting to the distant window lattice. How is the boy doing now? I heard he's temporarily staying at Tianjin Peak, but to officially become a disciple there, the outer sect has set conditions. Oh, he can still cultivate? Wen Jie reported back. He still has a mortal meridian. A mortal meridian. At least he can cross the threshold and find a place in the secular world. If he ever leaves the sect, Shintian sect will compensate him. When Yuxi's voice was tinged with guilt, Lin Chen's Dao Soul was stolen and his meridian destroyed right under his watch. How could he not feel remorse and shame? Sect master, are we really not going to contest Zhao Zai? The Zhao family has long coveted control of the outer sect. Now that Zhao Zai's Dao Soul has awakened, this is their chance to rise. The chance of Zhao Zai joining our Wen family branch is slim. Wen Yuxiu waved his sleeve. But send Qingyun to visit Tianjin Peak and ask about his great-grandfather on the way. His tone was like a final ultimatum. Xiao Qingyun probably doesn't want to go to Tianjin Peak. Outrageous. He won't have a say. Does Tianjin Peak think it can eat him up? When Yuxi's brows rose sharply, his voice ironclad. The white-haired elder remained silent, memories flashing through his mind over a year ago. When Qingyun went to Tianjin Peak, he had come back in tears. To have a proud prodigy of the inner sect return in tears ever since. For the people of the inner sect, Tianjin Peak has remained an unsolved mystery. By the way, sect leader, there's another matter. An elder at the center of the main hall looked up to report. A few days ago, Li Songyun struck the Shintian bells even times. Even one more than he did back then. Wen Yuxiu suddenly stood up, a flicker of shock in his eyes. The elder continued. It seems Lin Songhai intends to marry his daughter to Li Songyun. Sect leader, you must be cautious. Li Songyun is a disciple of that supreme elder, and that elder has already reserved Li Kangyun's spot for the Jiuzhou Grand Competition. Wen Yuxiu pondered deeply, hands clasped behind his back as he paced. After all these years, they still won't give up. 7 strikes of the bell mark terrifying talent. But to make a name at the Northern State Grand Competition won't be so easy. Yet ironically, our inner sect has no one capable. It's truly frustrating. There's no need to despair, sect leader. What about the young lady? If Chen Qingxian from Tianjian Peak is willing. The meaning of Tianjian Peak can't be wasted on such matters. When Yuxiu interrupted sharply. Don't forget, the central state is also eyeing us hungrily. Understood, I will take my leave. The doors closed behind him. In the grand, cavernous hall, only Wen Yuxiu remained. He looked up at the reflected tiles beneath the eaves, his brow furrowing deeper. With the inner sect pressing from within and the outer sect's undercurrents stirring, the situation grew increasingly tense. Inner sect, a secluded mountain peak. The morning mist dissipated, shadows of trees swaying. Li Songyun ended his cultivation, spiritual energy surging inside him like a tidal wave. Brother Songyun, did you break through again? Lin Chen quietly lifted the bamboo curtain. Her pale purple dress accentuated snow-white skin, her innocent smile starkly contrasting with the sharpness behind her eyes. Chuin, you're here. Li Songyun extinguished the light in his palm, his voice affectionate. I heard Lin Chen is still alive? Yes. Zhao Wuji, that worthless fellow, can't even defeat the regressed Lin Chen and lost his martial vein. Lin Chuin snorted, voice sweet yet mocking. But don't worry, brother. Zhao Wuji's elder brother Zhao Zai has awakened his Dao soul. Lin Chen is doomed. She nestled close, soft and pliant in his arms. Father also wants us to marry soon. Well, settle Lin Chen first. Li Songyun stroked her dark hair casually, speaking calmly. Heh. The Zhao family accepted my conditions. Zhao Zai will definitely act, rest assured, brother. Lin Chuin blinked her big eyes, her gentle voice laced with cold calculation. I will clear every obstacle for you. A smile appeared on Li Kangyun's lips as he whispered, I'll leave the marriage arrangements to you. I must focus fully on training for the Northern State Grand Competition. Our brother is amazing. Lin Chuin stood on tiptoe and wrapped her arms around his neck. A mountain breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, their garments fluttering as the two entwined quietly among the shadows and light. Outer sect. While the inner sect fought over Zhao Zai's direct disciple spot, Zhao Zai himself caused a stir in the outer sect. He issued a life-or-death challenge to Lin Chen. The news quickly swept across all the peaks. In 7 days, the deathmatch platform duel. Zhao Zai from Tianwu Peak challenges Lin Chen of Tianjin Peak. Zhao Zai ranks 5th in the outer sect. He's awakened his Dao soul and entered the refining martial realm. Even the outer sect's #1 powerhouse can't suppress his edge. The chatter and astonishment rose like waves. Disciples set up betting odds. Lin Chen accepts the challenge. Pays 100 to 1. Lin Chen refuses. Pays 1.5 to 1. If Lin Chen fights, bet how many moves he can hold, lowest odds for 1 move, 100-fold for 10 or more. This betting was less of a gamble and more of a blatant insult. The general consensus in the outer sect was clear. Lin Chen was doomed unless he hid away on Tianjin Peak. If that happened, the once direct disciple would lose face and become a laughingstock. Thus, the moment the challenge was issued, the outer sect of Xiantian erupted like a boiling pot. Tianjin Peak. Clouds swirled around the summit, the sword pool's icy chill biting sharply. Since sealing himself away, Lin Chen had been training by the pool tirelessly for 3 days. Now standing in the pool's center, his feet froze the ripples around him, sword intent flowing like a dragon along his body. Sword peerless. A humming roar. Silver-white sword light tore through the air, slicing tens of meters of pool water, carving a deep groove along the stone shore. Flying debris scattered. The resounding sword cry echoed across the peaks. Lin Chen withdrew his sword, long hair brushing his shoulders, a rare sharpness flashing across his features. Such a fierce, Xiantian 9 swords. He spread his palm. Sword intent crackled from his fingertips as a confident smile curved his lips. With this, I am truly a swordsman. The pool was still again, the sword scar winding serpentine across the water. Lin Chen looked up, his gaze piercing the mist between the mountains, as if he could see the inner sect far away. Lin Chuin, wait for me. He'll be back soon. Heavenly Sword Peak. Under the old locust tree, the large wild boar that Lin Chen had slain was reduced to a pile of bleached bones, stained here and there with charred blood. Second senior brother lounged lazily against the tree trunk, the mountain breeze lifting his sleeves. Iron Bull crouched over the vegetable patch, turning the soil with one hand while gnawing loudly on a half-leg bone with the other. Ling Moshua had taken on a new mission and had left the peak on her sword at dawn. The courtyard was left with only the Grand Elder pacing back and forth, his gaze fixed on the direction of the sword pool. 3 days passed, and Lin Chen repeatedly broke his own record for time spent by the sword pool. Rumors outside grew louder and louder. Zhao Zai issued a death match challenge, stirring the entire Xiantian sect into a frenzy, yet Lin Chen seemed to have vanished from the mortal world. During these 3 days, Zhao Zai was far from idle. Visitors streamed constantly before the gate of Heaven Martial Peak. Gifts filled the side halls, and the Zhao family hosted a lavish banquet that lasted an entire day and night. Each of the 5 peaks symbolically sent a few disciples, but the real excitement was in the inner sect. Successive groups of trusted followers came to probe, befriend, and win Zhao Zai's favor. Soon word spread the sect had approved Zhao Zai's transfer to the inner sect, and not as an ordinary direct disciple, but one who could advance directly to personal discipleship with a single nod. Outer sect disciples were thus suddenly elevated, but before leaving, Zhao Zai had to face his life-or-death battle with Lin Chen. Deep within the sword pool, the sword intense shimmering patterns had now dimmed. Lin Chen had finally perfected the first 3 sword forms. One stroke, peerless, shatters all mortal blades. One stroke, swift as a startled swan, leaving traces in the air. One stroke, glorious, where every rise and fall harbors deadly intent. 3 strikes that pierce to the bone. His comprehension of swordsmanship surged. As the last wisp of sword energy drifted from his palm, his status officially elevated into that of a sword cultivator, wielding sword energy forged from his 7th-level soul refinement realm, ranking him among the great sword masters. The sword ranks on the northern continent are Sword Cultivator, Sword Master, Sword Sect, Sword King, Sword Emperor, Sword Lord, and Sword Immortal. Beyond the records carved on the soul steel lies the long-defunct rank of Sword Sovereign, which has never reappeared through the ages. Lin Chen, now at 7th-level soul refinement, bearing a sword soul and immortal meridian, empowered by the ancient ancestors' sword art, had far greater potential than in his previous life and was now one step closer to his revenge. With his mind resolute, he withdrew his sword intent and stepped out of the sword pool. Before the sword pavilion, the old locust's branches swayed gently. Lin Chen, you're out? You've been a long time. Did you gain what you hoped for? The Grand Elder approached, unable to hide his anticipation in his voice. Su Pinggan cast a casual glance, then narrowed his eyes sharply. This freaked 7th-level soul refinement. And already a great sword master? Just 3 days ago, Lin Chen was at 3rd-level soul refinement, with no sign of wielding sword energy. Now he had practically leapt to the threshold of sword sect level. This speed nearly overturned Su Pinggan's understanding. Lin Chen cupped his hands respectfully. Sorry to keep Grand Elder waiting. I have not failed and have formally stepped into the ranks of sword cultivators. He paused, then added honestly, the sword energy in the pool has been exhausted, and the ancestor's divine mind has dissipated. Since he could no longer conceal it from the people of Heavenly Sword Peak, he chose to be transparent. The Grand Elder had been about to reassure him, saying, even if you fail, it's all right, but suddenly raised his voice in surprise. What? What did you say? You became a sword cultivator and inherited the ancestors' sword technique? The Grand Elder continued on his own, unable to contain his excitement. Regaining his composure, he reached out and gripped Lin Chen's shoulder, his eyes filled with an indescribable awe. Lin Chen replied softly. The ancestor said we don't have a true master-disciple bond, only a teacher-student relationship. The favor of imparting knowledge isn't enough to call us master and disciple. In truth, the ancestor had entrusted Lin Chen with all his lifelong knowledge and even gifted him his sword, but thinking of all the complexities within the inner sect, Lin Chen didn't elaborate further. Well, the Grand Elder nodded excitedly. I want to see anyone dare say Lin Chen isn't worthy to be a disciple of Tianjian Peak. From today on, you are officially one of us. Receiving the sword legacy from the ancestor meant Lin Chen had truly stepped into the ranks of sword cultivators. If he left Xuantiando now, not just Beizhou, but all of Zhuzhou would compete to take him as a disciple. The Grand Elder composed himself and spoke earnestly. Lin Chen, the details of the ancestor's legacy must never be shared outside. Understood, Grand Elder. You're already a disciple of Tianjian Peak, and you still call me Grand Elder? Lin Chen's expression softened. Disciple Lin Chen pays respects to master. Good. Ha ha ha. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Finally, Xuantiando has its own sword cultivator. Before the laughter died down, he suddenly noticed Lin Chen's cultivation level, and his pupils shrank sharply. You've already reached the 7th layer of soul refining? Lin Chen shrugged off the surprise casually. Consider it a parting gift from the ancestor. If your teacher doesn't offer something in return, wouldn't that be stingy? No sooner had he spoken than a dark golden ring flew over to Lin Chen. He caught it, eyes brightening. A storage ring? He was still using a storage pouch, and inside the ring were filled with vital energy pills and spirit stones. The Grand Elder's generosity quietly impressed him. Master, this is very generous. The Grand Elder waved his hand. Arrange your own things inside. At your current level, the outer sect's training resources won't keep up. Pack your bags and live on the mountain. Also, early tomorrow, you and 8th brother will go to the imperial capital of Beishan country. There are evil cultivators appearing there. Your 7th senior brother can't handle it alone, so you two will assist. Mission practice? Lin Chen's heart wavered. Just after accepting the legacy, he was being sent down again. This script was too familiar. The last mission cost him even his Dao soul. As he hesitated, he thought of the northern city. It lay within Beishan country and was one of the 8 ancient cities. If he went to the capital, he could visit his mother along the way. Considering this, he nodded. All right, I understand. The Grand Elder patted his shoulder gently, eyes full of tenderness. You foolish boy, can master ever harm you? Seeing Lin Chen's cautious expression, he silently vowed. As long as he drew breath, he would never let his disciple suffer harm again. Tianjian Peak would shoulder everything for him forever. Master, you flatter me. I'm just thinking that since it's on the way, I might as well go see my mother. Seeing that his thoughts were seen through, Lin Chen awkwardly came up with an excuse. That's fine. The elder nodded, stroking his beard. Disciples of Tianjian Peak are not bound by the outer sect's rules. Once you've settled the matter with your seventh senior brother, go to the northern city and spend more time with your mother. It's been 5 years since you last saw each other. 5 years. Lin Chen nodded softly, his eyes slightly moist, but he forced himself to stay composed. Master, I will return to make preparations. Go ahead. Senior brothers, I'm leaving now. The elder simply nodded. The second senior brother raised his hand and made a gesture Lin Chen didn't understand, but it carried an encouraging meaning. Lin Chen acknowledged it with a respectful fist salute, then hurried away. The cold wind howled atop the mountain as he swiftly descended the stone steps. Tianjian Peak was rich in spiritual energy. He was reluctant to leave, yet the thought of reuniting with his mother stirred an uncontainable joy in his heart. At the mountain gate, Su Pinggan was lying on the blue stone, basking in the sun, speaking lazily but with sharp sarcasm. Old man, the seventh from the demonic cultivator's side is almost done, yet you let the ninth bring the eighth down the mountain? Does Tianjian Peak even need people to farm and cook? Or will you personally take charge? Before his words finished, the elder turned and kicked him. So you think the eighth is just a tool? You clueless brat. Sending the eighth along is to protect him. Having him seek out the seventh is to clear his mind. Rubbing his kicked leg, Su Pinggan scoffed. Keep pretending if it makes you feel better. I think the ninth might not lose to that night chap. The elder's expression softened as he spoke quietly. Your junior disciple certainly won't lose. But if it comes to a real fight, it won't happen now, got that? All right. In meddling, Su Pinggan waved dismissively and lay back down. Lin Chen didn't catch any of this. He had already reached the foot of the mountain, thinking, since he's heading to the northern city, he should bring some gifts. Some cultivation resources for his mother's family, though disagreeable. It would keep her status secure in the clan. As for northern city specialties, never actually gone down the mountain to buy any. After pondering for a while, Lin Chen thought of Lu Qingji, the steward of the miscellaneous duties peak. That kid often went down the mountain and knew the area well. He could help with the shopping. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen wasted no more time. He then set off straight toward the direction of miscellaneous duties peak. Servant Peak. Lin Chen stood at the end of the mountain path, gazing at the little peak he knew all too well, unable to suppress a wave of emotion. Just half a month ago, he had been disheartened, convinced he would spend his life here hauling firewood and fetching water. Yet in just 2 weeks, not only had he reached the 7th layer of the soul refining realm, but he had also officially become a true disciple of the heavenly sword peak. Gathering his thoughts, he strode up the stone steps. As he entered the steward hall, a young man dressed in gray servant robes suddenly bumped into him. The anger that had flared on the young man's face barely escaped his lips. Damn it. Who's so blind? Before freezing utterly. Senior brother Lin, you're here? Zhao Yuan recognized the genuine disciple's robe embroidered with the character's heavenly sword. His legs went weak immediately, cursing silently that he had picked the wrong day to be on duty, unexpectedly running into this fearsome figure. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Before he could speak, Zhao Yuan collapsed to his knees, pleading, Senior brother Lin, I haven't offended you. Please don't make things hard for me. Lin Chen was taken aback. Was he really that intimidating? He had only stood silently, yet this person was already kneeling on the floor. Get up. I'm here for Lu Qingji. Where is he? Zhao Yuan knelt deeper, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Senior brother Lin, this really isn't my doing. Please don't punish me. Lin Chen's eyes darkened sharply. Where is he? The icy tone left Zhao Yuan no choice but to tremble out. Senior brother Lin, please follow me. They made their way west toward the rest area. It was break time on Servant Peak. Thousands of low-ranking disciples were scattered around the wooden huts. From a distance, many stared in shock and envy as Zhao Yuan led Lin Chen past. Some whispered, is that Senior brother Lin by Zhao Yuan? How did a true disciple come all the way here? In front of a hut, Zhao Yuan stopped, voice shaking. Senior brother, Lu Qingji, is inside. But his condition, you'll have to see for yourself. Lin Chen's expression suddenly darkened. Under the eaves of the western hut, a bloodied figure hung upside down from a thick hemp rope tied to the beam. Blood dripped in heavy drops from tattered clothing, pooling into a stark crimson stain on the ground. His swollen face was unrecognizable, limbs twisted at unnatural angles, skin marked with lash scars. It was Lu Qingji. Even more horrifyingly, his martial veins had been completely destroyed, and his spiritual energy had long since dried up. With a flash, Lin Chen leapt forward, tearing the rope with bare hands. He gently laid Lu Qingji on the floor, examining him briefly. A murderous gleam like cold stars flickered in his eyes. Who did this? His voice was calm, but carried a suffocating chill. The area around the hut fell instantly silent. The gathered servants dared neither provoke Lin Chen nor the murderer who had done this to Lu Qingji. All lowered their eyes, silent as stones. Lin Chen's gaze swept across them until it landed on Zhao Yuan. Nobody's going to say anything? You speak. Zhao Yuan's legs trembled uncontrollably. Senior brother Lin, I. He didn't want trouble, but couldn't resist Lin Chen's overwhelming pressure. Staring into those cold, lifeless eyes, he still couldn't withstand Lin Chen's pressure. It had to be Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji. Lin Chen repeated softly, his gaze sharp as a blade, killing intent instantly solidifying into something tangible. Ellen, senior brother, is that you? Lu Qingji lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. His eyes were swollen shut like ripe peaches, almost unable to open, yet he recognized Lin Chen's voice. Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He took out a vitality pill, but saw Lu Qingji had no strength even to lift his hand. Forcing his mouth open, Lin Chen slipped the pill inside, then circulated his true energy to speed the recovery. Moments later, Lu Qingji's breathing gradually steadied. The vitality pill could only restore depleted energy, far from enough to save him outright, but at least it snatched him back from the brink of death. It's my fault you're in this state. Lin Chen clenched his fists, guilt swelling in his chest. He wasn't a saint, but he was flesh and blood too. Lu Qingji's misfortune was all because of him. Senior brother Lin, this has nothing to do with you. Lu Qingji shook his head weakly. Lin Chen rose and looked back toward Zhao Yuan. Take care of him until I return. Senior brother Lin, don't go. They did all this just to force you to show up. Lu Qingji struggled to hold on to Lin Chen's pant leg, his voice hoarse. Force me to appear? Lin Chen frowned deeply. To do this to a lowly servant disciple, all for me? Lu Qingji said nothing. Zhao Yuan took over. Senior brother Lin, didn't you know? Speak. You've been absent recently, and Zhao Wuji forced junior brother Lu to pass messages to you. Lu refused, so Zhao Wuji flew into a rage and had his martial veins crippled, torturing him like this. Veins bulged on Lin Chen's hand. You just watched this happen? Doesn't the sect care? Lu Qingji's bitter smile was weak. Senior brother Lin, don't blame them. The Zhao family is so powerful now that not even main peak disciples dare provoke them, let alone servant disciples. Why do they insist on seeing me? Lin Chen murmured to himself. Zhao Yuan exhaled sharply. Zhao Zai has issued you a challenge, a life or death duel. Zhao Zai, duel to the death? Lin Chen was genuinely unaware. Suddenly, he recalled the elder's unusual attitude when sending him away. It turned out the elder had been protecting him in secret. But Zhao Zai is hardly a threat. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. With his soul refining realm cultivation at the 7th level, his strength already ranked among the top 15 on the outer sect. How could he fear a fight now? Suddenly, a loud scolding came from Servant Peak. Servant Peak sure is lively. What? No work today? Get out of the way. The servant disciples paled and scattered immediately. Lin Chen recognized the voice and smirked coldly. As the crowd parted, 3 figures strode into view. The leader, none other than Zhao Wuji, flanked by 2 Heaven Martial Peak disciples. Zhao Wuji's eyes locked onto Lin Chen with a mad fervor, as if he had finally caught the prey had dreamed of day and night. Ha! Lin Chen, you finally show yourself. I thought you'd be a scared little turtle forever. Though crippled, Zhao Wuji was still arrogant. Being a prodigy of the Zhao family's Dao soul lineage, he might be broken, but he was still one of them. Lin Chen entrusted Lu Qingji to Zhao Yuan's care, then turned to face Zhao Wuji. His expression calm on the surface, but beneath it, murderous waves surged. Zhao Wuji lifted his head in a cold sneer. Lin Chen, I thought you'd lost your nerve. Everyone says you're useless now, too scared to show your face. I've told you before, my elder brother is Zhao Zai, and am a member of the Zhao family. Now, kneel down and kowtow, renounce your martial power, and maybe I can beg my brother to spare your life. Screw your mercy. Lin Chen shot back coldly. He tapped his toe, and his figure flashed like a shadow. In the next instant, he grabbed Zhao Wuji's head and slammed it down with an iron fist. The thunderous impact kicked up dust, and Zhao Wuji's head was pressed into the ground, scattering shattered rocks. Lin Chen didn't stop there. He grabbed Zhao Wuji by the collar and lifted him off the ground. By now, Zhao Wuji had lost all cultivation, reduced to a mere mortal body that couldn't withstand such brutal force, and he immediately passed out. Smack! Lin Chen clamped onto Zhao Wuji's right arm and twisted sharply. Bones cracked crisply as he forced the searing pain into Zhao Wuji's consciousness. Lin Chen, you're courting death. You're finished. Zhao Wuji's face contorted as he gritted his teeth and shouted. Zhao Zai has already issued you a death challenge, and you still dare to lay a hand on me. Lin Chen hadn't shown up for days and ignored the challenge, so Zhao Wuji assumed had chickened out. After all, Zhao Zai's Dao soul had awakened, blessing him with heavenly favor. Who dared to face that heathen? So when they met today, Zhao Wuji felt no fear and never expected Lin Chen to actually attack first. Zhao Zai very strong? Lin Chen asked coolly, unfazed. Quit pretending. My brother's Dao soul has awakened, and he's heaven blessed. You'd better let me go if you know what's good for you, or you'll die without a grave. Zhao Wuji roared. Lin Chen was indifferent. Now even alley cats can awaken Dao souls. You think that makes me let you off? He squeezed again, and the sound of bones snapping echoed as Zhao Wuji's other arm went limp. Zhao Wuji fainted from the pain once more. Lin Chen raised his foot and unleashed a series of kicks. Two dull cracks sounded as both of Zhao Wuji's legs were utterly shattered. Ah, Lin Chen, how dare you? You coward who won't even accept the challenge. My brother won't let you live. I want you to suffer worse than death. Zhao Wuji screamed in agony, still cursing. Annoying. Cold light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Deathmatch? Lin Chen accepted. Before the words even left his mouth, he punched Zhao Wuji's chest. The enormous force burst through his body, and Zhao Wuji spat blood wildly. His eyes rolled back as he blacked out again. Only then did the surrounding disciples snap out of their shock. Lin Chen, how dare you? Two disciples from Tianwu Peak turned pale and tried to speak, but one cold glance from Lin Chen silenced them instantly. That look was like an icy blade at their throats, forcing them to swallow their words. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "Where's Zhao Zai?" They exchanged a nervous glance and stammered. Zhao senior brother should be at Tianwu Peak. Outer sect. Tianwu Peak. These past few days have been exceptionally lively. Outside the mountain gate, congratulations poured in, gifts flooded like waves, and guests eager to build connections arrived in steady streams. Inside the gate, envoys from the major intersect peaks brazenly poached disciples atop the summit, making Tianwu Peak the undeniable center of attention. Zhao Zai's name spread like wildfire both inside and outside the Xintian sect. Within Tianwu Peak, apart from its own disciples, no one from the outer sect was to be seen anymore. Instead, all the envoys sent from the inner sect had taken up residence. Over the past days, they had been taking turns making offers promising cultivation resources, spots in secret realms, spirit weapons, and elixirs, just waiting for Zhao Zai to say, "I choose you." Yet Zhao remained evasive, so no one was in a hurry to leave the peak. On top of that, he even threw down a challenge to Lin Chen, which only heightened everyone's curiosity. Lin Chen, once the pride of the inner sect's younger generation, had been disgraced and relegated to menial tasks. Rumor had it he was not only recovering his cultivation, but had nearly been accepted by Tianjin Peak. When these visitors first arrived at the outer sect, that news naturally sparked their eager desire to witness whether he would accept such a life-or-death duel. Most of those visiting were the youngest but most prestigious disciples of the inner sect authentic successors. Core disciples all were present. The responsibility to receive these honored guests naturally fell to Zhao Zai, Tianwu Peak's newly risen star. The martial hall was packed with esteemed guests. On the jade-covered table, delicacies made from spirit birds and rare beasts delighted with their color and aroma. Fine wine rich in spiritual energy filled the air. Female disciples of Tianwu Peak danced lightly in sheer silk, resembling an ethereal feast in a celestial palace. Zhao Zai had not declared any stance nor wished to offend any side after all. He would eventually join the inner sect, so he simply entertained everyone lavishly with the best wines and dishes. Brother Zai, a toast to you. No matter the outcome, consider this brother yours. A genuine successor was the first to raise his cup and drink it down in one go. Zhao Zai returned the gesture with a similar swallow. Seeing this, others eagerly stepped forward to offer their cups. He accepted all without refusal and chatted amiably with several core disciples. Although smiles were on everyone's faces, deep down they all saw the subtle pride in Zhao Zai's eyes and unmistakable arrogance born from awakening a Dao soul that even core disciples could only envy. Just as the atmosphere grew lively, an ill-timed voice suddenly cut through. "Junior brother Zhao, we were sent on orders and should not overstay. Rather than wasting time, junior brother might as well tell us your choice directly." The speaker was neatly dressed, courteous in demeanor, yet his brows betrayed impatience when Xingyun, core disciple and heir of the Wen family from a major intersect peak. Zhao Zai knew while he was anxious but pretended not to notice. If not for an unavoidable paternal order, Wen Xingyun would have already stormed off in frustration. "Senior brother Wen, you're a core disciple after all, why be so impatient?" A cold laugh interjected from nearby. Lin Fifan, representing Xianyang Peak and a vice sect disciple, had once been surnamed Sun but changed it to please his foster father. His tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Wen Xingyun ignored him and raised a hand to silence the mockery. "Unlike you all's idleness, cultivation cannot be spent in drunken stupor. Conditions have been made clear. Junior brother Zhao, please give us a straight answer." All eyes turned sharply to Zhao Zai. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke. "If that is the case, I won't say more. I am grateful for the recognition from all the peaks. However, my heart has a place to belong. I have decided to join Xianyang Peak." Hearing this, no one seemed surprised. After all, Lin Fifan had privately approached Zhao Zai before what was said between them, no one knew. But now it was clear that Xianyang Peak had offered Zhao Zai terms he couldn't refuse. Inside the hall, lanterns flickered and the scent of wine lingered in the air. Zhao Zai stood, raising his cup with a humble smile. "Though I cannot stand shoulder to shoulder with you all as disciples of the same peak, We are still all from the inner sect. I've long relied on the kindness of my senior brothers. From now on, while I'm at Xianyang Peak, I hope for your continued guidance and support. I, Zhao Zai, toast to you all. Ripples formed in the cup of spirit wine as everyone raised their glasses in response. After several rounds, when Qing Yun hummed softly, set down his cup, and stood. In that case, I won't keep you any longer, junior brother Zhao. With a flick of his sleeve, he left without looking back. Zhao Zai watched the retreating figure disappear, his expression unchanged but with a faint fury burning beneath his eyes. A fellow brother from Xianyang Peak patted his shoulder and said loudly, "Don't mind him. Rest assured, junior brother Zhao, Xianyang Peak will never disappoint you. Come, drink again." Laughter rose as the cups were raised once more and emptied. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, someone suddenly asked, "By the way, brother Zai, any news from Lin Chen?" "Heh, brother Wang. Now that junior brother Zai has awakened, Lin Chen's mere mortal pulse is probably hiding somewhere trembling," another quickly chimed in. "That's right." Another joined in loudly. "Back in the inner sect, I never liked Lin Chen with his arrogant, invincible act. Now look, he's turned into a scared little turtle." Huh. The laughter rang out sharply. Zhao Zai curled his lips in disdain and sneered. "Whether he accepts or not means nothing. To me, Lin Chen is just an insignificant ant. If he avoids fighting, then the former disciple will be a laughingstock and never set foot on Tianjin Peak again. If he dares to fight on his suicide path, knowing he'll die, that useless creature would never." Before he could finish, a roar tore through the sky like a mountain-shattering thunderclap, bursting out from beyond Tianwu Peak and climbing to the clouds. "Zhao Zai, no need to wait 7 days. I'm waiting for you at the life and death platform." The loud crash felt like a hammer pounding the roof, making tiles tremble and wine cups shake. Everyone's expression froze. Zhao Zai's cheeks instantly burned hot. His earlier confidence was shattered. The audacity of Lin Chen to openly issue a challenge at Tianwu Peak. "Good. Very good," he hissed, lowering his voice as murderous light blazed in his eyes, then pushed open the door and strode out. The plaza before the peak gate was already packed with a sea of dark figures. Long robes billowed in the wind as murmurs rose and fell like waves. The 7 elders stood in the center, their faces grim as iron, eyes blazing with fury. Zhao Zai hurried forward. "Elders, what's happened? See for yourself." The 7th elder barked, ignoring his respect. Zhao Zai lowered his gaze. There, Zhao Wuji lay twisted and barely breathing amid shattered rocks, blood forming a dark stream. The sight drew a cold gasp from surrounding disciples. "Lin Chen." Zhao Zai's knuckles whitened as he squeezed out the words through clenched teeth. "Good. Very good. If I don't kill you, I'll never call myself Zhao Zai." His roar ended. He vanished like a shadow, rushing toward the life and death platform. This sudden upheaval stunned everyone speechless. After days of silence, all had assumed Lin Chen had backed down. Unexpectedly, he had broken through the mountain gate and held his challenge. Instantly, Tianwu Peak erupted into chaos. Disciples from other peaks were also alarmed, soaring through the skies to converge. Lin Chen has accepted the life and death challenge. Just like brother Lin, so fierce and unstoppable. Elsewhere, when Qing Yun, having just left, witnessed Lin Chen kick Zhao Wuji flying, gouging a deep pit in the ground of Tianwu Peak. Shaken, he immediately sprinted toward the duel site. The crowd surged like a flood toward the life and death platform. Mountain winds howled and sword intents surged beneath the surface. The life and death battle was about to begin. Lin Chen accepted the challenge. News from Tianwu Peak sent shockwaves through the entire outer sect. Inside the grand hall of Shantian Main Peak, sect leader Wen Jie furrowed his brow deeply. The turmoil within the inner sect was intensifying, and he had long felt the pressure. If this year Tianwu Peak's momentum surpassed the main peak, the position of outer sect leader could very well slip from the one family's hands next year. Shantian sect was no longer what it once was. Many factions had coveted the throne for a long time. "Master, there's bad news." Urgent shouting came from the entrance. Wen Jie looked up, his voice stern. "What's the panic about?" The caller was elder attendant Yi Liangchen from the main peak. He inhaled sharply. "The life or death battle has started, and Lin Chen has taken it on." Wen Jie's expression darkened. According to plan, the Grand Elder had sealed off all information. As long as Lin Chen stayed on Tianjin Peak, no one should have known. Could the Zhao family have forced it? Yi Liangchen shook his head. No, Lin Chen appeared of his own accord on Tianwu Peak, severely injuring Zhao Wuji with a single palm. His fate is uncertain. He also challenged Zhao Zi and they are heading to the life or death platform now. Wen Jie, usually composed, showed unusual anxiety. Lin Chen had voluntarily accepted the life or death duel, and had already reached the platform. Damn it, does the Grand Elder know? Tianjin Peak disciples usually keep the peak sealed. Probably no news has reached him. Inform him immediately. The sooner the better. After giving orders, Wen Jie swept his sleeve and dashed straight toward the life or death platform. Meanwhile, news spread to outer sect's main peak and the elders and disciples of the other 5 peaks. Along mountain paths, airborne vessels, and riding beasts, countless people surged toward the life or death platform, the outer sect becoming instantly ablaze with excitement. At Tianjin main peak, Yi Liangshan arrived at the sword pavilion but dared not enter without permission. From outside the door, he called loudly, "Grand Elder, are you there?" To Tianjin disciples, respect and fear mingled. This peak was cold and mysterious, especially Chun Qingxian, notorious for killing at the slightest provocation. Without orders from the sect leader, Yi Liangshan would never dare step inside. The wooden door creaked open, and a burly man poked his head out. "Are you Brother Yi from the main peak?" "Brother Tinyu?" Yi Liangshan exclaimed. 7 years ago Tinyu was a child. Now he was broad-shouldered and muscular, fiercely imposing. Tinyu chuckled. "That's me. Are you looking for Master?" "Brother Lin is in a life-or-death battle with Zhao Zai and has reached the platform. Please notify the Grand Elder at once." After speaking, Yi Liangshan turned and hurried off, unwilling to miss the fight. Tinyu closed the door and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Second brother, Old Nine is fighting Zhao Zi's life-or-death duel." Under the old locust tree, Su Pinggan had been dozing before the tree, but sprang up sharply at the news, eyes flashing with sharp light. "Oh, interesting, very interesting. Let's go see." Tinyu was shocked. "Second brother, you're coming down the mountain too?" As far as he knew, Su Pinggan never left the peak voluntarily, but now he was personally taking action because of the junior brother's matter. "Of course." "Oh, and old 8, bring my Shintai ruler," Su Pinggan said excitedly. "Ah, Air Xixiao, that thing is way too heavy. It's your own stuff, can't you carry it yourself?" Tinyu frowned deeply, folding his arms with a face full of reluctance. "Take it." Air Xixiao stuffed the rolled white cloth firmly into his arms without a hint of doubt. "If anyone dares to bully our little junior brother, you swing the black iron ruler and teach them a lesson, got it? Really? More precious than gold. All right." Tai Xionghe almost shouted his own name wrong, but didn't have time to think, turned excitedly, and tore off, his footsteps pounding like thunder. He charged into Su Pinggan's room and struggled to hoist the nearly 20-foot-long black rectangular weapon onto his shoulder, the outer layer tightly wrapped in white gauze, revealing only its sharp edges. Tinyu casually swung the heavy blade twice. It sliced through the air with a whistling rush. At the door, Su Pinggan whistled sharply. A snowy white crane, its back patterned with swirling clouds, sliced across the sky, beating its wings fiercely and whipping up strong gusts of wind. "Let's go." Su Pinggan leapt onto the crane's back, with Tinyu following close behind. The two of them and the bird soared high, heading straight for the life and death platform. Outside the sect, in a confined space, atop a precipitous cliff, sheer walls plunged down tens of thousands of feet, sharp mountain winds cutting like knives. The fighting platform stood isolated at the peak, named the life and death platform because battles fought here decided fates. Whenever the outer sect faced irreconcilable disputes, they settled matters here with fists and blood to declare the victor. Today, the crowd swelled around the platform like a tide, disciples streaming in from all directions. Just 3 days ago, they were still speculating that Lin Chen wouldn't dare to step up. Unexpectedly, the tables turned. Lin Chen not only didn't back down but appeared early, challenging Zhao Zai to a fight to the death. Zhao Zai, ranked 5th in the outer sect, had recently awakened his Dao soul and surged into the refining martial realm. News from Tianwu Peak reported that he had agreed to become a direct disciple of Xianyang Pika, promising future awaited him. Lin Chen, however, was once the sect's golden boy, a previous direct disciple. But after being judged as mortal vein broken, his glory shattered in an instant, and his path to immortality darkened. Now, with their statuses reversed and realms worlds apart, they were about to fight to the death. Here everyone was eager to see just how wide the gap truly was. "Place your bets. The match has started," shouted the organizer disciples beneath the platform, their voices ringing out. Lin Chen down 5 moves. The odds increased by 10. If Lin Chen hadn't shown up, the odds were only 1.5. I'd have lost a fortune. Good thing he's here. As long as he loses, we'll make it back. The gamblers rubbed their hands eagerly, voices clamoring with wagers. The crowd grew thicker, a dense black mass, the atmosphere rivaling even the sect's grand contests. Many newcomers craned their necks and gasped. At the center of the mountaintop, on the life and death platform, a black-clad youth sat cross-legged, eyes closed, expression ice cold. That's Lin Chen, quite bold, wearing Tianjin Peak's uniform before his formal registration. What's he got? Courage is one thing, but he's just walking to his death. If he were still in the martial realm, maybe we'd worry, but now that his mortal vein is broken, who dares challenge Dao Soul awakened Zhao Xixiao? I heard Zhao's Dao Soul is terrifying. Will we get to see it today? Don't be ridiculous. Zhao doesn't even need his Dao Soul. Lin Chen will be done in 3 moves, maybe even 1. Hushed whispers and sneers mixed together, drifting into the mountain wind, echoing over the abyss. Yet none of it stirred Lin Chen. He didn't even lift an eyelid, breathing steady and calm. Today, he had only one goal: to kill. Within the confined space of the life and death platform, a dense crowd had gathered. Disciples from the outer sect, inner sect, and all the major peaks packed tightly around the platform, leaving no room to slip through. The elders arrived one after another, standing at the higher vantage points to oversee the scene below. TSK. Even third elder can be so leisurely and refined? Second elder lightly brushed his sleeve and glanced at the punishment hall elder, teasing. You came too, didn't you? Third elder snorted coldly, his gaze darkening. The life and death platform has seen no visitors for some time. It just shows the disciples aren't exactly united. Second elder shot back without hesitation. That's because your punishment hall's methods are too cruel. If you abolished the punishment hall, none of the disciples would have to take such desperate measures. Why don't you say your law enforcement hall is too harsh, pushing disciples to come here to settle grudges? Third elder glared back angrily. These verbal sparrings between the two elders were nothing Nawa familiar routine. The other elders silently shook their heads, but couldn't help admiring their rhetoric. Fourth elder looked toward the center of the platform, sighing deeply. What's the use of this for that kid Lin Chen? Zhao Zai isn't someone he can beat. He's only been in the outer sect less than a month, and now he's going to lose his life. It's a losing battle. Better if he dies, third elder sneered, flicking a finger. With a broken meridian and a ruined body, he still dares to defy fate? Second elder retorted immediately, when he was accepted as a direct disciple. Why didn't you say that then? That was then. Third elder laughed coldly. Today he's just showing off for the crowd. He'll pay with his life. No use wasting food on a broken meridian disciple. Second elder fell silent. Though he too felt Lin Chen's odds were bleak, he couldn't argue further. Normally, the chief elder would have intervened to stop this, but nothing had happened so far, leaving him full of doubts. In fact, everyone present believed Lin Chen was courting death. If Zhao Zai hadn't forged his Dao soul or broken through the martial training stage, they might have been evenly matched. But now, with Zhao Zai transformed beyond recognition, the outcome was almost certain. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. Seventh elder appeared holding Zhao Wuji in his arms. The young man's eyes were wide open, but lifeless. Lin Chen, you merciless executioner of the 10 worst sins. Seventh elder shouted angrily. Zhao Wuji's cultivation has been ruined by you, and now you dare to finish him off? Killing fellow sect disciples is the gravest taboo of our sect. Third elder confirmed Zhao Wuji had no pulse and raged. Lin Chen, are you defying the authority of the punishment hall? The life or death duel is off today. Get down and face trial. Lin Chen slowly lifted his head, casting a glance at third elder without a word. Lawless. Third elder stepped forward, his sleeve fluttering. You haven't formally returned to Tianjin Peak yet, and you already dare to flout sect rules? Apologize immediately. Apologize? Lin Chen suddenly laughed, clear but laced with chill. What have I done wrong? Zhao Wuji's cultivation is ruined, should be expelled from the sect. I want to ask the law enforcement and punishment hall elders, how should we deal with outsiders who attack our sect? He raised his voice, sweeping the crowd with a piercing gaze. Our sect's ancestral decree. Those who offend the sect shall face nothing but the sword. Zhao Wuji brutally harmed a subordinate disciple of my outer sect's service division. Whether I killed him or not, so what if I did? Lin Chen shot back at the third elder without hesitation. His words rang out sharply before the death platform, slicing through the air like a knife. The second elder laughed heartily, slapping his palm firmly on the sword hilt. Well said. Whoever offends our sect faces only the sword. Seeing his longtime rival, the third elder, put in a tight spot, cheered him greatly. His gaze toward Lin Chen softened from scrutiny to genuine respect. At least this kid had backbone. The third elder's face turned ashen, but he forced out. Words alone prove nothing. Though his voice was already wavering, Lin Chen strode up the steps, pointing to the open fighting stage. I'm not here to rehearse sect rules with the third elder today. Zhao Zai, are you here? If so, come on up. His voice boomed like a bell toll, the entire death platform falling instantly silent before the crowd collectively gasped. At the peak battle, everyone knew Lin Chen was fierce, but few expected him to be this brazen now. Some whispered, was Lin Chen really fearless, or just unaware of how strong Zhao Zai had become? After all, Zhao's awakening of his Dao spirit was widely known in both inner and outer sects. Lin Chen. A fierce shout came from afar as a group of disciples surged forward, led by Zhao Zai himself. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm no disciple of ours. With that, his true energy roared to life. He pushed off the ground, soaring up and landing on the stone of the death platform, which trembled beneath him. Their eyes met for the first time, hatred flickering like flames in the charged air. Raising his hand, Zhao Zai sneered. So you're Lin Chen? Foolish enough to challenge me to a life and death duel. Maybe before I feared you a little, but now you're nothing but an ant. Lin Chen shrugged. I'm just doing as you wish. And you expect me to take you seriously? Hope your power is as solid as your mouth. He paused with a tease. Don't get me wrong, I'm tough, but I'm not looking to be judged by a man like that. Good. Very good. Zhao Zai nodded grimly. Today, they'll see how much skill the once personal disciple and Dao spirit prodigy really has. Wait. A calm voice cut in, abruptly halting their rising fury. Sect leader Wen Jie appeared on the platform, his wide sleeves fluttering without wind. Greetings, sect leader. Both bowed with clenched fists, though their anger still burned hot. Wen Jie looked first at Lin Chen, then Zhao Zai, frowning deeply. Zai, you've awakened your Tao spirit and are an inner sect heir. Challenging a named disciple is beneath your station. I will address this. Let this matter end here, agreed? His tone was conciliatory, but carried exhaustion. Zhao Zai snorted coldly. Though Zhao Wuji doesn't share my family name, he's still a disciple of Tianwu Peak. If Lin Chen killed him and I let it slide, what face does Tianwu Peak have? Of course, sect leader, they'll save you face if Lin Chen slits his own throat here on the death platform. This is settled. The old Zhao Zai would never have dared talk back to the sect leader publicly. But now with inner sect status and birthright favor, he no longer held the outer sect leader in respect. When Jie's expression froze, the outer sect leader's authority could no longer control the man before him. Lin Chen stepped forward. Sect leader, once you step onto the death platform, there's no turning back. You needn't intervene. This fight between me and him, it's to the death. Lin Chen, you still have the right to refuse. When Jie tried to pull him back, sect leader, please step down. A commanding voice emerged from afar. The Tianjian Peak elder floated down, robes billowing. As a disciple of Tianjian Peak, I fear no fight. He scanned the crowd, his voice drowning out the noise. No matter the outcome today, as long as Lin Chen lives, he is a full disciple of Tianjian Peak. Anyone who bullies Lin Chen from now on is an enemy of Tianjian Peak. So forceful was this declaration that no one dared rebut, though in their eyes, Lin Chen's survival was far from certain. The elder turned to fix Lin Chen with a sharp gaze. If you're going to fight, don't disgrace Tianjian Peak. Lin Chen pressed his fists together and answered deeply, I understand, master. He drew his sword, pointing it to the ground, then raised his head and shouted, I, Lin Chen of Tianjian Peak, challenge Zhao Zai to battle. I fear no battle. Zhao Zai laughed wildly in reply. Swords drawn and tempers flared. The life or death duel was about to erupt. Life and death are decided on the death platform. Now, everyone must accept their fate. Wen Jie took a deep breath and stepped back from the platform, leaving the entire battlefield to Lin Chen and Zhao Zai. The blood-red sun hung high, casting a cold light down. Hundreds of disciples below seemed to have their voices sealed. Not even a breath dared grow heavier. The silence was chilling to the bone. Grand Elder, why didn't you stop him? Wen Jie's voice was low, anxiety still clear in his tone. The news came too late. The Grand Elder stroked his beard and shook his head, though his gaze was steady. Rest assured and watch closely. As long as I'm here today, no one can kill Lin Chen. If he reveals his sword cultivation talent, what is Zhao Zai's soul talent worth? Sword cultivation is just as rare as soul talent. If things go south, this old body of mine can still save him. His words were calm, but sharp and resolute. At the center of the death platform, two figures faced off across the air as strong winds swirled at their feet. Lin Chen, Zhao Zai clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles cracked. I am about to enter the inner sect and become a direct disciple of Xianyang Peak. But before that day comes, I will use your blood to pave my way. Xianyang Peak? Hatred flashed in Lin Chen's eyes for a moment before he curled his lips into a cold sneer. You want me going to Xianyang Peak today? They'll send you on your final journey. Sparks of provocation flew, instantly igniting the atmosphere. You're the one who'll die, Zhao Zai roared, throwing a crushing punch that tore through the air. One punch, death. This was the life or death battle Zhao Zai declared to avenge Zhao Wuji's death. With countless eyes watching, he intended to crush Lin Chen into a bloody pulp. The sound of fist clashes exploded like thunder at a speed too fast for the naked eye. Zhao Zai, proud of his martial refinement realm cultivation, extended his fist straight toward Lin Chen's chest. Yet his prediction failed. Lin Chen touched down lightly on his toes, suddenly shifted his body aside, and struck down like thunder. The gust of wind cut like a blade as their fists and palms crashed, releasing a deep, roaring blast. 10 Desolation Seal. Lin Chen executed the move, his fist and palm glowing with a faint crimson gold light as shockwaves shot forth. His punches and kicks moved in seamless harmony, footsteps like a swift flying wild goose, every strike perfectly connected. Everyone present was stunned. Although his cultivation had dropped to Immortals level, his mastery of martial technique remained flawless. So he really is the former inner sect prodigy. Elder 2 couldn't help but applaud and praise. Elder 3 snorted coldly. That's just old experience holding up appearances. Without cultivation, soul path, or martial veins, he doesn't stand a chance at all. Is it so hard to admit when someone else is excellent? Elder 2 was too lazy to argue and shifted his gaze back to the platform. On the platform, their figures blurred, like twin dragons soaring through the clouds. Lin Chen's fighting intent was full and well-rounded, both offense and defense perfectly balanced. Zhao Zai's legs struck like thunder, fierce and domineering, but he couldn't seize the advantage. True energy and fighting spirit collided violently, roaring like mountains cracking, shaking the ears of the watching disciples. Lin Chen can really hold out this long. Zhao Zai is still in the martial refinement realm. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Even the inner sect disciples were silent in their memories. The once prodigy had long since fallen. But now Lin Chen was like a tiger descending the mountain. After dozens of moves, his momentum had not waned. Instead, he repeatedly pushed Zhao Zai into peril. Outside, the Zhao family elder watched with a darkened face and lowered his voice to warn Zai. He's fought for the sect, risking life and death for 5 years. His combat experience far surpasses yours. Don't get tangled in fancy moves. Use your strongest power to crush him outright. Elder Qi couldn't stand it any longer. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to hold an undefeated stance purely through combat experience. But a life-or-death battle doesn't rely on just that, he said coldly, immediately jolting Zhao Zai back to reality. Despicable. The crowd watching exploded with angry shouts, accusing Elder Qi of being underhanded. But reminding combatants was never forbidden on the life-or-death platform, especially when the warning came from Elder Qi himself. Startled by the reminder, Zhao Zai took several steps back to create distance. He realized he had been stuck in a stalemate and quickly shifted his mindset. Since this was a life-or-death fight, he had to unleash his greatest strength. Boom. In an instant, the genuine energy of the first level of martial refinement erupted explosively from his body, kicking up dust that soared into the air. Any technique is useless before absolute power. Zhao Zai's eyes cut like blades. No matter how experienced you are, no matter how skilled in martial arts, between us is a chasm as wide as heaven and earth. Tigers roar in the forest. Several afterimages swept across the arena as his furious true energy surged like a tidal wave. Lin Chen, prepare to die? Fully unleashing his martial refinement cultivation. This move was a matter of life or death. Lin Chen's stance dropped solidly into a wide horse stance, his palms instantly transforming into fists. Left fist thrust forward, right fist coiled with force. Zhao Zai flashed forward in a blink, closing the distance with murderous intent. Boom. A thunderous strike echoed across the platform. Accompanied by the bulging muscles on Lin Chen's arm, a punch blasted straight forward. The raw physical power roared like a wild thunderclap, and the punch pierced Zhao Zai's chest with brutal force. Uft. Blood exploded from Zhao Zai's mouth as he was blasted dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Hissing. The audience drew a collective breath, silence falling instantly. Before anyone could recover, Lin Chen launched forward again. Where was there room for mercy in a life-or-death battle? He stormed in front of Zhao Zai, fists raining down like a violent storm of silver needles. The platform cracked and splintered beneath them. Zhao Zai's agonized screams rose amid the dust and rubble. What was meant to be Zhao Zai's solo showcase instead turned into a one-sided slaughter by Lin Chen. How is this possible? Zhao Zai is martial refinement level. Lin Chen actually has this kind of strength? Exclamations erupted throughout the crowd. The outer disciples watched as entertainment, but the elders in charge of the outer sect were even more shocked. Can you sense Lin Chen's cultivation level? From start to finish, I never felt his true energy fluctuate, Elder Air said quietly, only now realizing Lin Chen had been fighting with just his physical body all along. To be this strong relying only on physical strength? Elder C gasped. Elder San, however, was filled with anger and disbelief. Knowing he has no chance of the immortal path, he chooses the path of the warrior? As a disciple of Xiantian's sect, to abandon true energy cultivation is a disgrace to our sect. Yet this time, no one else agreed. Senior Elder, what exactly did that kid do on Tianjin Peak? Wen Jie asked, full of shock. Zhao Zai was already martial realm level, yet he was completely overwhelmed. The senior elder appeared calm, patting Wen Jie's shoulder. Just a small matter. Tianjin Peak, my disciple, you should know that. His tone was nonchalant, yet inside he was utterly shaken. He had planned to intervene at the critical moment to save Lin Chen, but it turned out he was unnecessary. Lin Chen had already forced Zhao Zai into this state, beyond all expectations. Lin Chen, I want you dead. I want you dead. Just as the astonishment faded, a hysterical roar exploded from Zhao Zai on the platform. Boom. A scorching blast ignited suddenly, shockwaves flipping stones through the air, black smoke engulfing the entire arena. Lin Chen looked down at his numb, trembling arm, then focused on the fleeting, shifting figure in the smoke, a smile curling his lips to reveal white teeth, his fighting spirit surging with excitement. So this is your Dao Soul? Lin Chen, I want you dead. A wild roar exploded on the death stage, the booming echoes vibrating through the stands. As the thick smoke cleared, everyone finally saw clearly. Zhao Zai's clothes were torn, his hair singed black, blood trickling from the corner of his lips. He looked so battered, even he could hardly believe it. Who would have thought that Zhao Zai, once hailed as a prodigy favored by heaven, would be mercilessly beaten down by Lin Chen on this very platform? Was Zhao Zai weak? Absolutely not. Not only did he firmly stand in the martial refining realm, but he had recently awakened his Dao Soul. Such talent had always been a symbol of undeniable strength. If even he was being suppressed, the only conclusion was clear. Lin Chen was ridiculously powerful. The problem was Lin Chen had an ordinary vein during the sect's test and was stuck at the peak of the body refining realm just half a month ago. Even with a rapid boost in cultivation recently, he could only have barely reached the threshold of the soul refining realm. How was it possible to crush Zhao Zai while skipping a major realm entirely? Those watching were stunned beyond words. Luan Xingping, Song Shana, and others showed complex expressions back when they doubted Lin Chen's easy selection into Tianjin Peak. They'd agreed on that top 10 in the outer sect grand competition rule to join, but the scene now had silenced them completely. Zhao Zai was a breakthrough martial refining realm expert who had awakened a Dao soul, yet Lin Chen remained dominant. Zhao Zai was far from truly defeated, hadn't even summoned his Dao soul yet. But all the spectators wondered silently. If he hadn't awakened his Dao soul, would he have been crushed long ago? Their eyes, full of questions, returned to Lin Chen, the former waste. What kind of power had he been hiding all along? Could a fallen genius really rise back to the peak right before their eyes? What? Not using that little strength anymore? Lin Chen sneered, stepping forward slowly. He could feel the terrifying power of his own body. His physique alone rivaled the martial refining realm. On top of that, the explosive boost from the fourth level of the life and death technique pushed his speed and strength far beyond Zhao Zai's. 5 years of life and death trials in the intersect had taught Lin Chen that once power crushed the opponent completely, victory was just a matter of time. You, a waste, think you can compete? Weren't you the one who nearly pushed me to the limit just now? Zhao Zai, give it your all, otherwise you're no match for me. Nonsense. I, Zhao Zai, am heaven's favored son. You, Lin Chen, are just a waste. Zhao Zai roared angrily, his spiritual power boiling, transforming into a ghostly blue afterimage as he lunged forward. Lin Chen shook his head, stubborn fool. His figure moved faster, a blur of shadow flashing past, and his iron fist struck Zhao Zai's abdomen with a gale force punch. A muffled thud sounded as Zhao Zai's body bent like a bow. He coughed up sour water, his eyes bloodshot with shock. Impossible. I am Zhao Zai, heaven's favored one. How could I lose to you? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Enraged, Zhao Zai struck back fiercely, pouring out all the power of the martial refining realm. Punches rained down like a storm, yet not a single strike even grazed Lin Chen's sleeve. The crowd on the death stage held their breath. At this moment, they had no choice but to admit, Zhao Zai really was no match for Lin Chen. It wasn't just Zhao Zai who found it hard to accept. The audience also struggled to believe it. In the VIP seats, Elder Seven's face darkened, his fingers clenching tightly. Why? He's just a waste, yet he can suppress Zai like this. Suddenly rising to his feet, he shouted loudly, Zai, show no mercy. This guy's cultivation isn't wasted at Al's playing the fool, deceiving everyone. That was the only explanation Elder Seven could come up with. The crowd fell silent. Stunned, could it really be true? If so, why would the sect relegate a genius like Lin Chen to menial tasks in the outer division? It couldn't be possible. He must be worthless. Zhao Zai roared and swung his fist, the wind cutting like a cannon blast. Lin Chen dodged swiftly to the side, then kicked hard across Zhao Zai's waist. Boom. Zhao Zai flew backward hundreds of meters, knees buckling as he crashed down, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood. How could the gap be this huge? He steadied himself with his hands, eyes wide with disbelief as if his entire worldview had shattered. But in an instant, he forced himself to stand, his face twisted into a grim, confident smile. Lin Chen, I admit I underestimated you, but today you will surely die. Now, behold the most powerful force in this world, the Dao Soul. At his words, a surge of spiritual light swirled behind Zai, and a deep shadow began to rise. The crowd boiled with excitement. The Dao Soul, it's finally appearing? A deafening beast's roar tore open the sky, and a massive spectral lion materialized in the void, its head held high, sharp fangs bared. A third-rank Dao Soul, and it's the beast Dao Soul. Someone gasped. Legend said the Dao Soul could multiply its bearer's strength, and the beast Dao Soul granted the power and speed of a fierce beast. Around the life and death stage, shocked murmurs rippled through the crowd. High above, Yunhe flapped his wings. Su Pinggan looked down on the arena and whispered, Dao Soul, huh? Second senior brother, the Dao Soul has appeared. Can I strike now? Iron Bull stood tense, gripping his black iron staff, his muscles bulging, burning with battle spirit. The outcome is decided. No need. What? Then I'll go rescue the junior brother. Iron Bull was about to leap from Yun's back. Su Pinggan caught his arm firmly. Relax. What I mean is, junior brother has victory sealed. The gap is too great, and that Dao Soul comes with too many drawbacks. Iron Bull glanced at Zhao Zai below, expression strange. Is that so? On the platform, Zhao Zai basked in the lion's radiant light, confidence returning to its peak. Lin Chen, you see now? This is the Dao Soul. I, Zhao Zai, am the son of heaven's blessing. You're nothing but a despised ant. Now, witness the power of the Dao Soul. He stomped the ground, causing cracks to spiderweb outward, his figure blurring into afterimages as his speed multiplied several times. In a flash, his huge stone-like fist was already aimed at Lin Chen's face. Lion King's roar. Boom. With a ferocious beast's howl, a destructive pillar of light burst from the fist, engulfing Lin Chen entirely. Haha. Lin Chen, do you understand the gap now? This power is the true power. The audience held their breath, eyes fixed on the dazzling beam. Then the light faded. Lin Chen stood in place, his long robe torn in a few places, but not a drop of blood staining it. His breath was steady. Completely undisturbed, it was as if the crushing blow had been no more than a gentle breeze. This can't be. Elder Qi shouted hoarsely, face pale, as if wishing to wake from a nightmare. A third-rank Dao Soul strike, and it can't even pierce his protection? Elder San's throat tightened, words choked and broken. Could his body be made of steel? Good, good. The chief elder and Wen Jia exchanged excited glances, practically on the verge of jumping. Lin Chen's strength had far exceeded all their expectations. Just moments ago, both of them had broken into a cold sweat upon seeing Zhao Zai's Dao Soul, but to their utter disbelief, the outcome turned out to be an incredible surprise. Zhao Zai stared blankly at Lin Chen, who was now within arm's reach. His once unwavering confidence shattered as if struck by an invisible hammer, had given it his all, even unleashed his Dao Soul, yet still couldn't win. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Boom. With a roaring surge of true energy, Zhao Zai swung his fists again, unleashing wave after wave of the Lion King's roar. Lin Chen's footwork flickered, agilely shifting momentum, but he kept closing the distance. Just as Zhao Zai delivered his final blow, Lin Chen suddenly appeared right before him. The aura of the soul refining realm exploded at once. Lin Chen's fist speed sharply increased, his force crashing heat against the Lion King's light beam. The roaring beam shattered instantly, and an iron fist slammed straight into Zhao Zai's chest. Bang! Zhao Zai flew backward, crashing to the ground amid a cloud of dust. The arena floor seemed sliced by an invisible blade and fell silent. Only the sound of Lin Chen's footsteps remained, steadily approaching. Your punches are too weak, and the power of fusion, you have no control over it. From the moment you unleashed your Dao Soul, you were destined to fail, Lin Chen said emotionlessly. Zhao Zai had only just broken into the martial refining realm. His level was unstable, and his Dao Soul barely fused, leaving him no time to adapt. Worse, the power of his summoned Dao Soul was merely comparable to his physical Buddha strength. Since Lin Chen layered both his physical power and realm strength, Zhao Zai had no chance to resist. At that moment, Lin Chen truly understood how terrifying the body strength granted by ancient body forging techniques could be. No, I, Zhao Zai, am favored by heaven. This era belongs to me. There's no way I'll lose to you. Zhao Zai almost screamed madly. His Dao Soul power condensed again. A lion's head appeared on his chest, blazing light coursing through his meridians. I refuse to believe it. Boom. The aura of the martial refining realm surged wildly, his Dao Soul fully unleashed. His strength overloaded, his skin cracked, blood seeping out. But he had no time to care, only one thought remained. Kill Lin Chen. Beast Soul's fury. Compression of all his true energy and Dao Soul into a single strike, roaring as it tore through the air. Feeling threatened, Lin Chen no longer hid his 7th level soul, refining realm aura rose like flames, true energy blazing throughout his body. Soul refining realm, 7th level. How did he achieve this? The crowd below was stunned. Half a month ago, Lin Chen had only been at the body forging realm. Now he stood at 7th level of the soul refining realm with terrifying speed. Lin Chen, you can't defeat me. Zhao Zai roared, his Dao Soul and full power strike charging forward. Lin Chen raised his hand as all the 4 levels of the life and death technique surged into his fist, true energy rolling like fierce flames. A weakling lost and wandering. 2 fists collided. The Lion King's roar. One seal to subdue the 8 desolations. Boom. The roar spiraled into the sky, shaking the arena violently. Lin Chen's punch fell, his tidal wave of true energy crushing the lion's head phantom. In full view of everyone, his iron fist struck Zhao Zai squarely in the face. Bang! Zhao Zai crashed to the ground like a meteor. A massive crater shattered the earth. Silence engulfed the life and death stage. The martial refining realm genius, the heavenly favored son with an awakened Dao Soul defeated. Zhao Zai defeated. Despite having awakened his Dao Soul, he still lay sprawled at Lin Chen's feet like a lost hunting dog, blood mixing with dirt, utterly disheveled. The entire life and death platform fell deathly silent in an instant. Every watching disciple was left speechless, even forgetting to breathe. 7th Elder's knuckles turned white from gripping so hard, rage threatening to consume him. Zhao Zai had lost. This outcome was absolutely unacceptable to him. Lin Chen, what are you trying to do? 7th Elder shouted. Sorrow, panic, and fury churned in his eyes. Zhao Wuji had been crippled by Lin Chen, and now Lin Chen was clearly going to deal the same ruthless blow to Zhao Zai. Lin Chen, how dare you? Stop right now. No. With a roar, he shattered the steps beneath him, ignoring all rules, charging wildly toward the platform. His spiritual power exploded outward if it meant saving Zhao Zai. He was even willing to kill Lin Chen on the spot. But every motion he made had already been closely watched by the Grand Elder since Zhao Zai's defeat. As soon as 7th Elder lifted his palm, the Grand Elder swiftly sidestepped and slapped him back in place. Elder Zhao, what do you think you're doing? The Grand Elder's voice was cold and hard. Zai is the future of Shintian sect. He's a Dao soul awakener. He cannot Dieha must not die. 7th Elder yelled hoarsely. The Grand Elder sneered. Lin Chen is still a disciple of Tianjian Peak, a swordsman. He didn't even draw his sword and already crippled a Dao soul awakener. Lin Chen is far stronger than Zhao Zai. This life and death platform is forbidden ground. No one is allowed to interfere. What? Are you saying, as Lin Chen claimed, that the outer sect belongs to your Zhao family, so even sect rules can be broken? All the Grand Elders' pent-up fury from recent days erupted. Please, Grand Elder. Zai cannot die. For the future of Shintian sect, he must live. 7th Elder's voice cracked, every trace of pride replaced by desperate pleading. 3rd Elder also came to his senses and urgently said, Grand Elder, Zhao Zai truly cannot die. Lin Chen, stop this now. Sect leader Wen Jie's eyes darkened as he swept his gaze over the two elders. Enough. Do you still respect me as sect leader? If Lin Chen had lost, would you plead for him as well? Life and death are governed by fate, I warned before the match ever began. 7th Elder clenched his rage and said instead, Sect leader, you cannot favor Zhao Zai just because he is of my Zhao family. If he dies, it would be a grave loss for Shintian sect. I urge you and the Grand Elder to consider the greater good. Voices from the crowd echoed in agreement. Sect leader, Grand Elder, the greater good must be upheld. Their faces darkened like iron. The Grand Elder snorted coldly. Then why didn't you say greater good from the start? He locked eyes again on the life and death platform, intensely watching Lin Chen's next move. Lin Chen never intended to give anyone the chance to intervene. He had predicted interference and acted decisively. His fist, wrapped in lethal intent, struck toward Zhao Zai's vital spot. But at that instant, a figure suddenly leapt onto the life and death platform, catching Lin Chen's fist precisely in their palm. Lin Chen, stop right now, the newcomer's cold voice thundered. Lin Chen looked up, his gaze icy. Since when do the dogs that used to follow me around wagging their tails have the nerve to meddle? The other's face flushed with anger as they gritted their teeth. You Lin Chen, am now a core disciple of the inner sect. How dare you insult me like this? The one who stepped forward was Lin Fifan from Xianyang Peak. However, when Lin Chen was still in the inner sect, Fifan and Lu Shui both wanted nothing more than to be at Lin Chen's beck and call. Heh, a bastard who can even change his surname. What can I say about you? Get lost. Lin Chen sneered, openly showing his disgust for the inner sect disciples of the Lin family. Back when Lin Xuan had approached him, she used the same Lin surname as an excuse. If Lin Chen hadn't been so focused on cultivation and indifferent to romance, he would probably have been trapped by Lin Xuan with no hope of escape. How dare you? You're nothing but an outer sect disciple. I'm a core disciple of Xianyang Peak. Lin Chen, you're disrespecting me. Prepare to die? Lin Fifan's face darkened, true energy surging from his body. Cut the crap. Lin Chen took a step forward and slammed out his right fist. Bang! The blow struck Lin Fifan, who was at the 5th level of the martial refinement realm, sending him flying backward violently. He crashed onto the bluestone platform, cracking it beneath him. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was it because Lin Chen was at the 7th level of the soul refinement realm that he was so powerful, or was he just some freak? Against him, a martial refinement cultivator was nothing but a weakling. Lin Chen didn't spare Lin Fifan another glance. His gaze fixed on Zhao Zai. Zhao Zai, I said I'd send you on your way today. I always keep my word. Let me go? Am one blessed by the heavens. You can't kill me. Zhao Zai, just regaining some awareness, felt Lin Chen's murderous intent, his pupils shrinking in terror. Now that his soul had just awakened and he had become an inner sect direct disciple, he had thought life was just beginning. He never expected to fall now. True energy surged around Lin Chen's fist. Lin Chen, Zhao Zai is my direct disciple from Xianyang Peak. If you kill him, you won't just make an enemy of Xianyang Peak. The deputy sect master himself won't let you off. Lin Fifan gritted his teeth and rushed forward, his aura hitting the 6th level of martial refinement. You want to die before him too? Lin Chen said coolly. That look rekindled Lin Fifan's old fear of being dominated by Lin Chen, and involuntarily, he stepped back. Stop. In an instant, a large group of inner sect disciples stormed toward the death platform. Though Zhao Zai had been soundly defeated, to them his potential far exceeded Lin Chen's. Given time to stabilize his realm and master his soul path, it would be Lin Chen who died here. Now, rushing in to save him was a timely and much-needed aid. Lin Chen, let Zhao Zai go. He cannot die. Amid the roar, countless weapons and fists pointed at Lin Chen, but not a single person dared make the first move. The fierce aura Lin Chen had just unleashed still weighed heavily on their hearts. You all are insubordinate. The outer sect master Wen Jie's glare was like lightning as his thunderous voice shook the air. Yet the inner sect disciples ignored him. Having decided to save Zhao Zai, They were ready to break with the outer sect if necessary. Lin Chen, kill him and you'll damn yourself forever. Why don't we all back down a step? Their oppressive aura pressed in layers on Lin Chen. Lin Chen laughed. Back down a step? If I, Lin Chen, lose, do you think you'll all back down? The platform fell into silence. No one dared answer. Our true colors disgust me. Lin Chen's killing intent exploded. Since you're all stepping onto the death platform to save Zhao Zai, they'll just send you all down together. Lin Chen, you dare? You're all alone now, opposing the entire inner sect. Who says my little junior brother is alone? A sudden voice came from high above, laced with a hint of cocky sarcasm. Do you think Tianjin Peak is a decoration? That nobody defends it? Old 8, come on. Bring my 40-meter blade, beat them to death, and it's on me. The voice shook the rolling clouds, drawing countless eyes skyward. A cloud crane swept through the sky. A figure fell like a meteor toward the death platform. Boom. A tremendous explosion cracked the earth and shattered the platform piece by piece. As the dust cleared, people saw the newcomer. A towering figure 2.5 meters tall, muscles coiled like iron cables, shoulder bearing a dark iron staff. Spouting nonsense and bullying my little junior brother? You're begging to die? Come on, all of you. He swung the massive iron staff, each strike stirring a deep, thunderous wind. With the enormous dark iron staff and his imposing physique, Iron Bull now resembled a monstrous beast in humanoid form. The massive impact instantly demolished the life and death platform, scattering the crowd atop it in all directions. Iron Bull landed steadily in the center of the ruins, hoisting a dark iron measuring rod 3 meters long and 30 centimeters thick over his shoulder. Like a humanoid beast, he stood tall and fierce, his wild demeanor forcing every onlooker to instinctively take a step back. Mess with my little junior brother? If you want to die, come and try. Iron Bull roared angrily. The heavy iron rod on his shoulder radiated an overpowering aura with his bellow, the sound deafening and sending a shock through everyone's hearts, as if an invisible force was shaking their spirits. While what kind of monster just appeared out of nowhere? The stunned crowd stared at Iron Bull, his beast-like posture and massive muscles exuding explosive power. He seemed ready to unleash devastating strength at any moment, leaving a deep, even terrifying impression on all who saw him. But who had time to dwell on that? Lin Fifen's eyes quickly scanned the scattered teammates, focusing especially on the direction where Zhao Zai lay. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Ignore that single person. Saving Zhao Zai is our top priority. Urgency filled his chest. His mind was fixed on the rescue. Heh, bullying the Tianjin Peak disciples goes unpunished? And you still want to save someone? Old 8, take him down. Su Pinggan stood at the edge of the platform, not stepping onto it, but lowering Yunhe Fei's flight altitude to overlook everything. His sharp gaze quickly caught everyone's movements as he calmly issued the order. Iron Bull noticed Lin Fifen's sudden rush and met his watchful stare. His heavy, steady footsteps moved neither fast nor slow, but every step bristled with immense power. Lin Fifen silently rejoiced his speed matched this giant opponent. He felt confident. In his mind, this beast may be wild, but with that size, he must be slow. Well, rescue Zhao Zai and retreat immediately. It shocked him that Zhao Zai had been defeated by Lin Chen, but Lin Fifen acted swiftly without hesitation. In a blink, Lin Fifen reached Zhao Zai's side and shouted urgently, Senior Lin, come with me quickly. Zhao Zai weakly nodded. Lin Fifen bent down to lift him, but just then a chilling sensation struck his back. The towering Iron Bull silently blocked his rear, his presence weighing down like a mountain. Lin Fifen sensed the danger immediately, gathered his inner energy, and unleashed all the power of his 5th-level refining martial art, swinging his fist with a thunderous roar. An earth-shattering blast echoed. Lin Fifen's face broke into a confident smile, sure this punch would decide the fight. But just 1 second later, his expression twisted in pain. His clenched arm burned with agony, his knuckles had shattered. The punch hadn't scratched Iron Bull, but had instead rebounded, breaking his own fist. Impossible. Lin Fifen was too stunned to speak. Iron Bull remained unmoved, as if the blow hadn't even landed. The onlookers were dumbfounded. A core intersect disciple at refining martial level 5 delivered a full power strike yet was left defenseless and injured. What was Iron Bull's true background? Holding his pained hand, Lin Fifen took a careful step back, a faint sense of crisis rising in him. Who exactly are you? Iron Bull replied coldly. I am Iron Bull, a disciple of Tianjin Peak. Tianjin Peak? From the outer sect? How can there be a cultivator this strong? Lin Fifen's doubts grew. He also remembered something odd. He was just thinking. Why were that outer sect disciples' clothes identical to the inner sect's true transmission? This sudden upheaval left them all confused and unsettled, but there was no time to ponder. Lin Fifen gritted his teeth and said firmly under his breath, no matter which peak you come from, Zhao Zai cannot die. At that moment, a core disciple from the inner sect charged toward Tinyu. His motive was simple. Rescuing Zhao Zai would put the other party deeply in his debt. He had no idea that what was about to happen could cost him his life. Beneath Tiania's feet, The platform's crushed stones flew apart. He dropped his hips low and slammed down like a falling horse, the black iron rod sweeping fiercely across the air. A violent shock cleaved through the atmosphere, a thunderous explosion that made the onlookers' eardrums ring. The rod, wider than a grown man, struck down onto the core disciple's shoulder like a great black iron mountain. The roar echoed as the core disciple was blasted like an arrow shot from a bow. He flew backward 1,000 meters, crashing headlong into the crowd surrounding the death stage. Dust billowed half a meter high. His eyes rolled back, blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth and nose, and his limbs convulsed wildly on the ground. Within moments, his struggling ceased. It was impossible to tell whether he lived or died. Hiss! The crowd gasped sharply. The once mighty core disciple had been crippled with a single blow. Bastards! Do you Tianjin Peak want to declare war on the entire intersect? Angry shouts erupted among the spectators. Lin Fifen's face turned ashen as he shouted toward Wenjie, sect leader Wen. Zhao is now a personal disciple. Are you really going to stand by and watch Xuani sect lose such a genius? He knew all too well that as long as this human-shaped beast was present, he had no hope of saving Zhao. The senior brother just now, whose strength was on par with his, was now somewhere between life and death after just one clash. If he went up next, the outcome would be no different. Finding no advantage in the arena, Lin Fifen's gaze could only turn to Wenjie. Wenjie sneered contemptuously. Ridiculous. You bully Lin Chen because you have numbers on your side. Since Lin Chen is a disciple of Tianjin Peak, isn't it natural for his senior brothers to defend him? Zhao may be heaven's favored son, but I have earnestly tried to dissuade him, insisted on fighting the death battle. If you lack skill, don't blame others. You violated the rules by storming the death stage. Step down immediately, Do you think the sect leader doesn't exist? As his words fell, Wenjie's aura as a peak martial realm master surged outwards, causing all disciples to catch their breath. How dare you act so recklessly? If the sky falls, Tianjin Peak will hold it up for you. The Grand Elder bellowed, his voice shaking the skies. Within 3 breaths, anyone still on stage old 8, show no mercy. The second senior brother's expression grew murderous as he sat atop the Yuna crane. All right then. Tiniu responded immediately, gripping the black iron rod as his entire body surged with power. The inner sect disciples scattered like frightened birds, desperate to avoid the fate of their fallen core brother. Suddenly, Tiniu turned his gaze toward Lin Fifen. A chill ran through Lin Fifen's heart. He had no doubt the black iron rod could smash him into paste. He looked at Zhao, sympathy flickering in his eyes. But in the face of life and death, all sentiment seemed meaningless. He had no choice but to step back decisively. Zhao watched his retreating figure, despair quickly spreading within him. Junior brother, do whatever you want. If anyone dares stop you, they'll have Tiniu beat them up, second senior brother said, smiling warmly atop the Yuna crane, but his tone was merciless. Lin Chen looked up at that friendly face, grinning broadly as he replied in a low voice. Got it, second senior brother. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly felt a sting in his nose, a wave of emotion welling up inside him. 5 years ago, he had been fighting fiercely within the inner sect, bonding with many fellow disciples as sworn brothers. But the day his cultivation dropped and his Dao soul was seized, those so-called brothers immediately distanced themselves, unwilling to speak a single word in his defense. Some even mocked and kicked him when he was down. He left in disappointment. But now, in this moment, he felt the warmth of someone standing up for him once again. Lin Chen took a deep breath, cleared his mind, and strode directly toward Zhao, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. Lin Chen, senior brother Lin, please don't kill me. You're my closest senior brother, spare me. Zhao's voice trembled. Faced with death, no one can be fearless, not even him, who had just awakened his Dao soul and should have had a brilliant future ahead. Yet Lin Chen remained unmoved. Sensing the killing intent growing closer, Zhao grew more frantic, screaming repeatedly, Lin Chen, you can't kill me. I'm a direct disciple. The vice sect leader will never forgive this. Elders, save me. I'm the Zhao family's Ancient Millennium genius. I can't die, I can't. All his former pride vanished, replaced by sheer terror and desperate pleading. Elder 7 was tightly restrained by the great elder's power, bloodshot eyes, but powerless to help. Lin Chen growled low. I told you, no one can save you. With those words, he summoned all his strength and unleashed a devastating strike. Just as lightning and thunder flashed, an overwhelming, violent force suddenly surged across the life and death platform. Su Ping'an, previously casual and indifferent, suddenly changed expression and shouted sharply, Danger! Old 9, watch out! Moving with terrifying speed, that earth-shattering power erupted instantly on the arena. The sudden turn of events drained the color from the faces of the great elder and the others alike. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Who dares? Does my existence mean nothing? The grand elder roared, unleashing a fierce surge of true energy that swept in all directions. In this moment of explosive power, he deliberately aggravated an old injury. pushing his strength beyond the limits of the earth martial realm. Yet everyone could see clearly the devastating strike just now was aimed at Lin Chen to save Zhao Zai while simultaneously killing Lin Chen, a perfect two-birds-and-stone move. I have investigated the full cause and effect, a cold voice announced from the life and death platform. Zai is indeed at fault, but Lin Chen is merely an ordinary mortal. How could he be on the same level as my Zhao Zai? Now that Lin Chen is dead, let this matter be settled. What say you? As the dust cleared, the sight of the white-haired fifth elder Zhao Qiong holding the severely wounded Zhao Zai appeared before everyone. Fifth elder, you've finally arrived. The previously desperate seventh elder Wen Yunlong instantly grew excited. If Zhao Zai died, all the Zhao family's long-term plans would collapse. I didn't expect the fifth elder to have left seclusion, and with even greater power, whispered the crowd, eyes fixed on Zhao Qiong. The two highest-ranking figures outside the Shantian sect were the Grand Elder Wen Yunlong, leader of Tianjian Peak, who usually stayed out of sect affairs, and the fifth elder Zhao Qiong of Tianwu Peak, who controlled the Soul Hall and held sway over external cultivation resources, the Zhao family's true trump card. Everyone understood. Zhao Qiong's appearance meant the dust was about to settle. In truth, he had long lurked in the shadows, waiting silently for the moment Lin Chen and Zhao Zai faced off alone. When the chance came, he struck the cataclysmic blow that saved Zhao Zai and killed Lin Chen, accomplishing two goals with one move. Zhao Qiong, you've killed a disciple of Tianjin Peak. Today, you must pay with your blood. The returned Grand Elder almost ground his back molars to dust. Lin Chen had just inherited the sword Dao, and he had personally promised to protect him, privately swearing not to let another internal sect tragedy happen. Now, with Lin Chen dead on the spot, that vow lay broken, and a tidal wave of furious energy surged. Wen Yunlong, would you fight me over someone already dead? Don't forget your injuries are also fatal. Pushing your true energy like T-Sisset to shorten your life? Zhao Qiong laughed without stepping back, knowing the Grand Elder's hidden ailments too well. On the life and death platform, may heaven decide our fate. Zhao Qiong, I understand that you saved your kin, but you shouldn't have killed my disciple. You overstate your case, Zhao Qiong sneered. Lin Chen was worthless, everyone knows that. How could he deserve to be a Tianjian Peak disciple? Besides, those who live are more important, aren't they? If it's a fight you want, then I will gladly give you one. A roaring power erupted from Zhao Qiong's body. The pressure of a peak earth martial realm cultivator struck like a tidal wave. Both he and Wen Yunlong were but one step away from truly transcending into the heavenly martial realm. Then fight we shall. Today, I vow to seek justice for Lin Chen. The Grand Elder's fury soared to the sky as he instantly appeared at the edge of the life and death platform. The fifth elder showed no fear at all. The two sides were on the brink of a fierce battle. Enough! A commanding voice suddenly thundered from the dome above, sounding as if it came from all directions at once, impossible to locate. Wen Yunlong, you are the Great Elder, how can you act on impulse? Zhao Qiong, you are indeed at fault this time. You are hereby fined 3 years' salary. Lin Chen is dead. Zhao Zai is still alive. This matter ends here. That was the voice of the sect guardian. The crowd instantly fell silent, faces pale with shock. Who would have thought today's dispute would even draw the long-absent guardian out? Zhao Qiong accepts the punishment. The fifth elder was the first to cup his fists, his gaze sweeping disdainfully over the snarling Great Elder, a triumphant smile curling his lips. Sir, the Great Elder, Wen Yunlong, looked up reluctantly, but was cut off by that icy voice. What's this? Has Xuanti sect no longer need for its guardian? Wen Yunlong gritted his teeth, then bowed his head in defeat. I understand. As the words fell, all the strength seemed to drain from his body. His shoulders sagged abruptly. In the distance, Wen Jia couldn't help but let out a long sigh. In the ruins on the other side, Tiniu staggered out, looking up at Su Pinggan on the Yunha. Senior brother, old nine, where is old nine? Catching Su Pinggan's gaze, his face turned pale instantly. It's over, it's over. Second senior brother is about to lose it. Outside, everyone knew of the formidable Chen Qingxian of Tianjian Peak and the peerlessly talented, fair-skinned senior sister. But only Tiniu understood that the truly terrifying figure of Tianjian Peak was this second senior brother. 5 years ago, he had seen that expression on Su Pinggan's face that night. The northern province lost a heaven martial realm powerhouse. I had intended to live quietly as an ordinary disciple within Xuanti sect, but today has opened my eyes. Su Pinggan's palm trembled slightly, killing intent flooding like a tide. Old dog Zhao, guardian. Fine. Today, they'll break this killing taboo and seek justice for old nine. A mighty aura surged within him. But in the next moment, a cold, detached voice echoed from his ring. The destined one does not die so easily. Don't rush, yet the show is just beginning. Su Pinggan's breath caught, his gaze dimmed, and the killing intent retreated. The guardian had spoken. The Great Elder lowered his head and stepped back. Only then did everyone realize the storm was seemingly over. Fifth Elder, looks like we won't get to see your true skills this time, Zhao Qiong said with a vibrant tone, barely hiding his contempt. Wen Yunlong clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked, his face growing paler by the moment. Haha, Wen Yunlong, you really are too old. The fifth elder mocked mercilessly. Zhao Zai followed beside him, having just escaped the death platform, repeatedly thanking Zhao Qiong. Fifth elder, this defeat is nothing. Zhao Qiong patted Zhao Zai's shoulder. You just entered the martial refinement realm. Your cultivation is unstable, and your Dao soul not yet fused. Take today as a lesson. Once you enter the inner sect, train hard, and make a name for yourself in the Jiuzhou Great Competition. Understand? Yes, fifth elder. Zhao Zai nodded respectfully, still shaken as he stared at the ruined death platform. If not for the fifth elder's timely arrival, he would have died today. He couldn't help but glance back at the broken platform and snorted coldly. Lin Chen, do you see now? This is what it means to cross the Zhao family. No matter how strong you are, without backing, you're just a dog in the inner sect. Feeling confident, he lifted his foot to leave. Just one step out, and he would be an inner sect disciple with limitless prospects. However, I told you, you would die today. A familiar, cold voice exploded by his ear. Zhao Zai shuddered. Before he could turn, a fist smashed through his chest from behind. Warm blood dripped from the fist. Zhao Zai looked down at the bloodied hand on his chest, struggling to turn his head, and saw the nightmare etched on that face. Lin Chen. He wasn't dead. The entire hall erupted in shock. Lin Chen is still alive. The roar of shock crashed like thunder, instantly silencing the entire arena. The dust had not yet settled, but Lin Chen's tattered clothes fluttered wildly in the mountain wind, the bloodied scars crisscrossing his chest and arms stark and unmistakable. Moments ago, Elder Zhao Qiong's palm strike had carried the intent to kill. If not for Lin Chen having mastered the ancient body tempering art, anyone else would have turned to dust. The sudden warning from the soul monument, combined with the rapid circulation of the life and death technique, deflected the deadliest force, leaving the boy with only minor wounds. In that moment, Lin Chen's heart grew clearer. At Xintian's sect, if one's strength was not absolute, any carelessness was a death sentence. Nearly everyone in the arena did not want Zhao Zai to die. Even the outer sect guardians moved to intervene first, aiming to stabilize the situation. But how could Lin Chen let them succeed? Hidden among the smoke and rubble, he silently counted his breaths, eyes fixed like a hawk on Zhao Zai's flaws. When all were certain that Zhao Zai was doomed, Lin Chen's fist shot out like lightning, an eye for an eye, returning the favor in kind. Uft! The strike, charged with the force of thunder, pierced straight through Zhao Zai's chest. The crowd blinked out of their stupor to see Lin Chen calmly retract his arm, while a bloody hole gaped in Zhao Zai's heart, blood streaming freely. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Zai! Elder Zhao suddenly roared, his face twisted with fury, eyes bloodshot and boiling with murderous intent. He lunged to his disciple's side. The elder helped me. Zhao Zai's hands clenched desperately over his wound as unbearable pain drained life rapidly through his fingers. You will not die? I won't let you. Zhao Qiong's voice trembled. He stepped forward and forced a handful of pills into Zhao Zai's mouth. But the pierced heart allowed no chance to survive. Zhao Zai's eyes widened as he stared up at the clear blue sky only, now realizing how pure and vast it was. Yet his consciousness quickly faded into darkness. He cursed silently. If he had a second chance, he would never have challenged Lin Chen to a life-or-death fight. His once bright future had shattered in an instant through his own arrogance. Under countless gazes, Zhao Zai's body slowly collapsed, his struggling limbs falling still at last. Lin Chen. Elder Zhao's fury became a raging storm, throwing a fierce punch toward Lin Chen, intent on crushing the boy to dust. The violent gust threatened to sweep him away, but a broad, aged hand blocked the blow with brute strength. Old dog Zhao, you want to kill my disciple? The voice rumbled like thunder, as the Grand Elder stepped forward, shielding Lin Chen before Zhao Qiong could strike again. Two mighty waves of true energy collided midair, gusts splashing out and churning debris in a wild storm. Move aside, Elder Zhao bellowed, killing intent burning red. Zhao Qiong, the life and death battle is over, the Grand Elder replied coldly. Lin Chen survived, Zhao Zai died. Let this matter end here. He echoed the earlier words Elder Zhao had spoken back to him. Nonsense. Zhao Qiong's bloodshot eyes blazed. Zai is a prodigy with a Dao soul awakening even before adulthood, breaking through martial, refining realm Xuantian sect's most talented seed. How dare Lin Chen compare to him? Today he must die? The sect's rules were trampled underfoot by his wrath. Oh, then I want to see how much you have improved after 3 years of seclusion. The Grand Elder sneered, true energy stirring ominously. If you want to see, then I'll show you. Boom. Zhao Qiong's aura erupted like a volcano, wild power sweeping the surroundings. Originally, he had intended to lie low until next year's outer sect leader election, to make a stunning breakthrough then. But now, Zhao Qiong had no choice but to unleash his full power. His qi churned violently, and the primal energy on his body ignited like fierce flames, shattering and reforming in an instant. With a thunderous surge, he stepped into the realm of martial chi, transforming into innate energy. Is that the aura of the heavenly martial realm? From high above, shocked voices exploded. Fifth Elder has broken through the earth martial realm. One chi to innate. The heavenly martial realm, commonly known as the celestial realm. The crowd was stunned, and the outer sect disciples surrounding the square seemed pressed to the ground by a raging storm, struggling even to speak. The aura finally stabilized at a critical threshold. Wen Jie's face was pale, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Qiong had ultimately halted just shy of the full heavenly martial realm. If given another chance, the fifth elder could truly ascend, but for now, even as a half-step heavenly martial, he was terrifyingly powerful. Even the Grand Elder, after a fleeting shock, regained his composure. Grand Elder, Lin Chen, fall back. He barked in a low voice, then turned to Su Pinggan, commanding, keep a close eye on him. Su Pinggan nodded solemnly, a rare seriousness in his eyes. In the next moment, the Grand Elder stopped hiding as well. Though still nursing injuries, he forcibly mobilized his true energy, his blood roaring fiercely as he too rose to a half-step heavenly martial. The overwhelming pressure made the nearby disciples' hearts race wildly and their breaths grow heavy. Lin Chen had already learned from the soul tablet. The Grand Elder was now risking his lifespan, fighting on innate energy alone, a sacrifice that moved Lin Chen deeply. Two figures shot skyward above the life and death platform. Fifth Elder Zhao Qiong and Grand Elder Wen Yunlong stood shoulder to shoulder in confrontation. Without a word, their fists collided. The deafening crash sounded like thunder crashing to earth. The fierce true energy shockwaves radiated outward, collapsing every building within 10 miles of the platform into rubble. Both were half-step heavenly martial, yet could already partially control innate energy. If they insisted on fighting, they could tear the entire Xianyuan sect to ruins. Stop! A hoarse, authoritative shout exploded across the sky. Before the second punch could fall, a withered figure appeared out of nowhere, catching their colliding fist energies with two steady palms, forcibly halting the violent true energy. Only the guardian of the sect could stop two half-step heavenly martial from clashing in an instant like that. At the guardian's arrival, the previously panicked outer sect elders collectively exhaled in relief. If the two elders continued, the outer sect would be reduced to ruin. Sect elder, Lin Chen must die. Zhao Qiong's eyes burned red with hatred, his voice torn with rage. My grandson Zhao Zai has the potential to surpass even the heavenly sovereign someday. But now, if he dies, enough of your bullshit. The Grand Elder's fury exploded. You once said if Lin Chen died, we would stop fighting. Now Zhao Zai is dead and Lin Chen lives. Yet you say the one living matters most? Were your words all lies? That's enough. The withered elder frowned, scanning the Grand Elder with a sharp gaze. Wen Yunlong, are you seeking your own death? Don't forget your mission, he warned, seeing the Grand Elder forcing innate energy despite his injuries. The Grand Elder ignored him, the innate energy still swirling about him, eyes locked on Zhao Qiong. The air seemed frozen by their standoff. Zhao Qiong, suppress your aura. The guardian spoke low and sternly. Zhao Qiong gritted his teeth, but finally withdrew his energy under that gaze. Seeing this, the Grand Elder relaxed as well. But no sooner had he eased than a metallic sweetness rose in his throat. He spat a mouthful of dark red blood. Master, Lin Chen, Su Pinggan, and Tiniu rushed to the platform together. The Grand Elder waved them off, his face pale. It's nothing, just the old injury flaring up from using innate energy. Hatred churned in Zhao Qiong's eyes. Were it not for the Guardian's intervention and Wen Yunlong's resistance, Lin Chen would already be dead. Grand Elder, if you don't give me an explanation for the death of my grandson Zhao Zai, from today forward, my Zhao family and the entire heavenly martial peak will fight Lin Chen to the death. His voice was cold as a blade. I don't believe he can stay forever on your Tianjin peak. Our Zhao family and Lin Chen will never let this go. Zhao Qiong's voice echoed across the outer sect's grand plaza. He stood before the guardians without a hint of fear. Now, his aura radiated the overwhelming power of a half-step heavenly realm cultivator, a far cry from the injured elder of old whose strength had long since waned. One more step forward, and he could truly enter the ranks of the heavenly realm elite, something even the sect guardians couldn't ignore. On the death arena, life and death are left to fate. Regardless of status or power, this rule has stood since the sect's founding. The senior elder gripped his cane tightly. His hoarse, yet steady voice declared, Zhao Qiong, if you can't accept defeat, then I will fight you to the end today. If you refuse to obey, then we shall settle this on the death arena. Elder Yuanlong strode forward suddenly, a cold sneer brimming with killing intent. Do you think I fear you? If I can kill you myself, no one in the outer sect can challenge me. Before the words even fell, the senior elder roared back in anger. Two half-step heavenly realm auras collided explosively, tearing the air. Nearby disciples hurriedly stepped back, wary of the backlash. The guardian shouted angrily, are you children? Quarreling so openly in front of countless outer sect disciples, what madness is this? Yuanlong, You and the senior elder are senior figures here. The death arena is not a place for jokes. But Elder Long refused to yield. Sect Elder, no matter what, my Zhao family will never give up. Lin Chen's mortal veins are broken. The life and death duel was already decided, but he struck under cover of night, killing Zhao Zai, the Zhao family's prodigy. How can I silently swallow such an insult? The crowd lowered their heads. The rule breaker was indeed Elder Long. Yet now he was a half-step heavenly warrior, on the verge of true heavenly warrior strength. He was not to be trifled with. The senior elder laughed loudly. Old dog, how absurd. Zhao Zai was outmatched and deserved to die. Besides, Lin Chen is now a disciple of Tianjin Peak. If your Zhao family dares lay a hand on him, it is tantamount to declaring war on Tianjin Peak. The fifth elder sneered coldly. Tianjin Peak is not your private property, Long. You would tear apart the Zhao family just for such a worthless piece of trash? The guardian spoke again, unleashing genuine innate energy that exploded throughout the plaza, instantly silencing everyone. Enough. Have my words lost all meaning? Under the crushing pressure of a heavenly realm powerhouse, Zhao Qiong and Long's hearts sank. They reluctantly suppressed their auras. The guardian's eyes swept the crowd. The death arena exists to prevent abuses of power. Zhao Zai's soul ascended, marked by heaven's favor. His death is a loss to the sect, and a grave misfortune for Xianyuan's sect. His gaze shifted at last to Lin Chen, the bloodstained youth, pale yet standing firm. The guardian judged coldly. His veins are indeed mortal. To reach soul refining realm, 7th layer, is no small feat, but his cultivation limits him. He will never reach martial refining realm. Such a person truly lacks the right to be a disciple of Tianjin Peak. Senior Elder Long rushed to explain, but was cut off by the guardian raising his hand. Lin Chen has brought great loss to the sect. Because of him, the two elders almost came to blows, threatening to tear the sect apart. He is unforgivable. The guardian's voice turned icy. Lin Chen, I offer you a death with dignity. He pointed to the ground, his voice like an ice blade. Here, cut off your own life, and this matter will end. Cut off your own life here. The entire outer sect was stunned. No one expected Sect Elder Zong to make such a decision. Amid the uproar, even Wen Jie's expression darkened. Everyone could see Elder Zong was clearly favoring the fifth elder's faction. Iron Bull, where's my blade? Hand me the dark steel ruler. Su Pinggan's veins bulged with anger as he grabbed the dark steel ruler, ready to charge forward. Guardian, damn old fossil, are you blind? Long suppressed murderous intent surged in his eyes. On the other side, Zhao Qiong curled his lips into a cold sneer, his gaze passing over the Grand Elder with undisguised pride. Elder Zong is fair and just, I have no complaints. Although Zhao Zai's death pained him, once he reached the Heaven Martial Realm next year, the Zhao family's control over the outer sect would be assured. The Grand Elder stood before Lin Chen in grief and anger. Elder Zong, you're being too rash. If you want Lin Chen's life, you'll have to get through me first. Elder Zong stood with his hands behind his back, his tone icy. He's of little value. If he dies, the outer sect remains stable. Am I wrong? No, Lin Chen is. Grand Elder, no need to say more. Elder Zong raised a hand to cut him off. Before the words finished, Lin Chen stepped forward from the crowd. Su Pinggan tightened his grip on the dark steel ruler, eyes sharp if the guardian made a move, head fight desperately. You old bastard, are you blind? Zhao Zai's at the martial refining realm. Emit the soul refining realm doest that prove my worth? Lin Chen shouted at the guardian. Looking for death? The guardian's face was expressionless, but his killing intent surged. Since his rise to fame, no junior had ever dared to challenge him like this. If I feared death, I wouldn't step onto the death arena. Lin Chen sneered coldly. You say I'm useless and want me to die? Fine, today the whole world will see just how unjust Xiantian's sect is. If you want me dead, come kill me yourself. Lin Chen, stop. Wen Jie and the Grand Elder cried out in unison. The guardian uttered 3 goods, his voice turning colder. In decades no one has dared be so insolent before me. Since you seek death, I will grant it. Zhao Qiong immediately stepped forward, clasping his fist with grave respect. Elder Zong, this man killed 2 of my Zhao family descendants. It is right that I end him personally to uphold family law. Please, Elder, grant me this. Very well. The guardian nodded slightly, eyes flashing toward the Grand Elder with an unspoken threat. Whoever interferes becomes my enemy. Damn. Su Pinggan growled, fingers tightening on the dark steel ruler's hilt. Lin Chen laughed toward the sky, huh? Turns out the outer sect is even more ridiculous than the inner sect. Zhao old dog, can you really kill me? All eyes turned as a jet black longsword suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's palm, its blade pointing toward the heavens. In the next instant, the entire sect's disciples gasped in unison. The black sword was calm and still, but like an undercurrent in the deep sea, it sent chills down their spines. That was the ancestor's sword, the famed blade that once shook the continent Mayuan. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, the jet-black longsword was firmly held in hand. Lin Chen stood in the center, his robes fluttering slightly, exuding an indescribable sharpness that seemed to flicker faintly from within him. Wherever his eyes landed, everyone's pupils involuntarily constricted. They all recognized that sword. The outer sect elders were intimately familiar with it, and even ordinary disciples could identify it at a glance. For thousands of years, countless prodigies had flocked to the sword pool, risking life and limb to earn the ancestral approval and inherit the sword path, yet none succeeded. Thus, the sword pool left behind only two deep impressions in the minds of the people. First, those who enter it have a 9 out of 10 chance of death. Second, the giant jet black longsword bound in chains. Now, the weapon identical in shape and pattern to the giant sword in the sword pool rested steadily in Lin Chen's hand, the ancestral sword of the sect founder, the famed sword Mian, a supreme royal artifact. It had accompanied the founder of Xuantiando in campaigns across Beizhou, its fame echoing throughout the 9 provinces, embodying the ultimate faith and hope of countless sword cultivators. How could Mo Yuan be in his hands? Has he truly received the ancestral inheritance? The crowd erupted in shock, but no one dared to believe it. Lin Chen had once been gifted beyond compare, but had long lost his spiritual veins and become a crippled mortal. Countless top talents had bled and died in the sword pool. What chance did Lin Chen have? Sect Guardian Zhong Lao stepped forward solemnly, his gaze cold. Wen Yunlong, how dare you? You gave the founder's sword to a crippled mortal without permission? His accusation dropped like a boulder into a lake, stirring waves of unrest. Mo Yuan was not only the symbol of the Xuantiando sect's foundation, but also carried the obsession of millions of sword cultivators in Beizhou. Yet here it was, held by the one person it should never be. The crowd's first reaction was not Lin Chen has become a sword cultivator, but rather Elder Wen Yunlong is favoring Lin Chen and has betrayed the sect's spirit by giving him the sword. As Zhong Lao's words ended, all eyes turned sharply towards senior Elder Wen Yunlong, suspicion and coldness spreading like wildfire. Amid the insults, Wen Yunlong remained calm, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curling the corner of his lips. He had originally planned to keep this a secret, allowing the boy to quietly grow stronger, but now that the world knew, there was no turning back. Lin Chen was no ordinary cultivator anymore, was his sword youth long after a millennium. Wen Yunlong could only desperately protect him until his true rise, even if it cost his life. The founder's sword? You worthless wretch deserve it. Zhong Lao sneered again, dripping with contempt. Wen Yunlong's bias is obvious. He no longer deserves to lead the heavenly sword peak. This sword belongs under my guardianship. Zhao Qiong eyed Mo Yuan in Lin Chen's hand, greed almost palpable. But with Zhong Lao beside him, he dared not snatch the sword openly. Instead, he would do a favor if he could kill Lin Chen and present the sword. He might win Zhong Lao's favor. Agreed. Zhong Lao responded coldly. With a few words exchanged, the battle for Mo Yuan's ownership and for power was laid bare. Wen Jie's face turned pale, lost, and helpless. Yet senior elder Wen Yunlong remained as calm as an ancient well, his smile deepening. Wen Jie's heart pounded wildly as a shocking possibility dawned on him. He suddenly turned to Lin Chen. Could it be? The sword pool forbids anyone holding the founder's sword except the true heir. For thousands of years, no one succeeded. Mo Yuan is not a sword the old man can just give away at will. Ha ha ha. Even now, you still don't understand? The great elder's voice thundered like an explosion, each word dripping with anger. Suddenly, he spun around and glared at Elder Zhong. Elder Zhong, do you still think Lin Chen is unworthy? Elder Zhong's face darkened instantly as his gaze flicked between Lin Chen and several elders of the Zhao family. In truth, ever since the moment Mo Yuan appeared, a certain possibility had already taken root in his heart, though he had refused to admit it until now. Ha ha ha, Wen Yunlong, you expect us to believe this worthless trash inherited the ancestor's legacy? You don't need such a clumsy excuse to save his life. Someone sneered disdainfully. True or not, it's easy to find out. Boy, take my punch. Zhao Qiong surged forward. Though he mocked Lin Chen with his words, a flicker of panic flashed in his eyes. If Lin Chen truly inherited the Xiantian ancestor's sword path and became a sword cultivator never before seen in the northern province for 1,000 years, then Zhao Zai's death had been in vain, and the Zhao family's carefully schemed plan to install him as outer sect leader would collapse completely. The thought struck him, and he raised his palm to strike. His primordial energy boiled fiercely, the aura of his innate skill spreading like a tidal wave, carrying the full might of a lower-rank Earth-grade martial technique. His killing intent was naked and unrestrained. Zhao Qiong intended to kill Lin Chen in front of everyone. At this critical moment, a cold gleam suddenly appeared. A dazzling sword light tore through the sky, fierce winds whipping up dust and sand. The shrill roar of the blade struck a chord deep within every heart. The sword chi surged like a tsunami, cleaving directly toward Zhao Qiong. Even before the sword reached him, its sharpness had already ripped apart his protective primordial energy. His original attack rhythm was instantly shattered, forcing him to frantically bolster his defenses. That one sword stunned the entire scene into silence. That was sword chi? Sword chi. Everyone turned. Wide-eyed and shocked. At the end of the cold gleam stood Lin Chen, motionless, his eyes icy and sharp. He actually produced sword chi that's at great sword master level. Elder 2 exclaimed thunderously, snapping everyone out of their stupor. As everyone knew, only true sword masters could manifest sword chi externally. Lin Chen had not only stepped onto the path of a sword cultivator, he had instantly become a sword master. How is that possible? A mere ordinary vein, how could he become a sword cultivator? Countless disciples gasped, unable to accept the reality before them. The outer sect disciples watching from the sidelines were even Palartire long-time conviction that Lin Chen was worthless was utterly shattered by this miraculous turnaround. Some shouted in anguish at the unfairness of fate. Several elders recalled the long-forgotten legend. The Shintian ancestor himself was also born with an ordinary vein. Could the reason no one has inherited his sword path for thousands of years be because the martial lineage blocked them? If so, only one born with an ordinary vein could inherit the legacy and become a sword cultivator. Absurd as it sounded, yet undeniable now. I don't believe it. Zhao Qiong sneered bitterly, his rage flaring anew. The shock had barely subsided before he erupted again, his killing intent soaring like wildfire. So long as Lin Chen lived, he would be a dangerous threat. Kill. The aura of the innate skill roiled violently, as Zhao Qiong unleashed his full strength without holding back. Great Elder. When Yunlong shouted fiercely, Old Dog Zhao, are you trying to end the ancestors' legacy forever? Elder Zong, Lin Chen has already obtained the ancestors' inheritance and is the only sword cultivator in the northern province. Can't you see his potential? With those words, he darted straight at Zhao Qiong. But Zhao Qiong's madness surpassed all expectations. With a furious roar, his assault came faster than lightning, too fast for the great elder to intercept. He had thought revealing the ancestors' legacy would intimidate everyone. Yet Zhao Qiong was crazed enough to try and destroy Lin Chen outright. Zhao Qiong, stop! Master Zong's voice carried a hint of urgency, as if he had just realized how serious the situation had become. But before he could finish speaking, it was already too late. No one had time to react. They could only watch helplessly as Zhao Qiong's ruthless blow came crashing down mercilessly toward Lin Chen. Half-step Tianwu. Zhao Qiong's eyes burned with murderous intent, his tone resolute. Old Zhao, you want to kill me? He'll never let that happen. Those nearby breathed a sigh of relief, their defenses seemingly loosening. Only Lin Chen remained poised, gathering his strength. His body trembled slightly as the Mo Yuan sword in his hand suddenly erupted with dark energy, its black radiance threatening to swallow everything around. At the very moment Zhao Qiong struck, Lin Chen's figure suddenly moved, the Mo Yuan sword slashing through the air. Sword energy surged violently, its sharp edge aimed straight at Zhao Qiong. Through gritted teeth, Lin Chen shouted, "You brat, prepare to die?" With no way back, Zhao Qiong clenched his fists and swung with full force, sparing nothing, determined to slay Lin Chen. But the next second, he was met with a wave of overwhelming sword energy. Lin Chen roared loudly. The sword's ringing sound shattered the air like thunder. One peerless strike. The two immense forces clashed midair, erupting in a breathtaking collision. Lin Chen was shaken hard, spitting blood fiercely, but he stood his ground stubbornly. Turning back, Zhao Qiong's face showed triumph. Certain Lin Chen was finished only to freeze in horror. Following the trajectory of his fist, he realized his arm was severed from his body. Blood gushed from the stump, staining the hard earth crimson. You actually cut off my arm? Shock and terror flooded Zhao Qiong's face, overwhelming his pain in an instant. Lin Chen straightened his chest, eyes sharp as a sword. Old dog, this move is called peerless. How do you like it? He gave a slight smile, his voice steady. I still have 8 more. Want to see if my sword can actually kill you? Those around gradually came to their senses, gasping in disbelief. The peerless sword technique. Lin Chen actually possessed 9 sword moves. As a refining soul realm practitioner daring to resist a half-step Tianwu like Zhao Qiangan, severing his arm in the process, this completely upended the usual hierarchy of power. This is the legendary swordsman. Lin Chen, how dare you sever my arm? If I don't kill you today, I swear I'll never call myself a cultivator. Blood gushed from the severed arm, veins bulging on Zhao Qiong's forehead. His fury was almost tangible. He had never imagined that a mere mortal like Lin Chen could strike off his arm with a single sword slash. If word got out, this would become an eternal disgrace in his cultivation history, one that could only be washed away by killing Lin Chen. With cold eyes, Zhao Qiong glared at the still humming sword, refusing to believe Lin Chen could strike 8 more times. Zhao Qiong, enough. A powerful, primal aura suddenly crashed down, instantly sealing Zhao Qiong's true energy. The sect guardian, the sect elder, stood cross-armed in midair, his gaze icy and unyielding. At the same moment, Su Ping'an, Tiniu, the Grand Elder, and Wen Jie swept to Lin Chen's side like an unbreachable wall, cutting off any threat. Junior brother, are you alright? Su Ping'an asked sternly. Recalling the earlier blow, He was still shaken. One sword by a mortal injuring a half-step heavenly realm cultivator was unheard of. The Grand Elder flipped out over 10 vitality pills, their aroma filling the air. Restore your true energy first. Although powerful, that strike had drained every last trace of Lin Chen's true energy. Any attacker could easily end his life now. Grand Elder, sorry to cause you trouble. Lin Chen accepted the pills, his voice low, his promise to protect himself and avoid burdening the sect weighing on him like guilt. It is I who owes you an apology. The Grand Elder stood before him, silver hair fluttering, expression firm. Even if I lose my life today, no one will lay a finger on you. Wen Jia and Tiniu said nothing but flanked Lin Chen tightly, their protection unwavering. In the cold wind, their sincere defense warmed Lin Chen's long-frozen heart. Since his cultivation was crippled, he had faced nothing but cold stares. He never expected anyone to shield him like this. Sect Elder. Zhao Qiong glared upward with unwilling fury, blood dripping from his severed arm. The Sect Elder sighed lightly. That's enough for today. Your arm might still be reattached. Zhao Qiong's chest rose and fell as he struggled to argue, but was silenced by the Sect Elder's piercing gaze. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, I understand. Picking up his severed arm, he cast a spiteful glance at Lin Chen before leaving. Hatred burned in his eyes. From this day forth, the Zhao family and Lin Chen would be mortal enemies. The wind swept by, the scent of blood slowly faded as if drawing a close to this chapter. Yet the Sect Elder looked down at Lin Chen with a low voice like a funeral drum. It's laughable that someone like you has earned the recognition of the Xiantian Patriarch. But now that you've inherited the Sword Cultivator legacy, our Xiantian sect will never let you go. Serve the sect faithfully and you will be safe. But if your heart wavers, not only will you die, but your entire clan will be exterminated. Choose wisely. His eyes held an unspoken bitterness, sharp as a blade. Lin Chen's knuckles turned white, but he remained silent. Though he carried the inheritance, he was still too weak. That one slash could sever Zhao Qiong's arm only because Zhao was careless, and because sword cultivation had vanished from Beizhou for 1,000 years. None truly understood sword combat techniques. Lin Chen resolved that once this matter ended, he would seclude himself for rigorous training. His enemies went far beyond the Zhao family. The inner sect hid even deeper dangers. The news of his rise as a sword cultivator would spread throughout the two sects, and with Lin Qian's nature, she would never allow him to grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he gain the right to investigate, and perhaps, finally uncover who stole his Dao soul. To survive and to avenge, he must become stronger. On the life and death platform, the sword light had barely faded when the expressions of the assembled disciples and elders froze in shock. They never expected the fierce battle between Lin Chen and Zhao Zai to end so strangely and abruptly. It wasn't until Lin Chen raised his sword and cleanly severed the arm of the fifth elder, who was at the half-step Tianjing level, that everyone realized. Lin Chen had never truly gone all out. Had he drawn his sword at the start, the so-called awakened Dao soul and child of heaven's favor, Zhao Zai, wouldn't have lasted even 3 moves. Damn it. How could this happen? Panic and confusion spread rapidly through the crowd. Zhao Zai was dead, and Lin Chen had openly stepped onto the path of the sword cultivator. This shocking reversal chilled everyone to the bone. In the distance, Lin Fifen's face turned ashen. He never imagined that the young man exiled from the sect could sever an elder's arm with one strike. This news must be sent back to the inner sect immediately to inform my sworn father. With a sudden thought, he summoned Yunhe and disappeared like a white shadow into the sky. A young sword cultivator severing a half-step Tianjing elder's arm in one blow. Lin Fifen almost foresaw the storm this news would cause once it reached the inner sect. After all, the inner sect's ruling elders were the very ones who had expelled Lin Chen. By the life and death platform, the severely wounded Grand Elder shot a piercing glance and silenced the uproar. From today onward, Lin Chen is a disciple of Tianjin Peak. Who dares to oppose? No one dared speak up under his gaze. All lowered their heads in silent submission. The second elder gave a sneering sideways glance at the third elder, the one who usually shouted the loudest. What? You always made the most noise, and now you're silent? The third elder's face turned grim. He snorted coldly and left with a sweep of his sleeve. After all, he was the one who had insisted on punishing Lin Chen, and now he had nothing to say. Wow. Inheriting a sword path that severs arms in a single strike, our Xiantian sect might just be taking off. The fourth elder rubbed his hands excitedly, eyes shining. But the second elder shook his head and sighed. Does he even want to stay in Xiantian sect? His words turned grave. Swallowing the last thing he wanted to say, Lin Chen had to survive. Today's battle had badly offended Zhao Qiong. More troublingly, Zhao Zai had just been accepted as a direct disciple of Xianyang Peak before dying. At the forbidden grounds of Tianwu Peak in the outer sect of Xiantian. Zhao Qiong, have you lost your mind? Lin Chen obtained the ancestral sword path inheritance, and you dared to show murderous intent in public. Have you forgotten your own limits after sitting so long at the peak? The sect's guardian shouted angrily. His voice echoed through the valley. Zhao Qiong lowered his head, staring at the severed arm wrapped in spirit threads, cold sweat dripping from his jaw. Lin Chen's strike still seemed to linger before his eyes, and he felt his Dao heart cracking. I was so close I could have killed him. Close. The sect elder snorted, sweeping his sleeve. If I hadn't stopped you, old man Wen Yunlong would have fought you to the death. He's injured, but alive. Fully capable, his strength rivals mine. If a real fight broke out, you could stand against that? Zhao Qiong clenched his fists tightly, knuckles white. But I refuse to accept this. Zhao's I just awakened his Dao soul. Our years of planning ruined. All because of Lin Chen. Lin Chen must die. Die? Among Tianwu Peak's young generation, who else can kill him? Are you planning to make a move again? After this battle, Wen Yunlong won't let you. The elder sneered. Listen to me. Hold your hand for now. If Lin Chen were worthless, fine. But now he carries the sword path inheritance people even more restless than us are watching. You mean the inner sect? Zhao Qiong looked up with a cold glare. Lin Chen's Dao soul was taken, his martial veins destroyed, and he was banished from the inner sect. This isn't so simple. Just wait. He must die, but who strikes first may not be us. The elder's eyes flashed cold light, his tone icy. At this moment, though the life and death battle had ended, it seemed to ignite a new, turbulent whirlpool. Skysword Peak. Second senior brother, your cooking is incredible. I never knew barbecue could taste like this. A fire crackled in front of the sword pavilion, fat sizzling and filling the air with a rich aroma. Lin Chen, freshly escaped from fierce battle and ravenous, was happily devouring a skewer of specially marinated grilled meat prepared by Su Pinggan. Juice dripped down his fingers as he marveled. I never imagined something this delicious exists. Eighth senior brother wasn't joking. Second senior brother is truly a culinary god among us. Tai Nyo grinned, grabbed a rack of golden brown ribs, and laughed around a mouthful. Heh. Old nine. Didn't I tell you? I love second senior brother's cooking the most. Having a home-cooked meal by Su Pinggan today was a rare blessing for him. Even the usually serious and dignified Grand Elder of Sky Sword Peak had abandoned his decorum, grabbing some fatty, tender braised pork and jostling with the disciples for food. Lin Chen eyed the elder's round frame and wondered quietly, did second senior brother fatten him up on purpose? Su Pinggan flipped meat with one hand and passed a freshly grilled piece to Lin Chen with the other. Old 8, eat slowly. No one's stealing from you. This one's for little junior brother. He missed out last time. Wearing a kitchen apron, he looked like the friendly boy next door. Seeing Tai Nyo still wolfing down meat, he teased. A good meal is meant to be savored. Eating like your pigsy devouring ginseng fruitis that fun? Tai Nyo's mouth full. He mumbled, second senior brother, who's pigsy? Can he really eat more than me? Shut up. Su Pinggan laughed, then grabbed a piece for himself, not forgetting to eat. The firelight danced, carrying savory scents. Lin Chen hadn't been at Sky Sword Peak long, but already felt a warmth between brothers he'd never known in the inner sect. Concerned, he reminded, second senior brother, don't just cook for us. Make sure you eat enough too. Relax, I won't starve. Su Pinggan flipped a piece until the crispiest side was up and bit into it. Old man, bring out your treasured aged wine. Su Pinggan called behind him during a pause. Today little junior brother is officially one of us. No hiding it. The Grand Elder raised an eyebrow. You brat just want my stored wine, don't you? Su Pinggan grinned mischievously. Heh, who knows when you'll kick the bucket? Why hoard it? Life's sure best enjoy it while you can. Still grumbling, the Grand Elder pulled out a dusty celadon jar. Breaking the mud seal, a fragrant bouquet filled the air like mist. Lin Chen sipped the wine crisp and sweet, prompting high praise. Proudly, the elder said, this brew was made by your second senior brother himself. The kid's good at everything except he's lazy and hates training. Su Pinggan tugged at his apron, unfazed. Old codger, I'm just enjoying life. Training all day is a drag. Besides, with senior sister and third brother around, who needs fighting worries? The elder shot him a look. If you had half third brother's work ethic, I'd die happy. Don't talk nonsense, Su Pinggan winked. If you died, senior sister would break her heart. Hands on hips, the elder grumbled. So in your heart, how do you know senior sister doesn't hurt even more? Su Pinggan looked up solemnly. Of course she does. She's the one I'm marrying for life. The elder choked slightly, poking his finger at him. Shameless. A real man doesn't marry a girl, asks her to marry him. Proudly rubbing his stomach, Su Pinggan replied, my stomach's weak, I like the soft life. What of it? Senior sister's stunning and fierce, with those long legs. Get lost, you shameless scoundrel. Watching second senior brother and the elder clash, then glancing at Iron Bull who was grinning foolishly, Lin Chen felt an unprecedented sense of peace in life at this moment. Surprisingly, this feeling wasn't bad at all. Third grade elder, your boy has come to see you. Outside Sword Pavilion, a clear voice carried on the night breeze. Qingyan, what brings you here? The elder turned to look, and the wrinkles on his face softened into a warm smile upon seeing the young man at the door. Everyone's been worried about your health, so I came this time during the outer sect trip. When Qingyan stepped in briskly, he had planned to wait until everyone finished eating before showing up, but the sizzling sound and tempting aroma of the grilled meat proved too hard to resist. Ah, Brother-in-law, you're here. No need to be polite. Come join us. Su Pinggan waved over holding a skewer. Greetings, second senior brother. Greetings, eighth senior brother. Brother Lin, good to see you again. Wen Qingyan took a seat and finally looked toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded slightly. They were not strangers. When he first entered the inner sect, Wen Qingyan had shown him kindness. Though at the time Lin Chen was fully focused on cultivation and taking care of his mother, paying little attention to socializing. Looking back, the Wen family had actually started reaching out to him then, but he hadn't noticed at all. Brother Lin, congratulations on defeating Zhao Zai this time. It won't be long before it causes a sensation. Maybe you'll return to the inner sect soon. Wen Qingyan hoped to ease the awkward atmosphere with praise. Instead, Lin Chen fell silent. The aroma of grilled meat lingered, the campfire crackled, but no one spoke as they chewed quietly. Did I say something wrong? Wen Qingyan rubbed his hands awkwardly. The elder shot him a glare. Return to the inner sect? What's wrong with our Tianjin Peak? The inner sect is filthy and chaotic. How could it compare to our Tianjin Peak? Yes, third grade elder, you're right. Wen Qingyan hurriedly nodded. Lin Chen spoke calmly. I will return to the inner sect, but not yet. That woman Lin Chen must be feeling pretty pleased with herself now, huh? He wanted to learn about the current state of the inner sect. That stinking woman. After you left, she hooked up with Li Songyun again. She's been rubbing it in everyone's faces. Wen Qingyun's tone was full of displeasure when mentioning Lin Chen. The elder slammed the table. Brat, can't you keep your mouth shut even while eating? Enough nonsense, eat quickly and get out. Li Songyun. I think I've heard of him. Lin Chen recalled hearing the name when he first entered the inner sect. The number one of the inner sect 5 years ago, a prodigy awakened with a Dao soul. The elder filled in. Unfortunately, after losing to someone, his Dao soul and Dao heart were destroyed. He's been in decline for 5 whole years. Lin Chen nodded. He had heard these rumors, but never seen Li Songyun in person. The elder continued. His cultivation was stagnant, but recently he seems to have emerged from the shadows, making rapid progress again. Then with a shift in tone, he looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what grade was your awakened Dao soul, and what kind of martial soul? This was a sore spot for Lin Chen, and the elder had long wanted to ask. Now was the chance. 5th grade Dao soul, dragon elephant power, a strength-type martial soul. Lin Chen answered truthfully. His Dao soul wasn't a beast soul, so it wouldn't manifest like Zhao Zai's fierce animal form. You suspect something? Lin Chen was no fool. The close ties between Li Songyun and Lin Chen, combined with what Lin Chen had told him before, clicked in his mind. He almost understood what was going on. The elder waved his hand. Don't overthink it. The forbidden arts for stealing someone's Dao soul have no records in Shantian's sect. I'm just curious. Lin Chen remained silent, but deep down the answer was becoming clear. Li Songyun was already Earth Martial Realm 5 years ago. The elder's tone turned grave. Though he sank into decadence, he was still the brightest talent of Shantian's sect. If this truly involves him, I will seek justice for you. Master, rest assured, I won't act rashly. If it really concerns him, when I return to the inner sect, I will personally make things right. Lin Chen knew well that his stolen Dao soul likely pointed to Li Songyun. If so, someday when he went back to the inner sect, he would definitely pursue justice with his own hands. Old 9, whatever your past rank was, even if you're number 1 now, those of us from Tianjin Peak aren't afraid of you. Su Pinggan lifted his wine jar, his eyes blazing as he patted Lin Chen's shoulder. If you ever want to return to the inner sect, your brothers will go with you. Let's see who dares to lay a finger on you. You're my junior brother and a disciple of Tianjin Peak. What's there to fear from the inner sect? Second senior brother speaks well. Iron Bull jumped in, clasping his fists and laughing. Second senior brother, you've got to watch my back from now on. Don't ask me. Su Pinggan shook his head and drained his jar. I'm not the fighting sort. If it comes to blows, he'll send third senior brother. When he comes back, you can get to know him better. Lin Chen had never met the other senior brothers and asked curiously, second senior brother, where are the others? Su Pinggan counted on his fingers. Old 7 is on a mission to the northern lands, should be back soon. Old 4, Ling Yun, is secluded in the secret realm. You've already met 5th sister. As for your first senior sister me, wife, she went to the North Sea. Iron Bull snorted, second senior brother, you're shameless. First senior sister said she doesn't like men younger than her. Get out of here, go tend to your fields. What nonsense. Su Pinggan put his hands on his hips, chin raised. He'll never marry anyone but first senior sister. Besides, how am I younger? I'm huge. He looked down and flexed his fingers proudly, then turned back to Lin Chen, eyes serious. Old 9, you better not try to steal my wife. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and quickly waved his hands. Second senior brother, don't worry, I'm not interested in women. At those words, Su Pinggan, Iron Bull, Wen Qingyun, and even the elder holding his wine bowl all stared at him in unison. Only then did Lin Chen realize and blush, hurriedly explaining, I have no interest in romance. Su Pinggan still wasn't convinced, shaking his jar as he warned, I'm just afraid that once you see first senior sister, you'll fall for her at first sight. Those legs of hers are awfully long. Senior brother, rest assured, I definitely won't. Lin Chen thought to himself. That's clearly second senior brother himself, who's drooling over first senior sister. Satisfied, Su Pinggan nodded. Then he shrugged when the conversation turned to third senior brother. That lunatic probably went off to some forbidden zone for cultivation again. Forbidden zone? That's a place where people die? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. The words forbidden zone always meant certain death. Don't worry, you won't die? That guy's a monster wearing human skin, Su Pinggan said with a grin. The elder chimed in. You brat. Is that how you talk about your senior brother? But yeah, third senior brother really is a monster. Su Pinggan slammed the table. Don't be fooled by how dumb he seems. When it counts, he's the first to jump in. Anyone who bullies Tianjin Peak's disciples, he'll knock them out cold. Wen Qingyun shivered at those words. Years ago, when he first came to Tianjin Peak, Chen Qingxian beat him until he cried, leaving a lasting shadow. Now hearing Su Pinggan's description, he felt blood drain from his face and decided it was time to take his leave. After the meal, Wen Qingyun stood and saluted. Third grade elder, senior brothers, it's about time. I must return to the inner sect to report. Enough, get going. Quit yammering like a girl. The elder waved impatiently. Elegant and refined. Wen Qingyun always seemed out of place at rough and tumble Tianjin Peak, and in the elder's eyes, he hardly looked like a true cultivator. Wen Qingyun looked aggrieved but steadied himself before speaking. Third elder, although Zhao Zai is dead, he truly became a direct disciple of Xianyang Peak. This news will spread through the inner sect very soon, senior brother Lin. Please be extra careful. Thank you for your concern, junior brother. I will be cautious, Lin Chen nodded. You talk too much. Su Pinggan, leaning against the doorway, shouted bluntly, your senior brother is perfectly safe on Tianjin Peak. Go back and tell your father I am doing just fine and not dying anytime soon. Startled by the outburst, Wen Qingyun scrambled onto his cloud crane and, before leaving, took one last glance at Tianjin Peak. He muttered softly, I'm never coming back to Tianjin Peak. Those second senior brothers' cooking really is delicious. Well, if I get the chance, I'll still come to mooch some meals. The night wind swept by as the cloud crane spread its wings and gradually vanished into the distance. Lin Chen watched for a long time, his gaze drifting far away. What does Li Tsongyan matter? Just give me time, he silently vowed in his heart. Old Nine, what are you spacing out for? The hour of high is coming. Let's go, it's time to train. Su Pinggan raised his hand and gave Lin Chen a light flick on the head. Lin Chen finally grinned. Got it, second senior brother, coming right away. Oh, and don't absorb too much vital energy this time. Understood. Su Pinggan shifted tone. Old Nine, what do you want to eat tomorrow? I want meat. All right. Tomorrow you'll get an eye-opener. Second senior brother will show off the Manchuhan Imperial Feast. ITLL fatten you up just like master. The Manchuhan Imperial Feast? Great. Second senior brother, I want some too. Eighth senior brother Tian Gung joined in. Tian Gung, you just finished eating and already want more? Su Pinggan shook his wine flask, face flushed like a monkey's backside. Second senior brother, I think you're drunk. Nonsense, I'm not drunk. I can still recite poetry. Listen carefully. Moonlight before my bed, suspect frost on the ground. Looking up, I see the bright moon. Bowing my head, I think of home. Ugh ugh ugh. Eighth senior brother shook his head. You say you're not drunk, yet you cry as soon as you get tipsy. I'm not drunk. I just miss home. Su Pinggan clutched his wine flask, sobbing quietly. Watching second and eighth senior brothers bickering behind him, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. That poem had suddenly reminded him of his mother far away at home. He hurried forward and helped support Su Pinggan alongside eighth senior brother. The three walked shoulder to shoulder, their shadows stretched long by the lamplight, gradually disappearing at the end of the path. The road ahead is neither lonely nor frightening. The boy who once was alone now walks with companions beside him. Tianjin Peak. Late at night, when Jia rushed over, equally frustrated. Third Lord, you knew Lin Chen became a sword cultivator all along, but didn't even tell me. Elder Wen Yunlong stood quietly in the corridor, arms folded, white hair lifted gently by the breeze. Sigh, considering what those inner sect people have done, it's truly hateful. I intended to keep it secret indefinitely. Will those people really make a move against Lin Chen? When Jia asked anxiously. That child sensed something today. How could he bear the hatred over his soul's loss and the revenge for his crippled meridians? Once he returns to the inner sect, the consequences will be unpredictable. So what do? Stopping it for a short while won't last a lifetime. Eventually, he must return, Wen Yunlong said gravely. Rest assured, as long as he is on Tianjin Peak, he's safe and has enough time to grow. Wen Jie frowned. I just worry someone won't give him that time. Wen Yunlong, am still alive. Let them come if they dare. The elder's voice was low but resolute. After hesitating a moment, Wen Jie asked, Elder, have you told him the true meaning of Tianjin Peak's existence? Well, wait until the time is right. He's only just reached the soul refinement realm. The night wind grew stronger. The two exchanged a look and fell silent. Meanwhile, within the inner sect, Zhao Zai, soul awakened, heaven blessed, died in battle. Zhao Qiong, outer sect elder, half step into heaven realm, lost an arm. Lin Chen, dismissed from direct discipleship and reduced to menial tasks, yet inheritor of sword cultivation, rising as a young great swordsman. As disciples from the front lines returned one after another, these three shocking pieces of news spread through the inner sect like a nightmare. Inner sect, Xianyang Peak. Amidst the towering mountain, clouds swirled wildly. A majestic palace snaked upward like a soaring azure dragon. Golden bronze wind chimes hung from the eaves, their ringing sharp and cold as iron whenever the wind blew. Zhao Zai is dead. Lin Fifan, what on earth have you been doing? You can't even handle such a small matter? Are they really so afraid that Zhao Zai would enter our Xianyang Peak? Tell me everything, from start to finish. No sooner had the messenger arrived than Lin Fifan was summoned into the main hall of the palace. Prostrating himself before Lin Songhai, the deputy sect master of the Xiantian sect's inner sect, he dared to lift his head only to meet the icy gaze of a man whose eyes were like sharpened blades. Lin Kanghai's voice thundered through the hall in fury, echoing off the walls, but after a few moments he forced himself to calm and solemnly demanded the full account. Zhao Zian, elite genius whose Dao soul had awakened dead outside the outer sect? Lin Kanghai's rage boiled over, yet he clung to the last shred of reason. Foster father, please calm down after hearing this. Do you think him calm enough? If not, do you think you'd still be standing here? Lin Kanghai's tone was ice cold. Cold sweat poured down Lin Fifan's forehead as he felt the invisible weight of a mountain pressing down on him. His voice trembled. It was Lin Chen. When we went to the outer sect, Zhao Zai issued Lin Chen a death challenge. Lin Chen. Lin Kanghai's complexion turned ashen. He knew that name all too well. 5 years ago, the Xiantian sect's envoy brought a letter and brought Lin Chen into the inner sect. Once his mid-grade heavenly level martial vein was measured, the elders were stunned. From that day, Lin Chen was hailed as a peerless prodigy, coveted by all the peaks. Lin Songhai even considered adopting him as a foster son, promising to pour all Xianyang Peak's resources into him. But Lin Chen refused coldly like a piece of tempered iron and started humbly as a regular disciple. In just 5 years, by age 20, he had broken sect records by stepping into the martial realm. His Dao soul awakened under enormous attention. Lin Kanghai's daughter, Lin Chuin, shyly confessed her love to recruit him again, but both refused. Shortly after, Lin Chen's Dao soul was stolen, his martial vein destroyed, leaving him a crippled wreck. Lin Songhai knew all this in full. And now, news claims Lin Chen defeated Zhao Zai? Are you joking with me? A crippled nobody whose Dao soul was stolen and martial vein ruined can defeat Zhao Zai, who's awakened his Dao soul. Lin Kanghai's anger surged, his eyes gleamed with a deadly chill. Lin Fifan hurried to clarify, but was cut off by a stern shout. Speak straight. One more useless word, and I'll cripple you. Fifth Elder Zhao Qiong lost an arm to Lin Chen's sword. And the Fifth Elder is nearly heaven realm level. Lin Fifan recalled that sword stroke with a shudder. Lin Chen has become a sword cultivatorus, sword chi has already condensed. He's a young greatsword master. At these words, Lin Songhai staggered back several steps, his face deathly pale. Impossible, how could a cripple become a sword cultivator? For the first time, fear, panic, even a trace of dread flickered in his eyes. Seizing the moment, Lin Fifan pressed on. Foster father, Zhao Zai was declared your Xianyang Peak's direct disciple before he died. But Lin Chen killed him openly. This humiliation, we cannot swallow it. His face burned with shame. He longed to reverse the tide immediately. Lin Songhai fell silent, his chest rising and falling as a sense of unease grew deep inside. After a long pause, his hoarse voice finally came out. Do you know how he became a sword cultivator? Lin Chen seems to have inherited the sword Dao of the old ancestor. Hearing this, Lin Kanghai's eyes suddenly flickered. To see even a trace of fear in the eyes of his sworn father was something unexpected. In all his memories, Lin Songhai had always been a pillar of strength, someone who could shoulder the heavens and earth no matter what. Yet now, just the name Lin Chen made him lose composure. Lin Chen may be extraordinarily gifted, but could he really be that terrifying? Lin Fifan was utterly confused and couldn't understand the shock his sworn father was experiencing. After all, this was the Tianjin Peak, the sect's most mysterious and ancient legacy. Quickly suppressing his loss of composure, Lin Kanghai's voice turned low and steady. So you're saying he has already become a disciple of Tianjin Peak? Yes, Lin Fifan nodded. Inside the main hall, the old man and the young man sat facing each other in silence, the air thick and heavy as if it had frozen solid. After a long pause, Lin Songhai finally looked up, his expression dark and unsettled. You are right. Killing my Xianyang Peak disciple openly like that. Lin Chen has clearly shown complete disregard for the authority of the inner sect's Xianyang Peak. I will decide how to handle this matter. For now, you may leave. Yes, father. Lin Fifan stood and took his leave, then heard another order. Send for Chu Yin. At once. Once Lin Fifan had gone, Lin Kanghai's face darkened completely. With a thunderous crash, a blue porcelain vase shattered into countless pieces, shards scattering everywhere. A sword cultivator? An ancient ancestral legacy? A disciple of Tianjin Peak? Lin Chen, how could you? How dare you? His chest heaved with anger. He must never learn about this. Absolutely not. Footsteps approached, followed by a clear feminine voice. Father, what has made you so angry? Oh, by the way, I have good news. Brother Yun has agreed to our marriage. You should pick an auspicious day. Lin Xuan entered the hall, unfazed by the broken porcelain covering the floor, bubbling with excitement over her engagement to Li Yun. Lin Songhai raised his hand to stop his rising fury. That can wait. Xuan, the day Lin Chen was banished from the inner sect, did you go see him? Father, why waste time talking about that loser? Lin Xuan curled her lip. Isn't he probably dead outside the outer sect by now? Huh, serves him right. Her once innocent face twisted into a strange smile. Lin Kanghai's voice turned icy cold. Zhao Zai is dead, killed by Lin Chen. He's not only alive, but has become a sword cultivator. Shuyan's smile froze, color draining rapidly from her face. No, that can't be. So, what exactly did you say to him? I think I said nothing, yet everything. She stammered, recalling that day when she assumed Lin Chen would die, carelessly revealing secrets from her heart, and even encouraging Zhao Zai to strike him down. Traitorous girl. Lin Songhai could no longer control himself and struck her with a sharp slap. The sound cracked through the empty hall. Half her face instantly swelled, tears shimmering and sliding down. Father, you've never hit me before, she choked out through tears. Realizing he was losing control, Lin Songhai swept his sleeve and spoke coldly. I warned you countless times to bury that matter deep in your heart. Yet you blurted nonsense in front of that worthless boy. If I knew nothing, there might still be a chance to maneuver. But now, I fear there is none. He'll confirm your marriage to Li Songyun as soon as possible. And you must train harder. I know Lin Chen's character best. When he returns to the inner sect, you will understand the consequences. Lin Chuan trembled. In her mind, Lin Chen's vow echoed thunderously. The day I, Lin Chen, come back will be the day Lin Chuan meets her end. The tolling death knell surrounded her. Her face went deathly pale, her delicate body shaking uncontrollably. Father, what should I do? I absolutely cannot let Lin Chen return to the inner sect, or else the truth about that matter will come to light. Lin Xuan suddenly snapped back to reality, her expression filled with panic and distress. Lin Kanghai's eyes were sharp as blades as he spoke sternly. Look at how you're behaving. If you don't cause trouble, we'll all just pretend none of this ever happened. Even if Lin Chen steps into the inner sect, he won't uncover the truth. Ungrateful daughter. He couldn't help but scold again. But this time he didn't raise his hand, only crushing the spiritual jade in his sleeve. Fragments fell quietly to the ground. Lin Songhai took a deep breath to suppress his anger, his voice icy cold. No one will believe you. But that's soul projection. Lin Xuan, haven't I told you this before? His killing intent exploded outwards, filling the hall with oppressive pressure that made Lin Xuan's breath hitch. She fell silent. After a moment, Lin Songhai reined in his aura and spoke as though giving a routine order. Go down. Seal yourself away in cultivation for now. Lin Chen has become a disciple of Tianjin. Peak won't be able to return to the inner sect. Lin Xuan left Xinyang Peak, almost in a daze. The stone steps twisted beneath her feet. But in her mind, the memory of Lin Chen's furious vow to kill him flashed again, and again an image of the youth gripping his sword, and roaring became clearer and clearer, as if tearing open the carefully sealed fragments of her memory. No, no, she whispered, clenching her fists until her fingertips bled. What kind of sword cultivator is he? Lin Chen, I will never let you return alive to the inner sect. She knew all too well that once the truth was exposed, she would become the target of everyone's hatred, and even the Lin family's foundation in the inner sect would collapse. She had no choice but to erase him completely before he returned. Meanwhile, night deepened. Lin Songhai paced to the forbidden stone gate deep inside Xinyang Peak, his palms sweating. Ever since the ancestor's temperament changed drastically 5 years ago, even as the inner sect's vice sect leader, he didn't dare step inside lightly. What's wrong? Are you afraid of me, this old ancestor? Before the door opened, a voice pierced the air with chilling coldness. Then, silently, the stone gate parted and a ghostly wind swept out. Lin Songhai steeled himself and stepped inside. The cave was pitch black, without any lamps or fires. Only faint glimmers from the array formations flickered. Lin Songhai stood still and forced down his trembling voice as he reported, Ancestor, Zhao Zai is dead. How could he be dead? What about the soul projection? The cold rebuke echoed off the walls, making Lin Kanghai's spine chill as he recounted the failure to seize Lin Chen's soul projection and the brutal death of Zhao Zai. Silence drew out in the darkness. Suddenly, a withered hand like a dead branch reached out and pinched his cheek. The icy bones stung painfully. If you can't even handle something this simple, what use are you to me? Lin Songhai hurriedly bowed his head. Ancestor, please calm your anger. This was just an accident. If you had killed him back then, this disaster would never have come to pass. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. In the faint light, the ancestor's figure gradually appeared, skin gray and withered, veins dried up, eyes filled with death's aura, making it hard to look directly at him. After a long moment, the ancestor loosened his grip and the murderous aura slowly dissipated. Enough. It's just a pity about that soul projection. Lin Songhai massaged his numb cheek and added quietly, before he died, Zhao Zai revealed he was a direct disciple of Xianyang Peak, yet he was still killed. Ancestor, about this matter. You are the vice sect leader of the inner sect, and you need me to teach you how to handle this? Lin Songhai frowned deeply, but Tianjin Peak is special, and there's Wen Yunlong guarding it. The ancestor snorted coldly. His voice sounded as if coming from the underworld itself. Don't you have any brains? Tianjin Peak's people kill my direct disciple. You want Wen Yunlong to come to the inner sect and give me, the Grand Elder, an explanation? Is that so hard? Heavenly Sword Peak was unique, no doubt, but hasn't it seen deaths over the past several thousand years? After calming his anger, the patriarch folded his arms, disdain dripping from his voice. Lin Songhai lowered his head cautiously and probed. Patriarch, now that Lin Chen has inherited your legacy, if he dies, would that? What does it matter if a sword cultivator dies? The patriarch scoffed coldly. Their era ended long ago. In the ancient war, sword cultivators defied the heavens and were forbidden by the Tao. Now is the age of the Tao soul. History has always been written by the victors. Hearing this resolute declaration cut off the last trace of doubt in Lin Kanghai's heart. He bowed respectfully. I understand, Patriarch. If you fail to handle this matter well again, you know the consequences. Yes. Lin Songhai wiped the sweat on his brow and hurriedly took his leave. Meanwhile, news of Lin Chen spread through the entire inner sect like a storm. Inner sect, Xiantian Peak. Ha ha ha, excellent. Excellent. In the grand Xiantian hall, sect leader Wen Yuxiu banged the table, laughing heartily, nodding repeatedly. Lin Chen, you've truly brought me a tremendous surprise. From Wen Xingyun, he had learned everything that happened in the outer sect. Lin Chen's slaying of Zhao Zai not only satisfied many, but also lifted heavy pressure from both the inner and outer sects on the Wen family. Wen Yuxiu hadn't felt this exhilarated in a long time. Xingyun, go visit Heavenly Sword Peak more often when you have time. Ah, father? When Xingyun hesitated. Why, many people want to go, but lack the qualifications. I know. Thinking of second senior brother's signature dishes, though reluctant, Wen Xingyun couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. After Wen Xingyun bowed and left, only the sect leader and the 9 elders remained in the hall. Sect leader, this is good news, but that kid is likely to face danger, one elder whispered. Should we bring him back to the inner sect? Wen Yuxiu slowly shook his head. Dangerous? Is there anywhere in the Xiantian sect safer than Heavenly Sword Peak? Publicly, we can handle it. Behind the scenes, the hidden blades, he has to fend off himself. The elder nodded. Conspiracies can be evaded, but hidden arrows are hard to defend against. He's already a disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak. If he can't handle this, how will he face greater storms ahead? When Yuxia's gaze deepened, only 3 years remain until that event. In 3 years, the existence of Heavenly Sword Peak will decide the fate of the entire northern Zhou Xiantian sect. Only the few of us know this. Somewhere in the inner sect, Lin Chuan trembled, curling into a frightened kitten in Li Kangyun's embrace. Brother Songyun, Lin Chen must not live. If he comes back, I will die. I really will. Li Songyun gently stroked her hair, his voice low and steady. Don't worry, if he returns to the inner sect, I will kill him for you. No, he must never step foot inside the inner sect again. I beg you, Brother Songyun. She understood clearly those in the outer sect could no longer stop Lin Chen. But in the inner sect, though she was the vice sect leader's daughter, she couldn't mobilize resources equal to even one core disciple. Li Songyun pondered for a moment, then softly reassured her. All right, I promise. Really? Really? But now he is a disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak. Acting against him openly inside the sect is extremely difficult. If we can get him to leave the sect, there are far more ways to kill him. Li Songyun was among the few who understood Heavenly Sword Peak's true significance. Directly killing Lin Chen was nearly impossible, unless by assassination. Hearing this, Lin Chuyan's lips curled into a cold smile. Brother Songyun, as long as I give these to Lin Chen, he'll be desperate to leave the Xiantian sect. Li Songyun took the letter she handed over, frowning slightly. What is this? Lin Chen's family letter. Lin Chuan casually brushed back her hair. Once he reads it, he'll be frantic to leave the sect. Heh, that's my little sister Chuan for you. Li Kangyun's smile darkened. In that case, let's go meet the Heavenly Sword Peak disciple. Brother Songyun, are you going to take action personally? Li Songyun grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. With my status, him? Is he even worthy? I'm just curious about him. That loser can never compare to my brother Songyun. You're the best. Li Songyun bent down and whispered into her ear. I have even better qualities, Chuan. Want to try? Brother Songyun, you're so bad, but I like it. The wind stirred as their figures overlapped and intertwined again and again. Outer sect, Tianjin Peak. A fierce mountain wind howled across the vast wilderness as a lone figure dressed in black stood before a broken cliff. His ink-black sword rose and fell relentlessly once, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The cold steel flashed like rain, carving the entire mountainside into a flat clearing. Yet Lin Chen showed no sign of stopping. It had been exactly 3 days since the fierce battle that shook the outer sect. In that fight, he had severed the arm of Zhao Qiong, a half-step heaven realm expert, and then successively slain Zhao Wuji and Zhao Zai. A blood feud with no hope of truce had been sealed between them. Since becoming a disciple of Tianjin Peak, Lin Chen dared not slack off. Now he was painstakingly practicing a sword technique called the sword draw against the wind. The origins of the sword draw against the wind were astounding and ancient, lost king-level martial skill, whose grade surpasses even heaven rank. This sword manual was sent by his second senior brother, Su Pinggan, who had narrowly obtained it alongside their third senior brother while venturing into a forbidden zone. In this era, where the sword path had stagnated, even a yellow-ranked sword technique could ignite deadly conflicts among the great factions. The value of a king-level skill was beyond words. Lin Chen understood this gift's significance and had devoted himself entirely to training over the past 3 days. After 10,000 sword strikes in 3 days, he had finally reached the threshold of proficiency. The sword draw against the wind consists of only one stroke but is famed for its speed. It can decapitate an enemy in the blink of an eye. Once perfected, the opponent cannot even see the sword's motion. Junior brother, time to eat. From afar, 8th senior brother Tinayu called out, lifting a bullseyed rice bucket with a bell-like voice. Lin Chen sheathed his sword and wiped the sweat from his cheek. Got it. Under the old locust tree, Su Pinggan handed him a wine flask with a serious tone. Junior brother, this king-level sword art requires extremely high comprehension. You've only just begun your sword cultivation. Don't rush. Second brother. I've barely mastered the draw after 3 days. Lin Chen accepted a piece of meat and replied calmly. 3 days to just start. Don't lose heart. Su Pinggan took a big gulp of strong liquor and immediately sprayed it all over Tiania's face. Tinayu stood frozen, holding his rice bucket helplessly. You've already learned it? In 3 days? Su Pinggan, forgetting to apologize, stared wide-eyed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded evenly. Though this technique has only one move, it's incredibly subtle. I grasped the essentials on day 1. The next 2 were just continuous practice. I can now barely unleash 1,000th of its power. Su Pinggan gasped. You learned it in 1 day? He threw his head back and howled in frustration. Damn. Old geezer, didn't you say sword techniques are the hardest to learn? Why can 3rd and 9th brothers master it in a day, and I can't? From the spatial ring, an ancient voice spoke with resignation. That's just talent. That kid is an immortal vein, so learning martial skills is as easy as eating for him. You can't envy it. Su Pinggan grumbled, clutching his wine flask. Weren't you brash enough to claim above the 9 heavens? 1 for 1. Below the 9 heavens, am invincible? Then why is it so hard for me just to become a sword cultivator? The old man in the ring sounded even more aggrieved. You're neither born with the innate sword body nor the soul of the sword path. No aptitude at all. No matter my skill, I can't guide you onto the sword cultivation path. Besides, isn't using a blade just fine? In some ways, you're still invincible. The ring's old voice spoke with undeniable grievance. No, I want to use a sword. Thinking of the exaggerated shape and heavy feel of the Xian iron ruler, Su Pinggan's face was full of disgust. Why insist on using that thing? The sword is the king of all weapons. The saber rules 100 arms, each has its own strengths, but I just think using a sword looks cooler. This obsession came from the cultural imprint of his hometown. Few could understand just how deeply a young boy yearned to become a white-robed swordsman. Is it just because it looks cool? The spirit inside the ring sounded puzzled. If it weren't temporarily stuck with Su Pinggan, it would have flown away by now. Second senior brother, what's wrong with you? Lin Chen saw Su Pinggan's stern face and thought had said something wrong. Suddenly he remembered. It took him 3 whole days just to barely get started, so second senior brother probably wasn't satisfied. Don't worry, they'll train harder and master this sword technique soon. I won't let you down. Heh, I just want some peace and quiet. Su Pinggan waved his hand. Whose peace and quiet? Didn't you say you only liked senior sister Da? Iron Bull, carrying a wooden bucket, asked curiously. Shut up and eat your meal. Su Pinggan shot back, thinking how unlucky he was to be stuck with these weird juniors. It was a curse. Senior brother, why haven't we seen Master? Lin Chen looked around the empty courtyard. The old man went to the intersect 3 days ago. To the intersect? Because I killed Zhao Zai? Probably. At most he sparred verbally with those people. Don't underestimate the old man. Su Pinggan sipped his tea, confident. Lin Chen nodded. Now a legitimate disciple of Tianjin Peak, his situation was much better than before. Though the intersect's influence was complex, both inner and outer sect leaders shared the surname one. Second senior brother, do Tianjin Peak disciples usually train outside for long periods? Yes. You have to train hard, or people die after 3 years. Die after 3 years? What does that mean? You know Tianjin Peak is special, right? Lin Chen nodded silently. Better wait for the old man to tell you. I don't know. Lectured while I was asleep. Look who's talking. Su Pinggan smacked 8th senior brother's large head. You fell asleep too. Iron Bull was nearly 10 feet tall, but now bowed his head like a scolded little bride while drinking porridge. Lin Chen fell silent. Tianjian Peak held many secrets, but he wasn't in a hurry. When the time came, the Grand Elder would explain everything. Lin Chen, may I see you now? A sudden voice echoed over Tianjian Peak. Lin Chen, Su Pingon, and Iron Bull looked up at once. A black dot appeared on the horizon. Growing clearer, a white-feathered cloud crane descended in circles. On its back stood a man and a woman, floating atop the clouds. The man exuded authority, dressed in the inner sect's distinctive blue and red disciple robes. The woman was slender and cold, her face too familiar to Lin Chen. Lin Chuan. Lin Chen sprang to his feet, murderous intent spreading like a storm. Lin Chuan, senior brother Lin, still well? Lin Chuan sneered, her tone full of mockery. The friendship of former sectmates was gone, replaced by icy hatred. Did you come here just to die? Lin Chen almost drew his Moya sword instantly, sword energy piercing the sky. So you really became a sword cultivator? Fear flashed briefly in Lin Chuan's eyes. Sword cultivators were nearly extinct on the continent, but left countless legends. Once they drew their sword, they'd fight against heaven and earth till the very end. She quickly composed herself, a sinister smile curling on her lips. Senior brother Lin, I came specifically to see you, and I brought something along. Did you forget what I said when I left? Give me the truth, or it'll tear you apart alive. Lin Chen's blade pointed unwaveringly. Am not afraid to die? Lin Chuan smiled eerily. But if I die, you might never learn the news from Beicheng. Beicheng. Lin Chen's expression darkened suddenly. Lin Chuan, what have you done? If you dare harm my family, I will fight to the death and tear you limb from limb. The one thing that truly enraged Lin Chen was his mother, far away in Beicheng. Hearing Lin Chuan mention Beicheng, Lin Chen could no longer hide the fury burning within him. Heh, Senior Lin, don't get so worked up. Am just a woman, what harm could I possibly do? Lin Chuan raised her hand, lightly shaking the pale yellow letter between her fingers, a mocking smile playing at the corner of her eyes. Have you forgotten that every year countless disciples' families entrust their letters to the Xuantian sect's wanderers outside the sect? Just before you left the inner sect, that wanderer at the mountain foot happened to return. Among those letters was one from Beicheng about your own family. Give me that letter. Lin Chen surged forward abruptly, his left palm open but his right hand gripping the sword at his waist, knuckles white as murderous intent boiled over. I traveled thousands of miles to bring you this letter, Senior Lin, and yet you act so harshly. Don't you think that's too much? Lin Chuan's tone softened, but pride glimmered beneath her words. That's enough, Lin Chuan. Put away these games of yours then, now, and always. They make me sick. Lin Chen snapped furiously. Lin Chen. Lin Chuan's face darkened as she ground her teeth. There's only this one letter, and it's in my hands. Want it? Kneel and beg me. Otherwise, they'll tear it up, and you'll never know what's happened in Beicheng. Oh, and by the way, I've read it. It was written by someone from the one family in Beicheng and it mentions your mother. She narrowed her eyes, weighing the letter between her fingers. I hear your mother hasn't been doing well there. Hearing the word mother, Lin Chen felt as if sharp needles pinned him down, his entire body stiffening. Lin Chuan, give me the letter. Want the letter? Then kneel before me, Lin Chen, and he'll hand it over. Lin Chuan deliberately raised the letter higher. If all it took was one kneel to learn about his mother's situation, Lin Chen didn't hesitate. His knees were already buckling. But just at that moment, a gentle force of true energy steadied his shoulders and held him firmly in place. Senior brother. Lin Chen turned his head to see Heir Xiong's second senior brother Su Pingon standing quietly with his hands behind his back, eyes smiling gently, his presence deep and calm. Here, it's for you. Su Pingon flicked his fingertips lightly, like a magic trick, and the letter silently appeared in Lin Chen's palm. How is this possible? How could this be? Lin Chuan gasped, staring at her empty jade-like hand. The letter shed just held vanished into thin air. Beside her, the handsome young man who had been meditating with his eyes closed slowly opened them, his gaze curious as it fell on Su Pingon. Su Pingon did not back down, instead offering the man a faint smile before turning back to Lin Chen. Just a little trick to fetch something from afar. If you want to learn it, I can teach you later. Senior brother, incredible. Lin Chen's eyes shone with admiration. Pleased to hear that praise, Su Pingon smiled to himself, feeling had preserved the senior brother's image before his junior with flying colors. At this moment, Lin Chen had no words. Trembling hands broke the seal of the letter. The wax cracked, and the scent of ink rose as he read the opening words to Lin Chen, personally. Brother Lin Chen, I was unable to take good care of Fourth Lady. I, warn you, feel overwhelmed with guilt. Brother Lin Chen, Fourth Lady is ill, but the family refuses to treat her. I feel helpless and saddened, but there is nothing I can do. In the Beicheng battle for supremacy, the Wen family was defeated. To survive, the Wen family wants me to marry the wealthy young master of the home mansion. A few days ago, Xuantian sect sent news saying brother has become disabled and can no longer cultivate. I don't know if you will even see this letter. If you are still alive, please forgive me for not being able to care for Fourth Lady any longer. Fourth Lady told me not to tell you. Brother, if you are still alive, I beg you to come back to save fourth miss. Come back to save the Wen family. Delicate ink strokes bled across the rice paper, still wet, yet unable to conceal the despair that seeped into every line. Lin Chen stared at the letter as if he could see when Wanyu's young woman from the Wen family of Northern City, who always regarded him as her elder brother, shivering as she wrote it. Their mother was gravely ill. The Wen clan had lost the battle to become the dominant family. To survive, the clan planned to force Wanyu, barely 15, to marry that infamous scoundrel from the Ho residence. A shock hit Lin Chen's heart. All he could hear was his mother's faint labored breathing and his sister's helpless sobs. I want to go home. I have to go home. But the letter arrived over 2 weeks ago. Would it still be in time if he hurried back now? The doubt tore at his soul like a jagged wound. Not far behind him, Lin Chuan smiled coldly. She had originally sent that letter to shame Lin Chen publicly. She never expected him to kneel and receive it in front of everyone. If not for the young man in white who stopped her, she might have laughed even harder. Now, seeing Lin Chen's gaunt face, her bitterness immediately vanished. Lin Chuan. Lin Chen suppressed his anger and demanded in a low voice. The Wen family rules Northern City. I am a disciple of Shantian's sect. How could the other three families dare attack Wen? What exactly have you done? He knew as long as he remained with Shantian's sect, no one would dare interfere with the Wen family's affairs. The girl covered her mouth and laughed mockingly, pride written all over her face. It's simple. News of your downfall was sent back to Northern City long ago. Surprised? Shocked? Her words stung like poison, piercing Lin Chen's chest. His gaze grew cold, murderous intent surging. Lin Chuan, you venomous witch. I will make you pay with your life. From his scabbard, Ma Yuan gleamed. A flash of azure light cut through the sky. Lin Chuan's smile froze even before she could react. At the moment the sword's energy struck, a slender hand waved lightly, and its sharpness turned to dust. A young man stood with hands behind his back, his blue robe fluttering in the wind. A sword cultivator, indeed, but pathetic too weak. His eyes lifted calmly, piercing as lightning. You dare kill my woman in front of me? Do you think I, Li Songyun, don't exist? An overwhelming pressure crashed down, suffocating enough to make even Lin Chen gasp. Li Songyun, once the top disciple of the inner sect of Shantian's sect, possessed unfathomable power. Lin Chuan's boldness in invading Tian's sword peak rested entirely on his protection. But regardless of the enemy, Lin Chen vowed to exact blood for blood today. He leapt onto the Yunhe spirit beast, his figure transformed into a streak of cold light charging toward the two. Whoever stands in my way will die. Ma Yuan struck again. Pathetic sword energy. Li Songyun raised his palm. Songyun palm. With a thunderous boom, 100-foot giant palm smashed down from nowhere. The clash of sword and palm sent shockwaves scattering shards of light, like rain. Lin Chen's body sank, but didn't retreat an inch. A swordsman never yields. One sword, peerless. With surging energy, his second strike tore fiercely at one corner of the giant palm. The palm began to collapse. Li Songyun frowned slightly. You can break one of my palms? Before he finished, Lin Chen pressed his advantage on the Yunhe, a chill flash targeting Lin Chuan. In the blink of an eye, he rose into the air, sword tip pointing skyward. One sword-surprising swan. The blade pierced the clouds and dimmed the sky. Li Songyun sensed the fatal resolve behind the strike and no longer dared underestimate him. Unleashing his peak Earth martial realm aura, he quickly formed a seal. Thousand waves. Another top-tier martial technique crashed forth. The sword clashed with the palm. The void trembled. The Yunhe spirit beast let out a mournful cry and shattered instantly. Losing its footing, Lin Chen plummeted from the sky. Just when everyone thought he could no longer attack. As he fell, Ma Yuan flared fiercely a third time. One sword radiant bloom. The cold gleam cut like a rainbow, slashing upward. The sword energy locked onto Lin Chuan and Li Songyun. Impossible. Li Songyun hadn't expected Lin Chen to strike again and was caught unprepared. The killing intent cleaved the sky, slicing through the ruptured clouds. From above came the cry of the Yunhe. In midair, sword energy tore through the void. The wings of the cloud cranes beneath Li Songyun and Lin Chuan were instantly sliced off by Lin Chen's blade, feathers and blood scattering everywhere. Lin Chen himself dragged a trailing shadow, falling like a meteor toward the ground. In the next moment, Su Pinggan maneuvered another cloud crane to dive down and steady Lin Chen, preventing a fatal crash. Junior brother, are you all right? I'm fine. They exchanged nods, then looked up together, their gazes fixated on Li Songyun and Lin Chuan. Lin Chen, you've truly angered me now. Li Kangyun's sword light dimmed as he held Lin Chuan in his arms and stood midair without support. That kick into empty space was a feat only a peak realm expert could manage. Lin Chen clearly sensed the innate power swirling around Li Kangyun's body was at half-step peak realm. His presence far surpassed Zhao Qiong's, making Lin Chen's brow tighten in concern. Brother Songyun, kill him. Kill him. Lin Chuan's voice was hoarse, her brief brush with death moments ago driving her into madness. Lin Chen should have been crippled by now, Yet he had grown strong enough to threaten her very life. The thought of letting this man return to the inner sect sent chills over her body. Lin Chen must die. I originally wanted to let you live a while longer, but now I can only send you on your way. Li Songyun narrowed his eyes, as if seeing the shadow of an old enemy through Lin Chen, a threat that must be erased. A deadly intent suddenly solidified in the air. Li Songyun, stop! A booming shout exploded from the sea of clouds. The Grand Elder and Outer Sect leader Wen Jie appeared side by side above Sword Heaven Peak. Li Songyun, how dare you act recklessly here at Sword Heaven Peak? The Grand Elder's robe sleeves billowed, his voice thunderous. So what if I do, Grand Elder? Li Songyun smirked, showing no fear. Do you think being the disciple of the Supreme Elder lets you run wild? Believe it or not, I'll kill you myself. The Grand Elder's eyes blazed with cold light. He had been away for only 3 days. Yet an inner sect disciple dared come here on a murderous rampage. How could this be tolerated? Grand Elder, no need to exaggerate. I was only sparring with Junior Brother Lin, Li Songyun said, turning with a cold glare. Right, Junior Brother Lin? But I actually want to kill you. Lin Chen raised his sword Mo Yuan in hand, murderous intent still boiling over. Kill me? With you? You think just because you became a sword cultivator you can compare to me? Lin Chen, in my eyes, you're nothing but an ant. Even with 100 years, you'd still be trash. Trash, huh? Li Songyun. Lin Chen sneered. Lin Xuan can't protect you. The day I return to the inner sect will be the day she dies. If you try to stop me, I'll kill you. Today I swear. If I break my word, may I die utterly, my soul destroyed, lost forever. Boom, boom, boom. At his vow, thunder rumbled across the sky. Everyone looked up to see a massive pillar of light, as thick as a mountain, descending from heaven, enveloping Lin Chen. 2 more blazing beams locked onto Lin Xuan and Li Songyun. The heavenly earth oath, the law of Daos word. The Grand Elder murmured, his wrinkles deepening with shock. Damn. Junior Brother's anger calls down heaven and earth as witness the heavenly earth oath. Su Pingon couldn't help swearing. Once formed, the heavenly earth oath cannot be altered by anyone. Anyone who breaks it will have their soul scattered, erased without a trace. The heavenly earth oath? Li Kangyun's face showed stunned disbelief. Lin Chen's oath, sworn by a failure, unexpectedly stirred heaven and earth as witness. The clouds churned, thunder roared, and everyone was stunned by this supernatural phenomenon. Only Li Songyun quickly regained his composure, sneering contemptuously. Though you are a failure now, I, Li Songyun, accept your oath battle. I'll give you a chance to kill me. On the 9th day of the 9th month, during the sect's grand ceremony, I will marry Lin Xuan. Lin Chen, they'll be waiting for you in the inner sect. On the day of the wedding, they'll make sure you have company on the road to the underworld. Xuan, let's go. With that, he took Lin Xuan by the slender waist. His figure tore through the void, vanishing instantly before everyone's eyes. You're so reckless, boy. The Grand Elder and sect leader Wen Jie arrived, faces full of anxiety. The oath to heaven and earth has been made and cannot be changed. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze. More importantly, Grand Elder, sect leader, I must return to the North City. A sharp unease welled up inside him, the letter from his mother, and when Wan Yu was already 2 weeks old. If something had happened, he would never forgive himself. Something has happened? The Grand Elder pressed. Lin Chen spoke only the essentials. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder asked, when do you leave? Now. Above the white clouds, 2 cloud cranes sliced through the wind, leaving straight trails behind. On the back of the leading crane, Lin Chen stood with hands behind his back, his robes billowing. At one corner behind him was Lu Qingji, who had been expelled from the sect. The other crane carried the tall figure of Tai Nyo, swaying in the breeze. Lin Chen moved quickly. The Grand Elder worried about him traveling alone and insisted Tai Nyo accompany him. Lin Chen had no choice but to agree. Before departing, he registered with the Outer Sect Soul Hall and stopped by the miscellaneous duty peak to take Lu Qingji along. Lu Qingji was a ruined man with no family or friends. Lin Chen planned to find him a place to settle once they reached North City. The cranes flapped their wings, wind howling. Lin Chen glanced back and asked, Junior Brother Lu, what are your plans now? Lu Qingji's martial veins were shattered, leaving no path to immortality. Though he wore a calm expression, his eyes betrayed a hidden sorrow. Senior Brother Lin, my talent was average. I never expected to go far. Lin Chen sighed inwardly, understanding the despair of a broken martial vein. After a pause, he asked again, what will you do now? After all, Lu Qingji's downfall was partly due to him. Before joining Xuantian's sect, I was a soldier. Guarding homes and protecting grounds was no problem. Lu Qingji forced a smile, obviously strained. But I failed to fulfill my mother's last wish. She wanted me to succeed in life. Speaking of his mother, he couldn't hold back tears, which glistened briefly before he wiped them away hurriedly. In a low voice he added, Senior Brother Lin, I've let you see my shame. In 3 years in the sect, he had no one to confide in. Lin Chen saw clearly that was deep yearning for his mother and the bitterness of a shattered youthful dream. But in Xuantian's sect, How many people like Lu Qingji, like his former self, were there? Young hearts brimmed with lofty ambitions, passion blazing as they stepped into the immortal path, some fueled by hope, others carrying their families' expectations. Yet, how many reached the end? The road to immortality is long and littered with corpses. Above the soaring cranes, Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back on the snowy white crane's back, a cool breeze fluttering the edges of his clothes. Seeing that Lu Qing's expression remained desolate, he decided to speak his mind bluntly. Junior brother Lu, when we reach Beicheng, if you still have nowhere to stay, why not stay with the Wen family and serve as a guard for my mother? How about that? Lu Qing paused briefly, then instinctively straightened his chest, a habit ingrained from years as a warrior. Senior brother Lin, can I really do that? As long as you're willing. It's fine, Lin Chen replied calmly, but resolutely. Lu Qing pressed his lips together, moisture welling in his eyes. Thank you, senior brother Lin. With his meridians destroyed and clan status revoked, he had no power or friends left in the secular world. Having somewhere to go now was a great blessing. Lin Chen patted his shoulder. If you truly devote yourself to protecting my mother, maybe one day I can help you rebuild your martial path. Lu Qing smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Senior brother, your kindness in accepting me is already more than I deserve. I no longer dare hope to cultivate again. Lin Chen didn't argue. The soul monument had told him that damaged meridians weren't the end, though restoring them required an immense cost, which was beyond his current strength. If Lu Qing served his mother wholeheartedly in the future, he would find a way to help him resume his training. A rough voice from behind cleaved through the howling wind. Junior brother, want to speed up? The earlier we get to Beicheng the better. Exactly what I was thinking. Lin Chen looked back. 8th senior brother, Master said after we wrap up matters in Beicheng, we should meet with 7th senior brother and return to Tianjian Peak together. Deal. But once we get to Beicheng, you owe me a roast duck. Yu laughed loudly, his voice booming high in the sky. No problem, Lin Chen smiled in reply. Yu asked again, if we don't stop day or night, how long will it take? About 10 days or so, Lin Chen replied, his voice torn to fragments by the wind. Beneath them, the mountains and rivers stretched endlessly, their veins rising and falling without end. Rumor had it that the Xianwu continent was vast beyond measure, and no one knew its limits. Beicheng was only a corner of the northern kingdom in the northern wilderness. The northern wilderness was one of 4 regions in the northern province, and the northern province was among the lower tiers of the 9 provinces. Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to leave the 9 provinces and see the true wide world beyond. Snapping back to reality, he looked toward the northern kingdom. In less than 2 months, he would turn 20. Yet right now, he still blamed himself should have returned to Beicheng sooner. Lin Chen never expected that simply rejecting Lin Shuyan's confession of love and turning down Lin Kanghai's offer would make this father and daughter hate him to their core. Though there may be other power struggles within the sect, Lin Shuyan should never have dragged their maternal clan into utter ruin. The matter of Beicheng is settled. Lin Shuyan, between you and me, everything must end here. In an instant, beneath the vast sky, a white crane spread its wings and soared across the sea of clouds. Lin Chen stood atop its feathers, his gaze cold and sharp as he set off on the journey home. Along with 2 companions, his figure was soon swept away by the mountain winds, gradually fading into the distance from the gates of Xiantian's sect. Outer sect, Tianwu Peak. Elder, something terrible has happened. Something terrible. Elder 7 hurriedly burst into the bamboo pavilion. Zhao Qiong, who had been meditating calmly, furrowed his brows sharply. I told you, don't bother me unless it's urgent. Ever since that day on Tianjian Peak when Lin Chen severed his arm with one sword strike, Zhao Qiong, a respected elder of Tianwu Peak and leader of the Soul Fate Hall, became a laughingstock throughout the sect. Countless internal and external disciples couldn't help talking about his broken arm during their meals and leisure, fueling the rage burning in his chest. Elder 7 took a deep breath. Lin Chen and Li Songyun have agreed to a life-or-death duel on the 9th day of the 9th lunar month. They've even invoked a sacred oath of heaven and earth. No one may interfere. Li Songyun. Zhao Qiong's expression shifted. He's going to personally kill Lin Chen? That's right. Elder 7 spoke with barely concealed excitement, as if already witnessing Lin Chen's downfall. But Zhao Qiong did not look relieved. Elder? Elder 7 hesitated before asking. Given Li Kangyan's strength, this time Lin Chen is surely doomed, right? Zhao Qiong snorted coldly, raising the scarred stump beneath his broken sleeve. If Li Songyun and Lin Chuan hadn't secretly ordered it, how would Zhao Wuji and Zhao Zai have died? Besides, can you really guarantee Li Songyun will kill him? Remembering that Zhao Qiong himself had already touched the threshold of heavenly realm, yet was still wounded by Lin Chen, Elder 7's heart trembled. He quickly amended, what you say is true, Elder. Li Songyun might not necessarily win. Lin Chen has harmed the Zhao family's prodigy, and now he dares to show off in the duel. Even if he truly dies by Li Kangyan's sword, I will never swallow this hatred. Zhao Qiong's voice was as cold as a blade. Suddenly, Elder 7 recalled something. Elder, The Sulfate Hall just reported that Lin Chen has already set out. Set out? Zhao Qiong's eyes brightened. When? Where? To Beijing. He left Tianjin Peak just today. You refuse the path to heaven and force your way into hell. Zhao Qiong abruptly rose, his empty sleeves swaying, radiating murderous intent. I won't wait until the 9th day of the 9th month, nor heed any oath. I want him dead now. Outer sect, Tianjin Peak. Pines swayed in the chilly mountain air. Wen Jie looked anxiously over the empty courtyard. Great Elder, is it really safe to let Lin Chen leave the sect now? Is causing such a commotion inside the inner sect threw the entire city into chaos. The Great Elder, hands clasped behind his back, stood firm while his silver robes rustled in the wind. Even fledgling eagles must learn to soar. Lin Chen faces more than just Li Songyun. If he truly survives and wins that battle, I will reveal something to him. Fear of overwhelming pressure, Wen Jie muttered softly. A man of stature must bear the weight of the world. He is not alone. The Great Elder's gaze fell to the end of the mountain path. Besides, haven't you noticed? That boy is no longer here. Wen Jie was startled and looked in the direction indicated. Under the old locust tree, where Su Pinggan used to lazily bask in the sun, neither he nor his worn-out Rot-Ten chair could be seen. Su Pinggan. Wen Jie frowned. Great Elder, is that guy reliable? You said he's extremely lazy and has hardly trained since joining the sect. The Great Elder smiled gently. That child may seem carefree, but his thoughts always surprise others. He's also one of the kindest people I've ever met. As for his cultivation, some are simply different. Su Pinggan was precisely such a person. Senior Lin, please put me down. I'll find my own way to Beijing. For 5 days straight, Lin Chen, Lu Qingji, and Tiniu had pressed onward through the night, riding 2 cloud cranes across thousands of desolate kilometers without rest. Now, heads bowed over the map, they realized they were near Qingyang town in the northern Yan Kingdom, but the true northern lands still lay farther beyond the wasteland. At their current pace, 20 more days were needed to reach there. For a mortal like Lu Qingji, such a journey was nearly beyond endurance. The fierce high-altitude winds tore at him again and again. Had Lin Chen not grabbed him in time, he would have fallen into the clouds long ago. Feeling himself a burden, he bit back his pride and spoke up. Lin Chen looked up at the night sky. Senior brother, let's take a break to recover our strength. Good. Tiniu replied readily, steering the cloud crane to dive into the shadowed mountain ridges below. By the firelight, the flames flickered. 8th senior brother returned, carrying a wild boar weighing nearly 200 jin. His bulging arms tossed the prey beside the fire carelessly. Lin Chen took out seasonings given earlier by 2nd senior brother: coarse salt, purple perilla leaves, mountain peppercorns, sprinkling them on the sizzling fat. The rich aroma of roasting meat quickly spread through the forest. Famished, the 3 devoured the feast with faces flushed from the oil and heat. After the meal, Lu Qingji lowered his gaze, staring at his wind-chapped, reddened hands, his voice hoarse. Senior Lin, I'm just holding you back. I'll find my own way to Beijing. Before he finished, a firm hand pressed him back beside the fire. Lin Chen's eyes were steady. He didn't speak immediately, but reached out inwardly to call. Elder, is the life and death secret teaching transferable? His soul steel hummed in response. That technique was obtained by chance. If you can cultivate it, that boy won't learn it, and trying would be wasted effort. But you may teach him the first stage of body refinement. If he can endure the pain, he can at least extract the utmost strength from his physical form. Lin Chen nodded and looked up. You've lost your martial meridians now. He'll pass on a method of body refining. But remember, not a word of this may be revealed, even at the cost of your life. Lu Qingji froze, tears slipping down unwilling cheeks. Lin Chen patted his shoulder lightly. Come on, man, don't cry. Senior Lin, from now on, my life belongs to you. Lu Qingji choked out. No need for sentiment. Open your spiritual awareness. This body refining technique has 6 moves. If you master them all, no worldly warrior will stand against you. As he spoke, Lin Chen infused the 6 patterns of skin refining into Lu Qingji's awareness. By the way, ITLL hurt a bit. Before he finished, Lu eagerly struck the first pose. Suddenly, his muscles and bones felt pierced by thousands of needles. He groaned and collapsed unconscious. When he awoke again, he found himself tightly bound by ropes to the back of the cloud crane, with cold night winds rushing past. Senior Lin, I'm still letting you down, he whispered shamefully. No matter. Lin Chen adjusted the knots, his tone calm. Will you keep training? Yes. Lu Qingji answered decisively. Good. Practice on the cloud crane then. He'll loosen the ropes enough so you won't fall. The long rope swung with the wind, giving him enough room to move. Lu Qingji took a deep breath and struck the first form once more. The howling gale felt like blades cutting him, the pain like burning fire. But he gritted his teeth and persevered. Didn't want to disappoint Lin Chen or squander his senior brother's efforts to train him. Lu Qingji made the first move, and the tearing pain surged back fiercely. Lin Chen stood quietly by the side, his gaze calm and without a single word of comfort. Through blurred vision, Lu Qingji looked at Lin Chen's eyes. Though the pain nearly made him faint, he bit his lip hard, pulling himself back from the edge of unconsciousness. In Lin Chen's eyes, he saw the Lin Chen of the past, and the only path for his own salvation. At this moment, Lu Qingji was in the darkest valley of his life, and the faint light Lin Chen extended was his entire hope and future. For this one chance, he would never let go. Lu Qingji endured the first move for a full half hour. Lin Chen never expected that when he practiced for the first time, he only lasted a quarter of that. Lin Chen smiled and reminded him, "Don't push yourself too hard. Rest first and feel the state of your body right now." Following the advice, Lu Qingji released the posture. The wind still howled down from the sky, but it no longer bit into his skin. His Bodis adaptation to the high-altitude wind had clearly improved, and the power within him quietly grew stronger. Although he was still at the mortal level, this body refinement technique had boosted his strength significantly in just half an hour. He looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, his eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. Lin Chen was not surprised by his reaction and simply nodded encouragingly. "Keep training well. Senior brother Lin, I won't let you down." Lu Qingji clenched his fist and silently vowed as he watched Lin Chen's back. 5 more days passed, and they spent nearly every day at high altitude. Over those 5 days, Lu Qingji finally perfected the first move. His body had greatly improved and now he could breathe easily even while riding the Yunhe crane at top speed. At the same time, the crane's stamina was nearing its limit, so they rested in a mountain valley. Second senior brother had prepared various seasonings, and the exhaustion from the high-altitude journey was much eased by the delicious aroma of the grilled meat. But trouble came the next morning when they set off again. A rare heavy snowfall blanketed the Great Yin Kingdom. Their vision was cut by wind and snow, forcing them to fly lower. Flying low meant more sudden dangers, like monster beasts that could strike at any moment. As the snow kept falling, Lin Chen slowed down and moved cautiously, staying alert to his surroundings. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen and his group moved through the snowy haze in the Great Yin Kingdom, a lean figure quietly appeared in the valley where they had rested days before. Fierce winds whipped snowflakes against the old man's robes, but near him, the snow instantly turned to steam. The visitor was none other than the 5th elder Zhao Qiong, who had sped here from afar. By the time they received the news, Lin Chen's group was already several hundred miles away. Zhao Qiong had spent much time finding the most accurate route, but now standing in the valley, he sensed lingering traces and could almost be certain Lin Chen had stopped here. He spread out a map and compared the mountain formations. His gaze suddenly halted at one spot, then lit up with a laugh. "Ha ha ha. Here lies a key passage back to the Northern Kingdom. Lin Chen, this time you're finished." The 5th elder laughed wildly, rolled up the map, leapt onto the Yunhe crane, and turned into a gray shadow, vanishing into the swirling snowstorm. Seeing the mark on the map, the 5th elder burst into insane laughter. With a leap, he mounted the crane's form and disappeared into the blizzard. In the land of Great Yin, somewhere deep in the wilderness, Lin Chen and his 2 companions raced through the snow-covered terrain, while 2 cloud cranes flew no more than 10 meters above their heads. The wind whipped up swirling snow, turning each breath into a shard of ice cutting through their lungs. Even the cranes flapped their wings slower than usual. Yet Lin Chen clenched his teeth, matching pace with the spiritual birds. At this speed, in 2 more days they would break through the Great Yin border. Damn this weather, thought, frustrated and worried about his mother and Wan Yu back in the northern city. This relentless blizzard had been raging for 7 days and nights. The snow piled above their calves, burying distant mountains and roads in a white haze. Their journey was being pushed back again and again. Lin Chen lowered his head, unfurling the weather-worn, curled map. 2 more days, then we enter the northern territory. Cross Tianya Valley, then take the cloud cranes directly. Within 10 days, we should reach the northern city. Along the way, they encountered countless refugees. Endless natural disasters had uprooted tens of millions of ordinary people in Great Yin. Ragged figures sprawled across the vast white wasteland. Tainyo's heart, usually compassionate, was heavy as he handed out the last dry rations from his storage ring, but how could that feed all the hungry mouths? "Junior brother, why has it come to this?" Tainyo asked, not out of pity, but because he could not bear to see so much suffering. "Senior brother, this is the mortal world," Lin Chen said grimly. "Mortals bleed and run for their lives, while immortals can close the mountains and cultivate in peace. We see the light places, but the shadows are thick with darkness. I grew up among mortals," Lu Qingji added in a hoarse voice. "I've seen parents eat their own children, and people fight to the death for a scrap of food. My mother died in that darkness. I once thought cultivation would save me from cruelty, but now I see that world is no brighter either." Tainyo clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. "I want to change all this." A lofty ambition in others' eyes, but he spoke with conviction. Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder. "When you're strong enough, you will." He knew Tainyo's pure-hearted resolve had never wavered. "Yes, I will train harder." Tainyo took a deep breath before disappearing into the snowy forest. Soon, he returned carrying a pile of bloody beast carcasses and distributed the meat to the starving refugees. But when the hungry crowd surged forward, clawing and tearing over a single piece of meat, some collapsing like withered bones on the spot. Tai Nyo froze, unable to intervene. Junior brother, did I do wrong? Lin Chen shook his head. Brother, it's not you who's wrong, it's the world. We're just not strong enough yet to change it. Before leaving, Tai Nyo gazed long at the mortals fallen from hunger. Beneath the gray sky after the blizzard, a tiny, stubborn seed planted itself in his heart. Perhaps one day it might sprout. Tianya Valley, the only passage to the northern kingdom, was now free of wind and snow. Yet oddly, the valley bloomed with spring, flowers blooming together, their fragrance mingling with the chill of melting snow to create a strange, sweet scent. Lin Chen and his companions entered the valley's mouth, deciding to rest briefly before continuing their journey to the northern city. Almost all their rations had been distributed to refugees, but a brief hunger was nothing to cultivators. During the break, Lu Qingji sat cross-legged on a stone, breathing steadily and refining his energy. Even in the icy snow, he had taken every spare moment to temper his body with the cold, never once slackening his training. This has caused Lu Qingji's body to grow increasingly large. After losing his martial vein, all his body refining power was poured into his flesh and blood, making him noticeably bigger than Lin Chen. In just a few days, he had mastered 3 sets of body refining moves, each punch hitting with the force of 1,000 pounds, even stronger than when he was at Xintian sect. During breaks, Lu Qingji kept practicing the moves over and over. Nearby, 8th senior brother sat cross-legged, fully focused and immersed in body refining techniques. A few days ago, seeing 8th senior brother's interest, Lin Chen had generously taught him 6 complete sets of moves at once. Unexpectedly, 8th senior brother's comprehension was astonishing, had already perfected all 6, and even his skin emitted a faint, radiant glow. Lin Chen wasn't idle either. He crouched by the campfire, turning pieces of beast meat over. As fat dripped into the flames with sizzling sounds, the rich aroma quickly filled the forest. Lin Chen, ha, so it's really you. You even have time to roast meat. From the shadows, Zhao Qiong licked his lips with a sinister gleam in his eyes. You killed the prodigy of the Zhao clan. Today, they'll make sure you die with no grave, and you'll taste despair before you die. Having lain in ambush for a long time and seeing the 3 unaware, he revealed a bloodthirsty smile and was about to leap out. Taking a deep breath, he said, Lin Chen, prepare to dime? Junior brother, do you hear some strange noise? Tina Yu suddenly stopped, looking around. Do I? Lu Qingji shook his head in confusion. Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand. It's probably just your imagination. The meat's done. Once we eat, we'll head back to the northern city. 2 people approached in big strides. The 3 of them sat around the fire, tearing into the meat. Lin Chen glanced briefly a short distance away, then withdrew his gaze, a warm smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, Elder 5 was completely stunned. He had prepared to make a grand entrance with a loud shout, letting Lin Chen experience death and despair. But as soon as he opened his mouth, an overwhelming force sealed his vision shut. A violent, massive power slammed straight into him. Bang! His half-step celestial realm body was hurled like an empty sack, pain engulfing him. Furious and confused, he wondered, who was it? Wen Yunlong? Wen Yuxiu? Or a branch of the Wen family from Xintian sect? Before he could figure it out, that force pressed him down relentlessly, crashing through countless massive trees, finally smashing into the mountain with a tremendous roar. Bastards! Who dares ruin my plans? He roared as he stormed out from the rubble, but when he saw his opponent, terror and disbelief showed on his face. Ha, no one left at Tianjin Peak. They actually sent a junior to stop me. The young man in white smiled faintly. Old dog, you must be mistaken about something. What? Elder 5 narrowed his eyes. I'm not here to stop you, but to send you to hell. As the words fell, a huge iron ruler appeared out of nowhere in the youth's hand, wrapped in white cloth and shimmering with a cold aura. He was none other than Su Pinggan, 2nd senior brother of Tianjin Peak. Send me to hell? Huh. I've roamed the northern wastelands for 300 years, and I've never seen such an arrogant young man as you. Zhao Qiong's voice rang out like clashing metal, reverberating through the air. He had ridden hundreds of miles to personally slay Lin Chen and release the hatred buried deep in his heart for so many years. Yet, standing before the gate of Tianjin Peak, another disciple Su Pinggan had suddenly blocked his path. Now, Zhao Qiong's face was twisted with fury, his eyes burning with cold hatred fixed on Su Pinggan. So today, you finally got your wish. Su Pinggan bit down on a slender wooden stick, holding a heavy, dark iron measuring rod in one hand. A careless smile played at his lips, as if Zhao Qiong's anger meant nothing to him. Seeing that reckless smirk, Zhao Qiong's rage surged. You think that just because you're a disciple of Tianjin Peak, I dare not kill you? Before he finished speaking, a fierce primal energy erupted explosively. Brown-red, true qi churned around his body, coalescing into the phantom of a savage beast that roared as it lunged at Su Pinggan. The aura burned like a raging inferno, shaking stones off the ground. Su Pinggan's figure flickered like a swallow skimming water. Riding the shockwave, he leapt several yards effortlessly and landed lightly, even casually hoisting the iron rod onto his shoulder as he stretched lazily. A flicker of shock raced across Zhao Qiong's mind. As a semi-heavenly realm cultivator, even the strongest Earth realm warrior would struggle to escape such a strike unscathed. Yet this young man dodged with ease and utter nonchalance. Narrowing his eyes, Zhao Qiong grimly said, "No wonder you're a disciple of Tianjin Peak. You actually managed to avoid my attack. Su Pinggan, I've heard of you." Su Pinggan flicked the wooden stick from his mouth and sneered, "Oh? You've heard of me, and you think I should be grateful? What an honor that would be." Zhao Qiong didn't grow angry, but his tone turned colder. "Lin Chen has only been at Tianjin Peak for a month. Are you really willing to risk your life for him?" Su Pinggan abandoned his casual attitude for a serious one. "Anyone who joins Tianjin Peak is my junior brother. Anyone who bullies my junior brother dies." Zhao Qiong laughed harshly, heavy with mockery. "If you die here today, I wonder if Lin Chen will even shed a single tear for you." Su Pinggan said nothing, instead sizing him up with interest before suddenly speaking. "Elder Wu, you command the Soul Fate Hall and might become the outer sect leader one day. What would Xintian's sect be without you? TSK, it's almost a pity. You brat with yellow hair." Zhao Qiong's sleeves billowed fiercely. "You think you can kill me? Recklessness has consequences." Boom. An even wilder primal energy burst forth. Flames of true qi surged along Zhao Qiong's meridians, a fierce crimson light rolling in a tide that dimmed the surrounding landscape instantly. The terrifying pressure shattered the nearby rocks inch by inch. Yet Su Pinggan remained calm, shaking the sleeve of his robe lightly as he said quietly, "Old man, do you really think I'm standing alone here just to die?" Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished into thin air, a streak of white lightning tearing through the air, appearing instantly right before Zhao Qiong. All Zhao Qiong saw was a flash of white robes and a massive black iron rod. Crash! The iron rod struck down with terrifying force, wind and flying debris howling around it. Death itself loomed as Zhao Qiong barely dodged instinctively, his sleeve shredded by the windstorm. But before he could turn, the second strike was already upon him. No time to evade. Crack! The iron rod slammed heavily into his chest. The impact sent ripping pain tearing through his organs as a blinding flash burst forth. Boom! The violent shockwave surged skyward, scattering dark stone fragments mingled with blood mist for dozens of yards, shaking the mountainside to crumble. Zhao Qiong's figure vanished, swallowed by the explosion. How could that be possible? You've been in the sect for 10 years without any cultivation, so exactly what realm are you at? Elder Zhao leapt up from the rubble, dust cascading off his shoulders. His once disdainful gaze was now filled with fear and shock. As a half-step celestial realm cultivator, he had confidence in his strength, and after having his right arm cut off by Lin Chen before, he didn't take Su Pinggan lightly. Earlier, he had set up a primordial defense barrier, yet still couldn't avoid Zust's direct strike. If not for that protective vital energy, his body would have been shattered by the heavy weapon. Weapon? Zhao Qiong's eyes fixed on the mysterious black iron ruler in Su Pinggan's hand. His gaze lit up. With a powerful push off, he darted forward like thunder. His afterimages flashed all around Su Pinggan, making it hard to distinguish the real figure. Su Pinggan merely lifted one foot and swept it through the air. Bang! One silhouette was violently kicked away. It was Zhao Qiong. But Zhao used the momentum to spin midair, extending his wrist to snatch the iron ruler from Su Pinggan's hand. "Ha ha ha! Kid, without this weapon you're nothing." He looked down at the heavy, black ruler, beaming with pride. Su Pinggan shook his head and sighed. "Sigh, why do you have to dig your own grave? Talk all you want. Today, he'll let you die beneath your own weapon." Zhao Qiong roared, aiming to strike with the ruler, but suddenly, his arm felt unbearably heavy. Boom! The iron ruler slammed into the ground along with his palm, carving a huge pit in the earth. The handle was firmly embedded, pinning his hand bones in place. A burning pain and crushing weight made sweat bead on Zhao's forehead. He summoned all his strength to pull free, but couldn't move it an inch. "No way this weight." His voice trembled uncontrollably. What did you do?" "Sigh, if you don't seek death, death won't find you." "Saves trouble," said Su Pinggan calmly. He clenched his fist, and the vital energy of heaven and earth surged into his arm, sending a fierce aura radiating from his fist. "Elder Zhao, primordial energy, you're at the celestial realm." Zhao's pupils constricted sharply, his face turning pale. Su Pinggan punched forward, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Yet his brow furrowed slightly as he looked up into the air. "I underestimated you, Elder Zhao. Didn't expect you to have the courage to survive with a severed arm." Out of the dust, Zhao Qiong leapt out, covered in blood. To escape, he had torn off his left arm, blood splattering the broken walls. Su Pinggan sighed softly. "What a coincidence. Junior brother severed your right arm before, now it's your left. Too bad you won't survive this time." You. Zhao's chest heaved with rage, nearly coughing up blood. But his clear mind told him fighting meant death. He no longer thought of killing Lin Chen or Su Pinggan. His only thought was to run. Without hesitation, He slammed a fist into the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust as cover. Seizing the moment, he vanished, sprinting 100 miles in the blink of an eye. At half-step celestial realm speed, he was certain Su Pingon couldn't catch him. Big clumsy bear, what are you standing there for? Su Pingon said, kicking the handle of the iron ruler. Whoosh! The iron ruler turned into a black stream of light, speeding through the air, following Zhao's fleeing shadow. An explosion rang out in the sky, and the forest trembled violently. All that could be heard was Elder Zhao's piercing scream. When Su Pingon appeared again, the fifth elder's body had already been split in two by the black iron ruler. His breath was faint, the immense strength of a half-step heaven realm cultivator now reduced to a mere flicker of resistance. The once proud and disdainful gaze had been replaced by boundless terror and despair. Fifth elder, Zhao Qiong gritted his teeth, struggling to lift his shattered body, his voice trembling. No, you can't kill me. I'm an outer elder of Xiantian's sect. If I die and the soul lamp goes out, this situation will be immediately reported back to the sect. If you kill me, the sect will never let you off. In desperation, he clung to his identity like a last straw, his words full of pleading and panic. A flicker of mockery flashed in Su Pingyan's eyes. Old bastard, you're crafty all right. When I first joined the sect, did Xiantian's sect really have this soul lamp projection thing? So why have you all been so broke all this time? He sneered, dismissive on the surface, yet secretly intrigued by the mention of primordial stones. Zhao Qiong hurriedly added, no, don't kill me. I have plenty of primordial stones and ample cultivation resources. Spare my life, and I'll take you to them. He was frantic, desperately trying to trade these vague promises for survival. Really plenty of them. Hearing this, Su Pingyan's eyes nearly watered with greed. The scarcity of resources on Tianjian Peak made these primordial stones incredibly tempting. Plenty? How many? If I kill you, won't they all be mine? He asked slyly. No, only I can open the private vault. Spare me, and I swear I won't oppose Tianjian Peak anymore, nor trouble Lin Chen. Just leave me alive. How about that? Zhao Qiong begged, his voice thick with urgent pleading. Ah, fifth elder, Su Pingyan said with a scornful laugh. Seeing you like this, I'm starting to feel soft. I did like your arrogant attitude after all. He pretended regret. Spare me and all the primordial stones are yours, every last one. Zhao Qiong's voice became almost plaintive. But when he saw the killing intent reignited in Su Pingyan's eyes, he knew his life was hanging by a thread. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Qiong snarled. Su Pingyan, you want die a good death. None of you from Tianjin Peak will. That idiot Wen Yunlong dared to challenge such a monster against you pathetic amateurs. In 3 years, you will all be dead. Ha ha ha. His words grew wilder, filled with the madness of despair. In a final desperate gamble, Zhao Qiong even tried to self-destruct, intending to take Su Pingyan down with him. This was his last frenzy, a death throw of fury and madness, an almost ritualistic act in their world, trying to harm the enemy even as they died. But Su Pingyan met him with a merciless kick. Instantly, blood sprayed out. As Zhao Qiong fell, he still hadn't fully grasped how Su Pingyan had managed to thwart his self-destruction at the crucial moment. Why do you say, well, I'll be dead in 3 years? Su Pingyan murmured, staring hard at the corpse. Who do you think you're underestimating? His voice echoed across the horizon with unyielding pride and determination. Do not fear, the road ahead lacks kindred spirits. Who in the world does not know you? Then with a leap, Su Pingyan vanished into the distant skyline. That verse lingered in the air, echoing long after, full of heroic resolve. 10 days later, in the northern wilderness, Bailiang Prefecture, at the border of Beixian Kingdom. Beneath the clear blue sky, 2 cloud cranes flapped their massive wings, exhaustion from the long journey nearly forcing them to fall from the clouds. Brother Chun, we've crossed into the northern kingdom now, right? Lu Kingzi's voice trembled with excitement as he stared at the crude map in his hands. 20 days of relentless physical training had transformed Lu Kingzi's once lean frame into the powerful, muscular build of a warrior. His sleeves strained against swelling muscles, whose rippling lines quivered faintly in the breezy, was unrecognizable compared to the frail figure he had been just 3 weeks ago. After days of harsh outdoor travel, the tiring journey was finally pausing. Upon entering Beixian Kingdom, all 3 travelers' travel-worn faces unexpectedly brightened with smiles. Lin Chen also curved his lips, though beneath his smile hid a deeper worry. Since receiving the letter a whole month ago, he dared not imagine what fate had befallen the Wen family. He prayed silently that his mother and Wan Yu were safe, fearing the depths to which desperation might drive him otherwise. North City lies just ahead, Lin Chen lowered his voice. It's no bustling capital, but still a famed ancient city in the northern wilderness. Our cloud cranes are near their limit. We must first reach the capital to replenish supplies and let them rest. If we push on for 3 more hours straight to North City, they might collapse midair from exhaustion. At Lin Chen's current pace, traveling back alone to the capital would take at least 10 days. He had no choice but to curb his urgency. Following the map's guidance, the 3 shifted course toward Baixuan's capital. The cloud cranes soared above the city, their snow-white wings gleaming brilliantly in the sun, instantly drawing a commotion below. Commoners gazed upward in awe, murmurs of immortal beings rippling through the crowd. Armored city guards rushed to the walls, led by a burly middle-aged commander who raised his hand to signal bowmen to lower their weapons. After a brief inquiry into their purpose, the guards allowed them to land inside the city. Suddenly, the soul tablet that had been silent in Lin Chen's mind spoke. Are there many cultivators in this northern kingdom? Beishian is just a ninth-rank small state in the northern wilderness, even lower than Dian, Lin Chen replied. Cultivators are rare, even in Dian's capital. They should be fewer here. That's strange. The soul tablet's tone grew unusually grave. I detect thousands of cultivators within this kingdom, including some at the martial realm. Martial realm? Lin Chen's brow furrowed. How could a minor ninth-rank state have martial realm experts? Suddenly, he recalled the elder's warning about abnormalities. Could it be connected to 7th Senior Brother's campaign against the cult? 8th Senior Brother. Is 7th Senior Brother really in Beishian? Lin Chen pressed. The master said so. He'll try a transmission talisman if he's nearby. He must receive it. Tiniu activated the talisman's spiritual light. The air remained still, no response. Seems not here. Tiniu shook his head. Getting supplies is more urgent. Entering the capital's main streets, the three quickly sensed something was wrong. The wide avenue should have been bustling, yet many shops were shuttered, and pedestrians were scarce and hurried. Lu Qingji lowered his voice, alert. Brother Chun, this doesn't feel right. This is a kingdom's capital, yet so many shops are closed, and the streets are nearly empty. Could something serious be happening in Beishian? Not long ago, a cult caused chaos in Beishian Kingdom, and the kingdom had sought help from my sect. This was probably related. But judging by the current situation, the cult uprising seemed to have been quelled. As they reached the end of the official road, Lin Chen spotted a Nini Mettertal tavern ahead. Its eaves curled upward, shining red lacquer gleaming in the sunlight. A gold-lettered plaque above the entrance read Drunken Immortal Tavern, sparkling brilliantly in the daylight. With an empty stomach and the cloud crane showing signs of weariness, he patted the bird's neck gently and said, "Let's go in and grab a bite first. It'll also help restore your strength." A waiter at the door noticed the three approaching on the backs of the cloud cranes and hurried forward with a bow and a smile. "Welcome, honored guests. Are you looking for a quick meal or a room for the night? All the specialty dishes, and prepare some premium spiritual rations for my cloud crane," Lin Chen said, pulling out a heavy gold ingot and handing it over. The waiter's eyes lit up like copper bells, nodding eagerly. He glanced at the two giant cloud cranes nearly 3 meters tall standing outside, and grew even more obsequious. "Please, esteemed immortals, come right in." Pushing open the door, the scent of fine wine mingled with rising steam greeted them. Dragon carvings adorned the wooden pillars, soft lantern light flickered. The main hall was packed, filled with cultivators who either whispered incantations or meditated with eyes closed. The arrival of Lin Chen and his companions immediately drew many glances. Here come 3 more treasure seekers. They even brought a warrior daring to risk their souls at the soul refinement stage. Quiet. Their deaths are their own concern, none of ours. Low murmurings rose and fell, but no one dared to stare directly. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and smoothly took the tea the waiter handed him. "Brother waiter, what's been happening recently in Beishian Kingdom? Why so many cultivators gathering here?" The waiter lowered his voice as if afraid of eavesdropping. "Honored immortal, you may not know. Word is a mighty treasure will soon emerge in Beishian Kingdom. Many immortal factions have been arriving non-stop these days. Townsfolk are afraid of trouble and keep their doors shut tight. The Drunken Immortal Tavern's owner dares to keep the place open only because of some connections with the Northgate sect. He's ordered us never to neglect any immortal visiting here. If you need anything, just say the word." "All right, you may go," Lin Chen waved him off. Treasure Lin Chen muttered softly, but his real concern was the urgent news from the northern city. He didn't trust the rumor too much. Suddenly, a calm yet excited voice echoed in his spiritual see. The soul steel had awakened. "I sense a faint spiritual energy fluctuation. A secular kingdom harboring spiritual energy?" Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly. The soul steel pondered briefly before speaking again with barely contained excitement. "Though extremely weak, it truly exists. In about half a month, that force will mature. Whether or not it is a spiritual embryo, we must investigate. Can we pinpoint its location? That will take some time. Meanwhile, you are likely tied up. Handle the northern city first." "I will hurry," Lin Chen vowed silently. The dishes arrived quickly, steam rising from the exquisite delicacies. Outside, staff brought sliced spiritual beast meat to the cloud crane's beaks, making the giant birds stretch their wings and let out long cries. After a brief rest, the trio settled the bill and mounted their mounts again. Passers-by watched the 3 rise on the backs of their spirit birds with envious eyes. Soon, their figures headed steadily toward the northern city. "Please, don't make my daughter marry him. Wan Yu is only 15, she's just a child." Inside the Wan family's main hall, the patriarch's voice cracked as he pleaded desperately. But no sooner had he spoken than his tone hardened sharply. as if an invisible hand had clamped around his throat. The heir to the northern commander's title already has 88 concubines. Clenching his teeth, he barked, "Bring Wan Lan and Wan Qin together. Don't let a woman's mercy ruin our family's century-old legacy. If the northern marquis is willing to help us, we can reclaim our position at the top. Prepare third miss for departure." Half an hour later, outside the Wan mansion in the northern city, the sound of Swana horns and drums filled the air. Red silk banners fluttered, and the bridal sedan chair rested steadily at the gate. The curtain lifted slightly to reveal a young girl dressed in a vivid red wedding gown, sitting quietly inside. As the chair rocked gently, a single clear tear traced down her cheek. "Brother Lin Chen, I'm sorry." "Third madam, I'm sorry." "Mother, I'm sorry," Wan Yu whispered silently, her heart sinking into an abyss. Ever since the Wan family lost the top spot in the power struggle, the once-proud clan nearly collapsed overnight. To survive and regain their peak, they heartlessly arranged for Wan Yu to marry the notorious prodigal heir of the northern Marquis mansion. Wan Yu knew that from this moment on, she no longer controlled her own fate. Yet she clenched her jaw, fingers brushing the thin but razor-sharp dagger hidden in her sleeve. "Brother Yin Xiao, I will never fail you. Once I reach the northern Marquis manor, I won't let that villain succeed." The wedding procession moved grandly out of the northern city and met the groom's party on the main road. The northern Marquis side only sent a single aide named Mu, accompanied by a few servants and bearing a few modest gift boxes. In contrast, the Wan family's dowry convoy stretched dozens of carriages long, piled high with rare treasures. "Lord Mu, the rest of the journey will be in your hands," the Wan patriarch said with a forced smile, slipping 10 yuan stones to him discreetly. The aide didn't even raise his eyelids, merely tucking the stones away coolly. "Heh, I know your request. If it succeeds, I will relay it to the heir. Wan family, just wait for the news." "Thank you, Lord Mu." "Wan patriarch, please take your leave." With the northern Marquis backing, no other families here dare act recklessly, Mu said in a detached tone, not refusing the extra flattery. Yes, we will rely on your kind words," the Wan patriarch replied quickly. After the brief exchange, Mu signaled, "Raise the sedan." The drumbeat rose again as the wedding procession slowly left the city. At the northern city's most luxurious venue, the third-floor private room of the drunken Immortal Pavilion, the heads of the Li, Sun, and Xiao families stood by the window, watching the wedding party fade into the distance. The Li patriarch sneered. "The Wan family has truly lost their minds, courting the tiger and thinking the northern marquis alone can restore their top rank? Huh, they're fools to believe that. Even royal influence can't compete with immortals." He raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. "What they don't realize is that the Li family has produced an immortal." The Sun patriarch lowered his voice. "Brother Li, is the matter with Xiantian's sect true?" "Absolutely," Li nodded firmly. "That once fearless prodigy is now a broken husk." The Xiao patriarch laughed heartily at the news. "Good. The final battle for supremacy is only 3 days away. Even if the northern marquis intervenes, with an immortal sect backing us, what do we have to fear? Huh. When the last fight comes, the Wan family will taste true despair." Their laughter echoed through the chamber. Since Lin Chen joined the Xiantian sect, the Wan family had held the top spot for 5 consecutive years, keeping the other 3 families silent. Now, with only 3 days until the final showdown, their excitement was barely contained. Outside the city on the official road, the wedding procession stretched out like a living ribbon through the yellow dust, fading into the distance with the beat of drums. Inside the sedan, Wan Yu pressed her fingertip against the icy blade of her dagger, swallowing down the last trace of hesitation. "Wan Yu, everything you do is for the family. Besides, marrying the northern Marquis heir should be your honor. When you arrive at the northern Marquis residence, don't cause any trouble. Just behave as one of the 89 concubines you are supposed to be. If you act recklessly, the Wen family will be finished." Outside the bridal sedan, the third elder of the Wen family stared seriously, his voice steady and heavy, each word striking the air like a hammer. Inside the sedan, there was silence. The third elder furrowed his brow, then lowered his voice even further. "You'd better listen carefully. Think about your mother, and Wen Qin, that useless son." No response came. The third elder's eyes narrowed, barely restraining his anger. Suddenly he raised his voice sharply. "Third elder, I understand." Finally, a cold reply echoed from within the sedan. The third elder relaxed, his expression softening. "That's more like it." As the wedding procession resumed, their footsteps abruptly halted. Lord Mu sat calmly, his expression slightly cold, though his eyes glinted with a hint of mockery. The third elder immediately urged his horse forward, worry written all over his face. After all, the 3 great families of the northern city constantly kept the Wen family under watch, never relaxing their vigilance, even preparing for the worst-case scenario of an attack. This marriage into the northern Marquis estate required a large escort from the Wen family guards. Lord Mu smiled faintly, his voice sharp like a knife. "Old one, is it a lack of prestige at my northern marquis estate, or is your family just that useless?" This kid what? Is he some kind of appetizer? He pointed ahead. Following his gaze, the third elder saw a skinny boy in rough cloth clothes standing in the middle of the road, gripping a worn-out sword, his eyes blazing like fire. My lord, this is just an accident. Leave it to me. The third elder's face hardened as he rode forward, shouting at the boy angrily. You worthless wretch. What are you doing here? Get lost. Don't forget, you're nothing but a household servant. Third elder, please, spare Wanyu. The boy suddenly knelt, his voice earnest yet firm. Third elder, get lost. The third elder flew into a rage, violently kicking the boy's head. Blood spurted out immediately, but the boy didn't fall. Still on his knees, he straightened his back, frozen in place. Yin Xiao, how dare you? You're nothing but a servant of the Wen family, just the third Miss Bodyguard. What right do you have to rebel like this? The third elder was beyond patience. He grabbed Yangxiu's hair fiercely and pressed his head to the ground. But Yin Xiao gripped the sword hilt tightly, driving its battered blade deep into the dirt. The third elder couldn't budge him an inch. Third elder, growing some wings, huh? Lord Mu said coldly. Yin Xiao, don't forget that you are only a 9th rank martial artist now, because the Wen family trained you. This is how you repay their cultivation? Ungrateful to the bone. In the mortal world, martial ranks range from 1 to 9, with the rare 10th rank being nearly godlike masters whose strength rivals cultivators at the soul refining stage. At just 16 or 17, Yin Xiao, being a 9th rank martial artist, is undoubtedly a prodigy among northern city fighters. Third elder, let me handle this. Lord Mu's tone was icy, his eyes burning with impatience. Your Wen family is so useless. I have to intervene over a mere ant? No need. Lord Mu is a 9th stage mortal cultivator. What you're doing is too dangerous. If you don't leave now, you'll die? The third elder was furious yet urgently urged Yin Xiao away. Training a 9th rank fighter had cost the Wen family countless efforts. If Lord Mu intervened, it would be like tearing flesh from their own bodies. Yangxiu's face was resolute as he knelt halfway and said, Third elder, I want leave unless you set Wanyu free. His voice rang out powerfully. Despite the swirling sandstorm, he remained unmoving. That's enough. If you keep wasting time, both of us will lose our heads. Lord Mu shouted, stepping forward, his voice cold and commanding. Step aside within 3 breaths, Ordi. An invisible pressure expanded from Lord Mu, turning the boy's face pale. Yet he stubbornly raised his head. I told you, unless you free Wanyu, I want back down even if it kills me. Wanna die? He'll grant you that. Lord Mu's response was cold as ice. Just as the standoff was about to explode, a thin veil was pulled back from the bridal sedan curtain. A girl burst out without hesitation and rushed toward the boy. Wanyu, you're about to be married. How can you just leave the sedan chair like this? Return at once. The third elder suddenly stepped forward, his sleeves trembling fiercely. His heart pounded like a drum. In front, Yin Xiao barred the way. Behind, Wanyu defied decorum. If the Marquis of Zhenbai's household pursued this, the Wen family might lose even 10 heads. Lord Mu stood beside the sedan chair, eyes narrowed. A flicker of killing intent flashed across his gaze, but vanished immediately. The woman before him was the one chosen by his son. The sword was drawn, but could not fall. His voice was cold and resolute. Miss Wanyu, you are now the young master's woman. Wanyu steadied herself against the sedan door and met Lord Mu's eyes. Her tone was restrained yet courteous. Lord Mu, this man serves as my family's guard. I will see that he leaves. She took a step forward, but felt as if she dragged a 1,000-pound iron chain. Each movement pressed her deeper into her fate. Wanyu. Yin Xiao pushed through the crowd, his face radiant with unhidden joy. Brother Yin Xiao, she called softly. Bastard. The third elder broke into cold sweat, trembling with fear. This is the Wen family's 3rd Mississippi. Yin Xiao. Are you courting death? But the young man and woman ignored him completely, his shouts scattered by the wind. Wanyu's chest ached fiercely, though no one could see. Since she was 5, the young man had silently guarded her side. After 10 years, their bond had long surpassed master and servant. Yin Xiao took a deep breath, brushed hair from his shoulder, voice hoarse yet firm. Wanyu, will you come with me? His words cut through the surface calm like a blade. Wanyu's eyes instantly reddened. She almost blurted out, I will. But at that moment thought of the Wen family and her sick mother at home. If she left, the family would be doomed. Lowering her gaze, she clenched her fingers. Yin Xiao. Wanyu, just say the word, and it'll take you far away. Yin Xiao stared at her, fearing that if he stepped back now, he would lose her forever. Her breathing grew heavy as she swallowed tears back down. You're just a guard. She forced a distant smile. How could I ever like you? Your feelings for me have always been one-sided. Go. She turned away, her fingertips digging into her palm until numb. Yin Xiao still smiled, but it was a smile of resolve. Wanyu, I love you. Will you run away with me? The quiet boy of 10 years spoke these burning words now, far more than all of his previous silence combined. The third elder was furious. Yin Xiao, you're courting death. Should they continue like this, the Wen family would be destroyed. Enough, Yin Xiao? The third elder raised a hand to grab him, but Wanyu suddenly stepped in front, her voice sharp and resolute. I don't like you. Never have. He'll soon be the young master's proper wife. You're an orphan and a lowly servant. What right do you have to dream so foolishly? Yin Xiao, let me go, and save yourself too. Her words struck like a hammer. Yin Xiao stood dumbfounded. Is that true? True. Wan Ye's voice trembled, but she forced each word clearly. You're just a humble servant. How could I possibly love you? In that moment, her heart felt torn to pieces. The despair flashing across the young man's face was like the sky collapsing above her. Yun Xiao slowly closed his eyes, his smile shattered by pain. Wan Yu. I thought I was ready, but I never imagined this day would hurt so much I can barely breathe. I can't live without you, nor lose you. I can't imagine a future without you. Wan Yu, I love you. Today, even if it costs my life, I will not hesitate. How can you be so foolish? How can you be so foolish? Just leave, go away. When Wan Yu finally broke down, she ran up to Yun Xiao, tears streaming down her face, her hair undone and wet strands clinging to her cheek in the night wind. It was only now that she truly understood. Among the 3 million words in the world, none wound the heart more than the single word love. Wan Yu, I will never give up. Yun Xiao staggered upright, extending his bloodstained hand. Will you come with me? All his struggles were born from not wanting to lose the woman he loved most. 2. When Wan Yu's voice trembled, but a sudden cold sneer cut her off. What a real show you've put on this year. In the moonlight, the dark gray official robe swayed as Lord Mu calmly brushed dust from his sleeve, his voice icy enough to suffocate. Is this how the Wen family treats the Jinbei Marquis household? The matter was so shocking it was almost choking. Lord Mu was furious beyond measure. If news of today's incident spreads, what face will the Jinbei Marquis household keep? Boom. Lord Mu's true energy at the 9th Duan of the mundane realm exploded in an instant, compressing the air into a thick, viscous force. A fierce wave of energy surged at the young man with a tearing roar. Lord Mu took a step forward and landed a crushing punch. Yun Xiao drew his sword to block. Even though he was only a warrior, not a cultivator, 10 years of fighting had honed his instincts. The sword light flickered like a shadow, a feint, then struck straight for the vital point, deadly intent radiating from the blade. A fine line of blood appeared on Lord Mu's wrist. Well done. Very well. Lord Mu growled low. Guards, kill him. He was the first to leap at Yun Xiao, with the Jinbei Marquis guards close behind, lunging like wolves and tigers. Outnumbered, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, especially against cultivators. The sword light was swallowed by the overwhelming tide. Yun Xiao was defeated. He was covered in blood, face distorted, the stone slab beneath his ankle stained red. Lord Mu still wasn't satisfied. His fingers curled tightly around Yun Xiao's throat, lifting and half dragging him off the ground. A mere mortal, thinking you can defy fate and heaven. See clearly now? This is reality. Yun Xiao forced his eyes open, blood mixed with saliva dripping from his mouth, spitting hard in his opponent's face. Damn you. You're asking for death. Fists rained down like hail, cracking bones. Blood poured from Yun Xiao's nose and mouth. His chest heaved as if ready to collapse. No. Please no. When Wan Yu screamed hoarsely, she threw herself beside Lord Mu. Lord Mu, they'll go with you. Please spare him. Spare him. Lord Mu shoved her away with the back of his hand. When Wan Yu, better think carefully about how you'll explain this to the young lord. Sir, please let Yin Xiao go. We'll leave right now. He'll explain everything to the young lord. I beg you. When Wan Yu lunged again, dropping to her knees before Lord Mu, her hair in disarray, forehead banging on the ground. If you don't agree, they'll die right here in front of you. With that, she drew a dagger from her belt, its cold blade gleaming menacingly. Wan Yu, don't. Why suffer so much for a lowly man? The third elder's face was pale, voice trembling. If when Wan Yu were to be harmed, how could the Wen family hope for the Jinbei Marquis' continued support? What nerve? Lord Mu's eyes glinted with even greater coldness, but he dared not gamble. He knew the young lord's temper too well. If when Wan Yu died here, he would have no way to answer for it. Finally, he released Yun Xiao, slamming him harshly to the ground. Yun Xiao coughed up blood, chest heaving violently. When Wan Yu supported him, tears scalding her cheeks. Brother Yun Xiao, you have to go? In this life, I was lucky to know you, but knowing you is also a regret. Am leaving. Forget me, forget when Wan Yu. You will have someone better. She tried to hold her head high, to stop the tears, but as she turned away, the tears still streamed down, soaking her collar. Lord Mu shook his bloodstained sleeve, impatiently growling, what bad luck. A worthless wretch, a waste of time. Go. At that very moment, Yun Xiao summoned the last of his strength. He collapsed, but managed to grasp Wan Yu's ankle. Wan Yu, don't go. Please, don't go. He croaked hoarsely. Scoundrel, let go. Lord Mu kicked Yun Xiao's shoulder with a cold glare. Do you really think I won't kill you? Blood trickled down Yun Xiao's temple, yet he clung tightly to the embroidered boot. Wan Yu, I beg you, don't leave. The girl's silhouette froze beneath the eaves, moonlight washing her shoulders in a pale glow. Her footsteps faltered again and again, but she never turned back, not because she didn't want to, but because reality loomed like a mountain between them. No matter how much they loved, It was impossible to overcome. Lord Mu lifted his chin, a sneer cutting through the night. See that? You're a worthless nobody, don't even think you deserve love. Now get lost. Why? Yin Xiao looked up, eyes bloodshot and wild. Because you're weak, Lord Mu said coldly. Huh, weak? Fine, I'm weak. Yun Xiao laughed bitterly, pounding his fists on the ground. If I had a noble family, who could stop Wan Yu and me from being together? Heaven, you're so unfair. All I want is to be with the one I love. Why must it be this cruel? He spat out his last mouthful of blood and suddenly raised his head. One day, when my strength surpasses all, I will right all the wrongs in this world. Haha, just a meaningless mortal, dreaming the impossible. Lord Mu sneered as he drew his strange blade from his waist, its cold gleam flashing. Since you won't let go, I will cut you down. The blade sliced through the air. Lord Mu, stop. When Wan Yu spun around, her eyes blazing red. But the blade was already close to Yun Xiao's arm. Clang. The sharp sound of metal breaking rang through the air, startling everyone. The strange sword was sliced in half midair, one piece spinning down to the ground. The sound of breaking wind echoed in their ears. Who are you to interfere? Lord Mu took a step back, staring at the sudden figure before him, and then at his broken sword, a chill gripping his chest as if seen by a primeval beast. The newcomer casually brushed dust from his sleeve, then looked down at the fallen youth. Thank you for what you did for my sister. Rest well. From here on, leave this to me. Lin Chen stepped forward, positioning himself between Yun Xiao and the others. His cold, sharp gaze swept across the crowd, and with just one look, the air seemed to freeze into ice. Lord Mu's heart jolted violently. As a cultivator, he instinctively sensed that this young man before him was terrifyingly dangerous. Fellow Taoist, I am an aide from the Northern Commander's mansion. I hope you can show some leniency, Lord Mu said, his voice trembling but his posture refusing to bow. If the other party wasn't also a cultivator, there was no way he could have disarmed his attack barehanded. Did I give you permission to speak? Lin Chen raised his eyes, his indifferent retort like a blade. Lord Mu felt a tightness in his chest. Though angry, he forced down his temper. Without knowing Lin Chen's true strength, he dared not act recklessly. Lin Chen then turned to the tearful girl, suddenly softening his tone. Wan Yu, don't you recognize me? Brother Chen. When Wan Yu froze. 5 years apart had transformed the youth's figure, features, and aura so completely that she hardly believed her eyes. Lin Chen nodded gently, unable to hold back any longer. Tears burst from Wan Yu like a dam breaking. Brother, you're finally back. Like a startled fawn, she dashed before Lin Chen, sobbing uncontrollably, her tears quickly soaking through his clothes. I'm back. Don't be afraid, Lin Chen soothed, stroking her dark hair. His gaze was tender but carried a hidden sting. Deep down, he bitterly resented that the Wen family had forced a girl of 15 to bear their incompetence and debts. Brother? Lin Chen, the third elder of the Wen family, stared at him in disbelief. The awkward boy from 5 years ago now stood with handsome features, confident expression, and an unearthly sharpness. Is he still alive? The third elder's heart pounded wildly. The son of Wen Qin, once a chosen prodigy of the Xiantian sect, was intact and standing right before them back in the northern city. But then he cooled down, reminding himself, so what if he is alive? More than a month ago, Lin Chen's cultivation was broken. Now he was nothing more than a low-level grunt in the Xiantian sect's outer branch. A crippled nobody, weaker than even a common martial artist. What trouble could he cause? Reassured by this thought, he immediately assumed an elder's stern demeanor and shouted harshly, Lin Chen, how dare you show your face here? Isn't it enough that you've torn the Wen family apart? The harsh words pierced the silence. Only then did Lin Chen turn to face him. Suddenly the boy smiled a smile so cold it seemed to cut to the bone, making the elder's spine tingle with chill. Third elder one, Lin Chen said softly, since when has the Wen family begun trading a woman's happiness for family gain? Have you truly fallen this far? Being publicly confronted, the elder's face flushed between red and pale. Recalling the humiliations of recent days, he shouted back in anger, and you have the nerve to speak? If it weren't for you, how would the Wen family have fallen so low? Do you know how we survived this past month? 3 major clans joined forces against us, and if we hadn't... Enough. Lin Chen cut him off, voice cold as iron. I have no interest in hearing any of that. The life or death of the Wen family is none of my concern. Lin Chen had no interest in listening further. If his biological mother hadn't come from the Wen family, he wouldn't have set foot in this mansion again. In 15 years, he had never felt any true family affection here. If not for his mother's careful guidance and the occasional kindness shown by Wan Yu, he would have completely cut ties with the Wen family long ago. How dare you? I'm your third uncle, after all. The third elder shouted angrily, but Lin Chen's mind was filled only with hateful memories of those faces. He felt nothing. The third elder raised his hand to scold, but his words caught in his throat. Lord Mu sensed the tension and scanned the room between Lin Chen and the Wen clan. So, he's also a member of the Wen family? Lord Mu, he has nothing to do with the Wen family. He's just a bastard. The third elder snapped with contempt. His cultivation was nullified, and he was expelled from the Xiantian sect. Now that he's back in Beicheng, he's probably just trying to leech off us. The Wen family's bastard? He is Lin Chen? Lord Mu frowned. The third elder nodded firmly. Suddenly, Lord Mu threw his head back and laughed loudly. Good kid. I thought you were done for. I heard you became a servant to the immortal sect, and now you dare interfere with my garrison. You're too noisy, Lin Chen said flatly. Before the words even fell, a surge of violent true energy burst out. How dare you? The terrified scream was cut off as Lord Mu, clad in armor, turned to ash before everyone's eyes. Lord Mu is dead. The garrison's bridal escort erupted in chaos. The remaining guards screamed, covered their heads, and scattered. Lin Chen's gaze was cold. He didn't give chase. The Wen family's bridal party was pale as death. The third elder's mind held only one thought. It's over. But then he stared at Lin Chen as if struck by lightning. Lord Mu, a mortal practitioner, had been wiped out with a single strike. Lily Chen, your cultivation level? It's still there. Disappointed? Lin Chen smiled lightly. The third elder's anger instantly turned to joy. Huh, it really is intact? That's great. The three strong families in Beicheng have bullied us for too long. The Wen family can be saved. Li Chen, you don't know. What does that have to do with me? Lin Chen's tone was icy. You have Wen blood in your veins. Am a bastard, aren't I? Lin Chen asked coldly. The third elder flushed, but was speechless. He turned his hope to Wen Wanyu. Wanyu, persuade your brother. Lord Mu is dead. The Wen family has no way out. Wen Wanyu was about to speak, but Lin Chen cut in first. Third elder, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I'm no longer an inner disciple of the Xiantian sect. Though my cultivation still exists, it has dropped back to the soul refining realm. Who knows when it will completely vanish? What did you say? You're not an inner disciple anymore. Your cultivation's regressed? So the letters were true? The third elder pressed anxiously. That's right. His expression darkened dramatically. He roared, Lin Chen, you bastard. You, a cripple in the making, dare kill the garrison lord's aide? You're dragging the Wen family into an abyss of ruin. Brother Wen Wanyu looked worried. Lin Chen laughed and patted her shoulder gently. Silly girl, even if the sky falls, your brother will hold it up. He looked at Yun Xiao, battered and bruised nearby. Can you still walk? The young man gritted his teeth and nodded, dragging his wounded leg as he followed. Lin Chen, you can't take Wanyu away. If she doesn't marry into the garrison lord's household, the Wen family is finished. The third elder snarled and rushed forward to stop them. Get lost. Lin Chen raised his hand and slapped him. The seventh-grade martial artist was sent flying like a sack of broken bags, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness on the spot. In the distance, Tiniu and Lu Qingji rode two cloud cranes as they descended, their wings stirring up a strong wind. Let's go. We're heading back to the Wen family. High above the clouds, at an altitude of 1,000 meters, a silver-white cloud crane flapped its wings, slicing through the chill wind as it soared above the misty layers. Lin Chen stood shoulder to shoulder with Wen Wanyu and Yun Xiao on the back of one crane, while on another cloud crane, the eighth senior brother Tiniu and Lu Qingji flew together. Brother, this time when we return, let's take Sen Yang and leave together. Wen Wanyu leaned in slightly, her voice low and earnest. The Jinbei Marquis mansion won't just let things go, and the Wen family is facing their most critical moment yet. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment. It was true he had changed his sister's fate, but if word got out that he had lost cultivation and been expelled from the inner sect, everything might fall back to square one. Don't worry, he replied softly. Even though I'm no longer an inner sect disciple, I am still a disciple of the outer sect, the Tianjin peak of Xiantian sect, and receive the same treatment as a true successor. My cultivation hasn't been lost, it's just that I'm starting anew. Really? Wen Wanyu's eyes widened with childlike curiosity. Of course I wouldn't lie to you. Lin Chen pointed ahead. That's my eighth senior brother, and next to him is someone who is also a Xiantian disciple. He might stay behind in the northern city. On the nearby cloud crane, Tiniu smiled broadly and waved vigorously at the young girl. Lu Qingji stood formally and bowed, saying, Third miss. Wen Wanyu nodded politely, relief settling over her like a heavy stone lifting from her chest. The wind howled, clouds churned below, and Lin Chen looked down at the mountains beneath them. He spoke gently to his sister, Wanyu. Thank you for everything over these years. Brother, we're family. The girl's clear eyes shone, her smile sincere. Family. Lin Chen smiled back, but a complex shadow flickered in his gaze. After a moment, Wen Wanyu gathered courage again. Then now that you've returned, can you help the Wen family? As she spoke, she nervously clenched the edge of her garment. She knew well how much the Wen family owed to Lin Chen and his mother in the past. Lin Chen fell silent for a long time, his eyes scanning the distant outline of northern city. Let's talk about that when we get back. Some decisions could only be made after seeing their mother. Wen Wanyu nodded in understanding and said no more. She knew Lin Chen was the only one who could save the Wen family, but also understood the heavy debts they carried. At that moment, the quiet Yun Xiao suddenly spoke. Young Master Chen, thank you. His words broke the tension. Lin Chen turned to the youth. Yun Xiao, right? Thank you for protecting Wanyu. He paused, his eyes deepening. But what that person said is true weakness means you don't even have the right to pursue happiness. Yun Shao clenched the worn sword in his hand so tightly that his knuckles paled. Fear and unease flickered in his eyes. If Lin Chen were to break them apart because of their status difference, he didn't even have the courage to resist. Don't worry, I don't share the Wen family's rigid, outdated views. Lin Chen's voice softened. But one thing remains. Without enough strength, you can't protect the people you care about. The fierce wind swept past. The youth fell silent. Lin Chen hadn't forced them apart, but had made the harsh truth clear. Weakness is the original sin. If Lin Chen hadn't appeared today, Yun Shao's fate would likely have been death on the spot, never mind being reunited with Wan Yu. Yun Shao pressed his lips tightly. I understand. At the same moment, Lin Chen's consciousness quietly sank into the soul steel realm. The towering black stone steel stood solemnly, its inscriptions glowing faintly. Senior, he said with a questioning tone, does Yun Shao really have the potential to become a sword cultivator? There's no mistake, the soul steel answered with an ancient, calm voice. Lin Chen frowned deeply as he touched the steel. But why would a primordial innate sword body from ancient times appear in Immortal? Lin Chen asked with some curiosity. He had already seen that Yun Shao had no martial veins, just an ordinary warrior body, yet possessed the extremely rare innate sword physique. If the soul steel hadn't told him directly, he would have found it hard to believe such a thing existed. Have you ever heard a certain legend? The voice of the soul steel suddenly echoed in his mind. What legend? A mortal body can defy the divine. Who says sword cultivators have to be cultivators? A mortal body can defy the divine. Lin Chen's heart shook violently. Could such a thing really be possible? He fell silent for a long time. The soul steel changed the subject. Lin Chen, this world is far bigger than you imagine. You must grow stronger quickly. Lin Chen nodded solemnly. Then the soul steel continued. That boy shouldn't be trapped by love and sentiment. If he steps out and his sword physique awakens, he might become an ally for you. Even if not, at least you'll gain a good connection. To protect Wan Yu, determination alone is not enough. Yun Shao, do you understand? Lin Chen looked at Yun Shao, his tone soft but firm. Whether you can help me someday or not, for my sister's happiness, we need to be clear with each other. Yun Shao pressed his lips together, confused but stubbornly asking, Young Master Chun, I have no martial veins and am just a mortal. Do I still have a chance? It takes will and strength. Bay City is too small. If you don't even have the courage to step out, how can you get stronger? The choice is yours. Know yourself and see the world clearly. Yun Shao nodded decisively. I understand. This was a reminder not only for Yun Shao, but also for Lin Chen, who was still only at the soul refining stage. In 5 months, the great oath battle of heaven and earth would begin. He had to become stronger, and Li Songyun, once the greatest of Xiantian, would not stand still either. In just a few sentences, the carriage arrived at Bay City. At the city gate, Lin Chen told his 8th senior brother, the Wen family situation is complicated. You and Qingji find a tavern to rest first. After we handle family matters, we'll meet up. All right. They entered the city. The Wen family was one of Bay City's aristocratic clans. After Lin Chen became a disciple of Xiantian's sect 5 years ago, the Wen family had risen to prominence. All other forces bowed to them. But the root of all this was the young man standing before him. Familiar yet strange streets and alleys appeared before his eyes. 15 years of memories surfaced instantly, the hardships of depending on his mother, the brief warmth brought by Wan Yu. Despite Wen family being his blood relatives, Lin Chen could never feel truly fond of them. Sensing Lin Chen's coldness, Wan Yu quietly took his hand. The chill faded slightly as he exhaled and said, Let's go. The two moved silently into the Wen family's backyard, the servants' quarters. Lin Chen did not expect his mother to be sent here again. 5 years ago, when he left the sect, Wen family had promised to treat his mother well. No sooner had they entered the yard than a sharp cry of pleading pierced the night. Steward, Miss Qin is dying. Please give me the medicine. It's the only thing that can save her. The clan elder said no treatment for Wen Qin, even if she dies. You servant dare steal silver to treat that waste girl? You're asking for death. I didn't steal. Miss Qin traded her hairpin for the silver. Shut up. Let go or I'll kill you. Steward, aren't you afraid young Master Chen will come back? If something happens to Miss Qin, will you take responsibility? Haha, that little waste. The sect abandoned him a long time ago. He won't come back. Even if he stood right here, I'd still act the same. At that moment, an icy voice, so chilling it felt like descending into hell, suddenly pierced the steward's ears. If a mere glance could kill, the steward of the Wen family would by now have been torn apart 1,000 times over. The moment he turned around and saw the source of the voice, his scalp tingled, and every hair on his body stood on end. It was a face both familiar and strange, that of a young boy. Tall and slender, with an air of cold detachment. Yet those stubborn features hadn't changed one bit. Having served in the household for years, he recognized the person instantly, Lin Chen. Back then, he had abused his power as a servant of a powerful family to constantly look down on this boy. Later, when Lin Chen was chosen to join the Immortal sect, he barely restrained himself. Luckily, Lin Chen was taken away immediately and never had the chance to settle scores with him. But now, seeing the former young master step foot in the Wen residence again, a primal fear welled up inside him. The words young master Chen almost slipped from his mouth, until he remembered the news from Xiantian sect Lin Chen had been disgraced. With that thought, his courage surged suddenly. Oh, the little loser dares to come back? Abandoned by the sect, perhaps? The steward jeered loudly. Lin Chen smiled faintly. His mindset had reached a point where he couldn't be bothered to argue with mere mortals. You are just a servant of the Wen family. How dare you be so audacious? When Wan Yu scolded angrily, her pretty face icy cold. Third miss, why have you come back with this loser? The steward only then noticed her, utterly shocked. When Wan Yu cast a cold glance. What I do upon returning is none of your concern. Kneel and await punishment. The steward resented this, but still kept his back straight. Lin Chen stepped forward, his voice calm. He's only a servant. There's no need for nonsense. He walked closer, eyes steady. The steward forced a tough facade. Lin Chen, how dare you touch me? I serve the head of the family. Steward, I appreciate the care you gave me back then, but I have nothing to repay you for. Lin Chen raised his hand. I might as well send you off properly, so no one else has to. No sooner had he spoken than a burst of spiritual light exploded in the courtyard. In the next moment, the steward dissolved into a mist of blood before everyone's eyes, scattering to the wind. The servants in the backyard were frozen in shock, not daring to even breathe. Lin Chen's expression remained calm, as if he had just crushed an ant. His mother was his inviolable boundary. The steward had sealed his own fate the moment he dared to block her medication. Aunt Wu, are you all right? Lin Chen approached the weary woman. Aunt Wu had been bought from a pawnshop when they entered the Wen family. She had cared for mother and son all these years, enduring hardship without a single complaint. I'm fine, young master. It's good you're back, Aunt Wu hurried over, tears already blurring her vision. Lin Chen took a deep breath to steady himself. How is my mother? Aunt Wu wiped her tears with a trembling hand. Come quickly, miss, isn't doing well, did you bring the medicine? Don't worry, she'll be fine, Lin Chen reassured her. Following Aunt Wu through the corridors, they entered the room where his mother stayed. The moment the door opened, a frantic voice sounded inside. Aunt Wu, where's the medicine? Miss can't hold on. The beautiful woman spun around sharply upon seeing Aunt Wu accompanied by three people, Wen Wanyu, Yin Xiao, and the ethereal-looking young man. She froze, her voice trembling. You are Chena? Wen Lan and Wen Qin were sisters. Because of the situation with the Wen family, Wen Lan found it difficult to get involved directly in certain matters and could only sometimes help Lin Chen and his mother indirectly through her own daughter. Wen Lan was Lin Chen's fourth aunt, one of the few relatives in this cold and indifferent clan who still offered a helping hand. Lin Chen had always held a deep gratitude for her kindness in his heart. It's me, fourth aunt. The courtyard gate opened, and the boy stood there, slightly out of breath. All right, you're back. Wen Lan barely stopped to say more before grabbing Lin Chen's hand and hurrying him into the inner room. Sister, Chainer has returned. Your illness will get better for sure. The inner room was dim, the window lattices tightly shut. Hearing the name Chainer, the woman lying on the couch suddenly opened her eyes wide. Chainer, is that you? Her voice was hoarse, as if afraid it was only a hallucination. Lin Chen's heart trembled. He quickly bent down and felt his mother's pulse, detecting a faint but stubborn life force. Only then did he quietly exhale in relief. Mother, your child has come back. Good. So good that you're back. So good. 1,000 words condensed into that simple phrase. The room fell silent except for the sound of their breaths. Lin Chen instructed Aunt Wu to bring clean water, then ground a nourishing pill into powder and dissolved it in a bowl. Gently, he helped his mother drink it. As the medicine touched her lips, the woman's pale, ashen complexion visibly flushed with color. Her dry, cracked lips regained moisture, and life returned to her brows and eyes. Moments later, when Qin's once frail, sickly face blossomed with the radiance of youthful beauty. Lin Chen sat beside the bed, his voice low and soft. Mother, how have you been all these years? I'm fine. When Qin raised her hand to gently touch her son's emaciated face, her fingertips trembling slightly. You've grown thin. Lin Chen only nodded silently, offering no argument. 5 years had passed in a blink, transforming the boy into a young man. Lin Chen took his mother's hand firmly. Mother, let's leave. I will never let you stay in the Wen family again. Though his tone was calm, a fierce fire burned deep in his eyes. Just as the letter arrived notifying him of his admission to the Xiantian sect, the Wen family had seized the opportunity to boast and run wild across Qibei City under his name. Their recent arrogance had been built on that pretense. Yet now, when someone struck back, the Wen family callously let the gravely ill Wen Qin die. Without aid, this cruel betrayal severed the last thread of Lin Chen's remaining attachment. Wen Qin looked at her son with gentle but resolute eyes. Very well. I will listen to you. Lin Chen had expected his mother to hesitate, but she answered decisively. A rare smile broke across his face. As long as she was willing, he could settle her in the wasteland beneath the Xiantian sect mountain. Just a town away, no more distance, no more worries. Aunt, are you leaving too? Wen Lan, watching nearby, was momentarily stunned. She had long known this moment would come, but it still unsettled her. Shaner has grown up. I don't want him to be burdened by worrying about me anymore, Wen Qin replied softly. She did not mention the letter from Xiantian's sect, whether her son was a failure or a genius. He was still her child. Wen Lan sighed softly, then nodded with a bitter smile. Leaving might be for the best in this storm-tossed Wen family. Your departure could be a relief. The preparations were swiftly a few sets of close clothes. Before leaving, Wen Qin clenched a smooth, warm jade pendant, the only token left from Lin Chen's father, whom she had never met. Brother Chen, are you really leaving? Wan Yu stood at the threshold, tears glistening in her eyes. Don't worry, little one. Lin Chen ruffled her hair gently. Before I go, they'll take care of your matters first. Saying this, the youth lifted his gaze to the front courtyard, his expression dark and biting. Let's go, time to see my grandfather and the rest of the Wen family. The last two words were almost clenched through gritted teeth. Just as the mother and son stepped out from the backyard, a squad of guards drew their swords and blocked their path with hostile intent. Lin Chen, you have some nerve, daring to kill the family steward. The middle-aged man leading them had cruel eyes. Come, the old patriarch and head of the family are waiting for you in the main hall. This time, your actions have damned the Wen family. This man was Lin Chen's fifth uncle. Blood ties had failed to erase the hatred in his eyes. If anything, it deepened the chill. Lin Chen's heart turned completely cold. This was the Wen family. All hope was gone. So be it. Today, it would all end once and for all. Northern City, Wen family. Ancestral Hall. Beneath the eaves, a bronze lamp flickered, its dim light casting twisted shadows on the angry faces gathered there. Head of the family, we absolutely cannot spare that bastard Lin Chen. Wen Lao San, head of the Wen family's third branch, was carried into the hall, blood still fresh on his robe, but his voice rang out fiercely. He's dragging the Wen family into an abyss. It's all over. The only chance we have is to hand him and his mother, plus Wen Wanyu, over to the Jinbei Marquis mansion. The crowd closed in. Several servants splashed cold water to revive the fainted Wen Lao San, who immediately broke down, tearfully embellishing the tale of what had unfolded outside the city. Lin Chen attacked the Jinbei Marquis mansion, killing Minister Mu on the spot. Lin Chen stormed into the Wen estate, forcibly ruining Wen Wanyu's marriage to the heir. And worst of all, Lin Chen was no longer the genius prodigy of Xiantian's sect he once was, but utterly useless now. As he spoke, he pointed accusingly at those around him, emphasizing the depth of the disaster the Wen family was facing. When the words Minister Mu of the Jinbei Marquis mansion is dead reached their ears, the hall erupted in uproar. This waste clearly wants to drag the Wen family down with him. I've always said that bastard's origins were shady and rebellious by nature. With the three cities united against us, if the Jinbei Marquis presses charges, the Wen family will be doomed. Even Steward Jean was publicly killed by him, and we haven't even found the body. How outrageous. Insults and curses echoed between the wooden columns, thick with murderous intent. On the high seat, the current clan head Wen Liang Lin Chen's uncle had a face cold as iron. He glanced sideways at the elder seated at the main throne. The white-haired old man was the former head of the Wen family, once a mighty figure across the northern 7 provinces, freshly turned 90 after his recent birthday banquet. He was also the one who had overruled objections to keeping Lin Chen and his mother in the one household, the boy's maternal grandfather. But tonight, the elder only sighed deeply. All past glory seemed a distant memory as the great family teetered on the edge of ruin. Let's meet Lin Chen first, the old man said hoarsely, yet with undeniable exhaustion and finality. The hall instantly fell silent. Just then, measured footsteps sounded outside. Lin Chen entered the ancestral hall flanked by his mother Wen Qin, Wen Lan, and others. The pale lamplight revealed their solemn expressions. Behind them stood Yun Xiao, a young man in white robes, silently observing. Lin Chen, you bastard, do you know the crime you've committed? Wen Lao San glared fiercely, raising his hand to curse with a hoarse, cracked voice that threatened to break. If Lin Chen still had his former cultivation, he wouldn't dare be so reckless. But news from outside the city confirmed his meridians were destroyed, and he was now an ordinary man, there only to take his birth mother away. Yet in just half a day, the boy had killed 2 people, including the loyal Steward Jean. You caused chaos in Northern City, ruined the alliance marriage between our family and the Jinbei Marquis mansion, and now you dare to barge into the ancestral hall. Though you want to drag the Wen family down with you? Enough. Wen Qin stepped forward, 5 years of hardship having thinned her face, but her eyes were sharp and defiant. Third brother, what wrong did my son do? Though he was absent from the estate these 5 years, because of Chainer, didn't you all benefit? Potent herbs, prescriptions, you had no shortage of them. Wen Qin, shut up. If you hadn't stubbornly insisted on giving birth to that bastard back then, none of this would have happened. The third elder was furious, pointing at Lin Chen and his mother. His face darkened like iron as he ground his teeth. You and your illegitimate son are both calamities. Smack. A sharp slap burst out, but it wasn't from the third elder. Lin Chen had already moved in and struck him so hard that half his face swelled up immediately. Everyone was stunned by the suddenness. Lin Chen's voice turned cold and steady. You can insult me, curse me, even hit me, but you will never disgrace my mother. The third elder struggled wildly as Lin Chen's iron-like fingers gripped his collar, screaming hoarsely, Lin Chen, what do you think you're doing? Let me go? Brother, help. This bastard's trying to kill me. The room tensed instantly. Wen Liang frowned deeply and barked, Stop, Lin Chen. He is your own uncle. Are you really going to kill your kin? Uncle? Lin Chen sneered, eyes sweeping across the clan members gathered there. Which of you here are really my family? Since childhood, aside from the Wanyu family, who has truly treated me as one of the one? To you all, I'm just a bastard. Silence blanketed the ancestral hall. Wen Liang sighed and lowered his voice. Lin Chen, like third elder said, is there really something wrong with your cultivation? Lin Chen shot back. So what if there is? What if there isn't? Wen Liang pressed on. Just answer me, are you still a disciple of the inner sect? The letter from Xintian sect said you were expelled and reduced to a menial servant, is that true? Lin Chen's gaze turned icy. It is. That confirmation shattered the last shred of hope in the Wen family's hearts. Wen Liang masked his emotions. Lin Chen, release the third elder. As for Mu Darren, we will give the Jinbei home mansion an explanation. He had already decided to hand Lin Chen over to save the Wen family's reputation. Lin Chen shook his head with a step forward, smashing a wooden chair to splinters beside him. You don't get to decide. I'm here today to settle things with the Wen family once and for all. Wood chips flew as his voice sharpened coldly. From this day forward, my mother and I and the Wen family are like this chair, completely disconnected. How dare you? Wen Liang's fury exploded. Do you have any respect for your elders? Even if you're crippled, and even if you still belong to the Xintian sect, you know how to show respect. He turned to scold Wen Qin. Wen Qin, is this your son? The Wen family is in trouble, and you just want to wash your hands of it? Roaring, Wen Liang waved impatiently. Yin Xiao, what are you waiting for? Seize Lin Chen. I, your clan head, will personally deliver him to the Jinbei home mansion. But Yin Xiao didn't so much as twitch. Annoyed and humiliated, Wen Liang snapped, Yin Xiao, don't forget, you are a one. Still, Yin Xiao remained silent. Fine, fine. Guards. Wen Liang was about to summon his men when a low, sharp voice cut him off. Enough. Lin Chen's grandfather, the old Wen family, had hobbled forward on his cane, his face pale but eyes fierce. Let mother and son leave. Father, don't. Wen Liang urged desperately. What? Am I dead already so my words don't matter? The old man shot him a fierce glare. Lin Chen watched quietly. Since he could remember, this was only the third time he had faced his grandfather directly. The first was during childhood fights with Wen family boys, which ended with him being punished with 10 cane strokes. The second was the day he joined the Xintian sect. Now, this was the third. His emotions were tangled, but he still cupped his fists respectfully. Thank you, Elder One. Then he shifted his gaze to the crowd. One more thing, Juan, you will not marry anyone against her will. If she wants to, she can take my fourth aunt and come with me. If not, she can stay with the Wen family. His tone turned colder still. Don't forget, although my cultivation is weakened, killing you all would still be effortless. With that, Lin Chen stomped the ground fiercely. The stone slabs cracked like shattered eggshells, his true energy rippling out and shaking everyone off balance. Yin Xiao, protect my sister. Yes, young Master Chen. Yun Xiao nodded firmly. Turning, Lin Chen's voice carried across the hall. Wan Yu, when you're ready, call my name. He'll be listening. He then took his mother Wen Qin's arm and strode away. Ungrateful son. Ungrateful son. Wen Liang roared with hatred, casting a furious glare at his father. Father, what do we do now? What will become of the Wen family? Before he could finish, the old Wen family head's face went ghostly pale. He spat a mouthful of blood, staggered, and collapsed unconscious on the spot. Father! Wen Liang cried out in alarm. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the Wen household. Northern City, the main hall of the Li family. The night was still young, candle flames flickering as the heads of 3 families hurriedly gathered. The head of the Shao family had just been dragged off a soft, fragrant couch where he had been with a captivating concubine. Although still half lost in pleasure and full of resentment, he could only force a smile and ask, Brotherly, what's the emergency that you summoned us here in the dead of night? Beside him, the head of the Sun family wore a similar expression, just as displeased but forced to smile along. Li Sheng sat on the main seat, his face stern and cold. You two really have the leisure to joke around? Don't you realize something huge has happened in Northern City? The two exchanged glances, their hearts tightening. Could it be related to the contest for supremacy? Brotherly, Sun probed cautiously. Could it be that the Jinbei Marquis Manor has brought reinforcements for the Wen family? Even if that was the case, with the return of the Li family's prodigy Li Xian, backed by the Immortal sect, the Jinbei Manor wouldn't suddenly turn on Li Sheng, right? The two were growing more and more puzzled. Li Sheng glanced at them sharply. Do you know who has returned? There were very few who could make the Li family head treat the matter so seriously. A thought flashed through Sun's mind, and he suddenly exclaimed, Brotherly, Are you saying that person from the Wen family is back? The Xiao family, had also known as the Wang family, had felt a chill run down his spine at these words. Li Sheng nodded grimly. He's not only back, but he publicly disrupted the wedding between the Wen family and the Jinbei Marquis manor. The two gasped sharply. That person had joined the Immortal sect 5 years ago and was suddenly back now. Thinking about the cultivation level Lin Chen might have attained, cold sweat broke out on their brows. Not to mention all the secret moves they had made against the Wen family lately. Panic set in. The heads of Sun and Xiao couldn't help but demand, Lordly, you were absolutely certain before. Didn't you say his cultivation was gone, that the sect abandoned him, and he couldn't come back? What's the rush? Li Sheng suddenly smirked. So what if he's back? What trouble can a cripple cause? But the two grew even more uneasy. Brotherly, don't keep us in suspense. Our little hearts can't take the stress. Li Sheng snorted coldly and raised a hand to silence their rambling. Did I call you here just to deliver bad news? Lin Chen is back. Yes, but according to the Wen family spies, his cultivation is destroyed. This news is all over the Wen family's territory. The two leaders felt a brief relief, but then exchanged doubtful glances. Could the Li family really have a mole inside the Wen family? Did they have the same risk inside their own compounds? Chills ran down their spines. Li Sheng saw it all clearly and smiled coldly to himself. The future Northern City champion must show them who's really in charge. He continued, Lin Chen's return is no threat, it's a godsend opportunity. How so? They immediately asked. First, he's cut all ties with the Wen family and taken Wen Qin with him. Second, he not only ruined the alliance marriage, but audaciously killed a top aide from the Jinbei Marquis manor. Lin Chen killed a top aide from the Jinbei manor? Huh, good riddance. They both burst into loud, triumphant laughter, finally understanding Li Sheng's point. But brotherly, Master Mu is a cultivator. If Lin Chen can kill him, doesn't that mean? Haha, don't worry. Li Sheng raised his hand to stop him, speaking with firm confidence. Lin Chen has already admitted that he is no longer a disciple of the inner sect of the Immortal sect, and is very likely to be completely abandoned by the sect. His cultivation is said to be fading and won't last long. People like that, the Li family doesn't even bother to notice. That sentence hit like a bolt from the blue, instantly clearing the gloom in the hall. The two clan heads, whose hearts had been in turmoil, suddenly felt like they had gone through a roller coaster, rising and falling, and now their eyes brightened with joy again. Besides, Li Sheng lowered his voice, but his words were especially harsh. Old Master Wen was so furious he vomited blood. The most famous physician in Beijing has warned multiple times that Wen won't survive the night. Hearing this, the two exchanged a glance, their faces beaming with happiness. Good, very good. Old Master Wen, a half-step grandmaster, actually died from anger. Haha. To them, the real threat from the Wen family was that half-step grandmaster elder patriarch. Now that he is dying, combined with the Northern Marquis house having also turned hostile toward them, and having lost the chance to compete as the regional champion, the Wen family is left isolated and vulnerable. Brotherly, you called us here for a reason, I suppose? Li Sheng gently stroked his teacup and finally revealed his purpose. Once Old Master Wen dies, the Wen family will be leaderless. The largest mine in Xishan will belong to the Li family, and your two families can share the remaining mines. Do you have any objections? The two clan heads were furious inside. The mines in the Western District were originally the Wen family's greatest source of wealth. Previously, the three families had agreed to cooperate, yet now Li Sheng wanted to claim it all for himself. But they swallowed their anger right now. The Li family no longer needs their support. This was clearly betraying those who helped him. Thank you for your generosity, brotherly. The two forced smiles as they took their leave. Outside the Li estate, the Sun family head could no longer contain his rage and swore loudly. Brother Xiao, Li Sheng is stabbing us in the back. The Xiao family head snorted coldly. So what? He's backed by the Immortal sect. It's a mercy he didn't tear off the mask just now. Let's go. Li family right now is not someone we can afford to offend. Humph, let's see how long he can stay proud. In this operation against the Wen family, the two clans lost many men, but in the end, all the benefits went straight into the Li family's pocket. All they could do was be angry but silent. In a side chamber of the Li estate, candles flickering after the guests had just left, an elder quietly warned, Clan head, aren't we moving too fast? This conflict is far from over. Li Sheng smiled faintly, his gaze steady. I don't need them anymore. I didn't tear off the mask, already left them a way out. If they don't agree, let them try. The elder still worried. Is Lin Chen really safe returning to the city? My son is now a true disciple of the refining soul sect, equal in status to Lin Chen. Li Sheng flicked his sleeve and stood with confidence. Besides, he has already broken into the refining martial realm. A mere Lin Chen is nothing to worry about. 5 years ago, the Li family lost the top champion spot. Li Sheng devoted all family resources to sending his only son into the Immortal sect, enduring hardship for 5 years, until today. His goal has never been just to be the top in Beijing, but to be the king of the 7 northern cities. The next day, North City, Lifeng Pavilion. The morning mist had yet to clear when hurried footsteps sounded outside the tea house. Wen Lan and her daughter Wen Wanyu entered, supporting each other as they hurried straight to a private room on the second floor. The mother and daughter looked exhausted from their journey, but wasted no time catching their breath before speaking. Sister, the old master is dying. He wants you to come back and see him one last time. Lin Chen was pouring tea for his mother Wen Qin and remained calm upon hearing this, as if he had already anticipated it all. Wen Qin's fingers trembled, but she still shook her head through gritted teeth. I have nothing more to do with the Wen family. You two should go back. To her, this felt like another desperate ploy by the Wens to use Lin Chen to turn things around. Her voice choked with sorrow. Wen Lan showed no pretense. Sister, every word is true. The old master's final wish is to see you and Chen. My grandfather's condition is grave, won't last much longer, Wen Wanyu said quickly, eyes red. Beneath her stern exterior, the old master was still family to her. Now that his life hung by a thread, even the strongest couldn't hold on. Wen Qin's chest heaved. Blood ties proved hard to sever. Lin Chen spoke softly. Mother, we should go back. He had already noticed the cumulative toll of his grandfather's secret injuries. They had drained him, but never expected that his own troubles hastened the decline. Given this reassurance, Wen Qin's hesitation vanished. All right, we'll return to the Wen estate. The Wen estate, once grand and flourishing, it now sat nearly deserted. As Lin Chen and his mother stepped into the alley, they saw servants hurriedly packing valuables and scattering. Once the old master, a semi-step Sangsha-level martial artist and pillar of the clan, had passed or fallen, the Wen family had no hope left. Those servants had been harshly punished earlier by the family head to assert authority, but now no one dared stop the scattering. Crowds gathered outside the old master's courtyard, faces reflecting a range of emotions. The moment Lin Chen and his mother appeared, a wave of restrained anger swept through the kin. The third elder's face flushed with embarrassment, but swallowed his questions under Lin Chen's fierce gaze. How dare you show your face? If it weren't for you mother and son, the old master wouldn't have ended like this, and the Wen family wouldn't have fallen. Someone sharply rebuked. Shut up. Head of the family Wen Liang barked, suppressing the resentment, then sighed deeply and gestured to Lin Chen and his mother. Go inside. With the family head's tacit approval, the crowd, though resentful, dared not speak further. Inside, the bitter stench of medicine filled the room. By the bedside, the old master's eyes fluttered open slightly. His chest rose and fell with great effort, clinging to his last breath. No miracle drug could save this worn-out body now. Lin Chen noticed fresh purple bruises spreading across his grandfather's chest, a sure sign of recent struggle. The old injuries hadn't healed, and the new ones left no hope. Xiaoqin, you're here, the old master's voice was hoarse. Father. Wen Qin rushed to his side, tears streaming uncontrollably. His gaze was heavy, as if haunted by old grievances. If only you had listened to me back then. Father, it's all in the past now, Wen Qin sobbed. 20 years have passed. Don't you resent him? His tone softened, but carried a persistent longing he couldn't let go. Qiner held no regrets. As she spoke, she glanced once more at Lin Chen. The old man's hatred was unbearable. 20 years of devotion, 20 years of companionship, what had it all amounted to in the end? By his sickbed, old Master Wen's chest rose and fell violently, his head full of silver hair, eyes filled with sorrow and rage. The pale veins on the back of his hand stood out, yet he forced himself to sit up, as if desperate to pour out the 2 decades of bitterness weighing on his heart. Father, please don't say any more. Wen Qin leaned down to support him, her voice trembling. Chenya's cultivation is still strong. He's a disciple of the immortal sect. He will definitely be able to save you. In that moment, the long-standing barrier between father and daughter seemed to quietly dissolve. She looked into her father's eyes, tears welling up no matter what. This stubborn old man was still her father. Yet for that one person, they had held a grudge for 20 years. Old Master Wen took a breath and looked up at the young man, standing not far away. Still here? Good. That puts my mind at ease. I know my own body well enough. He gave a bitter smile and cast his gaze on Lin Chen. Besides, my little grandson might hate me to death. Hate me for neglecting you and your mother all these years. Lin Chen's expression was complex, but he said nothing. The old man's gaze then rested on Wen Qin. She choked back a sob and shook her head. Father, you don't have to explain. Qin understands. I know it was you who quietly helped my sister and me all along. You arranged for Aunt Wu to look after us. Without your protection, Qin Yu and I would have long been condemned by the world. Before she could finish, she broke down in tears. Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock. None of this was known to him. So this seemingly cold grandfather had been secretly caring for them all along? Mom, what exactly happened? Child, come here. Old Master Wen beckoned with a weak hand. Lin Chen stepped to the bedside, his heart heavy seeing the once vigorous man's life flickering like a candle in the wind. Can you call me Grandpa? The old man seemed to gather all his strength just to speak the words. Lin Chen pressed his lips together, his Adam's apple moving, but no sound came. Looks like you still hate your grandpa. The old man sighed deeply. I hate too. That bastard gone for 20 years, left you and your mother in Beijing. How could I not hate him? Father, please stop. Wen Qin gripped his hand tightly. The old man's eyes softened somewhat. Qinyu's grown now, but sadly I won't be there to hold your comingafage ceremony. If your mother hadn't mentioned it, I would have told you myself once you returned home to one. Lin Chen, do you really know your father? Or even your mother? Lin Chen froze. When he was young, he often asked his mother about his father. She always said he was a hero who stood tall in the world. But when he pressed why his father never came to protect them, she said his father was far away and one day would come back for them. As he grew older, he stopped asking, knowing this topic cut deeper than any wound. At night, she would turn away silently weeping. In Lin Chen's heart, the man called father was the one who made his mother cry and left him to face cold stares. A man who abandoned his wife and child, leaving behind only hatred. Old Master One, what exactly is going on? Lin Chen bit his lip and demanded. Speak, Qin. The old man turned his gaze to his daughter. Wen Qin gave a bitter smile. He's grown up now. There are things he should know. Encouraged, Old Master Wen said to Lin Chen. Qinyu, do you know your mother was once the most dazzling beauty of Beijing? Your mother was a peak powerhouse of the heavenly realm. As the words fell, it was like a thunderclap in Lin Chen's mind. His thoughts roared like a tempest, his heart shaken to its core. Mothera, a formidable Tianjing expert? And not just any, but at the very peak of Tianjing. This revelation left Lin Chen unable to let it go for a long time. He instinctively turned to look at the beautiful woman sitting by the window, her pale blue dress gentle and simple, her face serene with the quiet of passing years. It was hard to connect such an unassuming figure with the legendary one step to immortality, supreme warrior. Tianjing peaked literally, when Yili's hoarse yet resolute voice came from the sickbed. Your mother was just one step away from ascending to the immortal realm. Boom like thunder shaking his soul, Lin Chen's mind reeled. Mother wasn't just a Tianwu or some so-called Tianzuan. She was Tianjing peak. Only one step from breaking into the immortal domain. What happened 20 years ago to reduce such a person to obscurity? Suppressing the storm of emotions rising within, he looked again at the frail old man by the bedside. The slanting sunlight caught the man's graying temples, casting a shine that made the deep-seated hatred carved into his expression all the more stark. That's not a secret, Wen Yili said calmly. Everyone in Beijing knows. Because of that, many in the Wen family resent your mother. Back then, she had the power to elevate the Wen family to true greatness. But one moment of weakness led to a grave mistake in the situation today. Taking a deep breath, Wen Yili seemed to unfurl a long-lost scroll. Actually, from the day you were born, I saw you possessed a heaven-grade martial vein. It's not surprising you are the child of her and that man. As the past was unveiled, the air seemed to freeze. Lin Chen's throat tightened. His voice was rough as he asked, Mother, what exactly happened? Your cultivation. He understood that the woman before him was now just a normal mortal, without even a trace of true qi. Such a once world-shaking power, how could it simply vanish? Who could deliver such a crushing blow to a Tianjing peak? Because of that man. The old man suddenly raised his voice. Your mother gave him everything, but he deceived her and stole her martial vein and cultivation. At these words, when Yili's eyes burned with boundless hatred, Lin Chen clenched his fists, not sure whether sorrow or rage was stronger inside him. We warned her back then, but she was lost in love and couldn't see clearly. That guy utterly ungrateful. Before he finished, the old man suddenly coughed violently, blue veins bulging on his hand. Wen Qin gently stroked her father's back, saying, Father, it's not like that. Not like that. Wen Yili shouted. Then how do you explain your lost cultivation? The stolen martial vein? He vanished for 20 years, and you never mentioned a word. I warned you not to let that man stay in the Wen family. If you hadn't insisted on saving him, would we be in this mess now? You took Lin Chen and endured 20 years of suffering alone. Isn't that enough pain from him? And you still defend him? Wen Qin, get a grip. His scolding echoed through the room, the air thick with tension. Wen Qin lowered her head for a moment before meeting her father and son's eyes with a look filled with both apology and resolute calm. Father, it's not like that. There are things I can't tell you. He never betrayed me. Then tell us. Why did he disappear for 20 years? Why did you lose your cultivation? Your son is right here, don't you think you should explain? When Yili slammed his hand on the bed rail, his face dark with anger, Wen Qin only looked at Lin Chen. Her lips trembled, her voice barely above a whisper but filled with unwavering conviction. Fan Gun never betrayed me. He has reasons he couldn't share. What kind of unbearable hardship could there be to abandon one's wife for 20 years? Inside the Wen family ancestral hall, the flickering light of a dim, eternal lamp cast trembling shadows. The old man on the sickbed spoke with a hoarse yet fiery voice. Not once in these 20 years did he return to the Wen family. No one even knows where you and your child have been. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his chest heaving violently, but his gaze remained fixed on his daughter, who knelt at the bedside. On my deathbed, I never imagined you would still defend that man. Wen Qin's words caught in her throat as tears fell and splattered on the cold stone floor. Don't deceive yourself anymore. and don't deceive the child. The old man raised a trembling hand, pointing to the young boy beside them. He's grown now, his voice softened, filled with endless regret. Mother, is it really like that? Lin Chen stepped forward, his eyes burning with rage. He didn't need details. The old man's words were enough to ignite a deep hatred toward the man claiming to be his father. Son, that's not true. Wen Qin shook her head desperately. Your father truly had no choice. Then where is he? Why did he leave you alone in Northern City and never come back for 20 years? Lin Chen's voice echoed through the empty ancestral hall. Did he ever really love you? A man like that, is he worthy to be a husband or a father? Years ago, his mother called his father a hero, but now that sounded like the cruelest irony. Chainer, Wen Qin, usually gentle, raised her head sharply, her gaze fiercer than ever. Anyone can question your father except you. Then tell Muho, is he? Where is he? Why won't he see us? Lin Chen pressed on relentlessly. Wen Qin was silent for a long moment before softly asking, Chainer, do you trust your mother? Lin Chen nodded firmly. If I can't trust you, then who can I trust? So please, don't ask anymore, okay? Mother, I'm not a child anymore. Do I not even have the right to know who my father is? His tone calm, but the anger inside barely contained. 20 years she didn't even know his father's name or what he looked like. I want to know the truth. Wen Qin looked into her son's stubborn eyes, wiping her tears, her voice trembling yet clear. No matter what, don't doubt your father. I've never regretted staying by his side. I only regret not being strong enough to keep holding on to him. If it wasn't so you could be born safely, I would never have let him leave. But I still want to know what kind of man my father really is. Lin Chen stood his ground. Wen Qin pressed her lips together, quietly asking herself, are you truly ready to accept everything? I don't want to lose you, so please, don't ask anymore. Mother, Lin Chen took a deep breath. Suddenly, a pale blue light erupted from his palm, sharp energy sweeping through the room. I've already stepped onto the path of the immortal way. If it's just a matter of strength, give me a year and I will enter the heavenly martial realm. Behind him, a terrifying soul form materialized, the spiritual energy in the hall instantly condensing. A Dao soul? Both the old man and Wen Qin exclaimed, their faces filled with shock. Lin Chen withdrew the Dao soul, his tone deepening. I did have some problems a month ago, but now, I'm stronger than ever. For 15 years, I was labeled a bastard, never asked questions because I didn't want to hurt you. But now, I have to know who my father is. Silence fell over the ancestral hall once again. The flickering candlelight revealed Wen Qin's weary, yet gentle profile. She closed her eyes, seemingly wrestling with invisible memories. Finally, she raised her gaze to her son. Her voice echoed with the weight of time. Your father was a hero who stood tall and proud above all. As his mother spoke, a long-buried chapter of the past unfolded before Lin Chen's eyes. 25 years ago, that was the day Lin Chen's parents met for the first time. Back then, just like Lin Chen now, they were both under 20, full of youthful ambition. Lin Fan, the father, was handsome with a warm, sunny gaze. Yet beneath that lay an unbreakable iron will. His mother, Wen Qin, was fiercely proud, hailed across Beizhou as an untouchable female martial god admired and feared by countless prodigies. Their first encounter happened during an expedition. Wen Qin was trapped by cult fanatics. The long street ran red with blood, danger everywhere. Lin Fan arrived out of nowhere, striking down the killers with one palm and saving her. There was no love at first sight. Instead, their strong personalities clashed sharply. Their words sparred like blades, and neither liked the other. But over several chance meetings, whether fighting enemies together or escaping side by side, facing life and death trials repeatedly, forged an unbreakable bond between them. Their feelings developed naturally, and they became lovers. At that time, Lin Fan was a disciple of the holy sect in Zhongzhou's sacred city, gifted beyond compare and hailed as the next holy son. Wen Qin was the undisputed top prodigy of Beizhou, her glory crowned by the title female martial god. Their statuses matched, and their epic story quickly turned them into the legendary couple admired throughout the land. Yet fate proved unkind to their love. For Wen Qin, Lin Fan was willing to give up the holy son title. He publicly rejected a marriage alliance with a certain holy maiden inside the sacred city, sparking a sensational war across Jiuzhou. 9 near-immortal warriors perished in the battle. Lin Fan was gravely wounded and nearly died. Wen Qin risked everything to bring him back to Beiqing, nursing him back to health with care. The 3 years of peace in Beiqing were like a tranquil poem. But everything shattered after a sudden letter arrived 3 years later. After reading it, the couple hurried back to Zhongzhou. Less than 2 years later, Wen Qin returned alone. The once unrivaled Beizhou prodigy appeared now as an ordinary woman, her powers lost, and carrying Lin Fan's child in her womb. Soon after, Lin Chen was born. But Wen Qin's stubborn choices caused great resentment among the Wen family, having fallen from prodigy status and lost the bloodline's honor. Even bearing a son could not regain their approval. Mother, what really happened in those 2 years? Lin Chen sensed all the turmoil started with that letter. The old Wen patriarch slammed down his teacup, his eyes heavy with bitterness. He's no hero. He's Jia's shame, a coward, a deserter, not worthy to be my daughter's husband. Lin Chen clenched his fists, but his mother's eyes held only sorrow. That year, the world trembled and rivers shifted. People called it the year of calamity. 20 years ago, a cataclysm struck Jiuzhou, and countless cultivators rushed to battle. Many powerful warriors sacrificed their lives to seal away the abyss, bringing brief peace. The old man's voice cut sharply. Your so-called father was there too, but he fled the battlefield. No. Wen Qin choked back tears as she looked at Lin Chen. Your father is Lin Fan, my Fan Ji. He gave his life to guard the abyss and protect this world's peace. He was for meds a hero. The words hung in the air, and Wen Qin fell silent for a long moment, her shoulders trembling as tears finally broke free. Mother, what really happened in the abyss? Is he really gone? Lin Chen asked quietly, sensing from her grief the worst possible truth. Wen Qin shook her head, sobbing uncontrollably. I don't know. That day, he rushed in to save them all without hesitation. But they were jealous. They hated him. They slandered the savior of all living beings. Your father is a deserter, a coward. They branded him the shame of Jiuzhou. It's not like that. To stop the abyssal demon from wreaking havoc on the human world, your father used his own flesh and blood as a vessel to seal the abyssal lair. This sacrifice brought peace to the world for all these years. But as soon as that fierce battle ended, his opponent stole all the credit and slandered him as a deserter. Your father's trusted spear was nailed to the walls of the sacred city of Zhongzhou, covered in bright red paint spelling the word shame for all to see. He wanted everyone to believe that the hero who suppressed the abyss was actually a coward. After the abyssal turmoil ended, the sacred maiden of Zhongzhou who once admired your father took action herself. She stripped your mother Wen Qin of her cultivation without killing her, leaving only the words let you live worse than death before walking away. Your father bore the disgrace of being called a deserter, your mother became broken and powerless, and the entire sacred city bore that blood-stained iron spear as a mark of shame. That night, after hearing your mother's story, your chest felt as if it were ripped open with a sharp blade. Clenching your fists until your knuckles turned white, your eyes bloodshot with rising fury and murderous intent, you said, Mother, who hurt you? Who falsely accused father? My foolish child, it's all in the past. Wen Qin raised a trembling hand to stroke your face, her voice weak from years of damaged meridians. Your father was a man who could stand tall and proud. I have realized without seeing his body with my own eyes. Who can say for sure he's truly dead? In life, you want to see the person. In death, you want the corpse. Whether it takes 10 years or 100, I will wait. You recalled how 5 years ago, when you left home, your mother held your hand and quietly wished only for your safety, hoping you would live an ordinary life. But now, your rage was impossible to calm. Mother, don't worry. One day, I will set foot in Zhongzhou, clear father's name, and avenge you. That spear, I will take it back with my own hands. Your vow thundered through the room, causing the lamp flames to flicker. Your chest heaved with emotion, and in that moment, the words go to Zhongzhou seared into your very soul, becoming an unbreakable obsession. In the corner, the old man Wen Ili had remained silent all this time, but suddenly looked up with complicated eyes. For years, he had resented Lin Fan for stealing his daughter and ruining her life, even blaming his grandson Lin Chen. Now, with the truth revealed, his long-held grudges seemed to collapse at once. So that's how it was, ha ha ha. Who would have thought? The old man laughed bitterly, full of regret. For 20 years, I misunderstood that boy, and caused you too so much suffering. His chest rose and fell erratically as his breath grew uneven. Seeing this, you hurried forward but felt as if his life was like a candle flickering in the wind. Don't bother. I know my own body. When Ili raised a hand to stop you, his voice aged but tender in a way you had never heard before. Xiao Chun, I hated him, so I ended up hating you too. Do you blame me? You shook your head. You understood your grandfather's pain came from not wanting his daughter to suffer. Then would you call me grandson? Grandson, you whispered. All right, all right. Wen Ili laughed heartily. The son-in-law of Wen Ili is no coward, and my grandson is no weakling, ha. His laughter echoed as his chest slowly stilled. The old man laughed, then quietly passed away. When Lin Chen and his mother came out of the room to inform the entire Wen family, no one shouted at them this time. Even uncles Wen Liang, who had always been cold and distant in Lin Chen's memory, simply glanced at them quietly for a moment without any reproach. Eldest brother, I want to observe 7 days of mourning for our father. This was a customary rule, and also Wen Qin's deeply held wish. Wen Liang's gaze lingered on the mother and son for a long moment. Then he nodded firmly. Understood. Soon after, the news of the old master's passing spread from Wen Liang's mouth and quickly swept across the entire northern city. For the Wen family, it was like snow in Junean icy chill that instantly settled deep into everyone's hearts. Wen Ili, once a rare half-step grandmaster among the northern city martial artists, held a status in the mortal world akin to that of a king. Now, the old man had finally completed his life amid regret and acceptance. The Wen family held an extremely simple funeral. Lin Chen wore mourning clothes and knelt among the family members. In the flickering candlelight of the ancestral hall, he listened sincerely for the first time to his grandfather's past. His grandfather began practicing martial arts at 5, reached the 7th tier by 10, and broke through to the 9th tier by 15. Full of youthful pride, he offended a fellow cultivator who shattered his dantian, destroying his hopes of becoming a grandmaster. Yet with relentless determination, he dragged his cultivation back to half-step grandmaster, single-handedly supporting the vast Wen family, allowing hundreds of clansmen to hold their heads high. Among all the stories the old man shared, what he was most proud of was when Lin Chen's mother. As the Taoist priest chanted the memorial rites, it felt as if Lin Chen was transported back to his grandfather's era. When the ceremony ended, waves of grieving cries rose and fell, not feigned sobbing, because with the old master gone, the Wen family had lost their main pillar, almost overwhelmed by crushing waves. On the first day of mourning, when Liang summoned Lin Chen privately, "Head of the family, is there something you wish to discuss?" Lin Chen looked up. Although touched by his grandfather's passing, he still harbored no affection for the Wen family. Despite the blood ties, he and his mother had never felt warmth living in this mansion. When Liang fixed his gaze on him, "Your cultivation remains intact, right? You're still a disciple of the Xuanshan sect." Lin Chen said nothing. Since his return on the Cloud Crane, when Wan Yu hadn't hidden anything, and when Liang was head of the family, secrets were impossible to keep. If when Liang asked him to act now, he wasn't sure he'd refuse. But when Liang said, "The old master will be buried in 5 days. You, your mother, and the Wan Yu family leave the northern city together." Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, had expected his uncle to ask him to fight for the Wen family. "You think you can settle things in the northern city?" he tested. When Liang laughed heartily. "In the past 5 years, the Wen family has grown stronger under your name. The Li family thinks victory is assured. Maybe they hold the upper hand now, but do you think you'll let them win easily?" Before he finished speaking, a tremendous aura suddenly surged from Wen Liang's body. A grandmaster? Lin Chen sensed the presence. Among cultivators, the power of a soul-refining realm master corresponded to a martial arts grandmaster, the pinnacle of combat strength in the mortal world's perspective. When Liang raised his hand, signaling his followers to withdraw, then smiled faintly. "Thanks to your care over these past 5 years, all the resources of Qibei City are now firmly in the hands of the Wen family. With such a foundation, if we still can't cultivate a grandmaster, wouldn't that just mean the Wen family is useless?" His tone was casual, but a deep worry lingered in his eyes. Lin Chen remained silent. He knew Wen Liang was already a grandmaster, yet the heavy concern in his gaze was unmistakable. Curiosity got the better of him. A martial arts grandmaster is enough to be the leader. Even the 3 great families of the northern city joined forces. Surely, they can't pose a real threat to you, right? Wen Liang shook his head and sighed. Remember Li Xingyun? The infamous troublemaker of the northern city. In Lin Chen's memory, a reckless, arrogant youth came to mind. In earlier days, among the younger generation of the northern city, Li Xingyun was the one everyone feared most. When Liang continued, "He's now an intersect disciple of the 5th-rank soul-refining sect, Lianhuan sect." A 5th-rank sect, Lianhuan sect. Among the 4 great states of the northern wilderness, the northern territory was the weakest. The top sect, there was the 5th-rank Xiantian sect, where Lin Chen cultivated. Except for a few, most sects were 6th or 7th rank, with many 8th and 9th ranks scattered around. Truly reaching the 5th rank was rare enough to be counted on one's hands. Xiantian was considered one of the northern wilderness overlords, and Lianhun's heritage almost rivaled it. Lin Chen had personally slain several Lianhuan sect prodigies in the past. Becoming an intersect disciple meant Li Xingyun had at least stepped into the refined martial realm. No wonder when Liang, despite his grandmaster rank, lacked full confidence. "What will happen to the Wen family?" Lin Chen asked. He hadn't been involved in the leadership struggle and had since distanced himself from these worldly conflicts after joining the sect. When Liang was silent for a long moment, frowning deeply. Ahead, the 3 northern city families glare hungrily. Behind us, the Li family's ambition runs deep. And now you've offended the Marquis of Jinbei. His voice trailed off, hope completely drained. In his eyes, even if Lin Chen maintained his past strength, it would only buy the Wen family a few more years. Lin Chen was about to respond when furious shouts broke out from outside the hall. "Old Li, you bastard. What the hell are you doing? That's my father's coffin, you're not even human." Both Lin Chen and Wen Liang's faces changed instantly as they rushed out. Before the ancestral hall, candle flames flickered amidst tensely drawn swords. When family members stood with reddened eyes on one side, while the northern city's 3 families, led by Li Sheng, stood opposite, brandishing torches, radiating intimidation. Most striking was their gift, a massive bronze bell taller than a person, cold and forbidding, placed right in the center of the hall as a grim symbol of sending off the dead. The old patriarch's remains had barely grown cold, and yet he was subjected to such disgrace. When Liang's voice was firm and low, "Li Sheng, what do you intend to do?" The 3rd elder flew into a rage. "Big brother, this bastard wants to open the coffin and verify the corpse, claiming the old master is feigning death. opening the coffin to verify the body. Wen Liang's fury boiled within, yet he forced himself to keep calm. He knew this was just a tactic to publicly humiliate the Wen family. Masterly, if you've come to pay respects, I, Wen Liang, will welcome you. But the deceased must be respected. If you persist in desecrating my father's remains. Wen Liang took a single step forward, and his vital energy surged like thunder, his voice booming. Today, even if the Wen family is shattered to pieces, we will make the Li family pay the price. As he spoke, the energy within him raged fiercely, his roar echoing like thunder. All-out war, destruction for all, no matter the cost. The determination of the Wen family stunned the heads of the three clans. Inside the mourning hall, white curtains hung low, incense smoke curling in the air. Yet Li Sheng wore a contemptuous expression as he flicked off his sleeve and stepped forward. All-out war? Huh. Does your Wen family even deserve that? Today, I'm here out of respect for the elder Wen's semi-master level, just to pay my respects with an incense stick. But your third Wen son barks madly like a wild dog. Do you think I, Li Sheng, would lose my dignity? Besides, are you sure the old man is really dead? Before he finished, a cold laugh burst from him. His true energy surged violently toward the coffin as he raised his palm, aiming to pry it open and verify the body. Hold! Wen Liang shouted, rushing forward to intercept with a palm strike. The two powerful energies collided midair with a deafening explosion, shaking the curtains violently. Master level? Both were taken aback. All four families in Beijing turned pale. The heads of the Shao and Sun clans had long known Li Sheng had advanced, but they never expected Wen Liang to have also reached the master realm. Hatred flashed quickly in Li Sheng's eyes. His own breakthrough came by his son's alchemist pill, a shortcut, whereas Wen Liang's overwhelming true energy clearly came from hard cultivation on a proper path. Wen Liang's heart stirred too, outwardly calm, but worry flickered beneath. Despite his slight edge in realm, the Li family still had Li Xingyun holding stead, meaning the Wen family's road forward was uncertain. My old master's funeral day is not a time for bloodshed, Wen Liang said, pointing toward the door. Take your dogs and get out. Li Sheng looked up and laughed lightly. Well said, Wen Liang. The last round of the chief contest fight is in one day. I hope you're still this tough then. He flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Wait. A cold voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Everyone looked toward the sound, seeing Lin Chen step forward from the crowd. His white robe was set against the pale lantern light, each step heavy, as if compressing the very air. Li Sheng squinted, sizing him up. You must be that sect deserter, Lin Chen? What advice do you have? I am a master. My son is an inner disciple of Lin Huan's sect. Even if you're still in Xiantian's sect, you're no threat to me. Lin Chen met his gaze, voice as cold as a distant star. Let the dead rest. You disturb my grandfather's spirit and expect to walk away unscathed? Li Sheng shrugged disdainfully. What is your aim, Lin Gongzi? Kneel. Lin Chen shouted, his voice rolling like a wave that sent chills through everyone. Li Sheng threw his head back and laughed. Kneel to that old man. Even Wen Liang won't say your Wen family deserves that. Lin Chen's voice grew colder. I said kneel. Without hesitation, Lin Chen flashed forward, standing right before him. Before anyone could react, a fierce kick landed squarely on his right leg, instantly shattering it. Li Sheng was on high alert, his heart pounding with anxiety. The intimidating aura Lin Chen had just unleashed left him completely deflated, too scared even to resist. The moment his right leg gave out, he let out a muffled groan and dropped to one knee, his face as pale as paper. Lin Chen, you're damn well asking for death. Li Sheng roared in fury. Before he could finish, a heavy kick slammed down again. The martial master Li Sheng collapsed to both knees, trembling all over. Lin Chen grabbed him abruptly and forced him down before the old master's spirit hall. Kneel. Kowtow, he ordered coldly. Like hell I will. Li Sheng gritted his teeth in refusal, his whole body shaking. Lin Chen, I'm the head of the Li family, and my son Li Xingyun is an inner disciple of the Lin Huan sect. You've humiliated me today, but you'll pay for this 100-fold. Li Sheng shouted furiously, struggling against Lin Chen. Old man, Li Lao go, kowtow to you. Lin Chen mocked, slapping him hard, pressing down on Li Sheng's head. With a loud crack from below, the wooden floor splintered as Li Sheng's skull shattered, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Chen's heavy palm pressed down like a hammer, slamming his head back and forth 3 times. Li Sheng's eyes turned white, blood staining half his face. Still, he clung to his last shred of consciousness, burning with hatred. Lin Chen and the Wen family. Very well, very well. If I don't destroy your Wen family, they'll never live as a man. Then just be a good dog, Lin Chen retorted coldly. He threw a brutal punch, smashing Li Sheng's head deep into the crack on the floor. Blood gushed out from the fissure. The onlookers swallowed hard, stunned by Lin Chen's ruthless ferocity. The Wen family members felt a grim satisfaction, but couldn't hide their worry. Li Sheng's hatred for the Wen family had reached a deadly peak. This would be difficult to handle. Take this dog away. If you move fast, he might still live, Lin Chen said coldly, then grabbed Li Sheng roughly, tossing him into the midst of the 3 families. By now, Li Sheng's face was unrecognizable, his flesh mangled beyond form, his life hanging by a thread. The heads of the Shao and Sun families stood frozen, shocked, speechless. Lin Chen, you're dead meat. My young master will never forgive you, you're finished. Someone from the Li family snapped out of shock, pointing and shouting at Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't hold back. With a heavy slap, he struck the Li family members down, their souls shattered and their bodies vanishing without a trace. Go tell Li Xingyun. I'm waiting for him at the Wen family. Afraid he's got no guts to come looking for trouble. As long as I'm here, the Wen family will remain number one. If anyone in Beijing or the entire 7 North region objects, tell them to come find me, Lin Chen. His voice was icy. Now get lost. You want to eat at the Wen family's table? You're not worthy. Get out. The two family heads, still in shock, hoisted Li Sheng and fled in disgrace. In an instant, the great hall fell into a deathly silence. The Wen family looked at Lin Chen in stunned disbelief. Someone whispered, "Kid, talk like that and you'll ignite the wrath of the 7 North. The Wen family can't afford that kind of trouble." Lin Chen's decisiveness and ruthlessness thrilled the Wen family, but his actions undoubtedly set the entire 7 North region ablaze, pushing the Wen family into the eye of the storm. This conflict had made powerful enemies everywhere, and fear and suspicion clouded every face in the family. I don't have time to deal with all of you one by one. If anyone's not satisfied, come and see me. Lin Chen's eyes were icy. I'm not afraid of anything. Having learned about his parents' past and confirmed his father's identity, Lin Chen's attitude completely changed. There was no time to waste. Anyone who opposed him would be crushed until they surrendered completely. So you bunch of worthless fools just stood by and watched my father die at the hands of the Wen family. What use are you to me? Violent true energy surged and churned within him. The Li family guards who had just escaped from the Wen estate were all under his blazing gaze, falling one after another, their bodies hitting the ground like broken dolls. Atop the main hall, Li Xingyan's cold eyes swept across the two clan heads before him. His tone was calm, yet carried a deep, ominous threat. Apologies for making fools of ourselves in front of you. The two clan heads' faces changed, their hearts skipping a beat as they met Li Xingyan's murderous glare. Privately, they were glad they hadn't brought their clansmen along this time, otherwise, they too would likely be caught up as scapegoats for Li's rage. Only in his early 20s, Li Xingyun was 2 years older than Lin Chen, standing tall and statuesque in the deep blue robes of an inner sect disciple of the refining soul sect. His eyes rested on the cold corpse lying on the floor, Li Sheng, his own father. Yet no sorrow showed in his gaze. After all, cultivators must first sever worldly attachments. Still, Li Sheng was his father, no matter what. What fueled his rage even more was the fact that the one who killed his father was Lin Chen, the very same Lin Chen he had once dismissed as useless and bullied relentlessly. 5 years ago, when Lin Chen became a disciple of the Xuani sect, Li Xingyun swore he would never lose to him. He trained hard and eventually became an inner sect disciple of the refining soul sect. Though his innate talent was only upper-level martial meridian grade, his destiny was exceptional. On many trials, he luckily obtained a miraculous spirit fruit of cosmic creation, which transformed his body and caused his cultivation to skyrocket. Now he not only was an inner sect disciple, but also accepted an elder as his master. Returning triumphantly this time, Li Xingyun stayed in northern city amidst upheaval in the northern Xian kingdom, waiting for news of rumored treasures. Young Master Li, Lin Chen has gone too far, the two clan heads whispered conspiratorially, barely hiding their glee. They wanted nothing more than to see Li Xingyun and Lin Chen tear each other apart, so they could profit in the shadows. Li Xingyun was silent for a long moment, then let out a cold laugh. Lin Chen dares to proclaim himself the ruler of the 7 northern cities? Does he think he's fearless? Yes, young Master Li. He's already been cast out by his sect, lower than even a menial disciple, they respectfully replied. Good. I want to see what qualifications this worthless fool has to be so arrogant. Li Xingyan's eyes cut like blades as he turned to the clan heads. I need you to do me a favor. The two men's eyes gleamed. Young Master Li, our forces are limited, we might. No matter. Use my name. Li Xingyan's voice was firm. As an inner sect true heir of the refining soul sect, I carry weight. Then it's settled. They clapped their hands eagerly. This time, the Wen family will be utterly destroyed, and Lin Chen's name will be ruined. Do as you will. The Li family will not receive visitors today. Li Xingyun waved them off coldly. The two clan heads left reluctantly as Li Xingyan's gaze grew colder than a blade. Lin Chen, I hope you're worthy of this fight. Soon after, the entire Li clan in northern city was wiped out, corpses everywhere. News of Li Sheng's death at Wen hands spread swiftly, shocking everyone. While the city reeled from the shock, a voice rang out across the 7 northern cities, Lin Chen announcing his challenge to all the strongest in the region, boldly claiming none could defeat him. He even proclaimed the truth of the ruler. Among the 7 cities, the Wen family alone deserves supremacy. These words instantly pushed the already shaky Wen family into the eye of the storm. The 7 northern cities refers to 7 cities in the northern realm, of which Northern City is one of the 8 ancient capitals and called the foremost of the 7. Though its leader cannot directly govern the other 6, it receives resources from all 7 annually to maintain stability and protection. The story stands at a knife's edge, undercurrents swirling who will seize control over the merciless and unpredictable 7 northern cities. In the past, the Wen family held Lin Chen as the stalwart of Xintian sect, so no one dared to rebel. But since Lin Chen's downfall, the Wen family's prestige has plummeted, and now the Li family is poised to take control. The families of the 7 northern cities had originally accepted that the 4 great clans of the northern city would eventually battle to decide the victorate was just a matter of waiting for the outcome. Yet, none expected Lin Chen's words to ignite the fury of the younger generation across the 7 North region. Over the past 5 years, in pursuit of maximum gain, the youth from each city have pledged themselves to sects although not as prestigious as Xintian sect, where Lin Chen once belonged. They have nonetheless aligned with 9th, 8th, or even 7th grade sections. Beiyuan City Wu family. In the main hall, the young master of the Wu family slammed his fist down on the table, face flushed with anger. Father, this Lin Chen is too arrogant. Even after being reduced to a sect menial, he still dares to act so brazenly? Don't be impulsive, the Wu patriarch waved him off. What do the affairs of the 4 northern city families have to do with us? But Li Xingyun is already a genuine disciple of a 5th grade sect, and it's said he's the one leading this. If we stay out of it, won't we offend them? The patriarch's gaze sharpened as he turned to an elder relative. 4th brother, what about the other 5 families' stance? They're just waiting for older brother's signal. The patriarch pondered briefly. We were going to send people to the final martial contest anyway. This time, let's make a show of force. Son, you're now a disciple of a celestial sect. Take lead of this northern city expedition. But remember, safety first. Understood. Similar conversations were playing out simultaneously within the great families across the 7 cities, as crowds surged like a tide, converging on Beijing. Jinbei Marquis residence, 7 North region. You worthless fools. A bunch of trash. Zhang Yunji, heir to the Jinbei Marquis, kicked the long table with a loud bang, roaring at the escort guards who had fled back. Lin Chen's nothing but a sect cast-off, yet he dares to defy the Jinbei Marquis authority. Father, lend me the shadow guard, I'm going to Beijing myself. Enough noise. Zhang Long, the Jinbei Marquis, boomed. Though angry, he maintained his composure. Lin Chen was once a disciple of Xintian sect, everyone in Beijing respects him. What's there to fear? Zhang Yunji's eyes gleamed with ferocity. He's been expelled from the sect. Does the Zhang family fear him? Zhang Long ignored his son and turned to his daughter, Zhang Linglong. What do you think? Zhang Linglong, graceful and poised, bowed slightly. The Wen family accepted our family's formal betrothal gifts, but now they're reneging. We must make the Marquis estate's position clear. As for Lin Chen, Li Xingyun sent a personal letter earlier today. Father, all the answers you want are in there. She handed over the letter. Zhang Long read silently, then nodded. In that case, Linglong, are you willing to undertake this mission? Why not? She smiled faintly. Let's see what this former Xintian sect prodigy turned lowly menial has to brag about. If he truly has skill, our Marquis estate will show him respect. If not, he must swallow his pride and admit his faults. In a quieter tone, Zhang Long asked, and what of that matter? Don't worry. Brother, you will soon come to the Marquis estate to propose. Zhang Long clapped his hands together. Good. If this succeeds, the Zhang family need no longer worry about the faces of the great celestial sects in the northern frontier. Linglong, everything rests with you. I won't disappoint you. Sis, I'll go with you. Zhang Yunji urged. Zhang Linglong raised an elegant eyebrow. You? If you cause trouble, they'll break your legs. Promise you'll behave. Zhang Yunji answered eagerly, but inwardly vowed. Once in Beijing, Lin Chen would learn the consequences of offending the Jinbei Marquis. Thus, countless troops from the 7 northern cities streamed into Beijing, banners billowing and hooves like thunder. At dawn's first light, the battle for supremacy, the final confrontation would begin. Northern City, Wen family. Night hung heavily over the courtyard, the corridor lamps casting a faint glow. Wen Liang and the 3rd Wen brother stood side by side in the council hall. The people from the 7 North region have rushed to Northern City overnight, the 3rd Wen brother reported softly. I suppose they all went to the Li family. Yes, Wen Liang nodded. Li Sheng has died. Everyone is gathering to mourn him. It seems they no longer consider the Wen family important. The 3rd Wen brother shook his head. Not exactly. There are still some in the 7 North area who remain friendly to us, but fearing the Li family's current power, they only come quietly, pay their respects, then leave through the back. The flickering candlelight cast shadows, revealing the 3rd Wen brother's grave expression. Humph, they just don't want to tear the mask off so soon, Wen Liang sneered. Now that Lin Chen is willing to act, those people are like weather vanes. Besides, those showing up at the Wen house are only insignificant clan members. The real core figures are mostly with the Li family. Li Xingyun is a true heir of the soul-refining sect. He paused. And as for Lin Chen, it's no secret he was cast out from the Xianyuan sect. The The third Wen brother lowered his voice. Big brother, is that kid really capable? Whether he is or not doesn't matter. We've offended everyone by now. Wen Liang gave a wry smile. He desperately hoped Lin Chen could turn things around, but felt it unlikely. A breeze stirred the curtain in the corner. The third Wen brother sighed. Yes, it has come to this. But we can't just do nothing. Tomorrow, hide those in the clan who can't fight in the secret passages. If we lose, they can at least escape and preserve the Wen bloodline. There are still some children who refuse to leave, he added. In truth, this plan was already in his mind. But whether elders or youth, they all chose to stay even if the Wen family perished. None wanted to live a coward's life. Wen Liang's brow furrowed at this. Let fate decide. We never had confidence in the Northern City Champions' final battle. But the Wen family isn't spineless. We must never let anyone underestimate us. The third Wen brother suddenly remembered another matter. Big brother, the Duke of Northtown demands that we hand over Lin Chen, or else all consequences fall on the Wen family. Wen Liang's eyes darkened coldly. Ha, what did you say? I told them to go to hell. The third Wen brother slammed the table, voice defiant. We let one you marry down before, just to buy a chance at survival. Now that it's spiraling out of control, I've lost patience and kicked their people out. Wen Liang laughed softly. Well done. I didn't expect you had that backbone. The third Wen brother gave a bitter smile. Don't tease me. You think I wanted you to marry that bastard heir? You knew better than anyone the Wen family was desperate back then. I understand. Wen Liang nodded. Back then the Wen family was cornered. Now, with no way out, they might as well break everything apart. There would be no more backing down over Lin Chen. Enough. Go now. Wen Liang waved his hand. Maybe our nephew will surprise us yet. Lin Chen's image flickered in his mind after all. Lin Chen was that man's son. Let's hope so. The third Wen brother sighed and bowed before leaving. At this moment, on the tiled roof of the Wen family residence, the night wind swept over the ridge. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, quietly listening to every word below. So this is the divine consciousness technique? It really is amazing. He felt a trembling in his heart. From the soul monument came an ancient, calm voice. This time, you are only experiencing a taste. When you can refine the martial mansion, then you will truly be able to cultivate it. Thanks to the soul monument's power, Lin Chen had preemptively sensed the divine consciousness technique. This only strengthened his resolve to accelerate his training. Time was running out in North City. Now that all the clans from the 7 northern regions had gathered, Lin Chen had already made up his mind to settle everything decisively tomorrow once and for all. Night quickly gave way to dawn. The next day, the entire North City buzzed like a blazing bonfire. With noise and excitement swelling from early morning, each of the prominent families from the 7 northern regions arrived in full force. The final round of the Champions Battle would be fought today. The Champions Battle used a points system over multiple rounds. Though the Wen family had lost to the Li family in the last match, they still ranked second overall. If they could defeat the Li family today, Wen family would claim the championship again. But everyone knew this was nearly impossible. The Li family's strength, both in their own resources and allies, far exceeded the Wen family. Wen's defeat was widely assumed. At dawn in the Wen family manor, Wen Liang looked over the assembled team. Everyone ready? Ready, came the chorus of replies. Let's go. The procession departed in great numbers. Wen's third brother scanned the crowd nervously. Big brother, where's he? Lin Chen was nowhere to be seen. His heart tightened, fearing Lin Chen might flee before battle. If he intends to help us, he will appear, Wen Liang replied with conviction, though worry shadowed his brows. More feared was the possibility that the other 7 northern clans might be rallied by the Li family's call, spelling total destruction for the Wen family. At North City's central square, a towering fight platform stood tall. The schedule for the 3 matches had been posted. 1. Elders Duel. 2. Clan Leaders Duel. 3. Young Generation Representatives Duel. Initially, Lin Chen's grandfather had been slated to fight for the Wen elders, but the old man had passed. Now, the honor fell to the second elder, Lin Chen's second grandfather. The crowd roared around the square as representatives from all the notable families arrived. Wen's third brother spotted Zhang Linglong from the Zhenbei Marquis estate amidst the crowd and lowered his voice. Big brother, that's Zhang Linglong. I heard she's also a disciple of the Immortal sect. Farther off, the notorious playboy heir was laughing and chatting. The Wen family's faces grew graver. Threat of defeat would bring ruin to them. The Wen family can't win, someone whispered. Too soon to say. Li Cheng, the supreme master, was supposedly killed by Lin Chen, and Wen Liang has just stepped into the master realm, came the counter. Voices rose and fell in debate. Who's Lin Chen? Don't know, maybe one of those young one. Though their voices crashed like waves, few truly believed in the Wen family's chances. The referee called out loudly, since the Wen family is present, representatives, please mount the stage. Final round of the champions battle begins now. Wait. From the stands, a figure in blue rose. Zhang Linglong. Miss Linglong, what's your meaning? No lectures. Zhang Linglong's calm tone cut sharp. The Wen family unilaterally broke their promise and killed my Marquis advisor. Will the Wen family give the Marquis house an explanation? Before the champions battle even began, tensions soared. The Wen family's chest tightened with anger and helplessness. Wen Liang opened his mouth, but was cut off as a shadow dove like a hawk from above to land squarely in the center of the arena. An explanation? I was the one who killed your people. What explanation do you want from me? A figure landed onto the center of the highly anticipated arena. In an instant, the training ground fell completely silent, every eye fixed on the youth in the plain green robe. Lin Chen, what's that kid trying to do? Elder Wen's eyes widened in shock. Beside him, Wen Liang's expression darkened, clearly puzzled. Zhang Linglong stood beneath the arena, scrutinizing him closely. So you're Lin Chen? Aside from a reasonably handsome face, the boy wore no sect robes and emitted no formidable aura. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Lin Chen, the disciple the Xiantian sect selected 5 years ago? Huh. I thought he'd be some kind of martial prodigy, but he's just so ordinary. The boy once legendary across the northern wilderness had now become the subject of sighs and disappointment. At the edge of the crowd, Li Xingyun stood with his hands behind his back, a mocking smile breaking out as he scanned the scene. Soul refinement realm? I thought he could at least put up a fight. Turns out he's just a loser. The once promising genius is now an abandoned disciple. If there isn't a second in Beicheng, then in the last one left. On the arena, Lin Chen looked around, his eyes briefly resting on Zhang Linglong. Though he knew the northern Marquis estate controlled the 7 northern territories, he wasn't concerned. Head stepped forward voluntarily, simply out of impatiency, intended to settle everything in one go. You're Lin Chen. Zhang Yunji stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. That one family girl is already my official fiancée. How dare you interfere? Do you take me or the Marquis estate for fools? Lin Chen answered calmly. My sister doesn't want to marry. Is that reason enough? Doesn't want to marry? Zhang Yunji's face twisted in rage. Offend the Marquis estate? You think a few words will end this? Lin Chen chuckled softly, stepping to the center of the arena. His robes fluttered as his gaze swept across the crowd, lingering momentarily on Li Xingyan 3rd level of martial refinement hardly worth mentioning. Then he said in a low voice, enough talk. I've come for only one reason today. If any of you disagree, bring it on. His words sent a shockwave through Beicheng. Haha, a disgrace reduced to a servant dares to act so arrogantly? Scornful voices brimmed with deadly intent. Shadow guards, kill him. Zhang Yunji barked. Zhang Linglong remained silent. The challenge Lin Chen issued was no less than a declaration of war against the Marquis estate. Whoosh. A shadow streaked across the arena. The shadow guards were deadly enforcers of the Marquis estate, their blades cold and merciless, immune to pain and focused solely on killing. As one appeared, a dozen more figures swiftly joined him atop the arena. These are all deadly warriors. Each of them possesses cultivation at the 7th or 8th rank, and the shadow guard leading them is even a 9th rank fighter. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the crowd with indifference. Mere martial artists. Dealing with them one by one would be too time-consuming. He lifted his chin, scanned the entire venue, and spoke clearly and proudly. Everyone, no need to waste time. I'm busy. From today onward, there is only one leader in the 7 North region, the Wen family. If anyone disagrees, step onto the arena. All of you, come up together. Come up together? There was an uproar from the crowd. What had started as mere verbal provocation was now a declaration of war against the entire 7 North region. This kid's lost his mind. Old Wen San tried to intervene, but under so many watchful eyes, the Wen family had no way out because everyone was treating Lin Chen as their representative. Wen Liang sighed inwardly. He expected Lin Chen to act, but didn't anticipate such madness. A lone man challenging a multitude. People were puzzled. Was Lin Chen, whose cultivation had been stripped and reduced to a menial role in the sect, truly crazy, or did he have some secret backing? Countless eyes eventually shifted to the Li family's camp. Everyone awaited Li Xingyan's response. Lin Chen, you claim to represent the Wen family? Li Xingyun smiled faintly, completely dismissing Lin Chen's arrogance. If you want to destroy someone, first let them get carried away. He believed Lin Chen would fall even harder that way. Who are you? If you want to fight, then fight. Lin Chen replied coldly. Li Xingyan's chest tightened, murderous intent rising, but he suppressed it. His tone darkened. I am Li Xingyun. And Lin Chen remained expressionless. Li Xingyun had thought revealing his identity would intimidate Lin Chen, but seeing his calm, his own face twisted with rage. Fine. The battle for supremacy. Are you sure you want to challenge everyone? Do you think I have time to joke around with a bunch of no-names like you? Lin Chen sneered. Lin Chen, who did you call no-names? Someone shouted furiously. You're just trash yourself. Where do you get off being so bold? The verbal sparring on the arena escalated, tensions rising sharply. Lin Chen glanced around once more, voice cold. If you're not convinced, then fight. As he finished speaking, his aura suddenly exploded. The entire arena felt as if struck by an invisible tidal wave. Dust and sand scattered, and everyone's breath caught in their throats. Attack! What are you waiting for? Zhang Yunji roared furiously, ordering the Death Warriors of the Northern Marquis Mansion. At his command, the Death Warriors instantly transformed into ghostly figures, rushing toward Lin Chen. I said come up together. Lin Chen stepped forward, focusing his fist energy. Get lost. Xian-level martial technique 10 desolation stamp. Boom. His fist crashing down, the arena roared. Over 10 death warriors from the northern Marquis mansion were shattered by one punch. Bones broken and flesh torn. Crimson mist instantly staining the ground. Those who had just been shouting about teaching Lin Chen a lesson all fell silent. Are you sure the news is true? Watching Lin Chen's explosive power, many began doubting the rumors that he had been stripped of his cultivation and reduced to menial work. Lin Chen ignored their stunned gazes, once again looking down on everyone. His voice echoed, "What? Weren't you eager to see the Wen family destroyed? To see me, Lin Chen, become a joke? I'm right here on this arena. If you want to fight, fight. I fear nothing. Do as you please." Silence. The entire northern city fell completely quiet. All eyes fixated tightly on the young man standing in the center of the arena. No one dared utter a sound. Meanwhile, the scions of the Wen family each stared at Lin Chen with shining eyes, arrogant as he was. Lin Chen truly radiated an overwhelming aura at this moment. For over a month, the Wen family descendants had lived like despised outcasts in northern city, mocked and trampled by everyone. The suffocating frustration they felt was finally vented today through Lin Chen. Lin Chen himself was also a member of the Wen family. In that instant, pride and guilt surged within them. If they were kin, why had they bullied Lin Chen and his mother in the first place? Regret and self-reproach welled up in their hearts. Yet Lin Chen paid no mind to these emotions. No sooner had he spoken than Li Xingyun in the spectator stands chuckled lightly. Heh, what is soul refining realm cultivation worth in the secular world? Lin Chen, you're being far too arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible? You're just at soul refining realm. In the past 5 years, young men across the 7 North territories have been training hard, but you, a worthless failure, have regressed and become a menial servant. You're a disgrace to Northern City. Everyone, let him understand the real difference now. Before he finished, dozens of figures leapt from the spectator stands onto the arena, their robes billowing. Lin Chen's gaze swept over them. A young man at the 9th level of soul refining realm sneered. Brotherly speaks truly. 4 or 5 years we targeted you, yet you remain barely at soul refining realm and still dare to act arrogant? Another at the 7th level scoffed. Just a disciple of some pathetic sect, and you don't even regard the youth of the 7 North territories? Ridiculous. Within moments, the arena was filled with a dozen fighters, all at soul refining realm. Li Xingyun returned to his seat, motioning for silence, expecting Lin Chen to panic only to see Lin Chen raise a hand and pick his nose. This sight stunned the crowd, then ignited their fury. Bastard, how dare he ignore us? Lin Chen flicked the dust from his fingertip casually and said coolly, enough. If you want to fight, then fight. I'm tired of all this nonsense. All right, let's see what you're really capable of. Prince Yi, a disciple of the Lihua sect from northern Jun City, stepped forward and announced his name. Before his voice had faded, Lin Chen closed the distance, his fists wrapped in surging primal energy. With a boom, his punch struck Prince Yi's chest. The opponent flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the edge of the arena and smashing a huge crater into the stone floor. Lin Chen retracted his fist without even glancing at the figure lying in the crater. Who are you? I'm not interested. One punch, and a 7th level soul refining realm cultivator was defeated. He scanned the arena again. Who's next? The 9th level cultivators exchanged glances, a new flicker of caution in their eyes. Even Li Xingyun couldn't dismiss the power in that punch full-bodied primal energy, peak soul refining realm. Last night, Lin Chen broke through to the 9th level of the soul refining realm, pushing his power to a new height. He was just one step away from returning to the martial refining realm, where his strength would double once again. Even now, at the peak of the soul refining realm, dealing with the challengers in the arena was still effortless for him. Sis, do you really think that guy's cultivation is still intact? Zhang Yunji stood near the front of the viewing stand, eyes fixed anxiously on the stage. As the heir to the Marquis estate, he wasn't easily intimidated, but if Lin Chen was still a disciple of the Xiantian sect, he dared not be careless. What's there to be nervous about? Zhang Linglong brushed aside a strand of hair and glanced beside her at Li Xingyun. Li Gongzi is already at the martial refining realm. Someone as insignificant as Lin Chen? I'm sure he's not even on their radar. The gap between the mortal realm and martial realm was as wide as a chasm. Zhang Linglong was certain that Lin Chen's death was inevitable. Li Xingyun smiled slightly, full of confidence as he replied. Even if he does step into the martial refining realm, it won't matter him at the 3rd level of martial refining, and Lin Chen hasn't even left the soul refining realm. The gulf between mortal and martial realms is impassable for him. As Li Xingyun's voice fell, he scanned the crowd and said loudly, everyone, Brother Lin is still a disciple of the Xiantian sect. And since he asked to go all in himself, feel free to fight without holding back. If he's not afraid, why should you be? A dozen sect disciples who had been hesitant were suddenly fired up by this speech. They nodded at each other. Since Lin Chen had spoken boldly, they would honor his challenge and all rushed the stage together. In an instant, a dozen energies from the soul-refining realm burst forth, their true essence swirling like a fierce wind across the arena's perimeter. From the crowd below, disciples of the One family shouted angrily, "This is going too far. Brother Chen, we're with you. Chen, you're not alone. We're One family, turn away, we let you face them by yourself." In moments, dozens of young One family members surged onto the stage, including those who had bullied Lin Chen before. Standing firm against the howling winds, they formed a protective shield around him without backing down. Lin Chen was slightly stunned as he looked at them. When Xiaohu grinned and said, "We're family. There's no way we let you carry this alone." They had no idea he was still a Xintian disciple, yet they chose to stand and fight alongside him. Most One family youths had never trained in cultivation. Simply standing before these soul-refining opponents was a testament to their courage. Lin Chen saw sincerity and regret in their eyes. "Damn it, you actually dare challenge all of us?" A sect youth shouted angrily. "Doesn't matter. Mortal scum like you are just throwing your lives away," another sneered, convinced mortals had no right to resist. Lin Chen shook his head with a light laugh. "I appreciate your intentions, but since you haven't cultivated, step back. Leave this to me. Brother Chen, that's enough. I understand." Lin Chen's calm certainty silenced the One family youths, and they reluctantly withdrew to the edge of the stage. Silently clenching their fists, the One family warned, "Be careful." A faint smile played across Lin Chen's lips. It was all worth it. He raised his hand to his opponents and said, "Come on. Let me see just how much talent the city of Qi really has. Don't regret it after you're dead." Before he finished, a dozen figures lunged forward simultaneously. Fierce winds cut through the air like arrows, fists raining down like heavy rain. Their sole goal, to wipe away Lin Chen's shame with his death. But the moment contact was made, they were shocked to find no matter how fierce the attacks, Lin Chen seemed barely scratched. His skin remained unbroken, like a mere itch. Yet, every punch Lin Chen threw produced a dull thud, knocking someone down with each strike. In just seconds, more than a dozen sect disciples of equal realm lay sprawled at the arena's edges. Lin Chen dusted off his sleeves with a sneer. Is that all? It wasn't that his opponents were weak, it was that Lin Chen could not be measured by normal means. The combination of immortal veins, Dao Soul, and the life and death technique made him invincible below his realm. Each punch was like striking a child. Those watching felt chills crawl down their spines. "Brother Lin, you're amazing. You're the best, little brother." The One family youths cheered excitedly, their voices shaking the air. The gathered talents from Qi Bai's various clans felt like they'd been slapped awake, faces darkened. Even Zhang Linglong and Li Xingyun lost their composure. Lin Chen's victory was far too easy, almost like he was playing dumb to trap them. Lin Chen looked up at the viewing stand lazily, but with a biting challenge in his voice. "Li Xingyun, come up. Stop dithering and wasting time. You're a martial refining realm expert, surely you're not afraid." "Afraid? I, Li Xingyun, fear a worthless nobody like you?" Li Xingyun stepped onto the stage with cold words, fists clenched as energy swirled around him. "If you want to fight, he'll give you one." Li Xingyun leapt up and crashed down onto the fighting platform like a massive boulder. The heavy bluestone floor cracked instantly beneath him, fractures spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. Before his toes even settled, a wild, overwhelming martial aura exploded outward, as if an invisible giant hand was pressing down on the entire arena. The watching crowd felt an oppressive weight on their chests. Was this the true power of the martial realm? The suffocating pressure nearly stole their breath away. "Lin Chen, you're dead this time." The stands erupted in a sudden uproar, countless eyes fixed tightly on the center of the platform, hearts pounding with fear. Under the intense gaze, Li Xingyun curled his lips into a faint smirk, basking in the arrogant aura of being the center of attention. Slowly, he turned his head and locked eyes with Lin Chen not far off, trying to detect even the slightest trace of fear or panic on his face. But Lin Chen's expression was as calm as still water, his eyes cold and indifferent, as if looking at a corpse. This was ridiculous. A flicker of shock crossed Li Xingyun's mind. Did Lin Chen not understand how terrifying the martial realm truly was? "Lin Chen, 5 years have passed, and the waters around Northern City run deep. You may not be able to hold out. If you get down on your knees and beg for mercy now, maybe you'll spare your life, let you live as a dog. Wouldn't that be better?" Li Xingyun's voice was low and icy, each word deliberately stretched out, dripping with cold mockery to unnerve his opponent. "Beg for mercy? Spare my life?" Lin Chen let out a cold, almost heartless laugh. "If you have any skill, just show it. I'm afraid you won't get another chance later." He flicked his sleeve with a steady gaze. After all, Li Xingyun was merely martial realm. Lin Chen dared to face opponents even half a step into heavenly realm. How could he take Li Xingyun seriously? Li Xingyun's face darkened, but a sinister smile crept over his lips. "Good. I like your arrogant spirit. I hope you can keep it up a little longer." With that, he ceased holding back and let his true energy surge forth like a roaring flood. The majestic might of the martial mansion swept the entire arena. Cultivators below mortal realm felt a fierce gale blast toward them, whipping their clothes wildly. Along the side of the stands, The Zhang siblings were engulfed by the same overwhelming pressure. Zhang Yunji, confident in his low-grade yellow-level martial veins and some training, nevertheless felt his heart pound in terror and barely kept his footing. Sis, is Li Xingyun really that strong? He whispered, eyes wide with shock. The cultivation world was divided into three major realms: martial, heavenly, and immortal. Below the soul refining realm, everyone was mere mortal ants and dust. Li Xingyun had already stepped into the martial realm, a different class of being. Thinking this, Zhang Yunji's eyes glinted with fiery greed. Sis, could I become that strong someday? With that level of cultivation, no woman in the world would say no, right? He unconsciously licked his lips. You? Zhang Linglong scoffed. Dream on, not in this lifetime. But if I marry Brother Yi, you could train along and maybe reach the peak of the mortal realm, something like that Lin Chen over there. Then I'm just as useless as that loser? Zhang Yunji grumbled grudgingly. Zhang Linglong gave him a sideways glance and dismissed the subject, turning her gaze back to the platform. After a moment, she stood up and brushed off her sleeves. Let's go. Huh? Sis, where? Zhang Yunji looked confused. There's no need to watch anymore. Lin Chen is definitely going to die. Zhang Linglong smiled faintly, confidence shining in her eyes. This match is practically over. We're not here just for the show. Since the one family dared to offend our home mansion, we'll make them pay a little. Without another word, she led the way to leave, as if the ending had long been decided. The commotion in the stands continued, and the two forces on the platform still clashed fiercely. But in Zhang Linglong's mind, the battle between Lin Chen and Li Xingyun was already finished. No matter how hard Lin Chen tried, he was still only a mortal-level cultivator. There was no way he could stand against Li Xingyun. Zhang Linglong was thinking this to herself when suddenly an earth-shattering shout erupted from the arena. She quickly turned around, her pupils contracting sharply, and a chill ran down her spine. Sister, didn't you say Lin Chen was doomed? Did I misjudge? Zhang Yunji also looked back in shock, his expression growing frozen, as if time itself had stopped. What on earth just happened? Zhang Linglong glanced around in disbelief, her voice trembling. Everyone nearby wore stunned expressions, speechless. No one understood the cause, but all were breathless from the scene before them. In just an instant, the entire situation changed so drastically. The head of a family in Qibei City finally recovered, his heart pounding with shock. In the center of the arena lay a motionless figure, none other than the highly anticipated Li Xingyun. Blood poured from his chest, the faint sound of broken ribs audible. He collapsed to the ground, defeated and spiritless like a dead dog. Li Xingyun struggled to rise, but suddenly felt a heavy foot slam down with crushing force, shattering the last scrap of pride within him. Disciples of the Lianhuan sect's true legacy? Lin Chen said coldly, surveying him with disdain. So weak after all? No, this is impossible. Li Xingyun shouted, his face pale. Lin Chen, you cheated. I am at the Lianwu realm. There's no way I could lose to you. His defeat was too sudden, like a violent storm. He barely had time to think, remembered throwing a punch, then the next second being hit hard by the other's blow. There was just a dull thud, then he fell heavily, completely unprepared. You say I cheated because I won? Since you win, it's justified? Lin Chen sneered fiercely. Li Xingyun, have you been training like a dog all these years? I am a disciple of the Xiantian sect, the overlord of the northern wilderness. If I fall to a Lianhuan sect disciple like you, how could I live with myself? His laughter echoed through the arena, stunning everyone into silence. At that moment, their doubts vanished. They finally confirmed Lin Chen's identity, a disciple of the Xiantian sect, ruler of the northern wilderness. He had already advanced to the inner sect 5 years ago. Damn it, the news was fake after all. The head of Qibei shuddered. It's over. Totally over. Realizing that Lin Chen, a Lianhuan realm cultivator, had defeated Li Xingyun, a Lianwu realm warrior, the people of Qibei had no doubts left, only absolute terror. Someone whispered, this was a trap set by the Wen family. We foolishly fell right into it. We're finished now. Many slumped to the ground, their minds filled with fears of coming retribution and losses. Even if they lived, they couldn't escape the family's devastating decline. Meanwhile, far away, Wen Liang burst into raucous laughter, his voice cracking with excitement. Haha, truly my nephew amazing. The Wen family erupted with renewed energy, their cheers shaking the air. Not only had Lin Chen diffused the Wen family's crisis, but he had also pushed them to unprecedented heights in Qibei, positioning them to leap to the top noble family. On the other side, the Li, Xiao, and Sun families in northern city felt as though a nightmare had descended on them, crushed and despairing. These recent days, they had ruthlessly exploited the Wen family and clashed repeatedly. All 4 families suffered losses, but the Wen families were the worst, losing many trained fighters and close relatives. Li Xingyan's defeat meant the Li family's ruin, dragging down the allied Xiao and Sun families with it. This entire struggle was utterly over. The unexpected outcome left everyone in the arena dumbfounded. In the stands, those who once bullied the Wen family were breathing erratically, each feeling like they were walking on thin ice. At the center of the ring, Lin Chen sheathed his sword and stood calmly, his expression as indifferent as if watching a play unrelated to himself. To him, Beijing was merely a border town. Even if a figure like Li Xingyun appeared, it was always within manageable limits. Now that Li Xingyun was defeated, the situation in Beijing was effectively settled. Next, he intended to uproot the old nest of the Zhen Beihou mansion. Thinking this, his gaze swept over the Zhang Linglong siblings. But before that, Li Xingyun had to die. This man was at the refining martial realm, and if he escaped, the Wen family might be doomed once Lin Chen left Beijing. A murderous intent surged from Lin Chen's heart. His eyes locked on Li Xingyun like cold blades. Still want to leave last words? Lin Chen's voice was low and steady. Li Xingyun trembled all over, barely managing to speak. You want to kill me? Lin Chen, you've already won. I'm a disciple of the refining soul sect. You can't. Save your cliches. Lin Chen sneered coldly. If I want to kill someone today, even if you're a disciple of the sacred sect, it makes no difference. No. Lin Chen, no brother. Spare me. Li Xingyun staggered and suddenly clung to Lin Chen's calf, his begging voice trembling with tears. Brother, do you think I'm nothing? Just spare me. They'll give you everything in the Li family. All the family's savings over the years are yours. I even brought good stuff in my storage pouch. All for you. With that, he shakily emptied the pouch, scattering pills, spirit stones, and secret scrolls all over the ground. Looking down on him, Lin Chen's lips quirked like a half-smile. You are at least a true disciple of the refining soul sect. This pitiful sight embarrasses me. In the face of life and death, what is dignity worth? Brother, I'm kneeling to you. Li Xingyun forced his battered body down, collapsing on his knees before Lin Chen. Not long ago, he had forced Lin Chen to kneel and beg for mercy. Now the roles were reversed. He knew clearly in his heart that Lin Chen was far from the rumored fallen prodigy. Back then, Lin Chen was a heavenly level martial lineage, highly respected in the Xintian sect. No newly promoted true disciple could compare. As long as he survived and escaped Beicheng, he would flee to the far corners, bide his time, train until his strength matured, and then return for revenge. His hatred was buried deep inside. The sound of Li Xingyan's knees hitting the ground resonated like thunder to everyone in the land of Qibei. Someone shouted angrily, Li Xingyun, are you still a son of the Li family? You're a true disciple of the refining soul sect. How can you kneel first? But no matter the anger, he had to kneel. The third master of the Li family's face turned pale. He suddenly rushed onto the ring and knelt heavily. Immortal Lin, the Li family, is guilty. These are all the deeds and land deeds, as well as the treasure key to the Li family vault. From this day forth, the Li family officially withdraws from Beicheng and will no longer appear before you or the Wen family. Damn, the Li family's really pathetic. Someone cursed quietly in the crowd. The heads of the Shao and Sun families shuddered in fright. If they were any slower, they might not even have had the chance to kneel. Both nearly raced to the stage, and their knees crashed to the ground. Immortal Lin, if you spare us, we will hand over all our wealth and resources to the Wen family. Please don't wipe us out completely. The two family heads shamelessly spoke without restraint. Lin Chen looked utterly baffled. Master Lin, you are already a disciple of the immortal sect, residing in the clouds. You surely won't bother with us mere mortals, right? We beg you to show mercy and spare us. As soon as the words fell, members of the three great families knelt one after another before Lin Chen, their robes covered in dust. The scene was both pitiful and absurd. Are you trying to lecture me on how to act? Lin Chen said with a faint smile, his eyes cold as ice. Everyone lowered their heads in unison, repeatedly saying, we dare not, trembling as if a wrong breath might anger the fierce god before them. Lin Chen turned to Wen Liang. Brother-in-law, I'll leave them to you. Wen Liang shook his sleeve and gave him a thumbs up. Don't worry, it's all taken care of. At that moment, for the Wen family, this was undoubtedly the most exhilarating day in decades henceforth. The northern lands would be theirs. The three family heads, hearing Lin Chen relent, reddened, tears welling in their eyes. Though their fortunes were gone, at least their lives were spared. Just then, bloodied all over, Li Xingyun staggered to his feet. Li Xingyun, did I say you could leave? Lin Chen's voice was calm, but commanding. Brother, didn't you already promise to let us go? Li Xingyan's face turned ashen. His previous arrogance had shattered into dust under fear's weight. They can leave, but you cannot. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back. If I let you go, how do I know you won't come back for revenge? Even the Wen family can't stop you. Brother, I swear, I will never set foot in the northern city again. Li Xingyan's knees buckled and he dropped heavily to his knees. Utterly humiliated, but desperate to survive, even prepared to call him father if needed. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, half smiling coldly. As a disciple of the soul refining sect, shouldn't you have some backbone? Shouldn't you be pounding your chest, shouting come and kill me? Do you know who my master is? You disappoint me. Brother, we cultivators know when to bend and when to stretch. I know I'm no match for you. How dare I court death? Li Xingyan's face was pitifully humble. Pathetic. Lin Chen sneered. I almost feel embarrassed killing you. Thanks for sparing me, brother. Li Xingyun hadn't even relaxed when suddenly his chest jerked. Thunk! Lin Chen slammed a palm into him, shattering his meridians. You've ruined my cultivation. Li Xingyun turned white as a ghost, stunned and dumbfounded. To lose cultivation was worse than death. It meant becoming useless. Immerciful enough to leave you alive. Lin Chen's voice was indifferent. Lin Chen, you'll die a terrible death. I am a true disciple of the soul-refining sect. My master is a sect elder. You crippled me, I'll fight you to the death. Li Xingyun roared and lunged. Lin Chen didn't dodge or block. Good, now that's more like it. Since you've insulted meth and die. Boom. A kick landed, and Li Xingyun's head exploded in a spray of blood. Those around looked at Lin Chen as if he were a demon. Run. Zhang Linglong's face went pale. She grabbed her younger brother Zhang Yunji and fled. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen's figure flickered and blocked their path. His speed enough to make one's hair stand on end. Miss Zhang, leaving so soon? I haven't even given the Ho family an explanation. If anyone says Lin Chen is rude, it'll make it difficult for them. His tone was light, a smile playing on his lips. Seeing that smile, Zhang Linglong and her brother suddenly felt as if they were facing a deadly enemy. Lin Chen, what are you trying to do? Zhang Yunji shouted, his voice trembling with fear. The image of Lin Chen casually slaying Li Xingyun just moments ago had carved itself sharply into his mind, leaving his still immature heart deeply wounded. Now, with Lin Chen standing silently before them, Zhang Yunji felt as if a huge stone were pressing down on his chest, making each breath sting painfully. Zhang Linglong appeared more composed, but her knuckles had turned white from clenching so tightly, and cold sweat trickled from her palms. To everyone present, the smiling Lin Chen was like a tiger in human skin. I just wanted to give you an explanation. I meant well, but young lord, you don't seem very grateful, Lin Chen said, lifting his eyes to Zhang Yunji, a faint smile playing at his lips. Yet to Zhang Yunji, that smile looked like the crack of a door opened by the Grim Reaper. A chill ran down his neck, as if his head could fall at any moment. Sis, Zhang Yunji whimpered, desperate and pleading toward Zhang Linglong like a drowning man clutching at straw, terrified that a single wrong word would cost him his life. Zhang Linglong fought to steady herself, took a deep breath, and with a trembling yet firm voice said, Young Master Lin, please tell us your demands. As long as our Junbei Marquis household can provide them, and it would quell your anger, I will agree to anything. Look at that, no wonder you're the Marquis' daughter, a lady of great standing. Well spoken, Lin Chen chuckled lightly, though his eyes revealed a hidden intrigue. But Miss Zhang, I am not the sort to forget my principles for profit. I have no interest in your Marquis's treasures. At these words, his gaze flitted subtly over Zhang Linglong, filled with ill intent. Instantly alert, Zhang Linglong crossed her arms defensively and took a cautious step back. Lin Chen didn't want the gold or jewels of the Marquis. Then what was he after? The worst possibility flashed through Zhang Linglong's mind, her jade-like cheeks burning red before quickly palling. Could it be that he wanted her? She ground her teeth, eyes resolute. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Lin Chen blinked in surprise, puzzled by what she imagined. Right then, Zhang Yunji's bizarre train of thought interrupted again. Sis, you can't be so selfish. Just think of it as getting peed on by a dog. If it's short enough, at least it's still 80 new. What kind of brother are you? Zhang Linglong hissed, furious, and kicked Zhang Yunji aside. What the hell did you just say? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, half amused, half taken aback. That nonsense about still 80 new if short enough nearly caught him off guard. Sensing the tension, Zhang Yunji quickly put on a servile smile. No, sir, you must have misheard. Your power and aura are far above my sister's reach. If you let us go, it'd be an honor for her even to warm your bed. You, get out. Zhang Linglong erupted again and kicked him over once more. Suppressing her embarrassment and anger, she bowed deeply to Lin Chen and said, Young Master Lin, I am already betrothed, and the fiancé is someone you cannot afford to offend. Are you trying to threaten me? Lin Chen's eyes darkened, his killing intent sharp as a blade. Zhang Linglong's heart skipped, fearing to offend his pride so badly it might mean death on the spot. She hastily corrected herself. No, young Master Lin, you misunderstand. I do not mean to threaten. I merely wish to avoid conflict. If you spare us, I can share an important secret with you. A secret? And just for that you want to buy your lives? Lin Chen's voice was low and serious. This secret will surely interest you greatly, Zhang Linglong said carefully, deliberately refraining from naming the fiancé, hoping to use this as a new bargaining chip to save their lives. Go ahead, I'm listening. And will you truly spare us? That depends on whether your secret is worth your lives. Zhang Linglong pressed her lips tight, stifling her bitterness before finally yielding. There's a rumor in the Northern Kingdom that a priceless treasure has appeared. Rumor has it that this treasured relic was one of the very first things born at the dawn of heaven and earth. Zhang Linglong spoke solemnly, then added, for cultivators, its benefits are beyond words. The dim twilight filtered in through the roof, casting flickering shadows across her face. Across from her, Lin Chen merely smiled faintly, tapping his fingers against the back of his chair. Heh, you really think a few words like that will make me let you go? Zhang Yunji instinctively took a step back. But Zhang Linglong raised a hand to shield her brother, softening her tone. What if I told you where the treasure is? Though many powerful figures gather in the north now, almost no one knows its true location. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Interesting. And how do you know this? My fiancé told me himself, Zhang Linglong said deliberately, pausing for effect. He's no ordinary man, so this information is reliable. Her words were both a subtle show of vulnerability and a warning to Lin Chen not to underestimate her fiancé. But Lin Chen remained unmoved, motioning with his hand. The location. Zhang Linglong relaxed slightly, but didn't drop her price. This piece of information should be worth at least 2 lives, right? Speak. Lin Chen snapped, giving no room for negotiation. Baitian capital, one of the 3 ancient cities in the northern territory Tianyuan Valley. Zhang Linglong revealed. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the Soul Monument. Senior, can you sense anything? A low voice resonated from the monument. The direction is right. There's a faint trace, but the spiritual energy is insufficient and obstructed by a strange barrier. Still, I'm certain that's the true source. Young master, it's very likely the same heavenly energy we sensed when we entered the northern city. Lin Chen nodded, a firm resolve settling in his chest. All right, this information is valuable. Zhang Linglong finally relaxed and bowed slightly. Thank you, young master Lin, for your mercy. As she turned, a flash of resentment flickered in her eyes. She had deliberately withheld her fiancé's name, fearing Lin Chen might flee back to Xintian's sect once he got the information. She couldn't let this grudge drag on forever. Zhang Yunji timidly called out, Sister. Zhang Linglong's expression turned icy. They'll deal with you once we're back. Just as the two were about to leave the courtyard. Wait. Lin Chen suddenly interrupted. Zhang Linglong's heart tightened. Young Master Lin, you promised. Lin Chen rose and brushed off his sleeve. I said this information could buy a life, but you 2 siblings count as 2 lives. You can only choose one. Lin Chen, you damn, Zhang Yunji shouted in anger. Lin Chen's fist shot forward with a thunderous force. Wait. Zhang Linglong shouted sharply. My whole family is willing to pay 5,000 low-grade yuan stones and 500 mid-grade yuan stones. Young Master Lin, please show mercy. The wind from the punch grazed Zhang Yunji's cheek before stopping abruptly. Then came a thunderous crash as the thick wall behind him was shattered, stones flying everywhere and dust filling the air. Time seemed to freeze. Lin Chen withdrew his fist and clicked his tongue in admiration at the hole in the wall. Miss Zhang, why didn't you say sooner? This is just a misunderstanding. 5,000 low-grade and 500 mid-grade yuan stones. Lin Chen's mind churned had never handled this much currency even as a direct disciple back then. As expected of the Ho family in the Northern Territory, truly wealthy and powerful. He casually patted Zhang Yunji on the shoulder. Little brother, you okay? Zhang Yunji's face was ashen, staring at the hole with trembling voice. I am fine. If that punch had landed squarely, he probably wouldn't have been left with a single bone. Only now did he realize Lin Chen's true intent had been to take his life. Zhang Linglong's mind was also shaken, silently scolding herself for underestimating him before everyone had been fooled by Lin Chen and the Wen family's false cultivation levels. This was his true strength. Lin Chen's grin was sharp and sly. I get along well with little brother here. Let's have him stay with us in the northern city for a while. Miss Zhang, no objections? Fine. Even the clever Zhang Linglong understood the unspoken meaning intended to keep her brother as a hostage. Her gaze shifted as she warned her brother, little one, don't be rude. Make sure not to offend young Master Lin or his family. Zhang Yunji's mouth twitched. Got it, sister. Once a noble heir, now looking like a lamb led to slaughter. Without lingering any longer, Zhang Linglong turned on her heel and vanished like a ghost, without the slightest hesitation. The Soul Monument spoke again. That woman is too scheming. It'd be best to kill her. Lin Chen watched Zhang Linglong's fading figure and replied quietly, I think so too. But she gave up too much to waste. Northern Wastelands, Lin Huan sect. Under the heavy cloak of night, a disciple on guard stood before the stone wall at the mountain gate, methodically checking the name plaques of disciples who had gone out. The mountain wind swept through, causing the flickering flames to dance and the sandalwood rack to gently clink as plaques lightly bumped each other. Suddenly a sharp cracking sound shattered the silence. A black jade plaque engraved with true disciple split cleanly in 2 down the middle. The disciple's heart skipped a beat as he took hurried steps forward, squinting at the broken plaque in the dim light. His face drained of color instantly. Li Xingyan, the 5th elder's newly accepted personal disciple? Damn it. Without hesitation, he clenched the fractured plaque tightly and dashed off, heading straight for Lingyun Peak, where the 5th elder resided. Lin Huan sect, main hall of Lingyun Peak. The 5th elder was slight and gaunt, but carried an undeniable authority. He was discussing unusual phenomena in the northern lands with the disciples gathered beneath him. Scouts reported that a brilliant spiritual light was soaring deep in the northern wastelands, hinting at the emergence of a rare treasure. Major sects had already converged and sought aid from Lin Huan's sect. The disciples from the five peaks cannot fall behind. The fifth elder's gaze swept over everyone. Lin Yang, as senior disciple of the fifth peak, lead 13 true disciples down the mountain. Capturing the treasure would be ideal, but do not force the issue if conditions are unfavorable. In the hall, a young man bowed respectfully. Lin Yang was a core disciple of Lin Huan, senior disciple of the fifth peak, ranked among the top 20 fighters in the sect. His eyes burned with determination as he replied in a respectful tone, "Master, I understand." Rumors of anomalies in the northern lands had circulated for a long time, and with confirmation of a rare treasure, he was eager to prove himself. Success could propel him closer to breakthrough and possibly promotion to a true disciple. Excited by the prospect, he clenched his fist quietly. Seeing this, the fifth elder nodded approvingly. "Go." Before the words could fully settle, urgent shouting came from outside the hall. "Fifth elder, something's wrong. Disrespectful." This is the main Halno shouting aloud. The elder's brow furrowed deeply. A disciple rushed into the hall, dropped to his knees, and reported frantically, "A message from the guard's young junior brother is dead." Fifth Peak's junior brother? Which one? Li Xingyun. The very disciple you recently accepted personally. The air went cold and still. The fifth elder's face changed drastically as he stood abruptly. Although Li Xingyun's talent was not exceptional, he knew how to ingratiate himself and had gained profound skills from an early rare encounter, prompting the elder to make an exception and accept him. He went down the mountain with the sect's advance team. How could this happen? The elder's voice was low and grim. The subordinates don't know. Silence stretched for a moment before fury boiled in the elder's eyes, his sleeves billowing as he snarled, "Lin Yang, on this northern expedition, you must uncover the cause of Li Xingyun's death. Anyone who dares harm our intersect disciple is showing contempt for Lin Huan's sect." Disciple obeys. Lin Yang wasn't close to Li Xingyun, but recalled the junior brother had once generously given him many yuan stones after becoming a true disciple. To lose such a well-off junior brother within months shocked him deeply. He resolved, if he could find the killer after going down the mountain, it would bring him honor and repay that debt. The fifth elder added, "The situation in the north grows more intense by the day. Many sects may fully commit. Remember to not provoke trouble, but do not allow Lin Huan's sect's name to be dishonored." The 13 true disciples responded in unison, "Yes." After he finished speaking, a large group of people began their descent down the mountain in a grand procession. This scene wasn't unique to the soul-refining realm. In the northern wilderness, news of a priceless treasure appearing in the northern country had spread in all directions. Various powerful factions were dispatching reinforcements in waves, and for days the flow of people surged like a tide, with message-carrying flying eagles flitting back and forth nonstop. At the peak of Tianjian Peak, the seat of the northern wilderness overlord sect, Xiantian sect, an ancient locust tree stood tall with lush green leaves. Beneath its shade, Su Pinggan lay lazily on the grass, hands clasped behind his head, letting the gentle breeze brush his face as usual, lounging without a care. Hearing soft footsteps, he barely lifted his head and spoke indifferently. "Second senior brother. Xiao Shui, when did you get back? Is the mission complete?" Only then did Su Pinggan slowly open his eyes to see Ling Mashua standing by the tree. The young girl's face looked even more radiant than before, her eyes still full of respect for her second senior brother. "It was Master who sent me back," Ling Mashua replied with a faint smile. Her travel robes were light, but still bore traces of dust from the journey. "What does the old man want you back for at a time like this?" Su Pinggan was about to joke, when suddenly a solemn aura approached sharply. "Humph, the whole outside world is about to erupt in chaos and you can't pay attention?" The Grand Elder appeared out of thin air, his white hair flying, but spirit vigorous. "Master," Ling Mashua bowed immediately. Su Pinggan remained lying down, blowing a soft breeze and seeming even more sleepy. Knowing Su Pinggan's nature, the Grand Elder didn't waste words. He directly instructed Ling Mashua, "Xiao Shui, depart for the northern country at once. 50 outer sect disciples have been sent. Each peak is sending a team leader. You are to oversee them and represent Tianjian Peak in this mission." "Northern country?" Ling Mashua furrowed her brow. "On my way back, I already heard rumors. The information has been confirmed," the Grand Elder nodded. "Is there really a supreme treasure appearing?" Ling Moksha's voice grew unusually serious. "Yes. The brilliant disciples on the Northern Wilderness ranking list have all mobilized," he added. "The last time, at that secret realm, none of the rank prodigies moved. Master, what kind of treasure is this that mobilizes all forces in the Northern Wilderness?" Ling Moksha's expression deepened. That previous secret realm, no one knew it was a heavenly master's legacy, nor that the Tao soul was still left inside, so few went. But this northern country anomaly has alerted all forces early. Its value likely surpasses even a heavenly master's legacy. Not only the northern wilderness but the 4 territories of northern province have begun to act, and the others will probably join soon. The Grand Elder sighed deeply. Though no clear news yet, Rumor has it this thing could very well beta heavenly fire. Heavenly fire? Even Su Pingon showed rare surprise as he slowly sat up. Heavenly fire, a legendary phenomenon unseen for 10,000 years. To refine the heavenly fire would not only drastically boost cultivation, but grant mastery over its power. Such power connects directly to the laws of heaven and earth, rivaling the force of a Tao soul without requiring a long convalescence. More concretely, it allows one to become an alchemist while cultivating two paths at once. It's still only speculation, Ling Mashua analyzed calmly. No one has seen the heavenly fire. Could it just be rumor? That area has turned into a sea of fire, with waves of flames never ceasing. Even if it's not heavenly fire, it must be another supreme treasure. The Grand Elder shifted tone. More importantly, that is the last place your seventh junior brother sent a message from. This mission also requires you to ensure his safety. I understand, Ling Mashua bowed, then turned to Su Pingon and saluted. Master, second senior brother, I will depart immediately. Before the words finished, she leapt onto her cloud crane, her wings fluttering, vanishing swiftly into the distant horizon. The Grand Elder watched her leave, then glanced at Su Pingon. You brat, not going down the mountain for a walk. Too annoying. I'm not interested in any of this, Su Pingon replied, lying back in the shade. Even if it is heavenly fire, fighting for it is exhausting. Staying here to cultivate at home is way nicer. True. The Grand Elder chuckled dryly, shaking his head. I heard many prodigies have already appeared. I wonder if the 7th, 8th, and 9th brothers will get caught up in it. Sigh. Little 5 is strong, but she's still a girl after all. With a low sigh, he turned and drifted away. Su Pingon gazed at the swirling clouds above, exhaling softly. Sigh, what a worrying life I lead. Shantian Sect, Outer Branch. Tianwu Peak. Elder, all the other peaks have already set out. Are we really still going to stand by? An urgent voice came from a steward at Tianwu Peak. News of the rare treasure's emergence in the Northern Kingdom had long stirred both the inner and outer sects of Shantian Sect, yet Tianwu Peak remained unusually quiet. Facing the steward's urging, 7th Elder stared blankly ahead, his face troubled. 5th Elder had left the sect to hunt Lin Chen a whole month ago, but had not returned. That time, he left no token behind. If he had died, the sect had no way to even track him down. Thinking of this, 7th Elder's chest tightened, and he waved dismissively, do as you see fit. With Zhao Wuji and Zhao Zai dead, Tianwu Peak was an empty shell. Even decent disciples had almost vanished. Even if the treasure appeared, on what grounds could they compete with the other peaks? The steward retreated to reassign the manpower as ordered, but the worried look in 7th Elder's eyes only deepened. Suddenly, a figure shot through the air with a low rumble. 7th Elder looked up, a chill running through him. Sect Elder, you. Something serious has happened. Sect Elder's face was grim, his voice low and heavy. 7th Elder's heart leapt. Sect Elder, what is it? Zhao Qiong's soul lamp has gone out. In an instant, 7th Elder felt as if struck by lightning, his knees buckling. How is that possible? Impossible. Speak. Sect Elder's cold gaze was like a blade. 7th Elder had no choice but to recount everything. How 5th Elder had chased Lin Chen and narrowly escaped with an amputated arm. Sect Elder's expression darkened further. Are you telling me Zhao Qiong, a mighty half-step heavenly realm warrior, was killed by a mere refining soul realm junior? 7th Elder recalled Lin Chen's ruthless severing of 5th Elder's arm and lacked the courage to deny it. Set out immediately. Sect Elder ordered decisively. Zhao Qiong's last trace remains within Dian Kingdom's borders. You will scour the scene, turn it upside down, leave no clue unexplored, and bring back even the slightest thread. Understood. 7th Elder mechanically accepted the command and turned away to prepare manpower and supplies. But deep inside surged a bone-chilling sorrow. The Zhao family prodigy was gone. 5th Elder's fate unknown, and Tianwu Peak was nearly dead in name alone. Had all their schemes been nothing but a fleeting dream? Lin Chen, his finger bones whitened as he clenched his fists. You will pay in blood. Even if we perish together, so be it. Northern Xian Kingdom, the royal capital. Damn it. Still no solution? The Northern Xian King paced atop the golden dais, his brow clouded with gloom. If Master Xia is harmed, how can I answer to Shantian Immortal Sect? The officials below were silent, like a cold wind had frozen their tongues. Those usually eloquent civil and military officers all seemed strangled suddenly. Finally, a civil official braved stepping forward. Your Majesty, truly this matter isn't our fault. The cult uprising was quelled, but Master Xia insisted on venturing alone. This is not the Northern Xian Kingdom's fault. Not our fault. The king sneered twice. Say that when the sect's envoys arrive. Will we then have any defense? He waved his sleeve sharply, the silken fabric billowing. Besides, Master Xia went into the fire to hunt down cult remnants. How could that be so easily dismissed? Silence returned to the hall once more. Just as ministers exchanged uncertain glances, a clear young woman's voice cut through. Father, if the sect envoys come, let me speak for you. All present turned to see a pretty young maiden step forward confidently, her gaze bright and steady. Xiaojiu, you have a way? The northern Xian king asked, hope flickering as he stared at his beloved daughter. The beautiful woman shook her head. This matter was no longer something we could hide. I can only report it truthfully. As for what will happen next, we must wait for the immortal sect's envoy to make the judgment. The lord of Beixian nation pressed his temple, as if his strength had been drained in an instant, and sighed deeply. It can only be so. 7 days later, over the imperial city of Beixian, a slender figure descended gracefully on a cloud. We humbly welcome Master Immortal. The crowd bowed their heads to the sky. The visitor was Ling Mashua. The aura of immortality surrounded the young maiden as if she had stepped out from a divine painting. Even the 9th princess, renowned as Baixuan's most beautiful woman, faded in comparison before her. After all, to ordinary eyes, Ling Mashua was a true celestial. Upon hearing the news, she had traveled day and night. 3 cloud cranes died in 3 days before reaching Beixian. With a smooth journey ahead, she barely arrived within the limited time. Though exhausted, her junior brother's survival was uncertain, leaving no room for rest. Master Immortal, hey race, what happened? The 9th princess stood before the hall, recounting every detail without omission. When she finished, the hall fell deathly silent, everyone holding their breath. After a long pause, Ling Mashua lifted her eyes. Enough. I understand. Since this is the work of evil cultivation, you have done your best. Thank you for your understanding, Master Immortal. Everyone exhaled deeply. The 9th princess' tightly clenched palms were slick with sweat. Beixian nation had survived at last. I will need someone to accompany me to the Abyssal Valley. Ling Mashua looked around the hall. It was her first time in Beixian, and she was unfamiliar with the terrain. If the immortal does not mind, I would be honored to guide you. The 9th princess stepped forward immediately. Agreed. The two turned and mounted the cloud cranes, soaring once again, their wings shaking the glazed tiles of the palace roof. The crowd looked up as the white streak grew smaller until it disappeared before they dared to relax. During the flight, Ling Mashua tilted her head and asked, 9th princess, have you seen my other 2 junior brothers these days? You may call me Xiaoyao. Immortal, the princess replied softly. Other than you, I have not seen any other sect disciples. However, many cultivators have recently arrived in Beixian. If you can provide portraits, our royal family will search diligently. No need. Ling Mashua shook her head. Let's go to Baitian capital first. If my 2 junior brothers receive the news, they will surely reveal themselves. The princess nodded, a glimmer of envy in her eyes. If only she could cultivate as well, she would not be bound by worldly constraints. In the northern city, at the One estate. In recent days, Lin Chen had been stationed at the One family home. Though the 7 North clans had escaped death, they surrendered most of their wealth to survive. It was predictable that in the coming century, the One family's status would remain unshaken. Walking side by side in the courtyard, Lin Chen spoke to Wen Liang. Patriarch. Sigh, Xiao Chun, I know you harbor resentment against the family, but calling me patriarch feels so distant, Wen Liang said with a wry smile. Used to it. Lin Chen had come to terms with it these days. After his grandfather's death, his hatred toward the Wen family had softened, but closeness was still hard to show. That simply wasn't his nature. How's the transition going? He asked instead. Wen Liang laughed heartily. Huh? Thanks to your help, Xiao Chun, the Wen family now stands unrivaled as the top clan in the 7 Northlands. Standing out in a forest invites the wind's blow, Lin Chen cautioned. Patriarch, be sure to keep the family restrained and avoid complacency. Wen Liang's expression turned serious. Don't worry, I understand. Has the Marquis Mansion's Yuan stones arrived? Wen Liang's smile faded. Not yet. Doesn't matter, a useless heir is still in our hands, Lin Chen said calmly. But the Marquis of Northern Command has controlled the north for years. Are we truly safe? Wen Liang's worry lingered. They won't stir up trouble, Lin Chen said firmly. Just then, a commotion came from the front yard. The two exchanged a glance and hurried outside. Overhead, 2 cloud cranes circled, their snowy feathers dazzling in the sun. Senior brother, why have you come? Lin Chen looked up to see a burly figure on the crane's back. It was Tinyu. Having not reunited with his senior brothers these past few days, Lin Chen was surprised. Though when family members recognized the figure riding the clouds. Upon hearing Lin Chen call him senior brother, their previous suspicion was confirmed. Lin Chen was indeed a disciple of Shantian sect. The tension on their faces eased immediately. Tinyu landed heavily, his voice rough. Junior brother, there's news about your 7th senior brother. Yet his expression was exceedingly grim. 7th senior brother trapped in flames? Urgent call for help? When Lin Chen heard the news brought by 8th senior brother, his heart jolted. He immediately asked, can we still contact him? Although they had never met, he considered himself a disciple of Tianjian Peak and could never turn a blind eye. We've lost all contact, said 8th senior brother Tinyu with a heavy expression. It seems senior brother used a special method to send out a final message, but the transmission talisman was destroyed along with it. Did he leave any coordinates? Lin Chen asked again. Tinyu shook his head helplessly. At that moment, Wen Liang, standing nearby, suddenly recalled something. Xiao Chun, Are you talking about the disciples of Xuantiansheng sect whom Beishan Kingdom recently besieged while eradicating the cult? Uncle, what do you know? Lin Chen's eyes flickered with hope. Wen Liang smiled with relief at being called uncle and said solemnly, everyone in Beishan Kingdom knows about this. It is said that during the final eradication of the cult remnants, an accident occurred. Though the cult couldn't match the immortal masters, they kidnapped the crown prince of Beishan Kingdom and lured the immortal masters into a trap. And then, Lin Chen pressed. Coincidentally, the leaders' battle was happening at the time. We mortals don't know what occurred. All Beishan Kingdom announced was that the cult was completely destroyed. Do you know where they were besieged? By Tian capital, responded Wen Lao San, the third elder of the Wen family. Wen Liang was surprised. Where did you hear that? Wen Lao San quickly explained. A certain Master Muno, a court advisor from the prince's mansion, mentioned that there would be great unrest in Beishan Kingdom. If the Jinbei Marquis estate seized the opportunity, they could rise suddenly. I didn't pay much attention then, but now it seems tied to the strange phenomena over the northern skies recently. Strange phenomena? Lin Chen frowned. Wen Liang added. It's lasted 3 months, thunderclaps and lightning streaking across the heavens. Many cultivators have appeared in Beishan Kingdom one after another. Li Xingyan's visit wasn't just for the leaders' battle, but passing through here. Rumor has it that many members of the soul refining sect have arrived in Beishan. When Lao San continued, not just soul refining sect, major sects and families from the northern wilderness are all sending people because a supreme treasure is said to appear in the northern kingdom. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen recalled Zhang Linglong's warnings and felt a stir in his heart. Perhaps these celestial phenomena are connected to Seventh Senior Brother. The Grand Elder had originally ordered him to train in Beishan and support Seventh Senior Brother, so the higher-ups must have known the situation, but it has clearly spun out of control, much worse than expected. He decided immediately, Qingji, stay here at the One family estate in the northern city. Lu Qingji cupped his fists. As you command, young master. Lin Chen turned to his mother, Wen Qin. Mother, Qingji will protect you from now on. He's mine, so please rest assured. Lu Qingji respectfully pledged, Madam, command me at any time. They'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Wen Qin looked at her son with soft yet firm voice. Chainer, I don't need protection. How could I let a disciple of the immortal sect look after someone as useless as me? Mother, Qingji has already left Xuantian sect. Now that you don't want to leave the Wen family, I'm at ease as long as he's here, Lin Chen said with deep sincerity. Upon hearing this, Wen Qin's eyes reddened slightly. She could only nod and say, all right, Chainer, are you really leaving now? Lin Chen responded softly, his fists clenching subtly. Be careful, his mother said without pressing further. Yet in that moment her gaze was filled with unmistakable reluctance. News of Lin Chen's impending departure quickly spread among the Wen family. The atmosphere in the main hall grew heavy, but no one tried to stop him. They all understood that once this young man set foot on the immortal path, he would exist in a realm apart from ordinary mortals. Lifespan, cultivation, vision all would differ. The only bond left behind would be blood ties, and even that would one day weather with time. Little Chen, when Liang hesitated to speak. Uncle, no need to say more, Lin Chen interrupted gently. We'll always be family. I only hope you will treat my mother well. In the northern city, the one he cared for most was his mother. When Liang's eyes brimmed with tears. Without words, he nodded heavily. You have my word. Regarding the northern marquis, Lin Chen left a warning. As long as I'm alive, they won't dare act recklessly. When Liang calmed. I understand. Then Lin Chen turned to Lu Qingji. I don't know when he'll return to the Wen family. Write to me monthly at Tianjin Peak. Rest assured, young master. Lu Qingji saluted solemnly. Everyone, I'm taking my leave. Brother, take care. When Wan Yu spoke softly. Lin Chen nodded, then glanced at Yin Xiao. Before you're completely determined, protect the Wen family carefully. If you want to see the outside world, no one here will stop you. Yin Xiao replied earnestly. Afterwards, Lin Chen and Tina Yu vaulted onto the cloud crane. The pure white spirit bird spread its wings and soared swiftly, disappearing into the endless clear sky. The crowd looked up, watching until the figure became a tiny dot of white light on the horizon. It's not like they're parting forever. Why such expressions? When family instructor's voice rang out sharply, waking everyone. In less than 6 months, the Xuantian sect's disciple recruitment ceremony will be held. If you want to catch up with Lin Chen, train hard. Yes. The Wen family disciples answered in unison, their energy reverberating through the courtyard. Night enveloped the quiet courtyard. Xiao Lu, Wen Qin called softly. Madam, what would you like? Keep me company and tell me everything about Chainer's life in the sect. Certainly, madam. I don't know much, but senior brother Lin is the most legendary figure in Xuantian sect. With family matters momentarily set aside, high above the clouds, Lin Chen and Tina sat tensely atop the speeding cloud crane. Seventh senior brother, Xiaoyu, has already reached the Xuanwu realm, yet he's still trapped by the cult, Tina murmured, clenching his fists. Frowning deeply, Lin Chen thought of his own peak soul refiner level and the 8th senior brother just entering the peak martial realm after descending from the mountain. This journey would be far from easy, yet neither showed an ounce of hesitation. Tianyuan Valley must be reached. Suddenly Tiniu shouted, "Junior brother, big trouble." Regarding Northern Xian Kingdom, the Tian Stone just released new intelligence. Not only are hordes from the northern wilderness pouring in, but the young elites from the other 4 regions of northern province have all arrived. The Tian Stone is a divine artifact shared across the continent for intelligence, forged by the mysterious Tian's mansion. The talented list also comes from this mansion. As long as one can pay the price in yuan stones, nearly all information can be bought. When Lin Chen was still an inner disciple, he had once obtained a low-grade Tian stone, but it was later confiscated and taken by someone else. The talented youth from all 4 regions gathering? Lin Chen's lips curled. Perfect, he'll meet many old acquaintances. He patted the cloud crane's feathers, voice sharp. First priority rescue, 7th senior brother. If anyone blocks us, then we kill. Tiniu echoed fiercely. A few years ago, he was reckless in youth, but had already slain many sect prodigies in the northern territories. Northern Shin Kingdom. Baitian capital. As one of the kingdom's 3 ancient capitals, it may not rival the grandeur of the royal capital, but its heavy traces of time give it a unique character. Weathered bluestone streets and towering old city walls all tell stories of the past. The city's population has already reached tens of millions, making it remarkably prosperous compared to the barren lands of the northern wilderness. Above the clouds, 2 graceful figures broke through the mist, their broadened cloud cranes gliding smoothly. Ahead, Ling Moshue held a sound-transmitting talisman, probing with her spiritual senses, but still found only Silent's 7th junior brother remained missing. Behind her, 9th Princess Li Yao rode a cloud crane for the first time, her face pale from the fierce high-altitude wind. Though she possessed her own cultivation, she was no match for Ling Moshue, a disciple of Tianjian Peak, in steadiness. Facing the ethereal poise of the fairy, she forced herself to keep her posture straight. This is Baitian capital. Let's descend here first, Ling Moshue said, noticing Li Yao's discomfort. She flicked her sleeve and had the cloud crane swoop down. The 2 landed at a street corner without alerting any cultivators or city guards. Still, the appearance of 2 stunning women in the alley drew many eyes. Ling Mokshu's cold and noble aura warned others to keep their distance. Li Yao, born of royalty, was a rare beauty in the secular world. Onlookers dared only to watch from afar, no one approaching to speak. Surveying the surrounding cultivation aura, Ling Moshue furrowed her brow. This is even more troublesome than I imagined. Li Yao took out an oval pebble inscribed with glowing runes. Fairy, the unrest in northern Xian has already been posted on the Tian Stone. Not just northern wilderness, but all 4 wilderness regions are likely watching closely. Ling Moshue accepted the special Tian Stone, her expression confirming the truth. Tian's prefecture has been everywhere these years. Wherever trouble brews, their shadow is there. The prefecture's head remained a mystery, never seen by anyone, while its informants spread throughout the continent. Because of them, many upheavals are driven into the spotlight by their intelligence. Though Ling Moshue resented this, she reluctantly acknowledged the accuracy of their information. Pressing a yuan stone into the Tian stone's groove, a faint golden light flashed. The yuan stone crumbled to dust, revealing fresh intelligence. Tian stones come in 3 grades: low, medium, and high. The low grade allows only viewing messages. Medium lets users both read and communicate in limited ways. High grade grants not only access to bounties, but also the ability to issue missions. Prices range from tens to over 10,000 yuan stones. Even as a Tianjian Peak disciple, Ling Moshue only possessed a medium-grade stone. Tip-grade stones are exorbitantly priced and beyond most disciples' means. Still, medium-grade offered enough information. On the glowing screen, the cause of northern Xian's unrest was clearly stated. It involved cultists. The enemies had long discovered a hidden treasure here and secretly laid plans. Until Xia Yu, Tianjian Peak disciple of Xiantian sect, intervened, ruining their scheme. Enraged cult experts trapped Xia Yu in Abyss Valley, triggering the treasure's power to try to destroy both parties. In the end, both cultists and Tianjian disciple were trapped together in the valley, their fate unknown. Fate unknown. Fate unknown. The junior disciple has a protective talisman, so he shouldn't have fallen. Otherwise, Master wouldn't have sent me here. With this thought, Ling Moshue decided to head to Tianyuan Valley for a look. At the north gate of Baitian capital, Ling Moshue turned to Princess Jiao and said, "Princess, this is as far as you need to go. I will have Yunhe escort you back to the palace." "No need, Immortal." Princess Jiao raised her hand to stop her. "I have a residence in the city. Since I've come, I want to see this so-called treasure for myself." Seeing her determination, Ling Moshue only warned lightly, "This trip is dangerous. I will bear all consequences myself." Princess Jiao replied stubbornly, lifting her chin defiantly. "Suit yourself." Ling Moshue said no more. The 2 walked side by side deeper into the city streets, preparing to head out to Tianyuan Valley. The street entrance was bustling when suddenly a loud verse rang out. in this vast mortal world, who steals away the fleeting years. Whether man or soul, were but a mere shadow on the river pond. People turned toward the voice to see a scruffy young Taoist riding a gray donkey, swaying unsteadily. An ancient sword hung at his waist, and he carried a wine gourd. His eyes were glassy from drink, yet he kept nodding along as he chanted poetry. That's that little Taoist again. Someone in the crowd recognized him. A few days ago he told a cultivator, "You're sure to die if you go north." Got nearly beaten to death, but he ran fast. The Taoist pulled his donkey to a stop in the middle of the street and boomed, 3 fortunes a day. If not accurate, no charge. Ling Moshua glanced at him and was about to ignore him, but before she could, he had already slipped over to her side. Seeing her ethereal beauty, a flicker of admiration flashed in his eyes before he quickly masked it with seriousness. "Noble lady, your grace is beyond words." Ling Moshua scoffed softly and turned to leave. Princess Jiao, however, intrigued, called out, "Taoist, could you tell my fortune? What would you like to know, miss?" "The future." Princess Jiao's eyes blazed with interest. The heavens' secrets of the future aren't casually revealed. The Taoist raised a drink to his lips, savoring it deeply. Princess Jiao pointed at Ling Moshua. "Will I have a chance to be as exalted as this immortal?" The Taoist glanced her over, then leisurely said, "Like father, like daughter. You have the bearing of an empress." "Nonsense." Princess Jiao's brows furrowed sharply. "I'm a mere woman. How could I be an empress? I speak no falsehoods. You're supposed to be a Taoist, not a monk spouting nonsense." The Taoist hiccuped, then flicked his finger at her. 1 copper coin. Princess Jiao searched her sleeves, but only found a silver dollar, which she handed over awkwardly. "No, no. This poor Taoist has no wealth affinity. Only copper coins accepted." Seeing the princess embarrassed, Ling Moshua produced a copper coin from her sleeve and tossed it to him. "Take it." The Taoist caught the coin and suddenly lowered his voice, warning, "Your journey ahead is fraught with grave danger." His gaze lingered oddly on Ling Moksha's figure as he muttered, "Troublesome woman, I mean well." A chill instantly coalesced around Ling Moshua, and she said coldly, "Spreading lies will have its price." The Taoist shivered, covered his face, and backed away. "Hit people, not faces. I still rely on my looks." Ling Moshua was too tired to argue and led Princess Jiao out of the city. Behind them, the Taoist rode his donkey swayingly, shouting bloodshed disaster at passing cultivators, repeatedly receiving blows in return. After another round of beatings, he looked up at the reddened sky, a heavy feeling in his heart. Sigh, I underestimated human greed. I wonder how many will die this time. Yet, the next moment, he reverted to his old antics. Fortune-telling. Fortune-telling. If not accurate, no charge. His cries echoed through the streets of Baitian capital. Meanwhile, across the northern wilderness, countless prodigies from the 4 regions were converging on Tianyuan Valley. The fire waves in Tianyuan Valley raged wildly. "We can't hold out much longer at this rate." A handsome young man grasped his long halberd, his robes torn and battered, yet he stood firm on the front line, glaring at the group of red-clad cultists across from him. "Are you planning to die with me?" The leader of the blood demon cultists laughed maniacally in the fiery sea. "Scared already? This is what happens to those who oppose the blood demon cult. When the blood demon sea merges, the hellfire of karma will burn everything. Not only will you die, the entire Baitian kingdom will become a furnace of torment." "Ha ha ha ha. The blood demon sect? You said they vanished thousands of years ago. How could they still exist?" The flickering firelight danced across the thick stone walls, revealing the shocked and angry face of a young man. In his mind's eye, he saw the bloody chapter from the ancient chronicles how millennia ago, the blood demon sect committed atrocities that outraged both gods and mortals alike, and were wiped out by the continent's righteous heroes. Thought to be extinct and forgotten, yet here they were, rising again like a phoenix from the ashes. "Heh, and you think you can wipe us out?" A red-robed cultist sneered from the shadows. "We've just broken into smaller cells, hiding in the darkness. The fire of the blood demon never dies, it only passes on." The youth's name was Xiaoyu, 7th son of Tianjin Peak. Sharp-eyed and fierce, he had been sent to eradicate the cult. He had expected to quell them in a few days with a swift sword strike, and indeed, he had swiftly crushed their headquarters. But as he peeled back the layers, he found blood demon followers lurking throughout Baitian Kingdom. Since they had come this far, he was determined to root them out completely. But these people were the infamous surviving remnants of the blood demon sect. Underestimating them, Xiaoyu was caught off guard by a desperate counterattack. He was captured alive along with Baixuan's crown prince and brought to this blood pool altar. The pool was originally used to awaken powerful blood demon warriors. Xiaoyu's sword had managed to sever that link. But the cultists burned their own life force, triggering the ritual's core to trap both him and the prince within. What surprised him even more was the legendary Crimson Lotus karmic fire seal beneath the altar, a terrifying presence ranked 11th on the heavenly fire list. If unleashed, it could reduce the entire Grasswood city and its people of Baitian to ash. Now, lava-hot flames churned and battered the seal. Using his mastery of array magic, Xiaoyu forced it down, though the intense heat charred his clothes and turned sweat to steam instantly. Without being a heavenly great array master, he would have long since turned to dust. The flames cut him off from the outside. He tried to break the barrier, but was met with fierce backlash. Only recently had he detected a spirit talisman signal from his 8th junior brother. Risking everything, he ripped open a narrow gap to send an urgent plea for help. He expected Tianjian Peak's strongest soon, and though he could sacrifice his life, he would not let millions perish with him. He knew the truth. If the karmic fire escaped, the blood demon would rise again, and no part of the world would remain safe. Countless innocents would perish. Ha ha ha, so noble, this cultivator of ours. The redrobed figure stepped forward from the gloom, his smile cold and grim. You strained to send that message? Without our secret help, would you have broken the seal? A chill ran down Xiaoye's spine. You deliberately let me send the message? Exactly. The man swung back his sleeve. The firelight revealed a pale, twisted face. Your breaking the barrier was only possible because we cooperated with the blood pool's formation. Even you, a heavenly great array master, cannot prevent the blood demon's return. You nearly succeeded, but don't forget the nourishment wasn't enough. He raised his hand toward the outside, his voice like crashing iron. Thanks to you, soon the strongest from everywhere will gather here. When they step into this altar, everything the blood demon needs to rise will be enough. Xiaoyu clenched his teeth until his knuckles whitened. He understood exactly what they planned, to use the world's greatest heroes as offerings. Yet, even trapped in desperation, he stood tall, holding his sword in front of him, its blade glowing fiercely in the firelight. If you want Beishan Kingdom to burn, you'll have to step over my dead body first. The redrobed cultist laughed, the sound echoing through the stone cave like thunder. The blood pool roiled as the crimson lotus karmic fire surged again against the seal, the flames illuminating their resolute figures. Because everyone who came here would become nourishment for the blood demon. You've unleashed the demon with your own hands. The blood demon cultist burst into a wild, manic laughter that echoed through the air. Xiaoyu clenched his anger tightly, his voice low and resolute. Humph, don't try to deceive me. When the strong warriors of the northern province arrive, you will have nowhere to hide. His words carried an unshakable authority that brooked no challenge. Is that so? Then we shall wait and see. The cultist sneered, his gaze cold and cunning. Wherever there is life, there will be war. The blood of all the dead will converge here. The blood demon has appeared, your death is certain. Huh? His laughter reverberated like the mocking taunt of a relentless grim reaper. Hearing this, Xiaoye's heart sank as the seriousness of the situation hit him. Couldn't believe he had been so careless as to make such a stupid mistake. Inwardly, he cursed himself. Damn it. If Heir Shixiang knew, he would definitely laugh at me. And now Bashidi is dragged into this mess, I might not even survive. Looks like my revenge will forever remain out of reach. A faint sorrow flickered in his eyes, yet he forced a hardened expression, clinging to one hope, the hope that a mighty power would intervene. Otherwise, all living beings would be condemned to endless chaos. In Baitian capital, Tianyuan Valley, crowds surged. Countless cultivators arrived one after another, and the spiritual energy in the world shifted constantly, with battles breaking out daily. Yet no one noticed that the corpses of the fallen cultivators, once their bodies touched the earth, were immediately drained of their essence and blood. The blood flowed like living water, gathering underground and eventually coursing toward the eerie place known as the Land of the Blood Sea. Above the northern city, two pure white cloud cranes glided through the sky, their figures agile. Lin Chen pressed on, his eyes gradually making out the distant silhouette of the ancient capital. But as he approached, the fluctuations from the soul tablet grew stronger, exuding a subtle sense of danger. Senior, what is it? A disciple nearby asked urgently. The soul tablet paused briefly, its divine awareness slowly spreading. After a few moments, its face darkened sharply and it cursed under its breath. Damn it, the blood-refining great art is using the entire northern Xian kingdom as its furnace. Are they trying to refine all living beings? The disciple stared blankly. Senior, what did you say? Leave immediately. This place is not safe if you stay any longer. Death is certain. The soul tablet's tone was urgent, tinged with reluctance. Even though it sensed the anomalous spiritual fluctuations, it did not want Lin Chen to risk venturing too deep. Once insisted, he could easily lose his life. It was the first time Lin Chen had seen the usually confident and powerful soul tablet so earnestly urge retreat, making him realize how grave the situation truly was. This place will likely become a living hell, the soul tablet said grimly. Lin Chen remained silent for a long moment. Then his gaze hardened. The whole northern Xian kingdom? Maybe even beyond that. Then I can't leave. You're crazy. The soul tablet scolded fiercely. How can we cultivators stand idly by while all life is slaughtered? Lin Chen was no saint, but he knew that to retreat now would be betrayal. His home was in the northern lands. His senior brothers and fellow disciples gathered still in Tianyuan Valley. How could he abandon them? Senior, you are an ancient supreme being. Is there any way to stop this? Lin Chen asked, his voice unwavering. There is a way, but it might be too late. Your strength is too weak to handle it. The soul tablet sighed helplessly. If there's a chance, I have to try? Lin Chen's eyes were fierce as he quickened his pace toward Tianyuan Valley. The soul tablet sighed again. You remind me so much of my previous master, stubborn to the point of headache. Was your previous master very powerful? Lin Chen asked, curious. Yes, his life was extraordinarily brilliant, the soul tablet said with emotion. My life, on the other hand, is probably painfully ordinary. So maybe my brightest moment is right now. Even if I won't be remembered in history, I absolutely cannot stand by and watch Northern Xian become a living hell. Lin Chen whispered, stepping faster. At the edge of the ancient capital, a disheveled Taoist had just been beaten again and mumbled helplessly, good words can't convince a damn fool. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and was stunned to see a crack appearing in the blood-red heavens. Huh, could things still change? He muttered to himself, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. Northern Shin Kingdom. Above the clouds, a giant black-feathered eagle with a wingspan of several dozen feet tore through the sky, the rushing air splitting apart and leaving a long trail of turbulence. On its back, Zhang Linglong's skirt fluttered wildly as she looked up at the handsome man ahead with a polite, yet urgent tone. Seventh senior brother, am counting on you for this matter. Lin Chen crossed his arms, eyes shining with natural pride. Miss Linglong, no need for formalities. Since it's a task from senior brothers, I will handle it personally. Zhang Linglong hesitated briefly before adding a reminder. Seventh senior brother, judging by Lin Chen's strength, he must still be a disciple of Xiantian's sect. I. Lin Chen laughed loudly, his voice echoing through the high sky. Huh. Miss Linglong, rest assured. The Xiantian sect may be strong in the northern wasteland, but compared to the four borderlands, it's the weakest. Whether Lin Chen is truly a direct disciple or not, it doesn't matter. At best, he's only at the soul refining realm. Lin Nan, don't take him seriously at all. His tone was brash, overflowing with arrogance, as if the matter was insignificant. Yet Zhang Linglong remained respectful, handing over a heavy storage pouch. In that case, I must trouble senior brother Lin. The pouch's opening loosened, revealing the shimmering lights of 1,000 yuan stones inside. Lin Nan's smile grew even brighter as he casually pocketed the pouch. Miss Linglong is too kind. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that you are the one senior brother entrusted with the crucible, I wouldn't want to waste my time. After all, rare treasures could appear at any moment in the ancient capital. But since senior brother asked, I couldn't refuse this trip. And now with 1,000 yuan stones in hand, all the better. He fiddled with the pouch, his mood clearly lifted. Anyway, soon we'll all be family. Let's quickly settle things here, since the ancient capital could produce great treasures at any time. Zhang Linglong seized the opportunity to make a request. Senior brother, might I come along when the time comes? She had long heard that the ancient capital's rare treasures stirred the four borderlands, attracting countless prodigies. This journey would be an eye-opening experience. Lin Nan raised his voice in reply. Huh? Of course. With senior brother Yi there, these treasures will be ours for the Nantian sect. Zhang Linglong looked expectantly before pointing down below at the city. Senior brother, we've arrived. That's the one family's estate. The giant eagle soared over the city walls, casting a shadow like a dark cloud below. Zhang Linglong looked down at the one family residence in the northern city, a poisonous gleam flashing behind her eyes. This time, Lin Chen had humiliated the northern defense Marquis household. After returning, his father raged fiercely. The compensation of 5,000 low-grade and 500 mid-grade yuan stones had left the family treasury drained. If even the northern defense marquis were to yield, wouldn't the north fall entirely under the one family's control? Zhang Linglong reluctantly called on the man behind the scenes to send his junior disciple Lin Nan. Lin Nan, 30 years old, had already reached the martial realm. His sect, the Nantian sect, was the strongest in the southern borderlands among the four regions in the North Province. Ranking above the Xiantian sected was a fourth-rank sect. With first-rank sects considered heaven and earth apart, this standing gave Zhang Linglong her current confidence. If she were to marry senior brother Yi, it would be a leap to the top. Lost in thought, the giant eagle already hovered above the one estate. Inside the one courtyard, people quickly gathered, tense as if facing an enemy. Seeing Zhang Linglong, their expressions relaxed slightly. It seemed she had come to negotiate ransom. Old Wen San whispered excitedly, if the northern defense marquis pays the ransom, even the Marquis family will have to bow. From now on, the Wen family will be the #1 clan in the north. But the family head Wen Liang did not dare relax. When he caught the sharp, poisonous light in Zhang Linglong's eyes and noticed the imposing figure of Lin Nan beside her, a strong sense of alarm rose within him. His voice deepened as he ordered, prepare for battle. Head of the family, stay alert. Wen Liang bit his lip. Outside the main gate of the manor, shadows flitted restlessly as the Wen family members formed battle lines like facing an enemy. Their long knives gleamed coldly, but no one dared to make the first move. Where's Lin Chen? Bring him out. Zhang Linglong stood atop the courtyard wall, her slender waist armored, her voice sharp and fierce. Linglong, you can't do this. The young man beside her, Lin Nan, stood with his hands behind his back. At his feet, a large eagle spread its wings, hovering in the air. Remember, you're a celestial immortal now. Don't waste words on mere mortals. His words barely fell before he raised his fist. Boom. His punch unleashed violent spiritual energy as it crashed down from above like thunder. The vast Wen estate was torn open by a massive crater. Half the courtyard crumbled into rubble. Dust and debris blasted into the sky. Cries and children's sobs filled the chaos. Though no lives were taken directly, every Wen family member felt as if cast into a hellish nightmare. Lin Nan looked down coldly at the people below. Lin Chen, bring out the air. For we may share common blood from 5 centuries past. I will leave you alive. Otherwise, I will wipe the Wen family from the face of the earth. He had not yet struck at the mortal cultivators' honor, cause, and effect, and rarely stained their hands with mundane bloodshed, but his oppressive aura alone chilled their very souls. Zhang Linglong's heart trembled, eyes ablaze with fervor. This was the power of absolute strength. With such might, one could truly do as they pleased. Miss Zhang, what do you mean by this? Wen Liang's face darkened. Bring out my brother. Zhang Linglong's voice rose sharply, her chest heaving. Where is Lin Chen? Lin Chen is no longer with the Wen family. Wen Liang forced calm. We can hand over the heir. But don't forget, Lin Chen is an apprentice of the Shantian sect. He hoped Zhang Linglong would respect the sect's prestige and stop short of slaughter. Nonsense. Lin Nan sneered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That little Lin Chen, what does the Shantian sect matter? We are the Nanshan's sect, what have we to fear? The Nanshan sect. When family members turned ashen. As a second-tier noble house, they knew the major powers. The southern wasteland overlord, the fourth-tier sect Nanshan's sect. Their status was far above the Shantian sect. Against such a behemoth, they were helpless. What do you want? Wen Liang's voice was low, fists clenched tightly. Hand over Lin Chen and you will be spared. Lin Nan's words hammered down like iron. Lin Chen has left the Wen family. This is no lie. Wen Liang stood firm. Where did he go? Though he's my nephew, he's now on the immortal path. How could I possibly know a disciple's whereabouts in an immortal sect? Where he's gone is beyond me. Humph. Lin Nan curled his lips and suddenly blurred forward, appearing before Wen Liang in an instant. The gust that came with him stung like a blade across the face. Wen Liang's heart pounded wildly, yet he gritted his teeth. I truly don't know. Lin Nan sneered, scanning the crowd until his gaze landed on a boy about 15 or 16. Spiritual energy surged, and the boy was lifted by an invisible force, struggling in midair. No talks. Then one will die every breath. Lin Nan's tone was calm, but the cruelty suffocated all hope. Master, help me, help me. The boy's face was deathly pale, kicking wildly. Shut up. Wen Liang roared. Owen's son would rather die than yield. Don't know is don't know. If you immortals don't fear cause and effect, then strike. You threaten me? Lin Nan narrowed his eyes, murderous intent sparking. Mortals and immortals differ. Mortal words cannot be defied. In the next moment, surging spiritual energy exploded outward like a collapsing mountain, engulfing everyone. Many Wen family members' knees buckled, some blacked out entirely. I understand. In front of the immortal master, we all want to live, but isn't our fate in your hands? The head of the Wen family knelt on the shattered stone steps, his voice trembling but forcing himself to lift his head and shout with all his strength. I offer my life in exchange for my family's. Immortal master, is that acceptable to you? A mere mortal, what right do you have to bargain with me? Lin Nan stood among the broken tiles and beams, his thin lips parting softly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. His murderous intent sliced through the air like a blade. How dare such a mortal threaten him? Very well. Lin Nan's robe billowed as he said, I want to see what you can do after I slaughter you all. What can this northern border do to me? A roaring spiritual pressure surged outward in all directions, cracking every tile and brick in the courtyard. The Wen family's faces turned deathly pale, each breath coming with difficulty. Stop! A loud shout tore through the killing intent. Everyone turned toward the voice and saw a burly man carrying a skeletal boy over the threshold like a mere chick. Lin Nan's eyes narrowed sharply. And who are you? Not anyone important, just a guard of the Wen family. The burly man sneered, flexing his thick arm, causing the captured boy to groan in pain. But if you dare harm a single hair on them, he'll become a sacrifice. The man was Lu Qingji. The boy in his grip was none other than the heir, Zhang Yunji. Younger brother. Miss Zhang's heart leapt as she rushed forward. Zhang Yunji's face was bruised and swollen, his eyes red-rimmed. Seeing his sister, he immediately burst into tears. Sister, save me. Please save me. Release my brother. Miss Zhang held herself steady, eyes icy. Though Zhang Yunji was a hopeless fool, he was the only male heir to the Marquis household. How could she stand by and watch him die? What audacity the Wen family has, opposing the immortal master. She raised her voice, trying to pressure with her status. Lu Qingji remained unmoved and instead sneered, enough with the acting. Your Nantian sect may be strong, but don't forget this is the northern border. What? Do you want to start a border war? What is the Xiantian sect afraid of? Though confident in words, cold sweat leaked from Lu Qingzi's palm. Opposite him stood Lin Nan, a formidable martial realm expert. Compared to him, even with Lin Chen's guidance and body tempering techniques, Lu was merely at the martial master level. In a fight, he would stand no chance. But he could not retreat. Lin Chen had ordered him to defend the Wen family, so he must protect Madame Wen. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain in return. Lu Qingji vowed that even if he died this time, he would regret nothing. How could the mysterious Xiantian sect be intimidating? As for our Nantian sect, why would we be afraid? Lin Nan's voice thundered through the front courtyard of the Wen residence, causing the roof tiles to tremble. Standing atop the steps, he gazed coldly down at Lu Qingji. Though both were soul-refining cultivators, Lin Nan believed Lu hadn't even opened a single martial vein, deeming him not worthy of a fight. With that thought, Lin Nan suddenly thrust out his arm like an iron clamp, grabbing Wen Liang's shoulder. Ferocious spiritual power surged through, accompanied by the crack of bones. Wen Liang's arms and legs shattered on the spot. Blood dripped from his fingers, staining the stone steps crimson. This is the price you pay for defying the Immortals. Lin Nan threw off his grip, letting Wen Liang collapse to his knees. Master, don't come closer. Wen Liang gritted his teeth in pain, face pale as he turned and shouted. He hated this madman before him, but knew all too well if he enraged Lin Nan further, the entire Wen family would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Stop. Lu Qingji took a step forward, eyes icy. If you persist in your madness, they'll notify Xiantian sect right now that Nantian disciples are slaughtering mortals in the northern lands. How will the Tian's prefecture judge you then? As bullies who rob and oppress? Or as demonic remnants unleashing mass carnage? Nonsense. Lin Nan roared furiously. I am a proud disciple of Nantian sect. How could I be compared to cultists? In a war of words, Lu Qingji, who had once served as a lowly assistant, was no pushover. He understood that most cultivators were so obsessed with training that they were clueless about worldly matters. Lin Nan was exactly such a person. Then what exactly are you doing now? Lu Qingji retorted coldly, pulling a palm-sized crimson gold talisman from his sleeve. The Xiantian sect's signal for aid. What had once been a keepsake now became a weapon to intimidate his opponent. The talisman flashed with golden light, causing Lin Nan's pupils to contract sharply. Though he wasn't afraid of Xiantian sect, with a rare treasure about to appear in North Xian Kingdom, ruining senior brother Ye's plan would bring him no good. Fine, fine. The Wen family is impressive indeed. He suppressed his fury, growling to save face. I can spare you, but only if you tell me Lin Chen's whereabouts. This is my final concession. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to slaughter everyone here. Senior brother Lin has completed his sect mission and returned to Xiantian sect. Lu Qingji met his gaze steadily. If you want to find him, you can go search the Xiantian sect yourself, though I doubt you'll dare. Give me the man. Lin Nan gritted his teeth, tone cold. Yet with onlookers gathering quietly on the street, if he truly slaughtered civilians, the northern land's public opinion would utterly disgrace Nantian sect's reputation. After weighing this, he finally swept off his sleeve. Take your people and go. With his goal achieved, Lu Qingji swiftly released the restrained Zhang Yunji and pushed him behind. Fall back. He didn't dare push too hard, well aware that if Lin Nan truly lost control, not even ashes of the Wen family would remain. His own death would be meaningless, but if he failed to protect senior brother Lin's mother, he would never rest. As Lin Nan turned to leave, he shot Lu Qingji a murderous glare, then vanished like a shadow toward the alley. Lu Qingji knew this man would sooner or later come to Xiantian sect for revenge, but he remained unshaken. Entering the martial realm was terrifying. Senior brother Lin, who could slay cultivators on the brink of heavenly realm, was even stronger. After all, senior brother Lin was a sword cultivator. He's still a disciple of Tianjin Peak. That's why Lu Qingji wasn't worried about Lin Chen's side at all. Lin Nan fixed a cold, menacing gaze on the young man opposite him. His voice was sharp, as if ground by shards of ice. What's your name? Names don't change because of circumstances. Lu Qingji, the youth replied calmly, standing straight. Good. He'll remember you. I hope you never cross paths with me again in this life. Murder flashed in Lin Nan's eyes. With that, he swept his sleeve and turned sharply. Let's go. The fury around him almost exploded from his clothes. If he stayed any longer, he feared he might slaughter everyone present without restraint. Zhang Linglong had wanted to see Lin Chen get humiliated, but she only saw the Wen family suddenly rescued, and their compensation waived. Disappointment was hard to hide. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunji turned back before leaving, shouting angrily, I won't let you off. Lin Chen may protect for a while, but not forever. The Northern Protector Marquis Mansion won't give up. No one from the Wen family dared to argue. 3 tense figures took flight on the eagle's back and vanished in dust, leaving behind a bleak scene. As the eagle disappeared, the Wen family members collapsed, their relief coming too late. Lu Qingji frowned. Why are you still standing? Go find a doctor. Only then did his clansmen rush to Wen Liang. The horrific sight of broken limbs made everyone realize they had just narrowly escaped death. High above, the eagle cut through the wind. Lin Chen closed his eyes, silent. What he thought was a trivial task nearly shook his Dao heart. Zhang Linglong spoke softly. Senior brother Lin, I think I know where Lin Chen went. Oh. Lin Chen opened his eyes, the killing intent growing stronger. If nothing's wrong, he's gone to the ancient capital. Lin Chen suddenly laughed coldly, his gaze dark as ice. Is that so? Good. Very good. Let's go. As his laughter faded, he quickly masked his expression and coldly glanced at the two beside him. And keep this matter between us. Understand? Zhang Linglong and Zhang Yunji nodded obediently. Though Lin Nan returned frustrated, Zhang Linglong kept praising him repeatedly. Senior brother Lin's power forced the Wen family to their knees. The immortal master's refusal to waste breath on mortals was charity enough. Lin Nan's mood eased, chest puffed with pride. We cultivators are not like common mortals. If Lin Chen had been here today, I'd have shown him who's boss. Since he's in the ancient capital, Linglong, wait for me. He'll teach him a lesson. Zhang Linglong hurried to agree. Of course, I trust you, senior brother. The eagle's wings sliced through the clouds as the ancient capital's hazy outline appeared. Lin Nan turned and warned. We'll meet with the main sect forces soon. You two siblings, don't speak out or show off. Strange treasures from northern Xian kingdom will be involved, and tensions run high across the northern borders. I don't want complications. We understand, the Zhang siblings replied together. Just then, a cloud crane shot forward ahead, nearly colliding with the eagle. Lin Nan cursed. Damn it, who's blind? Wanna die? But the cloud crane did not stop. It traced a sharp arc and plunged into the skies above the ancient capital. The youth perched atop the crane lazily opened his eyes and rubbed his wind-tousled hair. Just now I thought I heard something. Never mind. He looked up, his pupils reflecting rare phenomena bloodstains spreading across the sky as if some evil lurking. Casually, he patted his storage ring and asked the ancient elder's spirit within, Old man, is there really a great calamity coming? The ring replied with a weary voice, Indeed. Many could die. The youth shrugged. If they die, they die. As long as my junior brothers make it out alive. With that, he flipped lightly off the crane's back and landed softly amid the bustling streets below. No sooner had he touched the ground than an elderly Taoist with graying temples approached, clasping hands in greeting. Ah, noble benefactor, your aura is extraordinary. Allow this humble one to read your fortune. Ah, I'm the kind of person who can't stand to see others suffer. Here, take this gold bean. I have other business to attend to, perhaps we'll meet again if fate allows. Su Ping'an tossed a thumb-sized gold bean into the filthy Taoist's hand, flicked his sleeve, and turned to leave. Ever since arriving in this unfamiliar city, Head felt an inexplicable restlessness, and the blood-red clouds roiling overhead made him want to leave immediately. Around the corner, the ragged Taoist was getting roughed up by some passers-by, his nose bruised and blood trickling from his mouth clearly caught out for scamming with his fortune-telling tricks. Su Ping'an cursed quietly to himself. This is clearly a magical cultivation world. Who still falls for those ridiculous lies? He was ready to walk away when a gruff voice echoed in his mind. Kid, don't underestimate the people of this world. I already warned you, don't pretend you didn't hear. What? What's so special about this little Taoist? Su Ping'an frowned. The old man in his mind fell silent for a moment, then said simply, Can't see through him. That immediately piqued Su Ping'an's curiosity. Since arriving here, the old man had been able to size up almost everyone, even the mysterious Xiaojiao. But now, he couldn't read the shabby Taoist. The Taoist pulled his tattered robe tightly and bowed deeply towards Su Ping'an. Fate has brought us together, noble sir. Why not let me tell your fortune? That gold bean is too much. I only ask for a copper coin. I don't even have any copper coins, Su Ping'an said wryly. As a cultivator, he only carried spirit stones and pills. Even the gold bean was the limit. The Taoist smiled and said, Let us meet through one character instead. You write a word on the ground, and I will divine its meaning. Su Ping'an glanced up at the swirling blood clouds. His thoughts turned to the safety of his junior brother, and he quietly counted the time. All right, but don't take too long. Otherwise, the Grand Elder will accuse me of using official funds to sightsee and force me into non-stop seclusion. That would be bad. Not a moment of your time will I waste, the Taoist promised solemnly. Summoning his true energy, Su Ping'an's fingertip glowed faint gold as he bent down and traced a stroke on the stone slab. But before he could finish the first stroke, a black-feathered eagle suddenly swooped down and landed with a thud right in front of them. A man and woman leapt off its back, the young man leading them scowling as he pointed at Su Ping'an angrily. You bastard. You almost got us to fall from the sky. Don't think you'll leave without an explanation. The young man was Lin Nan, a disciple of Nanjian's sect and a genius in martial realm. He had expected to confront some mysterious powerful figure and was on guard. But after a quick scan of Su Ping'an's aura, he realized the man was only in the late physical training stage. His arrogance instantly surged. With a sigh, Su Pinggan muttered, "This is exactly why I avoid the martial world. Not a normal person in sight in this lousy place." He glanced at Lin Nan's companions, a pale man and a woman, both looking exhausted. The woman's looks were mediocre at best, and comparing her to his own senior sister, a disparaging thought crossed Su Pinggan's mind, but he quickly slapped himself mentally. She's no ordinary woman. How could she be compared to my senior sister? Ignoring Lin Nan, Su Pinggan pointed at him and raised an eyebrow at the shabby Taoist. What do you make of his face? Su Pinggan was curious to test this young Taoist's skill after all. Even the ancient master with the ring couldn't see through him, so he must have some real ability. On the ancient city's stone-paved street, pedestrians came and went beneath the scorching sun that reflected off the grayish-white walls. The young Taoist, carrying a worn wooden sword, casually glanced at Lin Nan and clicked his tongue. "Since you've asked, then I shall oblige," he said with a faint smile. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, "You wear the expression of impending death. Even a Deluo golden immortal can't save you. If you leave this place immediately, you might just have a slim chance of survival." "Bullshit." Lin Nin exploded in rage, his robes billowing. "Who the hell are you, a little Taoist priest, trying to fool a cultivator like me? I am a proud practitioner of the immortal path. Me fate is mine to control, not heaven's. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll cut out your tongue." He sneered darkly. "You little Taoist dare to set your sights on me? You're begging for trouble." The Taoist gently stroked his wooden sword, but kept a calm expression. "The slim chance I mentioned is a 1 in 10,000 shot. I mean, well, why won't you believe me? Damn it." Lin Nan's chest heaved. It was bad enough that the Wen family had suffered a loss, but now he was being publicly humiliated by a passerby, a mere Taoist priest, right in front of Zhang Linglong. If he didn't restore the dignity of a disciple of the Nantian sect, his reputation was ruined for good. Suddenly, he smiled coldly. "Little Taoist, I think both of you are doomed to a bloody fate today. Do you trust that?" Alas, nobody believes the truth when it's spoken, the Taoist shrugged. By then, Su Pinggan had already bent down and quickly scribbled a line of words on the ground. "Young Taoist, I'm done." He seemed barely to notice Lin Nan. The young Taoist peered down, raising his brow. "This style's simple, yet strange. Could it be Nianzi script?" Su Pinggan smiled. "Not bad, Taoist. You're the first to recognize my writing." The script from this other world differed slightly from his own, so had lazily written familiar simplified characters. The Taoist studied the words carefully, but his expression darkened as he read. Midway through, he suddenly looked up and swiftly formed hand seals. His fingers flashed residual afterimages, weaving mystic symbols in the air. Truly carried the demeanor of a master. Their exchange and actions ignited Lin Nan's fury completely. "Damn it, I told you all you'd die today. Even the Immortals can't save you." He roared, his primordial energy surging. Bluish-black waves exploded with stone fragments as he shot forward, a fist smashing straight towards Su Pinggan's chest. "Get lost." Su Pinggan met him with a raised fist. Boom. The air cracked, and Lin Nan's chest immediately exploded in a bloodied hole. The Zhang siblings hadn't yet cried out in shock when Lin Nan's eyes widened, and he collapsed heavily backward, blood quickly staining the stones. Murder! Screams erupted from all directions, throwing the ancient city streets into chaos. Su Pinggan shook his wrist, frowning. "I was speaking with the young Taoist. What right do you have to interrupt?" He casually produced a gold bean the size of a fingernail and let it drop with a ding onto Lin Nan's body. "Sorry, I got carried away thinking of happy things. Consider this gold bean compensation." The Zhang siblings were stunned speechless. Zhang Yunji finally recovered enough to point tremblingly at Su Pinggan. "Do you know he's a disciple of Nantian immortal sect from the southern wilderness? You're finished. You're dead for sure." "Silence." Zhang Linglong hissed sharply. Though frightened herself, she kept her wits. Su Pinggan's one punch killed a newly entering martial realm Lin Nan. Clearly, he was no ordinary figure. Su Pinggan ignored the siblings and turned to the young Taoist. "Taoist, you may continue." The Taoist shook his head softly with a long sigh. "Alas, I told you he had a grim fate today, but you just wouldn't believe it. Taoist, now there's no one disturbing us." At a desolate alley entrance, sand whipped by the wind swirled around as someone spoke in a hushed tone, urging, "I still have matters to attend to." "So, any results yet?" Su Pinggan stood nearby, his gaze cold and indifferent. Ever since he had been transported to this brutal world where only the strong survive, he understood one thing: Clear Lie must never show mercy to those who threaten his life. The corpse in that alley just now was the starkest proof of that. The young Taoist stared silently at the single character on the divination plate, then sighed deeply. "Ah, benefactor, I cannot divine the answer. But this journey is fraught with deadly peril. You may well risk your life." "A fraud?" One of the onlookers shouted angrily. "How can you say the young Taoist is a fraud?" The young Taoist pointed toward the alley. "Look, isn't that man dead?" He spoke with solemn certainty. Su Pinggan rolled his eyes. "What a waste of a gentleman's expression. I killed him, so what's it to you?" With that, he turned and inquired about the direction to Tianyuan Valley. "Little benefactor, allow me to give you 10 words," the Taoist suddenly said. Su Pinggan kept walking but cursed under his breath for trusting fortune-telling in such a mystical world. Damn it, ill luck right out the gate. I just want to find those troublesome junior disciples and get a good night's sleep. Behind him, the 10 words echoed softly, not of this place, ask not of this place. The phrase struck him like a hammer to the chest. Su Pinggan's body trembled violently, and he spun around, disbelief flooding his eyes. Young Taoist, what do you mean by that? Heaven and earth say nothing. Disaster takes shape. Life's game is chess, the cosmos unfathomable. Benefactor, take care. The Taoist cupped his fists, his robe flickering like a fading shadow. Wait. Su Pinggan attempted to teleport after him, but when he landed, the Taoist had vanished, faster than a mad dog. Old man, what the hell is going on? Su Pinggan hissed into his mind, furious and unsettled by the 10 words echoing relentlessly. Not of this place, ask not of this place. The young Taoist actually saw through your journey here? Incredible. The voice in his mind chuckled wickedly. I told you, there are always exceptions. Exception my foot. Su Pinggan ground his teeth, but instinct told him he would see that Taoist again, hopefully not too soon, to avoid more trouble. He pushed on, searching for any clue to Tianyuan Valley. After Su Pinggan left, in the shadow of a ruined temple south of the city, the young Taoist brushed off dust and dirt from his face and robes. His features were refined, and his purple robe shimmered faintly under the moonlight, exuding an air of nobility. He retrieved a token inscribed with the characters Tian, Su from his palm. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, clutching his chest and cursing, damn it. After wandering the martial world so many years, this fate has turned against me. I even carry the Tian Su fate luck. If my true self were here, I might have barely managed to divine it. He lifted his head to gaze beyond the city wall into the night. The chaos of the times will soon erupt. Our true self sent us down. Could there be a deeper meaning? The northern Xian kingdom was a lost cause, yet suddenly fate twists. Could it be because of that youth in white? Thinking of Su Pinggan's face, he frowned. This boy has entered the game, but is not the one to break it. Strange. Very strange. Suddenly, he sensed another, stronger aura sweeping from the east. From that direction, damn. The breaking figure's aura appears? Are you all trying to embarrass this Taoist? The young Taoist looked up toward the sky and caught sight of a sudden sprout of vibrant life breaking through the darkness. Humph. The blood demon has appeared in the world. How can I possibly stand by and do nothing? I want to see just how you intend to reverse the course of fate. Before his words even faded, the young Taoist's sleeve flicked, and his figure suddenly blurred. In the next instant, he soared to the apex of the sky, his steps unbroken, rushing towards Su Pinggan like an arrow released from a bow, stirring a fierce wind in his wake. Startled by this sudden movement, everyone only caught sight of a flash of green robes darting across the heavens, and in the blink of an eye, he landed near Su Pinggan. Little Taoist, are you heading for the great sword? Someone shouted up from below. What's the great sword? The young Taoist touched the void lightly with his toes, pressing onward, yet looking back to ask. No, that's not it. Then why have you changed like this? Su Pinggan had just finished asking a passerby about the location of Tianyuan Valley when he looked up to see the young Taoist cutting through the air. Though his appearance was completely different from before, Su Pinggan recognized him immediately. I have merely taken a cleansing bath. Benefactor, I do not favor men's charms, the young Taoist said seriously as he landed on a cloud. Go away, I like women. Su Pinggan's face darkened. He shot back bluntly. Well, what a coincidence. I am a man, and I favor women, the young Taoist said with a cheerful grin. Su Pinggan looked closely at the face before him and thought to himself, this guy can't speak seriously, but seems like a kindred spirit. What's your micro number? Want to add me? Micro number? What's that? How do I add it? The young Taoist tilted his head, curious. Su Pinggan's eyes widened. Could he have misunderstood? What did you mean by what you said earlier? Secrets of heaven must not be revealed, the young Taoist said mysteriously. Do you realize how your current look is very much? Su Pinggan leaned on his cloud crane mount, eyes narrowing dangerously. How very what? Very asking for a beating. I'm not bragging, but no one here can beat me. The young Taoist clasped his hands behind his back, full of youthful pride. And me? Su Pinggan raised his fist, knuckles cracking. The young Taoist instinctively floated backward midair, giving a dry laugh. You don't count. Is that all? Then what are you following me for? Who said I'm following you? Then what are you doing now? Su Pinggan glanced at the young Taoist who was now calmly perched on his cloud crane, strangely familiar. I and you, benefactor, are bound by fate to the same destination. You are young and capable, magnanimous and exceptional. Surely you don't mind giving me a ride along the way? The young Taoist said seriously. You're just too lazy to fly. His pretense of ease cracked, but he kept a calm expression. I have come to help you overcome your calamity. Do you think I do believe that? I do not tell lies. This is the first time I've heard someone say shameless with such refreshing elegance. They'll take that as a compliment, benefactor, he said, unfazed. God, you really are shameless. Su Pinggan cursed, but made no effort to chase him off. As they headed toward Tianyuan Valley, a heavy, unfamiliar sense of crisis settled over him like a shadow. The two stood side by side on the cloud crane's back, glancing up at the roiling blood-red sky, unusually silent. Meanwhile, inside the ancient city. Sis, what do we do? Zhang Yunji's voice trembled as he looked at Lin Nan, collapsed in a pool of blood. The siblings exchanged helpless glances, unsure how to act. Let's find brother, ye first tell know what to do. Zhang Linglong forced calm, her eyes sharp as they swept over Lin Nan's cold corpse. Once proud as a prodigy of Nanhua, he had fallen at their first encounter, stirring disdain, yet no desire to leave his body exposed in the streets. Help me carry him. Let's go. She turned to the nearby flying eagle, then back to her brother. But how Zhang Yunji's heart wavered, but a single look from his sister silenced him, and he gritted his teeth to lift Lin Nan. The bloodstained sleeve fluttered heavily in the night wind. Together, they mounted the flying eagle, the beast recognizing the presence of Namtian's sect disciples. It took wing with a piercing cry, breaking through the darkness and swiftly leaving the ancient city's ruins behind. No one noticed the dark red blood that had pooled on the ground suddenly began to disperse, as if devoured by some force. The crimson threads seeped quietly into the cracks between the ancient stones. The blood Lin Nen had left behind after death vanished in a strange and eerie manner. Mount Beimang Range. Tianyuan Valley. The peaks stretch endlessly as far as the eye can see. Lin Chen and Taiyo Yo pressed deeper into the mountains, only to find the outer perimeter tightly sealed off. Even the soaring cloud cranes were driven away, unwilling to come near. A strange energy barrier cloaked the valley entrance, with a central blaze of purplish red flames radiating intense heat waves, as if a single step closer would reduce flesh and blood to ashes in an instant. Scanning the scene, a chorus of battle cries thundered throughout the wilderness. Solo cultivators, sect disciples, and wandering swordsmen closer to the mountains, the crowds grew denser, bleeding and roaring in chaotic frenzy. Seeing this, Lin Chen guessed that Zhang Linglong had concealed the truth from Heimer rather. The news had already leaked by the time he arrived. Whatever the reason, he understood Zhang Linglong's intentions clearly. As for the matter in Beicheng, he would put it aside for now. The governor of the Northern Frontiers estate would be dealt with eventually. His soul steel urged him anxiously from within his mind. At the mountain's core, an ancient celestial relic was incubating the 11th heavenly flame on the celestial fire list, the red lotus karma flame. Legend held this fire connected to the underworld, capable of incinerating all things. To refine, it would offer Lin Chen a crucial breakthrough in mastery over heavenly fire's power. Unfortunately, the energy barrier cut off all perception as soul steel couldn't even pinpoint the flame's exact location unless he entered the barrier itself. Beyond that, Lin Chen also needed to rescue his trapped 7th senior brother, Xiaoyu, which was equally urgent. With this, Lin Chen and Taiyo Yo quickened their pace, soon reaching the forest's edge. Just as they were about to step into the woods, a figure suddenly appeared blocking their path. The newcomer appeared barely 20 years old, wearing robes embroidered with the insignia of a certain northern wilderness sect. He raised his hand and shouted, "Stop right there." Lin Chen's gaze darkened, unwilling to waste time. "Step aside." The young man lifted his chin, voice sharp and firm. "Evil creatures rise in Mount Beimang. To prevent catastrophe, we sect disciples have orders to guard and seal the area. No outsiders allowed inside. You two must turn back." Lin Chen sneered. "That's oddly honest of you. Orders to guard? More like a pretext to seize opportunities. Move aside, I don't want to kill." The youth's expression hardened, voice turning icy. "If you insist on breaking through, don't blame us for being merciless." Now, Mount Beimang was divided among the powerful. 6th-rank sects had long claimed their territories, while 7th and 8th-rank sects banded together to hold ground and buy time. They knew their resistance was futile and might anger stronger forces, but still they blocked the way their goal was nothing less than sect authority itself. "I'm a disciple of Xiantian's sect I'm not allowed in," Lin Chen said coldly. "Xiantian's sect disciple? You should enter only through the checkpoint guarded by Xiantian's sect. The major sects have agreed. Even if you're from Xiantian's sect, you can't break the rules." The gatekeeper disciple paused, then glanced at Lin Chen's ordinary clothes, suspicion deepening in his eyes. "I've shown my identity. If you block me, you'll die?" Lin Chen's gaze was sharp as a blade, his tone icy. "Do you think just naming yourself will fool me, immortal? People like you, I've seen plenty." Seeing Lin Chen lingering instead of heading toward the Xiantian post, the disciple grew arrogant, as if he had exposed Lin Chen's lie. "You're asking for death. 8th senior brother, attack." Lin Chen commanded. Yes, yes." Iron Bull charged out at once. His massive frame was like a caged beast unleashed, crashing through the crowd. The blocking disciples were scattered instantly. Dust flew as his iron-like chest swept aside anyone in his path. Seeing 8th senior brother so terrifying, Lin Chen finally understood why 2nd senior brother always favored using him. Capable and effortless. "Damn it. We are the 8 Great Sect Alliance. Who are you to barge in like this?" Amid the shouts, more people crowded around them, closing ranks. Lin Chen ignored the roars. eyes caught by movement nearby. Several disciples were working together to break the mountain gate barrier. Sparks flickered across its surface, visible cracks spread. Disciples of Xiantian sect, may we pass? Lin Chen read the sect emblems on their chests and confirmed in his heart. Beimang Mountain has indeed been divided by the sections. Once the barrier fails, it'll be every faction for itself. Even though Xiantian sect is overlord of the northern wasteland, no sect will allow it to monopolize the opportunity. Xiantian sect? Who are you kidding? Xiantian sect is barely holding on now. You too, didn't you just escape from the sect? A disciple sneered, hinting at secret news. Xiantian sect struggling? Lin Chen and Iron Bull exchanged a sharp glance, unease rising. What do you mean by that? Enough pretending. Tell us what happened to my junior brother? Someone noticed the scratches and bloodstains on Lin Chen and Iron Bull's clothes and immediately connected it to the fate of their companions outside. Bastards, how dare you kill a disciple of our sect? Deserve to die? Words ceased as weapons were drawn, and spiritual power flared. My junior brother's in my hands. Iron Bull's eyes shone, like a beast scenting blood. He swung fists as big as sand bowls into the enemy ranks. 7th and 8th rank disciples were like straw before him. One punch shattered bones. Many flew like rag dolls. Lin Chen slipped to another flank, letting the enemies surround him. He gathered strength and punched forward, the air ripped like paper. A nearby refining martial disciple was knocked flying, his protective spirit barrier shattering. Lin Chen grabbed one by the neck, voice low. What do you mean Xiantian sect is barely holding on? You're not from Xiantian sect? Don't you know? The man's voice shook, nearly strangled. We just returned from a trial. Speak. Lin Chen's fingers tightened with creaking joints, murderous cold in his eyes. I'll tell. The Xiantian sect's forward forces were all slaughtered by southern sects. They hung our disciples' corpses in the Beimang forest to warn others. Now the south is led by Nantian sect and has taken the eastern mountain range. Our northern lands have been driven out, but news was sent back. Internal disciples will arrive soon. The south? Who struck first? Lin Chen pressed further. All southern sects joined in, led by Nantian sect. I heard they also seized many storage rings of Xiantian disciples. 8th senior brother, let's go to the eastern mountain range. Lin Chen released his grip. The disciple collapsed. Huh, junior brother, no more here? Why go to the eastern mountain range? Iron Bull was mid-fight, sweat mixed with enemy blood into a boiling wave. We're taking the fight elsewhere. Lin Chen's eyes darkened like storm clouds, voice sharp as ice. As a disciple of Xiantian sect, he would never tolerate the south's provocation. Beimang, part of the eastern mountain range, is the closest area to Tianyuan Valley. At this moment, several disciples wearing uniforms from various major sects in the southern territory are gathered around a campfire. Their faces show relaxed smiles as they hold juicy roasted meat and drink freely. Occasionally, they look up and chat among themselves. However, the scene illuminated by the firelight is chilling. Ancient, towering tree branches hang row after row of corpses whose bloodstains have long since dried. Though these dead wear the uniforms of northern sects, all the mummies are actually disciples from the northern territory sects, including some from Xiantian sect. This time, the vanguard sent by Xiantian sect numbered around 30, but over 20 of them now hang from the trees in gruesome death. Across the entire northern territory, the death toll exceeds 100. Not all were killed and then hung. Some were tortured to death before being displayed. In front of these corpses, even the strongest northern sects are nothing but scraps. A disciple from Nantian sect laughs arrogantly. Northern sects really are just trash. Pathetic. Beixian Kingdom lies at the northern edge of the northern wilderness, bordering the eastern and western territories. The southern territory is farthest away, yet southern disciples arrived first, this time not due to any prior plan, but by accident. It happened when Yi Gu, a personal disciple of Nantian sect, was invited to the North Territory and had just reached Beixian Kingdom when sudden celestial phenomena appeared. Everyone concluded a rare treasure was about to surface, and since the signs were outside the Southern Territory, reinforcements were immediately requested from their sect. Once this news reached the Southern Territory, it spread rapidly in an instant, causing major and minor sects from the south to surge towards the north. The south mobilized faster than the east and west, so the sects nearest to Tianyuan Valley are now those from the south, not the local northern sections. The southern wilderness cleared out northern resistance, allowing the east and west to occupy many favorable spots, leaving the north at a disadvantage. Recently, northern sects repeatedly called for help, and even elders personally stationed themselves on city, a sign of how tense the situation is. Don't get too cocky. Those are just outer disciples of northern sects, a Nantian disciple quietly reminded his companion. Another chuckled. Brother he, even if they're inner disciples, what difference does it make? In the south, even martial training stage disciples can be inner sects true heirs without at least a Xuanwu level. You shouldn't even call yourself true heir. The strongest northern sect, Xiantian, only reaches level 5. Brother he, with your strength, those so-called inner true heirs aren't even your match. Voices grew louder as boasting escalated. and Brother He's face gradually filled with pride. Enough. Brother He subdued his levity and said gravely. After all, this is northern territory, we have to tread carefully. Don't rely only on Nantion sect, we should send elders over as well. Though the origin of the flames is still unclear, we can't rule out heavenly fire. If it truly is heavenly fire, the entire northern province will tremble. Brother He had not yet been blinded by the current victory. Though the south currently holds the upper hand, no one knew how many eyes were secretly watching. Once word got out, more would hear the heavenly fire rumors, especially since the Tyrant's mansion had already spread the news. Now it was a question of how many would believe it. After all these years, with so many false rumors circulating, before anything is confirmed, each sect only sends out disciples both to gain experience and to avoid missing any real opportunities if they arise. Senior Brother He, we found those disciples who fled earlier. It's quite amusing they actually dare to come back and spy. Are you going to go? A South Heaven sect disciple hurried forward, a mocking smile on his face. Just then, a hunting squad of more than 10 disciples from South Heaven sect appeared, surrounding a handsome young man with a deep aura. Senior Brother He, a prodigy at the Wu realm. Oh, you found them? They really don't know when to quit. Senior Brother, he said lightly, hands clasped behind his back. But even the strongest among them is only at the Lin Wu realm level. If I step in myself, wouldn't that be too one-sided? Laughter erupted among the group. Another disciple chimed in. That's true. Brother He, shall we go then? All right, don't rush to kill them. Capture them alive and hang them on this northern branch to dry. Senior Brother He waved his hand casually. Ha ha ha. The laughter echoed as the 10-person squad set off immediately. All were disciples from sects ranked 6th grade or higher in the southern wasteland, led by South Heaven sect, with others from 5th grade sections. The weakest among them was at the peak of the Lin Wu realm, truly fierce warriors licking the edge of the blade. Night fell, and a cold wind howled deep in the mountains. Outside Xiantian sect, outer disciple Song Shanha lowered his voice, his face full of grief and anger. Senior Brother Luan, we've been discovered. You must leave now. They had intended to transport the corpses of their sect brothers back under cover of night, but were ambushed by southern cultivators along the way. Of the 13 advanced members of Xiantian sect, only 14 remained and all were wounded. Their deaths were regrettable, but worse would be if their bodies fell into enemy hands, subjected to inhuman torment. They'll hold them off. You all go first. Luan Qingping's voice was resolute. He was the strongest in the group, at 5th level Lin Wu realm. Months ago, he had pledged with Lin Chen to compete in the outer sect tournament. Since then, he had traveled alongside Song Shanha, who was at Lin Wu realm 4th level. Both knew the danger, but still pressed forward as advanced scouts. Reinforcements would take at least 20 days to arrive, and during that time, the southern sects not only kept provoking them, but even hung the corpses of Xiantian disciples as torture to lure them out. Despite this, Luan Qingping chose to take the risk, though ultimately, they were exposed. No, if you leave, we all leave together. Song Shanha gritted his teeth, knowing well that staying meant death. Heh, touching. A cold laugh came from the darkness. Dozens of footsteps surrounded them. A South Heaven sect disciple stepped forward, eyes cold. A bunch of ants, trying to run from so many Lin Wu realm elites? Don't you have any respect for us? Dry leaves blew around their feet in the gust. In the blink of an eye, the Xiantian sect members found themselves surrounded. The torches lit up the narrow valley, illuminating glinting blades. Song Shanha fixed his gaze on the South Heaven sect disciple, the very one who had personally killed his best friend. Luan Qingping's face turned ashen, drawing his sword with a shout. Don't just stand there. Scatter and run. Don't look back, go. He knew well that capture would mean a fate worse than death. They were not afraid to die, but they would never allow their bodies to be desecrated again. If they died, it would be to protect their sect's honor. Now that's more like it. The South Heaven sect disciple licked his lip, eyes gleaming with the thrill of the hunt. Everyone, let's see who can kill the most. Another disciple from a 5th grade sect laughed and suggested, let's make it interesting. 2,000 yuan stones as the prize. Whoever kills the most, the rest chips in and rewards them. Ha ha ha, sounds good. For the sake of their sect's honor, Song Shanha and Luan Qingping only wanted to bring back their bodies. But in the end, they failed. The southern territories had long harbored a deep hatred for the northern lands. The conflict between North and South had dragged on for 1,000 years and showed no signs of abating. In recent years, clashes had intensified, especially along the border regions like Beixian Kingdom, where skirmishes and battles rarely ceased. Underneath it all, the threat of full-scale war simmered dangerously. Move. Luan Qingping barked sharply, making a split-second decision. Even a moment's hesitation would mean death. The 14 disciples of Xiantian's sect instantly scattered, fleeing in different directions. Their pursuers numbered only 10, but each was a peak craftsman realm warrior. The power gap was stark. Even though Luan Qingping and Song Shanha were among the top of their generation, their only choice was to run for their lives. The other disciples had primarily been scouting, searching, or relaying intelligence, some were newly initiated outer sect members still at the body refining stage, making the situation even more perilous. The night was thick and heavy. Sharp, agonized screams soon shattered the silence of the forest. Amid the rustling wind came the wild laughter and call-outs of the Southern Tian sect disciples. Bastards! Luan Xingping clenched his back molars, rage roaring through his chest, almost burning through his reason. But he forced back the urge to counterattack. As long as he lived, he believed reinforcements from their sect would eventually arrive. At this moment, a Southern Tian sect disciple at the entry craftsman stage opened his spirit sea in the shadows, revealing the hungry grin of a predator in the dark. Through his divine sense, he precisely tracked every subtle movement, quickly issuing commands to his comrades. The 10 pursuers held their ground without finishing the strike, instead keeping their distance as if toying with their prey, driving the Xiantian disciples toward a prearranged trap for a crueler ambush. Song Shanha had been running for some time. Though only at the 4th level of the craftsman realm and not versed yet in spiritual sense cultivation, his spirit sea still extended 100 meters. After confirming no hostile breath nearby, he slipped into a dense thicket, pressing his back against a thick tree, gasping heavily. At this moment, he dared not expend any spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical body to escape any leakage of his aura would instantly give the entry stage enemies his position. Reinforcements should be here. Soon Song Shanha looked up at the pitch-black sky, his mind drifting to his father far away at the sect, a bitter ache tightening his chest. Father, if I survive and return, I will repay your kindness. After a brief rest, he moved through the forest once more. Suddenly, shadows stirred ahead. Every hair on his body stood on end as he raised his fist, ready to strike. A figure flashed out from the trees, hurriedly blocking. Senior brother Song? Song Shanha was startled. It was a fellow disciple. What are you doing here? He stopped to ask. The disciple looked shocked too. We should have been running downhill. As an outer sect novice, Song Shan's keen instincts immediately sensed they were being funneled into a carefully laid trap. Another disciple staggered in, pale-faced and sweating cold. Soon, the sounds of movement came from all around. Shanha? How are you here? Song Shanha's eyes darted anxiously as he ran into several disciples from Shintian's sect. Among them was an outer sect disciple at the 3rd level of refining martial realm, someone quite close to him. What exactly had happened? Song Shanha asked urgently. The outer sect disciple was gasping for breath, panic written all over his face. We don't really know either. We just kept being chased from behind, and other forces are pouring in this way. I had to keep sprinting nonstop until reaching here. They had originally scattered while fleeing, but unexpectedly converged in this forest. A chilling thought suddenly flashed through Song Shan's mind. He grit his teeth. Damn it, we have to move now. Before anyone could react, several shadows quickly encircled them. A disciple from the southern domain scoffed loudly. Heh, you useless northerners are not only weak, but a bunch of cursed unlucky fools. You didn't even notice such an obvious ambush. What stupidity. At that moment, 3 from the southern domain quietly closed in. Though few in number, their strength was formidable. The top one was at the 1st level of entering martial realm. The lowest was already at the 9th level of refining martial realm. For a moment, the 9 disciples around Song Shanha grew tense, their faces marked by despair, fear, and panic. Senior brother, what should we do? I don't want to die, a trembling voice confessed quietly. My sister was abducted by that bastard to be his concubine, and my mother's letter still waits for me to save her. Senior brother, I don't want to die either. My fiancée is waiting for me to come back one after another. The disciples cried out their burdens, as if death was already the end of all hopes. They had thought that becoming disciples of the sect was a path to soaring success, but the harshness of reality struck far worse than expected. Song Shanha was silent for a long moment, his mind flashing to his father's face. His mother died early, his father raised him alone, and he was the only heir of the Song family. If he died, the family line would end. His heart pounded like a drum, but seeing the mocking eyes of the enemies around him, he gradually calmed down. Why panic? From the day we stepped into the sect, we should have been prepared, he said firmly. Without that readiness, what's the point of cultivation? Nobody likes death, I'm scared too. But have you forgotten the oath on the first day you joined the sect? His voice echoed through the night. The disciples' previous panic eased a bit, but the fear still remained. Tell me, what was that oath? Song Shan's voice grew louder. Disciples of Xiantian's sect would rather die standing than live on their knees. Good, he shouted fiercely. So what if we die? 18 years later, we'll still be heroes. At that moment, his true energy exploded forth, and his realm surged to the 5th level of refining martial realm. His face was not filled with joy, but a last-ditch determination to fight to the death. Kill, 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 the disciples roared, as if the battle cries fueled their courage. Brothers, don't be afraid. Sect brothers will avenge us. Song Shanha led the charge, his figure instantly weaving among the enemies. The other 8 followed closely, and for a moment, blades flashed, and energy surged through the forest. After a brief, fierce fight, the smoke settled. Yet the three from the southern domain sneered mercilessly. This is hilariosa bunch of trash crying and begging. Death is your only destiny. They didn't finish them off because they still wanted to torment these northern wasteland disciples, using them to build the southern wasteland's fearsome reputation and to make the northerners tremble. If you've got the guts, then kill us. Song Shanha fell to the ground, his face stomped on, but the unyielding fire in his eyes didn't die. Killing you guys would be boring, wouldn't it? The alien treasure hasn't shown itself yet, so this is no fun. Xiantian's sect, sending more people here would be interesting. He gritted his teeth and whispered. Suddenly, a furious shout rang out. Shanha, attack! Luan Qingping burst from the side. The enemy at the 9th level of refining martial realm reacted sluggishly, and a flash of blade light appeared. Just as the enemy tried to dodge, Song Shanha firmly grabbed his body. A cold gleam swept by, and the enemy's head rolled to the ground. The sudden turn of events stunned the other two. They never expected the enemy to launch a last-ditch counterattack, even sacrificing their own comrades, igniting their fury instantly. If this news reached their sect, they would surely become a laughingstock. Fine, fine. I originally intended to spare you, but this is all your own fault. The disciple from the southern border sect at the 1st level of the martial entry realm shouted fiercely. His true energy burst outward with a roar, sending violent waves of force sweeping in all directions, nearly suffocating Song Shanha and Luan Qingping. Go! The two stepped forward simultaneously, blocking in front of the remaining disciples. They completely abandoned any thought of retreat themselves and instead tried to save the weaker young disciples. Senior brother. The disciples were on the verge of tears. Staying now would only slow down the two senior brothers and offer no help. I'm staying. Another disciple from Xiantian's sect at the refining martial realm spoke firmly. Lu Qing, you have to protect them, Song Shanha said with burning eyes. He had already lost a close friend and refused to lose Lu Qing too. Haven't you thought that I lost him, and might lose you as well? Lu Qing's voice was hoarse. He had entered the sect alongside both of them 10 years ago and was as close as brothers. They still need you to protect them. Go now logically, reinforcements from the sect have arrived, and our Xiantian inner sect senior brothers will take revenge for us. Song Shanha ordered. The crisis pressed down. No clear outcome was in sight. Their opponents were inner sect disciples from the southern border. Sectly Zuanshan's inner sect could match them. If they didn't escape now, total annihilation was certain. You won't leave. A furious roar echoed as the martial entry disciple unleashed his true energy, with the force of mountains crashing and seas splitting. Song Shanha and Luan Qingping charged side by side, fists and palms flashing, their true energy rippling layer upon layer. Though refined martial realm level 5, they were not powerless. Together, they held off dozens of attacks, but were still overwhelmed. Defeat was inevitable. Seizing the chaos, Lu Qing gritted his teeth and led the rest of the disciples in a swift retreat. After ensuring everyone was safe, Song Shanha and Luan Qingping exchanged a weary smile. If only we had some wine, one said. I doubt we'll have another chance, the other replied quietly. The martial entry disciples' attack grew more vicious by the moment. Within breaths, they were battered and bloodied, but capture was impossible. They could not allow themselves to become hostages of the southern border, endangering more brothers. So they fought with their lives on the line, each move costing blood. Bastards! You forced my hand. The Southern Sky Sect prodigy roared in rage. Despite being martial entry realm himself, he was injured by these ants, burning with humiliation on his face. His true energy exploded as he threw a devastating punch, knocking Song Shanha and Luan Qingping flying, their blood staining the sky. Senior brother, can you still hold on? Song Shanha dragged his bloodied body, glancing at Luan Qingping. I'm not finished yet. Luan Qingping smiled through the blood at his mouth. The southern border disciple at the refining martial realm 9 levels watched with unease. Zuanshan's people were terrifyingly reckless. Senior brother, we don't have time to waste, he warned the martial entry prodigy. If they want no one to give up, then we'll send them off. Dead men are useful too, just look at those hanging from the trees, but living men always come in handy. The martial entry disciple's voice grew grim. Kill them. With a furious roar and bloodshot eyes, he charged at them again. Close combat followed with sharp, piercing sounds of bones breaking. Luan Qingping's arm was shattered. Song Shan's legs were crippled. Yet despite this, he and his companion gritted their teeth, raised their swords, and resolved to make one last desperate stand. You're all a bunch of lunatics. The black-clad enemy at the level of entering martial realm shouted angrily, his face twisted with fury. Do you really think you can let those people escape like this? Huh. Delusional. There are only 3 of us here. The rest have already turned them into prey. Once they leave the camp, their fate is sealed. As his words fell, the hope in the 2 defenders' eyes instantly shattered, fighting desperately only to be met with such bleak news. Haha, do you understand now? Since you hurt me, we'll send you all to hell. The black-clad man's arms shook as thunder rumbled forth. Southern fist, rushing thunder. The earth-level martial skill exploded, cutting wind like knives rolled with thunderbolts, crashing directly toward the 2. just as the fists were about to land. Bang! An earth-shaking blast erupted. The murderous force from the black-clad man's palms suddenly vanished, and he himself staggered back, shocked. Who? He barked fiercely. Dust swirled as a powerful, towering figure stepped out, crushing fallen leaves beneath his feet. Are you two all right? Came a deep voice like a great bell. Song Shanha and his companion looked up, stunned. Senior brother Nyo? Is that you? Tai Nyo glanced back and grinned, white teeth shining. Haha, it's me, old Nyo. How did you guys end up like this? That pathetic scum managed to do this to you? The two smiled wryly but could not hide their relief. The reinforcements had arrived, and it was Tai Nyo from Tianjian Peak. The black-clad man furrowed his brow, unable to read Tai Nyo's cultivation level. Either it exceeded his own or was completely imperceptible. With a cold snort, he demanded, "Who are you? Listen up. Grandpa's name is Tai Nyo, disciple of Tianjian Peak, Xintian sect." Xintian sect? Haha, just in time. The black-clad man's eyes flashed with vicious light. You look like an inner sect disciple. Capturing you would be a big achievement. Before he finished speaking, he lunged forward wildly, his fierce true energy condensing into a pitch-black fist aura, roaring toward Tai Nyo. Senior brother Nyo, watch out. He's at entering martial realm. Bang. Before the warning finished, Tai Nyo struck out a punch. The crack of bones echoed sharply. The black-clad man's neck twisted at a grotesque angle, and he died on the spot. Tai Nyo shook his fist casually. What were you just saying? No, he didn't say anything. The last enemy's face went pale. Seeing his comrade killed by a single punch, he turned and fled wildly. Trying to run? Tai Nyo reached out, grabbed the corpse, and with a swing, hurled the 100-kilogram catapult forward with a crash. The body flew through the air, smashing a row of ancient trees, slamming hard onto the fleeing man's back. The sounds of cracking bones mixed with screams. His internal organs shattered. He opened his mouth at Tai Nyo in disbelief, then collapsed. Song Shanha and his companion gasped. No wonder its brother Nyu still so fierce. Here, take these, quickly eat. Tai Nyo handed over 2 healing pills, their aroma filling the air. Song Shanha swallowed the pills and urged, Senior brother, Lu Qing and the others are still in danger. Hurry and go save them. Tai Nyo scratched the back of his head and gave a sheepish grin. Don't worry, someone's already gone. Who? Both asked in unison. My junior brother. Tai Nyo answered matter-of-factly. The two exchanged confused glances. Was Tai Nyo the 8th disciple of Tianjian Peak? He had a junior brother? Since they had been on long missions, they were unaware of recent changes in the sect. Suddenly, a memory from months ago flashed vividly. Could it really be him? In the forest, Lu Qing led everyone in a desperate escape. Branches snapped and rustled as they pushed through, cold, damp mud splashing onto their hems, but he had no time to notice. His chest felt as if a blade had carved a wound. Had already lost a close friend, and now Song Shanha had died protecting everyone. Hot tears mixed with the rain blurred his vision. Damn it! If only my cultivation were peerless, I wouldn't have lost you all again. And again his low roar was swallowed by the wind, but he clenched his teeth and sped up his steps. Behind him, his disciples stumbled, their eyes filled with the same fear and grief. Senior brother, what do we do now? Split up. Lu Qing gritted his teeth, speaking each word sharply. Don't let down senior brother Song and senior brother Luan. He knew their 2 senior brothers couldn't hold off the enemy for much longer. If their pursuers caught up again, there would be no escape. The only thing left was to survive. Hearing this, the disciples scattered like sparks igniting in dry grass, running desperately in separate directions. Being alone was dangerous, but staying together would attract too much attention. They could only break out in small groups, escape the forest, and seek reinforcements from their sect who should already be on their way if nothing went wrong. Thinking this, no one hesitated, and they all took off at a run. Lu Qing chose the most secluded path. Just as he turned into thick bushes, a sudden roar exploded, ringing painfully in his ears. How laughable, thinking you could run away. A cold, mocking voice emerged through the dust. Lu Qing stopped abruptly and turned to see a man in white slowly stepping forward, holding one of his scattered junior disciples by the fingers. The disciple's eyes were wide open, lifeless. Sorry, it wasn't hard. This one just died. The man in white casually dropped the body like a dead dog, his tone dismissive. You people from Xuantian sect are truly weak. Run. Anger and grief surged in Lu Qing's throat as he shouted. But in the next breath, 7 figures materialized in the forest, like an iron cage sealing off all routes of retreat. The Catan mouse game ends here. We're tired of playing, said Chen Qinglan, leader of Nantian sect, standing with his hands behind his back. He was at the 3rd level of the Wujing stage, and his gaze was cold and indifferent. From the beginning, they hadn't intended to kill outright. They wanted to capture them alive. The earlier chase and blockade were only to herd the Xuantian disciples toward a trap. Now the net had tightened. Abandon your cultivation and come with us, and you'll suffer less. Chen Qinglan's smile looked especially cruel under the dim sky. Senior brother, what do we do? The frightened disciples regrouped. 11 remained. The strongest was Lu Qing, just newly entered at Wujing Stage 3. The enemies were all fully Jingle there was no way sheer courage could make up such a difference. Heavy disciples of Xuantian sect would rather die than surrender. Lu Qing wiped away blood and tears, his gaze resolute. His true energy surged onto his fists as he prepared to fight to the death. Although the other disciples trembled all over, their hearts filled with fear, they gradually understood the recent brutal calamities that had befallen the Southern Territory. They knew all too well that such a fate would never be easily forgiven. If captured alive, they would endure endless humiliation. Even in death, desecration was inevitable. They would never surrender passively. Lu Qing scanned the group with a resolute gaze and asked, "Are you afraid?" The 10 disciples responded with trembling voices. Though death was terrifying, since stepping onto the path of cultivation, they had long accepted that some death traps were unavoidable. Now, they were fully prepared to meet their end. Their panicked eyes gradually quieted as they realized the weak had no choices to make. No sooner had the words fallen than Chun Qinglin's figure flickered. In an instant, she appeared before Song Shanhe and suddenly grabbed his neck, lifting him off the ground. Her voice was cold. "See this? Weakness is a sin itself." From behind, someone roared, "Let Brother Lu go." But the voice quivered, laced with fear. "This is the Northern Wasteland. Once Xiantian sect reinforcements arrive, you're all surely doomed." The disciples rallied their courage, howling defiantly but with trembling undertones. Their triple entry martial realm strength was an abyss that the soul refining realm disciples could not compete with. Even with a death wish, they could not overcome the terror of being caught between life and death. "Sure to die?" A voice from the Southern Territory bellowed. When the Northern sects united to slaughter an entire Southern sect, 9 clans wiped out. Not a single elder or child survived. You think we would ever let the North go free? The Southern disciples were filled with righteous fury, their voices thick with resentment and unwillingness. If those lunatics hadn't massacred 500 from a Northern family, why would we even act? The two sides argued, but both knew that the long-standing grudges between North and South could not be settled with a few words. Chen Qinglan sneered, "Enough. What use is my wasting words on a bunch of trash like you? Today, they'll break your hands and feet, drag you back to the sect. Though lame, you're still Xiantian disciples. You might just bait some big fish." "Brother, leave this to me." Someone stepped forward, with a ghostly figure accompanied by screams. In an instant, Xiantian disciples crumpled to the ground as their limbs twisted and broke in unnatural ways. Lu Qing's eyes burned red like a beast's roar. "You beasts," Chen Qinglan said coldly. "The martial refining realm cultivation is hardly useless. But once you're crippled, what right do you have left to shout?" Despair flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. Though not afraid of death, he feared being crippled. A sharp pain surged in his dantian as his cultivation was utterly destroyed. He became a cripple. Chen Qinglan stepped down hard, mocking, angry, resentful. "Huh, and what can you do now?" Lu Qing's face turned ashen. He roared, "Don't forget, this is the North. When my inner sect disciples arrive, you won't escape." "Haha, Xiantian sect is nothing but a ragtag dog pack. Better to call for your inner sect direct disciples. Then maybe something might happen." Indeed, Southern Tian sect's overall strength surpassed Xiantian sect, being a fourth-rank sect with far more martial realm disciples. Chen Qinglan sneered condescendingly at the inner sect disciples. Unless they were martial realm direct disciples, she didn't consider them a threat. "Let's go, drag them back." "Brother, you probably caught a couple of big ones over there too." Chen Qinglan smiled coldly. Dragged along like walking corpses, blood dripping onto the ground, Xiantian disciples looked pale and ghostly. None doubted the torturous fates awaiting them, brutal torment worse than death itself. Just as they were about to be taken away, a figure suddenly blocked their path. "Good to see you're not dead," said a sharply dressed youth standing firm, his voice calm but resolute. Lu Qing looked up, pupils narrowing sharply. "Lin, Brother Lin? How are you here?" "Brother Lin, run. Go get Tianjin Peak disciples to rescue us. Escape quickly," someone called out in panic. Lin Chen's once glorious reputation was now just that of an outer sect disciple, but stepping up now was no small risk. Seeing the youth, Chen Qinglan sneered, "A Xiantian disciple? You guys still have one missing?" Lin Chen's eyes tightened at the sight of his brethren's suffering. Rage suddenly flared. "So you think no one in Xiantian dares to stand up, huh?" Killing intent exploded. With a fierce punch, he struck the northern disciple, dragging Lu Qing, blasting half his body apart in a grisly death, blood spurting everywhere. "Since you're here, then stay and die with them," he roared. One punch, and an armament realm master was dead. The explosive impact still echoed in the air. Chen Qinglan and her companions went pale instantly, while Lu Qing and the other Xuantian's disciples gasped sharply. An armament realm expert obliterated by a single punch? The first thought in everyone's mind was, wasn't Lin Chen crippled before? Not long ago, his cultivation was clearly only at the soul refining realm. The scene before them shattered all their understanding, leaving both sides stunned. After a brief silence, they regained their senses. The aura of the soul refining realm still lingered around Lin Chen, yet he had casually eliminated an armament realm powerhouse. Chen Qinglin's Adam's apple moved slightly as she swallowed her shock and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "I am Lin Chen, disciple of the Xuantian sect's Tianjian Peak." Tianjian Peak. Never heard of it. Where did this trash come from? You dared hurt my senior brother? You're seeking death. Another armament realm cultivator roared, his figure blurring as he flashed right in front of Lin Chen. His fist broke the wind, chi howling as it struck toward Lin Chen's chest. With a loud boom, Lin Chen remained unmoved, while the attacker's chi shattered inch by inch. The crowd's eyes widened. A full-strength punch from an armament realm master hadn't even ruffled the hem of Lin Chen's robe. Lu Qing was dumbfounded, and even Qin Qinglan couldn't hide her shock. South Desolation realm cultivators aren't worth much more than that, Lin Chen said indifferently. Before anyone could react, he raised his fist and slammed it down, smashing the attacking cultivator into the ground. The solid rock cracked instantly. Half the man's skull exploded, and after a few feeble struggles, he fell motionless. Another punch, another life ended. The smell of blood in the air reminded every it was no illusion. Qin Qinglan felt a chill run down her spine. No longer daring to underestimate Lin Chen, her gaze locked on him with unwavering intensity. Are you hiding your true cultivation? Are you really an inner disciples of the Xuantian sect? Although she spoke calmly, she maintained her poise. She was an armament realm triple stage master and would not show weakness. Lin Chen didn't bother to reply. You look down on me? I'm Chen core disciple of Nantian sect. Qin Qinglan didn't finish her sentence before a large hand crushed her cheek to the side. Lin Chen sneered low. Who you are doesn't interest me. 10 Desolation Seal. Boom. The explosive martial technique erupted like thunder piercing the body. Blood mist exploded as Qin Qinglin's head shattered into pieces. Her headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground. The remaining 4 companions felt their scalps tingle. They roared and leapt at once, attacked together. 4 figures soared into the air, their chi flashing like rainbows. Lin Chen laughed coldly, crossing his fists before his chest. Xuantian sect's secret art martial seal, suppressing the 8 desolations. One of the rarest and highest grade, ground-level martial techniques of the Xuantian sect. His fist power thundered like celestial drums, and phantom martial seals descended. The 4 cultivators still midair had their flesh shattered by the shockwave, their broken limbs scattering blood like rain across the sky. Amid the sea of crimson, Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, expression calm and serene like a demon god. Lu Qing and the others' scalps tingled in awe. Holy crap! Someone shouted. If not seen with their own eyes, no one would believe such a thing had really happened. Senior brother Lin is amazing. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd erupted in excited cheers. Before this, they had no expectations for Lin Chen in their memory. This once genius had long been relegated to menial tasks in the outer sect. Though the elder of Tianjian Peak planned to accept him as a disciple, none believed in him. Besides, as advanced disciples, they were unaware of recent turmoil in the sect. Had they known Lin Chen was so powerful, they would never have dared to underestimate him. Are you all alright? Lin Chen approached Lu Qing and first gave him the healing pill. Only then did Lu Qing's severed limbs begin to regenerate. This was a sacred healing medicine specially entrusted to Lin Chen and the others by the Grand Elder before his departure, originally intended for emergencies, and now it finally proved its worth. Lin Chen was never stingy to fellow disciples of the sect. He gave out several pills directly to everyone. Following his instruction, Lu Qing administered the pills to the injured comrades. Once he confirmed their wounds were stabilized, he hobbled over to Lin Chen, his eyes filled with both surprise and joy. Senior brother Lin, how did you end up here? Has the sect's reinforcements arrived? Lu Qing asked expectantly. He never imagined the sect would send Lin Chen down the mountain. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly added, by the way, senior brother's Song and Luan are still in danger. They're already here, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Lu Qing, I'm so glad you're okay. A shout came from the distance. Song Shanha charged forward first, followed closely by Tina Yu and Luan Qingping. Seeing their comrades still alive, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Luan Qingping scanned the bloodied, mutilated surroundings and sucked in a sharp breath. Senior brother Lin, thank you for intervening. You were ruthless. These southern barbarians deserved it. Having been relentlessly pushed to the brink by southern cultivators during this time, the grisly scenes strangely soothed their pent-up rage. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. We are all disciples of the same sect. It is nothing. Senior brothers, are you part of the sect's reinforcements? Song Shanha smiled bitterly and shook his head. We were only ordered to investigate, never expecting an ambush from the south. If it weren't for senior brother Lin's timely arrival, I fear he quickly recounted the whole situation. When he mentioned hanging bodies on the tree to lure northern forces into a slaughter, Tinyu suddenly slammed his fist on the rocky cliff, scattering debris. Damn those southerners, what a cruel trap. Junior brother, come with me, we'll beat them up. Luan Qingping lowered his voice to caution, senior brother, would better wait for sect reinforcements. On the southern border, I heard Yigu has arrived. Yigu? Tinyu was stunned. Yi Gu, the one ranked 100th on the Heavenly Talents list. The Continental Heavenly Talents list records the most powerful young fighters across Jiuzhou. The top 10 are called the 10 Talents, followed by the top 100 as strong heavenly warriors. Across the 4 regions of Beizhou, Yi Gu was the sole cultivator ranked within the 100 recognized as the greatest prodigy in the northern region. He was now stationed at the nearest camp to Tianyuan Valley, where the corpses of Xuani sect disciples still lay. Luan Qingping and the others had fallen into trouble investigating this matter and were now deeply shaken, unwilling to act rashly. I am a disciple of Xuani sect, Lin Chen said coldly. Even if I fall in battle, I will never suffer this humiliation. His gaze turned steely. Senior brother 8, and I will go. You all stay here and await our news. But Song Shanha, Lu Qing, and Luan Qingping spoke up in unison, volunteering to join the fight, but Lin Chen raised a hand to stop them. No need. Their overall strength surpasses yours. I don't have time to worry about others. Just senior brother 8, and me will be enough. His tone was calm, but left no room for argument. The 3 lowered their heads, feeling ashamed, but saying nothing, having witnessed Lin Chen as a soul refiner who punched down martial realm fighters one by one. They knew their participation would only hold the group back. Tiniu grinned, hefting his giant axe. Senior brother, let's go. Kill them? Lin Chen asked quietly. Yes, kill them. Northern Xian Kingdom. An ancient capital city nestled beneath the Beimang mountain range, closest to the Tianyuan Gorge. A young man sat cross-legged within this rugged terrain. He extended his hands, palms gently pressing against an invisible barrier before him. In the next instant, a violent surge exploded forth, raging flames like unleashed beasts lunging to engulf him whole. He was forced to stagger backward, his sleeves swirling as his true energy burst out, dispelling the licking tongues of fire at his fingertips. To think that even the outer flames were this fierce proved how powerful this fiery shield was. His eyes darkened in thought. How could he possibly break through such an inferno? He carried an extraordinary aura, clad in a flowing garment of white and blue embroidered with cloud patterns, rich and refined. This was none other than Yi Gu, the foremost prodigy of the Southern Heaven sect, and ranked among the top 100 talents on the Heavenly Prodigy list. Across the northern province's 4 frontiers, he was the only one to break into the top 100 in the past 5 years, earning him public recognition as the undisputed #1 in the region. Not yet 30, he had already ascended to the peak of the Earth Martial Realm, just half a step shy of crossing into the Celestial Martial Realm, vying to reach the pinnacle of heavenly martial cultivation. Many predicted that his achievements would one day surpass Li Songyun, the legendary top disciple of the former Xianyuan sect. This was due not only to his cultivation but also because Yi Gu was a Dao Soul Awakener, a 5th grade Dao Soul, at that making him the Southern Heaven sect's brightest hope for the future. This time, Yi Gu had ventured deep into Northern Xian Kingdom, targeting Zhang Linglong's rare and unique constitution. If he could use her as a furnace to refine his cultivation, he might leap forward to the 3rd tier of the heavenly martial realm. Yet upon arriving at the Beimang range, a strange and ancient voice completely captivated him. More blood is needed, more fresh blood. Not enough, more still. Once I awaken, I shall bestow upon you the supreme power of the heavenly fire. The voice was harsh and hoarse, yet strangely irresistible. With it came a sudden swirling of flames that condensed into grotesque human heads, floating eerily in the air. Yi Gu's heart jolted as the whispered phrase echoed in his mind repeatedly. More, do you want more? The firelight flickered in his eyes, his expression turning fierce, though his sanity was not yet completely lost. To gather enough blood and seize the legendary heavenly fire, he had spent days dispatching reinforcements of disciples from the southern border to hunt down northern cultivators. In just a few short days, thousands had fallen to their blades. The bloody terror was effective. Northern cultivators became paralyzed with fear, unwilling to face them heathen. At this moment, his subordinate He Yuan proposed a plan: capture northern cultivators as hostages, forcing their allies to come to their aid repeatedly, then trap them in a deadly net to slaughter them all. The plan initially went well. Over 100 bodies hung from the branches of northern forests, but the amount of blood offered in sacrifice was still far too little. How much more do we need? Yi Gu's gaze was icy, desperation ringing in his tone. If he obtained the heavenly fire, not only would his cultivation surge, but his Dao soul might also undergo metamorphosis, even rising in grade. Then, he might finally break into the top 10 talents of the younger generation, the most elite names across the Jiuzhou continent, and the lifelong dream of countless prodigies. The more the better. Only if you give me enough fresh blood shall you receive the supreme heavenly fire, came the tempting whisper again. Yi Gu willed himself to stay clear-headed, but such a promise was nearly impossible to resist. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the tent. Senior brother Yi. Junior brother Lin's hawk has returned, He Yuan panted, bowing his head to report. But, Lin Chen is dead. At that moment, He Yuan appeared within the bounds of Tianyuan Valley. Lin Chen is dead? Who did it? Lin Chen. Yi Gu frowned immediately. Just a few days ago, he had received an urgent request for help from Zhang Linglong, specifically asking Lin Nan to keep a low-key watch. Lin Nan's strength at the martial realm was already top-notch among the disciples they brought, more than enough to handle the secular forces. But now this terrible news arrived, catching him off guard. Zhang Linglong has arrived, someone reported. He Yuan treated Zhang Linglong with only surface politeness, mostly out of respect for senior brother Yes regard for her. Let her come in. A moment later, Zhang Linglong entered gracefully, clearly having dressed carefully, followed by Zhang Yunji. The two of them, upon stepping into the valley, turned pale at the sight of the raging wall of fire burning fiercely. Yigu, you have to help me get justice. Zhang Linglong sobbed uncontrollably. Speak. What exactly happened? Yi Guess' expression was calm, his eyes fixed on the fire wall, his mind focused solely on the heavenly fire. Zhang Linglong recounted the events, emphasizing the humiliation she had suffered because though when family relied on Lin Chen's support, they never took them seriously. Yigu only asked one question. How did Lin Nan die? Zhang Linglong had prepared her answer long ago. Since Lin Chen's fate was unknown, she pinned Lin Nan's death on Lin Chen and the Wen family. It was the Wen family and Lin Chen. Lin Chen capable of killing at the martial realm? Yigu clearly doubted it. I don't know either, but senior brother Lin really died like that, Zhang Linglong said aggrievedly, adamantly blaming Lin Chen. Yigu pondered, interesting. If that news was false, it would explain a lot. All right, I understand now. I'm a disciple of Nanshan's sect, and no one of ours dies without cause. I will get justice for you. But the key now is how to meet their conditions. The heavenly fire, I must have it at all costs. Before he finished speaking, a disciple staggered in through the entrance, wounded in several places. Senior brother Yi, senior brother He. Someone's broken in, our brothers can't stop them. Northern sect disciples? He Yuan's eyes darkened. No, only two people. Two. He Yuan whispered in judgment. Most likely direct disciples from the northern sect. Yi Guess' eyes gleamed with delight. Direct disciples? If they really die here, the northern sect won't sit still. He Yuan, go deal with them. Understood, senior brother. He Yuan, a direct disciple of Nanshan's sect, had reached the peak of the martial realm, just one step from breaking into the earth martial realm. Not as strong as Yigo, but among the younger generation of the fourth realm, he was a standout. A passionate swordsman, though he had not yet unleashed sword aura, he wielded his long sword with exquisite skill. Taking the order, he lifted his sword and strode out swiftly from Tianyuan Valley. He expected a simple suppression operation, but the scene before him made his heart skip a beat. Several southern sect disciples lay sprawled on the ground, their screams of pain endless. Bastards. Just two people, and you're already crushed like this? You've brought shame to the southern sect. He Yuan shouted angrily. Haha, little junior brother. Looks like someone actually worth fighting has arrived. Tiniu grinned, tossing a corpse at He Yuan's feet. Lin Chen was in the midst of beating another southern sect disciple fiercely. Seeing the peak martial realm aura emanating from He Yuan, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Peak martial realm? Not bad. These two are very strange. He Yuan's face grew serious. The two not only showed no fear but seemed eager to fight, as if he was their prey. Fine, you kill my southern sect disciples? Today you'll die without a trace. He Yuan roared. As his voice fell, shadows moved swiftly deep in the forest. Over a dozen figures sped over, surrounding Lin Chen and Tiniu, all with at least refining martial realm cultivation. In an instant, Lin Chen and Tiniu found themselves completely surrounded. More than a dozen disciples from the southern wasteland drew their blades and formed a tight formation, their sword edges glinting coldly in the torchlight as they closed in from all sides. Yet, to He Yuan's surprise, neither of the two encircled men showed a hint of panic. The burly, broad-shouldered man Tiniu had a fierce glint in his eyes like a beast ready to pounce, making He Yuan briefly question who was really being trapped here, them or their enemies. Kill. Snapping back to alertness, He Yuan shouted, pointing his long blade forward to signal the assault. Junior brother, leave this to me. I'm not done yet. Tiniu grinned darkly and stepped forward to shield Lin Chen. Before his words even finished, he charged into the crowd like a raging bull. His fists tore through the air with thunderous force, imbued with true energy. One punch shattered the chest bone of a peak stage refining martial disciple, blood spraying as the man collapsed twitching, unable even to scream. Entering martial realm, gasped the southern wasteland disciples watching. This guy's clearly a disciple from the northern intersect. The sudden brutal strike tightened He Yuan's chest, then a wave of excitement washed over him that only meant these opponents were extremely valuable. Loudly he ordered, refining realm retreat. All martial realm, attack. Capture alive. Alive. Capturing even one top-tier northern disciple would be more worthwhile than killing many ordinary ones. Though Head worried about stirring retaliation by causing trouble in the north, this was senior brother Yes' arrangement, so he forced himself to comply in any case. The southern and northern wastelands were long-standing enemies. Suddenly, 7 or 8 martial realm masters leapt up, surging out with explosive force. Lin Chen held back behind, standing side by side with 8th senior brother, vigilant for anyone daring to attack from the flanks. In the center of the battlefield, Tyanea's ferocity exploded. With his iron-like body alone, he toyed with the encircling martial realm warriors. Blades flashed coldly, but he simply caught the sword's edge with his hand, arm muscles bulging as the blade cracked inch by inch. When a spear jabbed his chest, he twisted and grabbed the shaft, snapping it clean in half with a sharp crack. Each punch he threw sounded like breaking bones, and anyone close was crushed with barely a touch. Physical body cultivator. He-Yuan's pupils shrank in shock. Martial realm strength was already hard to overcome, but this guy's physique was unbelievably powerful. Everyone in the martial world knew that dividing focus between physique and true energy often leads to mediocrity, yet this man had refined both to perfection, clearly having carved his own grueling path through intense, nearly impossible training. Keep your distance. Don't fight him, Hedon. He-Yuan shouted urgently. Long-range techniques rained down sword chi, palm strikes, fire and thunder talismans all blazing into white-hot pillars of light that singed the air and trapped the space around Tinyu in a sea of flames. Still, they underestimated Tyanea's speed. Before the blazing light struck, he shattered the stone slabs beneath his feet and became a black shadow darting through the crowd. With heavy thuds, faces full of terror flew back. His fists were like falling stars, legs like mighty axes, gusting winds whipping sand to slash faces. The southern disciples saw their surroundings splinter apart. In mere seconds, many suffered broken bones and grave wounds, or were knocked unconscious, collapsing in a scattered mess. The last martial realm warrior was struck squarely in the chest by Tyanea's foot, flying backward like a kite with its string cut, slamming through several thick wooden stakes before blacking out. When the dust settled, Tyanea's fists still steamed with white energy as he roared with laughter, eyes gleaming with unspent fury. Anyone else? He swept his gaze around as stones skittered underfoot. None of you are enough for me to fight alone. Only a level 1 martial entry realm. Open heaven. A fierce roar ripped through the air as He-Yuan suddenly stepped forward, his fist like a falling star. His 9th level true energy surged violently, shaking the air like a rolling thunderclap. An earth-grade martial technique exploded with deafening force. Amidst the roar, Tyanea's massive, mountain-like bulk was blasted back by a single punch. Senior brother, he's amazing. Truly worthy of the name. On both sides of the mountain path, the watching disciples cheered in unison. A sneer curled at He-Yuan's lips, though his arms trembled subtly. Tyanea's physique was so formidable that even He-Yuan, a level 9 martial entry, felt a numbing sting in his tiger mouth, the fleshy part between thumb and index finger. Tinyu shook off the blow and charged again relentlessly, but He-Yuan had already seen through his moves, using speed to keep distance and strike at openings. After several rounds, Tinyu roared angrily, "Bastard! Stop dodging and face me." He-Yuan snorted coldly, "Fool, you're just a body cultivator. Why fight you, Hedon?" Beneath his disdain, a flicker of caution flashed in his eye. She knew if that brute punch really landed, he might not come out unscathed. "Junior brother, I can't beat him." Tinyu took a step back and looked at Lin Chen apologetically. His tower-like frame loomed protectively behind, radiating killing intent as if daring anyone to strike while he stood guard. Lin Chen nodded slightly and glanced toward the ripped corpse hanging from the tree branch on the ridge, a fallen comrade from Shantian's sect, beaten and scarred, a grisly sight. Their mission was to retrieve the body of their sect's dead brother. As for bodies from other sects, those had to be collected by their own, too many to carry. "He'll go, senior brother," Lin Chen said calmly. Tinyu immediately stepped aside. "All right." He-Yuan appraised the soul-refining-stage youth before him with scorn. "What? Sending a soul refiner to die?" Lin Chen said nothing, only smiled. Completely ignored, He-Yuan lost face and bellowed, "Wanna die? He'll oblige." He lunged forward, sword flashing cold and brilliant, a flashy weapon meant to intimidate. Killing a soul refiner is more than enough. He-Yuan's sword danced wildly, flashy but precise. The tip scraped the ground, scattering mud and rock, carving a deep groove. Lin Chen slipped aside. He-Yuan snorted, swinging again, true energy flowing along the blade to cleave the air. In an instant, Lin Chen's hand shot out like lightning, gripping He-Yuan's wrist. Swords aren't used like that. All flash circus tricks? He-Yuan was stunned. The soul refiner's grip was stronger than his own. He roared, "Let go." Energy trembled as Lin Chen twisted, disarming him and snatching the sword. Lin Chen looked down at the blade with interest. "Earth-grade weapon? Not bad. Damn. Give me back my famous sword." He-Yuan's face flushed with rage and shame as he was robbed of his weapon in front of everyone and charged wildly. Like a swallow, Lin Chen leapt back a yard, then suddenly drew his own sword. Shoo! An invisible wave of energy swept away dust. "I said, swords aren't used like that." He-Yuan sneered through fury. "Huh? Then tell me how they're supposed to be used." Lin Chen exhaled softly. "Humph." The sword light dipped low, a breeze passing, as the ground silently split open in a straight crack. The disciples from the southern wilderness paled. He Yuan, pointing at Lin Chen, voice trembling. You sword chi? Impossible. Lin Chen's gaze was icy as frost. Of course swords are for killing. Xiantian 9 swords. Second form 1 sword shakes the phoenix. Clang. Only the clear ring of steel remained at the ear. Two figures flashed across the sky in a gliding blur. Lin Chen stood firmly behind He Yuan, sword tip dripping blood. He Yuan looked down, his chest bore a deep, bone-piercing gash, gushing blood wildly. Hiss. He vomited a mouthful of blood, knees buckled, collapsing with a thunderous crash. His dark pupils stared at the sky, barely whispering 2 words, sword cultivate. He Yuan was dead. Senior brother He. The crowd gasped, then fell utterly silent. Looking again at the young swordsman, fear clouded their hearts. This boy was, shockingly, a sword cultivator. The young man before them was actually a sword cultivator. When had the northern wilderness ever produced a sword cultivator, and they hadn't noticed? But if he weren't one, how else could he have unleashed such fierce sword energy while still at the soul refining stage? Even killing He Yuan, who had just reached the 9th level of martial stage with a single strike? Hurry, call senior brother Yi. Someone in the crowd reacted, their roar cutting through the valley. Seeing He Yuan's body sprawled out, no one cared about pride anymore. They turned and fled. With such a mighty martial stage powerhouse dead, staying behind would be suicide. In an instant, the crowd scattered up the mountain like startled birds. Trying to run? Stay where you are? Iron Bull took a step forward, the rocks beneath his feet shattering. He had come to kill, and his murderous aura surged wildly. Senior brother, don't chase them, Lin Chen interposed, his sword held horizontally at his side, voice low and steady. We've achieved our goal. Besides, something's off here. Before he finished, his gaze swept over He Yuan's corpse. The sword energy had ripped open his chest and abdomen, and where there had been blood, it now seemed to vanish as if sucked away by an unseen force, leaving only dark, wet stains on the ground. Strange. A sharp warning shot through Lin Chen's mind. Hearing this, Iron Bull halted. Together, they ascended further and soon found the remains of other Xianyuan sect disciples halfway up the mountain. Lin Chen hadn't wanted to interfere, but Iron Bull had a soft heart and insisted on collecting them. Lin Chen tore off the outer robes of the deceased and braided them roughly into ropes, binding the bodies one by one. Iron Bull's shoulders sank under the weight as he carried over 100 corpses stacked like a small mountain, a staggering and surreal sight. Senior brother, it's him. Just as they prepared to descend, a team barred their path halfway up the slope. The leader's presence was heavy and oppressive, like a great mountain pressing down a martial stage peak expert. His energy instantly enveloped the entire mountain range. Senior brother, you go first. Lin Chen stepped forward, sword in hand, his edge restrained, but his eyes sharp as ice. Brother Yi, it's him. He's Lin Chen. Zhang Linglong arrived with the group, her eyes burning with a mix of humiliation and fury. Lin Chen's gaze passed over Zhang Linglong, and then landed on Zhang Yunji beside her, his expression darkening instantly. So you've been to the Wen family already? How are they? Haha. Lin Chen, you tell me. Zhang Linglong twisted her lips cruelly. If there's a single flaw at the Wen house, they'll drag the Jinbei Marquis Manor down with them. Lin Chen's aura exploded with icy killing intent, and even the mountain wind seemed sliced in two. Wanna know? Go back and see for yourself. But I doubt you'll survive the trip, Zhang Linglong said coldly, rock solid in her resolve. Once Lin Chen was dead, no one would be left at the Wen family. You lot. Don't make me laugh. Lin Chen's expression was fearless. At this moment, 8th senior brother Iron Bull was already carrying the bodies down. Once they were properly settled, he would return. Yi Gu appraised Lin Chen carefully, then asked Zhang Linglong in a low voice, are you sure a soul refining stage cultivator could kill Lin Nan? He detected no abnormalities except for the sword in the youth's hand, which radiated an indescribable sharpness. Lin Chen sneered and lifted his eyes. I've killed too many people, I don't remember anyone named Lin Nan. Zhang Linglong stepped forward, her voice sharp as she warned, Senior brother Yi, this guy isn't ordinary. Be careful. He killed senior brother He, and there's a very real chance he's a sword cultivator. The disciple who had tried to escape earlier now appeared, raising an alarm. Heiyuan? Yi Gu looked toward the sound, and saw Heiyuan's corpse lying cold and stiff not far off, blood already congealed on the ground. Heiyuan was a core disciple who had reached the 9th level of the martial realm. This scene forced Yi Gu to re-evaluate Lin Chen. Sword cultivators are long gone, a thing of the past. Were there any true sword cultivators left? They must be frauds and charlatans. He sneered coldly in his heart. Ancient texts recorded that sword cultivators defied the natural order and were suppressed by the heavenly Tao long ago. Now true sword cultivators are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even if someone follows the sword path, without a complete legacy, the later stages of cultivation become nearly impossible. This is the fundamental reason for the decline of sword cultivators. Anyone can learn sword techniques, but without sword intent, they can barely unleash even 10% of the power. No amount of practice will make them genuine sword cultivators. Because of this, many practitioners chase empty fame, casually learning a few sword moves and wielding a longsword, calling themselves sword cultivators. He Yuan was just someone used to bolster appearances. To Yi Ge, Lin Chen was no different a fame-seeking fly. Genuine or not, today he had to die. Qingtian. Yi Ge surged his true essence, forming a giant palm of essence that blotted out the sky as it slammed down. Lin Chen's eyes flashed sharply. This guy had just touched the threshold of the heavenly martial realm. A prodigy of Nantian sect, truly lived up to his reputation. Yi Ge ranked within the top 100 of the prodigy list. Lin Chen gripped his sword and actually showed some interest. A sword light suddenly appeared. One sword to end all. Boom. The sword chi like a rainbow, forcibly intercepted the giant palm midair. The surrounding cultivators were stunned into silence. A spirit-refining realm disciple stopping a strike from the peak of the earth martial realm? That's sword chi? No, this is really a sword cultivator. The disciples of various southern sects turned pale. They had heard countless legends about sword cultivators. Transcending levels in battle was normal for them. Yet now they truly faced a living sword cultivator. Yi Ge's expression darkened. Elsewhere, the siblings Zhang Linglong were nearly terrified to death. Without Yi Ge's protection, the fate of the Jinbei Marquis mansion was unimaginable. Cold sweat dripped down their temples as they exchanged a glance and gritted their teeth to speak. Brother Yi, Lin Chen can't live. Zhang Linglong no longer cared about subtlety, her voice trembling. If you kill him, Linglong will obey you in everything. Right now? Yi Ge's mouth curled into a wicked smile. Zhang Linglong nodded with difficulty. As long as he dies, Brother Yi, do whatever makes you happy. Yi Ge laughed heartily, all the fire of his earlier hesitation now replaced by satisfaction. Though he knew sword cultivators were terrifying, he believed himself fearless, the #1 prodigy of Nantian sect, the only one in the 4 northern territories ranked in the Prodigy 100. More importantly, he was a Dao Soul awakener. Before a Dao Soul, all mundane cultivation was insignificant, even sword cultivators. Yi Ge fixed his cold gaze on Lin Chen, voice grim. Sword cultivators are rare. Lin Chen, they'll give you 2 choices: 1, join my Nantian sect, or 2, I choose 2. Lin Chen interrupted with a cold laugh, not bothering to hear the rest. You're courting death. At that moment, Yi Ge's face twisted fiercely, killing intent surging like a flood. Heavens unleashed. Fists breaking seals. Yi Ge was a man of action, not words. With a low shout, he raised his arm and slammed down a punch. Fierce true energy poured out like a raging waterfall, several times stronger than what He Yuan had once unleashed. The punch slammed into the air with a thunderous boom. Dust swirling through the forest like a giant hammer had smashed a deep crater into the earth. Everyone watching was sure Lin Chen would be pulverized by this blow, but as the dust cleared, Lin Chen's figure was no longer where he had stood. Yi Ge's brow twitched. He shifted his footing, delivering a second thunderous punch, skybreaker. This was the legendary Heavenly Southern Sect's unparalleled technique, rivaling the might of celestial-level martial arts at its peak. The force radiated unchecked as he aimed precisely at Lin Chen's landing point. Just as Lin Chen vanished, a cold gleam flashed, sword drawn in one hand, fist clenched in the other. He unleashed the 8 Wasteland Seal. This was an advanced form of the Xintian sect's ultimate secret 10 Wasteland Seal, perfected to extraordinary heights by Lin Chen. The 2 forces collided heat-in with earth-shattering impact. Gale winds whipped up stone fragments, and the whole forest was battered as if swept by a violent storm, leaves swirling wildly. Spectators from the southern lands were dumbfounded. Lin Chen, only at the pinnacle of soul refinement realm, had just withstood a direct blow from the south's top prodigy. Cheers and gasps erupted all around. Lin Chen used the moment to step back, inwardly impressed by Yi Ge. The top 100 in the heavenly genes ranking truly lived up to their reputation, his aura rivaling even Li Songyun, whom Lin Chen had faced before. Li Kangyun's true energy was still slightly stronger, but neither had yet unleashed their Dao Soul. Rumors said Yi Ge's Dao Soul was of high rank, but Lin Chen himself possessed a 10th grade Dao Soul with 10-fold amplification, so he felt no fear. Still, the Dao Soul was a secret trump card not to be revealed lightly. Yi Ge was equally stunned. A mere peak soul refinement cultivator could actually stand toe-to-toe with him at the pinnacle earth martial realm. Without absolute dominance, even a victory would make him a laughingstock in Beizhou. With that realization, he threw all restraint away, unleashing the full power of his earth martial realm, his martial mansion greedily absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. I'm going to see how you can withstand this strike, he growled. The Heavenly Southern Sect's secret technique flared in full force. Towering true energy formed a colossal palm behind him, its pressure echoing the heavenly realm hand seals Lin Chen had seen on Elder Wu. The innate power made nearby trees crack and splinter. Lin Chen did not dare relax. Fingers gripped the sword hilt tightly. 2 visible airwaves collided heat-in, sending violent ripples across 100 meters as the crowd instinctively took a step back. Both stood ready to unleash their next strike. Lin Chen drew a deep breath as a sharp sword intent surged forth from his fingertips, instantly filling his vision. Facing the wind, suddenly, the power of his king-level sword technique burst forth explosively, sword chi surging in a tidal wave in all directions. It's swordsmanship. The crowd gasped. Many eyes locked onto Lin Chenhe was no ordinary swordsman, but one blessed with a heritage of the sword path. At that realization, many faces turned pale. Zhang Linglong and her brother Zhang Yunji exchanged incredulous glances at Lin Chen. In just a few breaths, their minds churned like thunder. Lin Chen was only at the soul refinement stage, yet he dared to go head-to-head with Yi Ge? If he matched Yi Ge's level, how terrifying would that be? At the thought, a chill ran down their spines and cold sweat trickled down their collars. High above, Yi Ge was equally shocked. He had refined the Nantian sect's signature technique to perfection, the Pai Tian palm strike, a technique comparable to heavenly-grade martial arts, long considered unbeatable. Yet now, the surge of energy erupting from Lin Chen was even more fierce than a heavenly tier skill, sparking an unfamiliar fear deep within Yi Ge's heart. Num one in Nanwang. Then come try and take this sword strike. Lin Chen growled, his true energy surging as he pushed his wind-resisting sword technique to its limit. The moment the sword flashed, it crashed down like thunder, speed and power amplified to the peak, a cold gleam slicing through the void. Yi Ge's eyes narrowed sharply. With no time to think, he formed a palm seal python. But in that instant, the sword's light sliced right through his massive palm, cleaving it in two. Lin Chen moved like a shadow, shattering the air as he charged forward. A deadly instinct screamed in Yi Ge's mind, and he dared not take the hit heated. Pouring all his true energy into his feet, he stomped fiercely and was blasted upward on a shockwave. Almost at the same time, the sword's light skimmed the ground, carving a nearly 100-meter long, close to a meter-deep trench where Yi Ge had just stood. Dust scattered and sword energy howled. The watching crowd gawked, sword energy taking shape. This was a grandmaster of swordsmanship, just half a step away from the sword sect. Lin Chen stared at the trench, secretly startled himself. This was the first time he had used the wind-resisting sword technique, and he had only exerted 70% of his true energy to reveal the terrifying power of a king-level sword skill. Coming from the Forbidden Zone, this really is impressive, he muttered with a cold smile, looking up at Yi Ge. Number 1 in Nanwang? You don't even have the courage for one sword strike against me? Mocked openly, Yi Ge's killing intent surged, but he forced down his rage. Taunts meant nothing to him now. He would not give Lin Chen any more time to prepare. The wind-resisting sword technique grows stronger the longer you charge, so he had to disrupt Lin Chen's rhythm. But Lin Chen seemed to have anticipated this, coldness sharpening in his eyes. Humph. So my target was never you to begin with. Before the words finished falling, Yi Ge's mind screamed a warning. Linglong, watch out. Not out of concern for Zhang Linglong's life, but because if she died, his critical leverage for breaking into the heavenly martial realm would be halved. Zhang Linglong suddenly looked up, but only had time to see Lin Chen's figure darting like lightning, the sword's aura bone-chilling. If you die by the sword, that will be your pride, Lin Chen said as he swung, a cold gleam consuming the sight. The sword light descended, blood splattered, and a pungent metallic scent filled the air. In the next moment, everyone watching, including Lin Chen and Yi Ge, showed a flicker of surprise on their faces. In a desperate moment, Zhang Linglong suddenly grabbed his younger brother Zhang Yunji. Lin Chen's sword followed through, piercing straight into Zhang Yunji's chest. Seeing the deep, bone-exposing wound on his chest, Zhang Yunji endured unbearable pain, forced himself to lift his head, and looked at his sister with a hoarse voice. Sister, brother, don't blame me. I don't want to die. Rest assured, every year at Qingming, I will pay my respects to you. Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed heavily to the ground, blood spreading rapidly and staining the earth. Yet surprisingly, the blood soon disappeared without a trace, as if absorbed completely. Lin Chen had never expected this woman to be so ruthless. Just as he was about to strike again, Yi Ge suddenly appeared behind him. If he made another move to kill Zhang Linglong, he would undoubtedly face a full-force surprise attack from Yi Ge, who was at the peak of the earth martial realm. Without hesitation, Lin Chen drew his sword and retreated, initiating a fierce battle. Yi Ge threw punches in defense, their blows clashing intensely, sword light and fist shadows intertwining as both took several steps back. They quickly opened distance between them again, eyes burning with murderous intent as they faced each other anew. Yi Ge's hatred for Lin Chen ran deep like the ocean. Without killing him, all of Yi Ge's authority up to this day would be lost. Although Lin Chen wielded a sword inheritance with cunning and relentless attacks, Yi Ge's mind was consumed by only one thought: oh, kill. He had sensed a great, hidden threat within Lin Chen. Now, Yi Ge decided to unleash his full strength. Suddenly, flames erupted from both his hands, blazing fiercely. Lin Chen sensed the spike in deadly intent and no longer held back. Sword energy surged violently around him like a storm, flooding the area. The two overwhelming auras burst forth simultaneously, making the air around them almost freeze. Just as they prepared to settle their fight to the death, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed through Tianyuan Valley. Their eyes were instantly drawn toward the sound. In the distance, they saw 100-foot wave of fire surging wildly, roaring as it engulfed the entire mountain range. The fiery tide exploded and spread rapidly, setting half the valley ablaze in an instant. At the same time, at the center of Tianyuan Valley, a strange light shot straight up into the sky, shining brilliantly with sharp intensity, cutting through the heavens. At the foot of Beimang Mountain, "Senior Sister Ling, it's Senior Brother Niu." A voice filled with uncontrollable excitement came from deep within the forest. Tai Niu was carrying a massive corpse, roughly the size of a small hill, charging fiercely through the encirclement, trampling bushes underfoot, and crashing heat into Song Shanha and the others. Behind Song Shanha, a dark sea of heads surged. These were the outer sect disciples of Xiantian sect, numbering over 100. Further away, countless cloud cranes stood tall beneath the sky, their feathers ruffled by the mountain wind, stretching beyond the horizon. The inner sect reinforcements had clearly arrived. Genuine disciples, core disciples, and even many personal disciples gathered in the clouds, their numbers several times greater than previous support, showing how serious the unrest in Beixian Kingdom had become. At the forefront of the Xiantian outer sect formation stood Ling Mashue. After arriving at Tianyuan Valley, she had searched everywhere for news, hoping to rescue Xiaoyu, but had failed and returned to the ancient capital to await the main sect force. Through twists and turns, she had not received any reports of the southern border attacking the north until the main force arrived. Leading her men to join Song Shanha and the others, she finally understood the severity of the situation and immediately turned to support Beimang Mountain. At this moment, everyone saw Tai Niu carrying the corpse down the mountain. "Where are little 8 and little 9? Ling Moksha's brow furrowed as she didn't spot the two companions. She knew they had gone with Lin Chen. "The junior brother is still up the mountain." Tai Niu panted heavily like an ox. "I'm handing these people over to you. I have to go back and assist the junior brother." "You're crazy. How can you leave the junior brother alone there? Is Yigo with him?" Ling Moksha's voice suddenly grew cold. Though she was only 7th level in martial realm, she was still far below Yigo, who had reached the peak of earth martial realm. Lin Chen was merely at the soul refining realm. No way could he survive alone in such danger. "Sister, let's talk later." Tai Niu stammered awkwardly, unable to explain clearly, already turning and charging up the ridge like a wild bull. Ling Mashue could only follow close behind. The Xiantian disciples exchanged glances and also began ascending the mountain path. Even those who disliked Lin Chen were still fellow disciples, and now that the southern border had openly declared war, none could ignore the call. Forward! With the order given, the vast force surged up the mountain like a roaring tide. Suddenly, a personal disciple meditating on the cloud crane peak opened his eyes sharply and shouted, "Wait. If you want save them, Tianjin Peak will." Ling Mashue responded coldly. "Sister Ling, calm down. Something's wrong, listen carefully," the disciple urged. Ling Mokshu's reputation commanded respect even among personal disciples, and she focused, a strange unease rising in her heart. "What the hell is that?" Wen Qingyun exclaimed in the crowd. Everyone looked up to see at the edge of the mountain range a towering pillar of red flames blasting upward, crashing down like an avalanche, sweeping across everything. "Retreat immediately." Wen Qingyun made a snap decision. "Senior Sister Ling, run." Ling Mashue finally saw clearly the rolling waves of fire. A scorching heat swept over them, instantly engulfing the entire mountain. Not just here, identical scenes unfolded across Beimang Mountain. Countless cultivators fled desperately, but the raging sea of flames advanced relentlessly, devouring mountains, forests, buildings, and people alike in the blink of an eye. Some weaker figures were incinerated instantly. Even someone with cultivation like Ling Mashue could only rely on their true energy to resist. Blazing flames poured down with terrifying ferocity, rolling like endless waves. True energy surged across their bodies, but still couldn't completely block the searing heat that burned through to their bones. Everyone knew that once their true energy was depleted, death would be inevitable. Fortunately, this apocalyptic sea of fire lasted only for a moment, as if some mysterious force suddenly contained it and made it vanish. Looking around, the entire Beimang Mountain had turned into a blazing inferno. Forests were ablaze, ruined walls and scorched corpses littered the landscape, while acrid smells of burnt flesh and blood hung thick in the air. Even more unsettling was how the blood leaking from the corpses seemed almost alive, being silently absorbed into the earth without a trace. "Senior Sister Ling, are you all right?" High above, when Xingyun had swiftly summoned his cloud crane and leapt to a height of 100 zhong, saving most disciples of the Zhuangtianj sect. But those caught on the ground without timely retreat were badly wounded. "We're fine." Ling Mashue gritted her teeth to reply. Thanks to Tiniyu leading the charge and her protective efforts, though the outer sect disciples were battered and bruised, miraculously none had died. wiping off the lingering flames. Everyone slowly recovered from shock. After the brief chaos passed, clear-headedness returned. Let's move up the mountain first. Ling Moshue had no time to check her surroundings and only cared about Lin Chen's safety facing such terrifying fire. Survival was impossible without preparation. By now, Tiniu had already burst into the heart of the battlefield wearing a fiery aura. Blackened corpses piled like mountains, and faint wails came from dying southern border cultivators. Treading over scorched earth, Tiniu searched anxiously but found no sign of his junior apprentice brother, his face turning pale instantly. Xiaoba, where's your junior brother? Ling Moshue rushed after him, eyes scanning the scene, twisted corpses everywhere, and even if Lin Chen were there, he would be impossible to distinguish. My junior brother's strength is not weaker than mine. He should have survived. But now I can't find him. Tienius' breathing quickened. Countless southern border disciples had fallen, yet Yi Gu was also nowhere to be found. Search. We need to see him dead or alive. Song Shanha, Wan Qingping, and others joined the hunt, refusing to believe Lin Chen had perished. After scouring 1,000 meters in all directions, no figure resembling Lin Chen was found. Senior sister, Lin's senior brother should be fine. Look deep within the abyssal valley. Wen Qingyun stood atop the cloud crane, pointing far away. Everyone looked up to see a column of black-red light shooting skyward, dazzling in the center of the abyssal valley. That's the sign of a rare treasure manifesting. If there's no accident, Lin's senior brother must have gone there. Senior sister Ling, well, go ahead. Carrying an important mission, Wen Qingyun didn't dare delay. Sect Master's lineage disciples sped toward the light pillar. We're coming too. Ling Moshue raised her arm, outer sect disciples following closely behind. Hundreds surged into the abyssal valley like a mighty tide. The barrier that previously sealed the valley had dissipated with the firestorm, allowing them free passage. Seeing the radiant light, cultivators from all over Beishan Kingdom realized that a great opportunity had arisen and flooded toward the valley as well. Deep inside Abyssal Valley. Sir, what you're doing will only lead to death, said the young Taoist priest with hands pressed together, eyes full of compassion. Su Pinggan's face twisted in rage. To hell with your death warnings. All I know is my junior brother's life hangs by a thread. If you want help, then get out of my way. Watch me break this barrier. He roared and slammed the blackened iron ruler hard against the altar's outer wall, thunderous sounds echoing without end. Earlier, Su Pinggan had exhausted all his strength shattering the outer barriers, but hadn't expected the altar to be protected by an even stronger shield, one he was powerless against. At the altar's center, Xiaoye's eyes were tightly shut. His skin glowed red like molten iron, flesh cracked and bleeding along the sacrificial runes. If this continued, he would surely pass out. Su Pinggan's veins bulged as he struggled, but to no avail. At this rate, Xiaoye's death is certain. Second senior brother, it's useless. Hurry and stop them. Under no circumstances can they be allowed to fight each other. The more people die, the faster the blood demon beneath the altar will awaken. A rolling mist of blood seeped up from the base of the altar, staining the cracked ground crimson. Xiaoyu knelt at the center of the array, his face pale as ash and fresh blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, barely holding on to his last bit of consciousness. The four-sided ceiling formation he had set up flickered like a candle in the wind. The talisman patterns shimmered unstable, ready to collapse at any moment. If the fighting on the mountaintop wasn't stopped in time, the day the sea of blood gathered would be the blood demon's unsealing. This sudden upheaval was no natural disaster, it was a carefully plotted scheme by the cultists. In recent years, the number of cultivators in northern Xian Kingdom had surged, all vying for the heavenly fire artifact sealed beneath the altar. Various factions were itching to act, waiting for the right moment. The cultists exploited human greed and guided cultivators to slaughter each other, using their blood to feed the blood demon. Once the blood demon returned to the mortal world, there would be no pure land left in Beizhou. Su Pinggan stood facing the wind, his black cloak whipping wildly, his heart pounding like a war drum. Since joining Tianjian Peak 10 years ago, he was among the earliest disciples under his master. Though seemingly indifferent and taciturn on the surface, he valued his comrades more than life itself. Now, with his seventh junior brother's life flickering inside the weakening seal, he would never allow anyone to die before his eyes. Damn it, he growled, raising his hand to press the ancient bronze ring on his finger. Tianyi, you better find me a way out of this. A steady but restless voice responded from the ring. The barrier is tied to the altar's blood lineage. Forcibly destroying it will either unleash the blood demon outright or destroy your junior brother's sealing formation. If the blood demon devours the heavenly fire, it will not be just one blood demon resurrected. No solution? Su Pinggan clenched his teeth hard. Unless, Tianyi continued, someone can refine the heavenly fire before the blood demon does, then break the altar's barrier while maintaining the ancient seal. With your cultivation level in the lower realm, even if you're peerless, it's almost impossible to accomplish all three simultaneously. What made it worse was that stopping the cultivators from fighting over the treasure was nearly impossible. The heavenly fire was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, enough to drive anyone mad. Even if he revealed the conspiracy, no one would believe him. Deeper within the blood array, Xia Ye's breath grew weaker, like a candle flickering in the wind. Su Pinggan's heart pounded wildly. Any delay now meant his seventh junior brother would perish. At that moment, a voice said calmly from the side, "Well said." A gray-robed Taoist appeared, holding a dust whisk, his expression peaceful but betraying urgency. "You Taoists with your endless Buddhist talk are so annoying. Move aside." Su Pinggan snapped angrily. The Taoist remained composed. "If you want to save him, I have a method. Among the 3,000 great Tao paths, this method can absorb part of the backlash for you and help the young disciple stabilize his life force. But you must stand at the center of the array and become a new nexus. You will lose the power to block outside forces and cannot leave here. What are we waiting for? Saving my junior brother is the top priority." Su Pinggan agreed immediately. The Taoist pressed his palms together, sighing, "Keep in mind, outside this altar, there are still millions of living beings. What do they have to do with me? Aren't you a Taoist? Saving all lives is your responsibility. They'll take the risk inside, but you can't just stand by and watch the blood demon ravage the world. Outsiders may not heed my words. I have already tried to warn them. If you don't try, how will you know? Enough talk, hurry." Su Pinggan stepped to the edge of the seal and moved to shield Xiaoyu. The gray-robed Taoist finally nodded. "Very well. You go first." He waved his whisk high, the true essence surging, and 3,000 Tao patterns burst into golden light in midair, slowly overlapping the shattered seal. Amidst the intertwining sparks, Su Pinggan felt the fierce heavenly fire and blood demon aura slam down on him, his body nearly shattering on the spot. Yet he gritted his teeth and refused to retreat, fiercely protecting his junior brother. Outside the altar, the mountaintop roared with thunder and wind. The sounds of battle-clashing blades, spells detonating formed a blood-stained symphony on the verge of collapsing the seal. Inside the altar, golden light, crimson flames, and black demonic fire twisted into a terrifying vortex, as if the apocalypse was at hand. Su Pinggan poured all his strength into suppressing the oncoming forces. Only one thought burned in his heart: save him. He did not know if the battle outside could be stopped or if the Taoist could control the rival factions, but now he could only bet everything on this gamble. 3,000 Tao paths. Life and death together. In an instant, the young Taoist priest cast his spell. Black golden runes shot from his fingertips like they had eyes of their own, merging seamlessly into the surrounding seals. In the next moment, Su Pinggan's divine awareness connected instantly through the array to the outside world, linking with Xiaoyu. "Junior brother, the array's focal point has shifted onto me." Su Pinggan's voice was urgent. "Senior brother, no? If you merge with the altar, you're surely doomed." Xiaoyu's heart trembled fiercely. "Stop with your objections." Su Pinggan cut him off. "Saving the world, someone else will do that. What I want to save is the person I cherish." He took a deep breath, his dantian power surging like boiling nectar. "Hurry, I can't break free. My strength can still stand with you to suppress the blood demon altar." A look of sorrow crossed Xia Ye's face, but he understood all too well. If Su Pinggan faltered, the blood demon would erupt completely, and the consequences would be far worse than just their own deaths. He grit his teeth and poured his own spirit energy into the formation. Around the altar, the cultists in blood-red robes laughed maniacally, heads tilted back. "Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? You're just adding another corpse. The blood demon's power has reached its peak. Even if you're at the heavenly martial realm, you can't hold it." Waves of fire roared, the crimson lotus flames turning the sky a bloody red. Su Pinggan ignored their taunts, raised his hand and clenched it. Xia Ye's spirit energy flowed obediently into his palm. The focal point of the array shifted once more. Suddenly, the terrifying power inside Su Pinggan exploded outward with a roar, but the raging flames abruptly contracted and were forcibly suppressed. "Oh, how is this possible? Your cultivation level is clearly only heavenly martial realm." Su Pinggan sneered coldly. "You have no idea how much more there is." With both hands forming seals, golden runes hovered in 8 directions of the void. 8-direction imperial seal, demon suppression. A small tower, barely palm-sized, materialized in his hand. Its scales shimmered, and an overwhelming aura of suppression spread everywhere. "That's the soul-suppressing cauldron, the legendary ancient immortal relic. How could it be in your hands?" The cultists paled and retreated in fear. "Think that's enough to hold it?" Su Pinggan glanced at the young priest. "I'm counting on you for what's outside." "No way." The young priest shook his head, eyes resolute. "The altar is the real key. Though my heart is with the living world, I can't defy fate. All I can do is protect you two here. What about all the people outside?" Su Pinggan was taken aback, not expecting his junior to be willing to stay behind. The one to break the stalemate has already appeared. Whatever the outcome, it's up to fate now. The young priest looked up toward the sky. A giant rift tore open the blood-red heavens, demonic energy surging. All your efforts are in vain. The cultists cackled. You think you can change anything? It's useless. They had expected Su Pingon to destroy the altar. But when he worked with them to shatter the outer barrier moments ago, the blood demon's energy had already leaked out. A massive battle was raging outside, unstoppable. At the same time, deep within Tianyuan Valley. What's going on? Why did that guy suddenly stop chasing? Lin Chen halted and looked back, puzzled. Earlier, waves of flames swept by, forcing him into the valley. Yi Gu had pursued relentlessly, but just now, his pursuer abruptly turned and left. Damn it, did he think I'm an easy target? Lin Chen muttered angrily. Suddenly, a sinister whisper pierced his mind. Do you want power? The supreme power of heavenly fire? Fight to the death. The last one standing, I will grant the heavenly fire. A chilling will try to erode his soul. In a flash, a mournful ancient voice thundered. Pathetic remnant, be gone. The spirit monuments will instantly drove away the evil intent. The attacker's faint and shocked soul screamed. How do you exist here before being shattered by the spirit monument? Lin Chen's eyes cleared. Senior, what was that just now? The spirit monument responded in a low voice. Lin Chen, be prepared. The blood demon's madness will cause many deaths this time. You must refine the heavenly fire before it is devoured, or this land will truly become a wasteland. Beneath the altar, deep in the sea of blood, a figure writhed like molten lava. Thick crimson plasma churned violently as his skin, dark and charred like scorched rock, swelled inch by inch. Who would have thought such a terrifying presence still lurks in the lower realms? But my plan is already set. No one can stop my resurrection. A hoarse, low laughter echoed above the sea of blood. What use are ancient divine artifacts? They cannot suppress me. Once the blood refining array is complete, and I consume the celestial fire, I will inevitably become the blood demon general. Ha 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 ha. The blood-red silhouette trembled with excitement, splattering blood against the cave walls with corrosive hissing sounds. He had been suppressed for too long, and now that the opportunity had come, he would not allow anyone to ruin it. In Tianyuan Valley, the mountain wind howled fiercely. The deep voice of the soul steel made Lin Chen's expression grow solemn. Elder, what does it mean when the blood demon's mind goes astray? The blood demons specialize in corrupting hearts, the soul steel explained. Those whose will is weak will fall into their trap. More precisely, anyone with desires is subject to their control. Even you, if there's the slightest hesitation, they will seize the chance to invade. Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly. The blood demons are really that terrifying? In ancient times, the righteous forces joined to exterminate the blood demons. Yet, their fire seeds stubbornly persisted through every era. To think their presence now appears again in the lower realms. The soul steel's tone was heavy with resignation. What can we do to stop them? Is there anything I can do? You must forge the celestial fire before the blood demons can. If they consume the celestial fire's power first, Beishian Kingdom will be turned into a living hell. Tension gripped Lin Chen's heart. Can the blood demons really consume the celestial fire? If the celestial fire is fully formed, the blood demons stand no chance. But the flame is just awakening now, and the entire Bei Mang mountain is covered by a sacrificial array that temporarily suppresses it. Otherwise, since the celestial fire inherently repels evil spirits, the blood demons wouldn't dare approach. The clock is ticking. Elder, can you sense the celestial fire's location? It's chaos too chaotic. The soul steel's tone grew unusually urgent. Every breath in Bei Mang mountain means a life fades away, disrupting and scattering the fire's spiritual energy. He paused, then said, Lin Chen, use the life and death technique to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. It can help you break through and stabilize your disturbed spiritual breath. This little bit of spiritual energy is barely worth the soul steel's notice. Yet you want me to absorb it? Lin Chen laughed bitterly, but knelt down without hesitation. As his cultivation technique activated, the world's primal energy surged in like a flood. Not just primal energy, even the faint fragments of spiritual energy were drawn in like visible threads of light, piercing his body. A powerful force stirred through his meridians, and to his delight, he sensed signs of a breakthrough. Milestone of martial refinement? But soon the dense power clogged at his chest, unable to condense into a martial core. What's happening? Could it be that I truly have a mortal vein, destined never to enter the martial realm? Doubt flickered, but the soul steel interrupted. You're overthinking it. To break through the martial realm, this bit of spiritual energy won't suffice. Primal energy alone can't forge a martial core. So I must find enough spiritual energy then. Exactly. Without enough spiritual energy, you cannot break through. The soul steel pondered briefly, then suddenly changed tone. The direction is clear towards the east. Let's go. Lin Chen sprang up and took off at a mad sprint. Not even 100 meters, the soul steel shouted urgently again, west. Lin Chen skidded to a halt and turned sharply, stirring fallen leaves into a whirlwind. Just after running several dozen paces, the soul steel shifted once more, north. Elder, can you make up your mind? Lin Chen was thoroughly confused. The primordial spirit fire of heaven and earth had already gained sentience. Although not yet fully formed, it should possess the intelligence of a child by now. Its fiery spirit seemed to sense danger, making it impossible to lock onto its aura. The soul steel explained this. Lin Chen had no other choice but to follow the guidance of the soul steel, leaping and weaving through the shadowy forest. The scenes along the way were horrifying. Tree trunks scorched and charred, stones tumbling down, yet the bodies strewn across the ground were unervingly clean, not a drop of blood in sight. Boom. Just as he continued to track the heavenly fire, a dazzling pillar of flame suddenly erupted deep within the abyssal valley. The fire soared skyward like a phoenix reborn in flame, instantly illuminating the entire Baimang mountain. Heavenly fire, it's really the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire has appeared. Charge. Whoever can refine the heavenly fire will become immortal. Excited shouts echoed through the valley, reverberating like thunder. The heavenly fire is mine. Yigo was the first to lose control. His eyes burned a fierce red, as if ignited by the flames themselves. Like a madman possessed, he surged toward the fire pillar. Despite his desperate efforts to stay sane, the mysterious figure haunting his mind relentlessly urged him forward. This frenzy was no isolated case. Countless cultivators from all directions gathered, locked in the same fevered daze. Seeing this, Lin Chen hurried to keep pace. The mountain path was now a tide of people, priests, and warriors from north, south, east, and west, numbering in the tens of thousands and swelling still. But their expressions were unnerving. Each had bloodshot eyes, their gaze fixated on the flames, their steps stiff yet frenzied. So this is the terrifying power of the blood demon's mind chaos? It can control everyone's judgment, Lin Chen thought, alarmed. The greatest taboo for cultivators is losing control of their minds. That is why they develop martial mansions and refine their spirit seas as essential practices. Who could have imagined that a mere chaos mind spell could reduce so many strong warriors to puppets? Silently, he slipped into a dense thicket halfway up the mountain to avoid the madness. As he looked around, familiar figures appeared. Disciples of the Xinyuan sect, the 9 North Gates and 7 sects from the Northern Realm, and powerful warriors from the other 3 realms. They advanced in separate groups, yet strangely moved with an eerie coordination, all converging on the heart of Abyssal Valley. Yigu had already seized the front, standing fearlessly amidst the crowd. Above him floated a lotus-shaped flame about the size of a bowl. Its tongues of fire twisted and turned like scarlet veins wrapping around itself. Senior, is this the heavenly fire? Lin Chen looked up at the fiery lotus, feeling the intense spiritual pressure was both sacred and strange, a faint unease stirring in his heart. Without a doubt, it is the red lotus karma fire, the soul steel replied, but the spiritual frequency of this fire is unusual. As long as it's heavenly fire, that's enough. If we can refine it, we'll grow stronger, right? Lin Chen clenched his fist, desire gleaming in his eyes. Still, he found it strange if these primordial spirit treasures already had intelligence. Why had it hidden for so long before suddenly revealing itself now, as if deliberately waiting for everyone to compete? Despite his doubts, Abyssal Valley outside the ancient altar was now packed with people. The air was thick with murderous intent and greed, with every gaze fixed on the lotus flame hovering above. Everyone present eyed the heavenly fire with predatory hunger, their faces etched in avarice. So this is the celestial fire? Legend says that whoever can refine it will gain the ancient divine power. The celestial fire is an eternal, mysterious flame. If it could be absorbed into one's body, it would enable the wielder to harness the forces of nature itself, essentially possessing the Tao soul of natural energy. Even an ordinary mortal, once holding the celestial fire, could instantly wield terrifying power comparable to a god or immortal. Of course, the human body usually cannot withstand its scorching heat, which only proves how dangerous and precious the fire truly is. Rumors even say that whoever obtains it can rise above the top-tier alchemists, accelerating their path to greatness. The Abyssal Valley was packed with people. The celestial fire, once only spoken of in myths, now hovered right before their eyes, its deep red tongues of flame flickering mysteriously. Under its glow, the eyes of countless cultivators gleamed with greed, yet everyone maintained just a sliver of reason after all. Before the fire even appeared, the searing flame barrier had already forced back countless explorers. Now, with the immense pressure radiating from the blazing inferno so close, no one dared to act recklessly, for no one could guarantee they could endure the world-destroying power of the fire. Strong practitioners and wanderers from all 4 regions of the northern province pressed forward like a tidal wave, eager to get as close as possible and read any sign from the fire. Time passed slowly, the scorching heat pounding against their chests, and a shared thought screamed loud inside everyone's heart sees it. At last, someone took the decisive step forward. He was a cultivator from the eastern region, unremarkable in talent, only possessing a low-grade, Xian-level martial vein. Yet he knew that if he could grasp the celestial fire and temper his body in its flames, there was a chance to reshape and advance his martial vein, possibly even jump directly to the heavenly rank, as legends said. For him, this was his only and last chance to defy fate. All eyes focused on him as he stepped forward. Each step seemed to land on molten lava, but he showed no fear of the burning heat. Facing life and death, only one belief remained in his heart. If he could claim the celestial fire as his own, he would soar up 90,000 miles and become the brightest talent in the northern province. He stopped before the blazing fire. The flames roiled but did not unleash the kind of instant incineration one might expect. At this moment, the celestial fire was calm like a deep abyss, as if waiting for its true master. Taking a deep breath, the man suddenly stretched out his right hand. He made his move. The instant his fingers touched the flames, the searing energy flooded his meridians wildly. His aura exploded like a volcanic eruption. The roaring blaze instantly engulfed him, making everyone's pupils contract sharply, already envisioning his bones turning to ash. But the next moment, as the firelight faded, his aura only surged higher, refined martial realm. 3rd level, then 5th level. In just a few breaths, he broke through his limits, leaping straight into the 5th level of the martial realm. The breathtaking scene fell into complete silence. Everyone stared in disbelief, then erupted into murmurs and curses. Damn it! How could this be? Does the celestial fire just recognize anyone as its owner? Damn! If only I had acted earlier. Countless mediocre cultivators clenched their fists in frustration, jealousy and resentment burning fiercely in their hearts. If only they had been braver just now. The celestial fire would be theirs, and the crown of genius should belong to them. In the crowd, Lin Chen furrowed his brow, quietly warning the soul tablet beside him. Senior, something doesn't add up, right? If an ancient artifact like this yields so easily, how were so many lives lost long ago? The soul tablet replied, cold and brief. Refining the celestial fire is never easy. One misstep means death. Let us observe. Yet ecstatic shouts echoed through the valley. Ha! I have the celestial fire. From today on, I am the brightest talent of the northern province. The cultivator threw his head back and laughed wildly, his confidence swelling to its peak. He had done it. The celestial fire had recognized him as its master. At that moment, the fortunate young man, engulfed in flames, burst into excited laughter. Blazing red fire swirled around his body, casting a fierce glow on his flushed face. He had never imagined that the god of fortune would smile upon him. Could it be that he was the destined child all along, just unaware of it? The thought made his heart pound wildly, his blood feeling ignited by the very flames enveloping him. Someone as worthless as you deserves the recognition of the heavenly fire? He sneered loudly, his voice hoarse but brimming with arrogance. From the crowd, a warrior at the 7th level of the martial realm stepped forward grimly, his footsteps heavy like a drumbeat. Without hesitation, he kicked off with a violent gust of wind and charged directly at the lucky one. The fortunate youth scoffed disdainfully. Martial realm? I'm at that level now too. And what's more, I wield the heavenly fire. Clenching his fist, the flames roared between his fingers. Since you don't believe me, I'll kill you to sacrifice to the heavens and prove my path to immortality. Boom. His fist tore through the air, carrying with it the roaring blaze of the heavenly fire like a burning red dragon unleashed. The 7th level martial realm warrior dodged in panic, rolling on the ground before looking up to see the battlefield turned into a blazing inferno. I don't believe it. His opponent roared, eyes bloodshot as he lunged again with furious force. His enraged fists smashed down with tearing power. Amid the firelight, their fists clashed violently, evenly matched for a moment. Every punch the lucky youth threw was fueled by an endless surge of power within him. His killing intent churned in the flames, his punch intent shaking the heavens, and the raging fire seemed to embody his fury. For the first time, he fully understood the weight and thrill of power. However, as the flames continued burning, his spiritual and physical energy drained like a parched desert, sucking away all moisture, leaving him increasingly empty. Moments later, his breathing faltered sharply. The 7th level martial realm warrior caught this slight weakness, shouted fiercely, and slammed down a heavy punch. Thud! The lucky youth fell to the ground like a kite with a cut string, rolling several times as the firelight flickered. The warrior's face twisted with wild joy as he laughed aloud. Ha! As expected, you're trash. Trash like you doesn't deserve the heavenly fire. He lunged to snatch the flames. But the moment his fingers touched the fire, the intense karmic flames spread violently over his skin. Agonizing pain and ecstatic energy collided instantly as his aura erupted like a volcano, his cultivation skyrocketing 7th level martial realm. 8th, 9th, he shattered the bottleneck in an instant, soaring directly to the peak of the earth martial realm. Ha ha ha! He laughed madly, raising fists and fingers to the sky, feeling a power so overwhelming it seemed to tear heaven and earth. Yet, he did not realize that the very moment he seized the heavenly fire, he became the target of countless greedy, cold eyes fixated on him. A mere 7th level martial realm trash. No matter if you get the heavenly fire, you're still trash. A hoarse, icy voice cut through the air from above. In the next breath, an elder at the pinnacle of the earth martial realm appeared from nowhere. With a move as thunderous as lightning, his wrinkled hand smashed down and crushed the new lucky youth's head. Blood and soul fire erupted skyward as the heavenly fire instantly left the corpse and attached itself to the elder. Boom. Behind the elder, a vortex of flames exploded. His cultivation surged wildly amid the raging flames. From the earth martial realm peak, beyond halfway to the celestial realm, and finally to the peak of the celestial martial realm. A howling energy swept all around. The ground cracked, and the air twisted. Aside from his face looking even more withered and aged, his body seemed to have condensed the power to destroy heaven and earth. Ha! The heavenly fire belongs to me, the old man of the western wasteland. Who else dares challenge me? The elder's sleeves fluttered as rivers of fire surged. He was just one step away from truly advancing to the second realm of martial cultivation, the celestial realm sovereign. At this moment, everyone finally understood. Whoever could seize the heavenly fire would become its master. In an instant, fierce battle intent ignited in the eyes of all heroes, murderous intent swelling like a tide. In the distance, Lin Chen's brow twitched. Suddenly, a grave voice echoed in his mind from the soul tablet. Lin Chen, something's off. We should leave here now. Lin Chen frowned in confusion. Senior, aren't we going after the heavenly fire? The soul tablet's voice was solemn. No one could gain such sudden power without tempering the heavenly fire. Their surge in cultivation is because the fire is burning away their life force. This is a trap. You mean someone set this up to make us fight over the fire intentionally? Lin Chen's heart jolted, a chill creeping through him. The soul tablet replied, maybe it's not even a person. In any case, Lin Chen, come on. The real heavenly fire can't be here. We have to find the true fire, or it'll be too late. Seeing the old man of the western wasteland seize the heavenly fire and soar to the peak of the Tianwu realm, the crowd's fear instantly vanished, replaced by a frenzy ignited by the flames. A single explosive thought thundered through everyone's mind: if they could seize the fire just one more time, they too could ascend to the heavens and become celestial beings. In an instant, the crowd surged like a flood toward the old man of the western wasteland. Flush with newfound power and burning battle fervor, he didn't choose to flee. Instead, he threw back his head and laughed wildly, raising his fists to meet his foes. Where his fiery blows landed, rivers of blood flowed amid crimson flames, instantly claiming hundreds of lives. Their blood was completely drained and then burned to cinders by the intense heat, leaving behind only withered, charred corpses. Even witnessing such a gruesome scene failed to stem the tide of greed. People from all 4 regions of the northern province and various sects poured in, and the death toll skyrocketed as the blood-soaked depths grew ever deeper. Lin Chen, who had been ready to leave, stopped in his tracks. Looking back, all he saw was a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. Empowered by the heavenly fire, the old man had reached the pinnacle of the Tianwu realm, just one step shy of becoming a heavenly venerable. Each punch took hundreds or thousands of lives. At this rate, the entire abyssal valley and even Mount Baimeng would be transformed into a battlefield of slaughter. Lin Chen frowned, not out of blind pity, but because he knew the struggle extended beyond just the 4 northern regions. Disciples from the Xinyuan sect were also involved. They seemed possessed, throwing themselves wildly at the heavenly fire regardless of life or death. Is the blood demon's madness truly so terrifying? Lin Chen whispered to himself. Greed and desire had utterly consumed their humanity. Senior, the way these dead bodies look is very strange, Lin Chen asked the soul monument. That is the method of blood refinement, the monument replied in a calm tone. What will happen then? With this many deaths, once the formation is complete, the blood demon will manifest. Lin Chen was silent for a moment before asking, Senior, can't they be stopped? You cannot stop it. Human greed, like prejudice, is a mountain too vast to move. The monument's voice was low and grave. Besides, the formation is already formed. Without some other ancient array to suppress it, the blood demon would have broken free long ago. The monument continued. Not long ago, an immortal artifact's aura appeared near the altar, which is why the blood demon tore at the seal so recklessly. An immortal artifact? Lin Chen was shocked today. Even king-tier or spiritual tier artifacts are legends. Yet here an immortal artifact had appeared. It is your second senior brother, Su Pingon. He and another cooperated to suppress the blood demon. The soul monument revealed through spiritual insight, showing Lin Chen the altar scene. But this drained its energy and weakened its voice. The second senior brother is here too? Then there must be a way to break this. Lin Chen felt a flicker of hope, knowing Su Pingan's mysterious and formidable reputation. It's useless. He is severely divided. The monument shook its head. To save your 7th senior brother, he has become the eye of the formation. Although he borrows an ancient sealing art and the immortal artifact for suppression, This is essentially a life-for-life exchange. If the blood demon breaks free, your second senior brother might survive, but your seventh senior brother will surely die. Before the blood demon collects enough blood, everything must be stopped, otherwise, it will be too late. Lin Chen suddenly realized he was forced into a race against time. His second senior brother was indeed powerful, but in the end, he was still a mortal flesh and blood, unable to protect everyone's lives. The soul steel in his sea of consciousness slowly spelled out two paths. First, to suppress everyone on the spot, which was impossible given his current strength. Second, to find the true celestial fire before the blood demon does and refine it, then join forces with his second senior brother to reseal the blood demon. Staying here would only delay for a short while, but once the blood demon succeeded in consuming the celestial fire, the death toll would be far beyond the tens of thousands before him. It was a harsh truth, but reality nonetheless. If Lin Chen wanted to save people, he had to choose between a greater cause and the present moment. If he took the second path, tens of thousands at Mount Beimang would inevitably die, and he had to return before the blood demon devoured the celestial fire. If he stayed, the blood demon's plan would succeed, and not only Beixin Kingdom, but even Beihuang and Beizhou would be drenched in blood and suffering. Neither path was smooth, both led straight to hell. Lin Chen lifted his eyes as the battlefield churned with bloody mist, his gaze gradually steadying. The soul steel spoke grimly. Go. I will use the great deduction technique from the 3,000 paths. It will use up half my spiritual energy, but can aid you greatly. Yet Lin Chen still didn't move. Lin Chen, this world's kindness is precious, but before the greater cause, you must stay clear-headed. The soul steel's voice echoed endlessly in his consciousness. Senior, I understand. With your help, I have a chance to find the celestial fire. But if the blood demon reaches that point, I alone cannot fight it, can I? Lin Chen murmured. Silence from the steel was tacit consent. Then if all the people here are already dead by the time we find the celestial fire, what's the point? Lin Chen raised his hand to show the steel the dire scene before them. The soul steel's divine consciousness instantly expanded, then was horrified. How is this possible? Death is spreading so fast. It quickly grasped the truth. The blood demon had planted a chaos mind trick, merely a thread of consciousness, but it stirred even the mighty Xuanwu realm, Diwu realm, and those hidden in the shadows of the Tianwu realm into a frenzy of attacks. The near-top fighters of Beizhou all fell into madness. In mere moments, tens of thousands had turned into blood-soaked mud. Worse still, the celestial fire was no longer with the old man of the western wasteland. Several Tianwu realm experts hid in the crowd, jointly tearing out the old man's heart. His body was shattered to bones. The flesh of these Tianwu warriors was absorbed, rapidly completing the blood-refining array. If it continued even a little longer, even if Lin Chen and the soul steel found the celestial fire, the blood-refining array would finish early and the blood demon would break free from its seal just the same. Lin Chen, what are you doing? The soul steel only now noticed the young man take a step forward. My family is in Beixin Kingdom, and there are sect members here too. Even though I've had quarrels with the sect, some still truly care for me. Lin Chen said softly, but with unshakable resolve. If I stand by now, the blood-refining array will complete, and not even my second or seventh senior brothers can hold back the blood demon. The soul steel warned loudly. You will die? You cannot possibly hold it off as you are. Lin Chen clenched his fist slowly and shouted low. But right now, someone has to stand. Though millions stand before me, I will advance. I would die 1,000 deaths without regret. Boom. At that moment of absolute determination, his aura erupted like a volcanic eruption. The young man didn't want to be a savior, but he had people he must protect. His state of mind leapt forward abruptly. His sword intent exploded, sharp and pure. The soul steel gasped in shock. Sword intent? It's the sword intent of protection. Lin Chen had forged his sword intent with a heart of guardianship, achieving the realm of the sword sect. Sword sect. The sublimation of his sword intent bathed Lin Chen in radiant sword light. The surging true qi in his meridians condensed at this moment into an unmatched, razor-sharp sword intent. His aura soared relentlessly, leaping from great sword master to the realm of sword sect. Yet the dazzling sword light reflected on Lin Chen's face revealed not a hint of joy. Disciples of Shantian sect were already swept into the heart of the battlefield. Amidst the crowd, Lin Chen's eyes instantly locked onto the burly figure of Iron Bull. Eighth senior brother was still unaffected by that strange voice, having desperately blocked fellow disciples from joining the fray, but now he was overwhelmed. Many outer sect disciples were knocked unconscious by him, but inner sect disciples were stronger, and he couldn't hold them back. Familiar faces flickered through the chaos. Once lackeys like Lu Shui and Lin Fifan, and other comrades he recognized. Even when Qing Yun, from the One family's main branch, stood out clearly. At this moment, when Qing Yun was surrounded by a noble Confucian aura uniquely tied to the One family's doctrine, protecting him from the maddening influence of the demonic sound. Yet his blue robe was soaked through with blood, not from the struggle itself, but from the wounds inflicted by his own sect mates as he tried to shield them. Senior brother Nyo, what should we do? When Qing Yun shouted anxiously. Seeing the Xiantian sect disciples sinking deeper into danger, he was torn between reluctance to strike hard and the desperate need to defend them. Iron Bull's face was equally stressed. Though he had knocked out all the outer sect disciples, the scene remained chaotic and swampy. Many inner sect disciples had already breached the core fighting zone. That damn demonic sound screamed constantly in his ears while not outright deceiving his mind. It stirred up his irritation and gloom. Damn it, where's fifth senior sister? If young junior brother were here, he'd definitely have a plan. Iron Bull gritted his teeth. He sensed the danger growing but, with a straightforward mind, couldn't devise a solution. Moreover, with even heavenly martial realm warriors involved, no matter how strong he wasn't some unstoppable monster who could sweep across that level yet. Is there any way to knock them all unconscious first? Iron Bull roared, but his voice was instantly drowned by the surging crowd when Qing Yun was already pressed into the dense sea of people. Martial techniques and radiant shadows crisscrossed the sky. A heavy sinking feeling gripped Iron Bull's chest, an ominous premonition rising. Sure enough, in the next moment, all Xiantian sect disciples, including Wen Qing Yun, were swallowed into the battlefield. Damn it! Iron Bull's eyes blazed red. Stomping fiercely, he surged into the crowd, trying to rescue every single comrade. But saving them meant killing others. Opponents struck viciously at vital points. If he hesitated, it would mean mutual destruction. So Iron Bull's fists crashed down like thunder, palm winds cutting like blades. Beneath his kind heart, like Lin Chen, he showed no mercy to those trying to take his life. Everyone now was frenzied and beyond reason. Blood splattered everywhere. Shouts rose and fell continuously. Iron Bull, drenched in blood, fought until numb. When he finally came to his senses, no figures remained within tens of feet around him. But it wasn't out of fear, it was because everyone was driven by instinct, madly rushing toward the location of the heavenly fire. At this moment, the heavenly fire hovered above a heavenly martial realm warrior. Originally at the 7th level of heavenly martial realm, he had fought for the heavenly fire's power to break through to the heavenly sovereign realm. Now he succeeded breaking through from the 7th heavenly martial level directly to the 1st heavenly sovereign. The overwhelming new power of a fledgling heavenly sovereign caused his whole body to tremble, his face twisted in ecstatic madness. Every attack he launched carried world-shattering force, capable of destroying heaven and earth. After living for centuries, the ancient monster soon realized something was terribly wrong. Though he still possessed the power of a heavenly venerable, the blazing celestial fire ignited on his chest refused to be extinguished no matter how he circulated his primordial energy. Even worse, he discovered that the fire's strength came at a terrible cost. It fed by consuming his own life force. If he continued relying on it, not only would he lose control of the celestial fire, but he would be consumed and destroyed by it. As he fought fiercely, he tried secretly to break away, but the sky was filled with powerful Tianwulavel cultivators who had already cut off all escape routes. Even the high skies above were patrolled by sharp-eyed enemies, completely sealing off any chance to flee. Trapped like a tiger ridden hard, he could only grit his teeth and slash back furiously, attempting to intimidate his opponents with fierce brutality and find a gap to slip through. But wishful thinking and reality were miles apart. At the moment dozens of Tianwu masters struck simultaneously, their dense attack surged like a thunderous net. Even a heavenly venerable had no time to react. Pierced through the chest by unbearable pain, he plainly felt his life rapidly draining away, and the mysterious whisper that had lingered in his mind vanished instantly. In his dying moments, the centuries-old monster suddenly came to clarity and howled to the heavens. Stop fighting, there's something wrong with this celestial fire. The fire is flawed. His roar was swallowed by the chaos of battle, failing to stir even a ripple. In the next instant, the celestial fire was seized by another elderly man. As the flames entered his body, his aura surged violently, instantly breaking through the heavenly venerable level. Unable to restrain a loud laugh, he kept a sliver of reason and avoided getting entangled with others. His first move was to break through the crowd. He too sensed the fire's strangeness and planned to escape first, then use his centuries of experience to study and refine it later. Blood mist spread thick as he targeted weaker cultivators, tearing a path by sheer force. At such speed, ordinary Tianwu masters could not keep pace. The old man inwardly rejoiced, convinced the situation was settled. But what if his opponents were not limited to Tianwu masters? Just as he broke free from the crowd, thinking deliverance was at hand, a figure descended from the sky. Boom. The earth cracked open, a massive crater exploded, and dust billowed. The newcomer's fist shattered half of the old man's body, blood gushing out, and instantly vaporized by the celestial fire without a trace. Recognizing the figure, someone gasped in shock. Dongwang, Wu Qingfeng. Wu Qingfeng, rumored to be the strongest in Dongwang realm, had died 100 years ago during a chaotic battle. Yet here he was, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The crowd trembled. The lure of the celestial fire had even forced hidden ancient monsters out of seclusion. At this moment, various powerful forces across the northern province might already be lurking in wait, ready to strike at any time. After centuries, someone still remembers this old man, Wu Qingfeng said with hands behind his back, tone calm. But alas, my time draws near. I can only borrow this fire to prolong my life for a little while longer. The gravely wounded old man's eyes flashed with despair, knowing the celestial fire was no longer his. Wu Qingfeng took a step forward, raising his hand to seize the flames. At that moment, a sharp sword intent sliced through the air. Boom! The sword energy streaked like a shooting star, piercing through the old man's chest. Startled by the sword intent, the strange celestial fire detached from his flesh and soared toward another figure, a young boy named Lin Chen. Junior brother. Damn it, senior brother Lin, don't. Disciples of the Xiantian sect recognized him, shouting in panic. Bearing the celestial fire was tantamount to self-immolation. In everyone's eyes, Lin Chen was doomed. Wu Qingfeng's gaze settled on Lin Chen, expression unreadable and cold. A mere soul refinement stage youth dares challenge me? Are young people these days all this reckless? His face was calm, eyes void of emotion, as if he were gazing upon the dead. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.